Chapter 1, The Sign in Godly Rich System. End of August. The summer sun is blazing. The main gate of Jinling University was bustling with activity. Today is the day for freshmen to enroll. Thousands of outstanding students who have stood out in the college entrance examination have arrived at the campus to register, accompanied by their parents. They will soon spend 4 wonderful years of university life here. Xin Feng stood in front of the school's imposing gate, carrying a tattered duffel bag and wearing clothes that were cheap, low-quality items that could be bought for 10 or 20 yuan at a street stall, making it clear at a glance that he was in dire financial straits. Even so, Xin Feng's eyes did not reveal the slightest hint of inferiority. He was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Years of poverty forged his resolute and self-reliant character. The fact that he was able to get into Jinling University, one of the top universities in the country, from a lousy high school through his own efforts was enough to prove everything. It's worth noting that he even saved up his high school tuition by picking up trash, delivering food, and even carrying bricks on construction sites. Despite these hardships, he never neglected his studies and consistently ranked first in his class. Looking at his classmates who were carrying expensive iPhones worth several thousand yuan, wearing sneakers worth thousands of yuan, and being driven there by their parents in private cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, Xin Feng knew very well that he and they were not from the same world. They only need to live their lives step by step, and their parents, who are their solid support, will transfer their living expenses to their cards on time every month, so they don't need to worry about making a living. Even though Xin Feng had applied for a student grant from the school, he still had to worry about his daily living expenses. Fortunately, he had already gotten used to this kind of life. In fact, he had already made a complete plan for the next 4 years of university. Academic studies come first. Knowledge can change one's destiny. This is one of Xin Feng's life beliefs, and he will never forget it. As long as it doesn't affect his studies, money is secondary. Compared to before, now that he's a student at Jinling University, making money is definitely much easier for him. At least, as long as he shows his Jinling University student ID, finding a tutoring job should be a breeze. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the Sign in Tycoon system. Host has successfully checked in at Jinling University. Reward, 1 million yuan. The reward amount has been transferred to the host's account. The source of funds is absolutely safe. Please use it with confidence. The voice that suddenly rang in Xin Feng's mind caught him off guard. System? How could he possibly get something like this? Could it be that even God couldn't bear to see his hard life over the past 18 years and was starting to find a way to make amends to him? Xin Feng pulled an old-fashioned keypad phone out of his pocket. He had bought it for 150 yuan, and it had no other functions besides making and receiving calls and sending and receiving text messages. He opened his phone and found an unread message. He opened the message and saw that it read, Huaxia Bank reminds you that 1 million yuan of Huaxia currency was deposited into your account at 10:17 on August 31st. Your available balance is 1,789.85 yuan. It's actually true. Xin Feng felt his breathing suddenly become rapid. To further verify the system's authenticity, he immediately found a self-service machine on campus that could accept deposits and withdrawals. He then inserted his bank card into it, entered 10,000 on the withdrawal screen, and pressed the confirmation button. The machine then began counting the money. A moment later, 10,000 yuan in cash was dispensed from the ATM's cash dispenser. Xin Feng held the money in his hand, feeling its tangible texture, and remained stunned for a full 3 minutes before he completely believed in the system's authenticity. Plans have changed. The next second, he felt that his life had undergone a complete upheaval, and the work-study plan he had made in his mind was completely forgotten. Does knowledge change destiny? No. The system changes your destiny. From now on, Xin Feng will never be poor again. After taking some time to calm down, Xin Feng reopened the system in his consciousness space. The system interface displayed. Host, Xin Feng. Level 1010 million. Available funds, 1 million yuan. Check-in locations, 1. Riddle Mobile Flagship Store. 2. Armani Men's Flagship Store. 3. Bulgari Boutique Hotel. 4. Royal Supreme Concert Hall. 5. Louis Vuitton Flagship Store. There are many places to check in on the system interface. Xin Feng tentatively clicked on the first one, which was the Virtu Mobile Phone Flagship Store. Immediately, a holographic navigation map appeared in front of him, which could clearly guide him to the check-in location. This system is quite user-friendly. Xin Feng thought to himself. Let's go check out this Virtu mobile phone flagship store later. To be honest, Xin Feng had never heard of this mobile phone brand before. In his mind, the former Apple brand and the currently popular domestic brand Chrysanthemum were already the best mobile phone brands. These two brands of mobile phones can easily cost several thousand yuan each, and the high-end versions can easily cost over 10,000 yuan, which was an astronomical price for him in the past. Following the direction he had come from, Xin Feng arrived at the school gate once again from inside the campus. At this time, new students continued to arrive to register, and senior students from the second and third years volunteered to welcome them. Of course, many of them had ulterior motives, a fact that everyone was well aware of. At the volunteer service point, a boy wearing a red volunteer vest suddenly nudged his roommate and then excitedly pointed to a girl in a short skirt not far away, saying, "Hey Sue, look. That girl over there is so cute, she's my type." The boy called Lao Su was also wearing a red volunteer vest. Upon hearing this, he immediately looked up and followed the direction the other person was pointing. Sure enough, he saw a cute girl with a round face walking towards them accompanied by her parents. Before he could even speak, his roommate stood up and went over to greet him, playing the role of an enthusiastic senior. He not only took some of the luggage from the father, but also enthusiastically introduced the school to the family of 3. Chapter 2 School Beauty Chu Qingxin. That kid. Seeing how quickly his roommate moved, Lao Su couldn't help but curse him under his breath as an animal. No matter where you are, beautiful women are always a scarce resource. As the saying goes, if you're slow, you'll miss out. Even if you're just carrying a beautiful woman's bag or doing manual labor, you still have to fight for that opportunity. Clearly, this time Lao Su couldn't beat his livestock roommate. Fortunately, today is the first day of school, and many new students have come to register, so he will have many more opportunities in the future. Moreover, his requirements are not high, he only needs girls who are of average appearance. After all, exceptionally beautiful girls are definitely not something an ordinary person like him can covet. Suddenly, a beautiful figure in the crowd caught his eye. This is a girl wearing a white long dress. Her delicate face is without any makeup, yet she is beautiful enough to overshadow all the girls around her. She has long, smooth, black hair and is holding several textbooks. She looks like a campus beauty leading lady who has stepped out of a campus drama. In fact, this person was indeed Chu Qingxin, the campus belle of their Jinling University, a sophomore from the dance department. Although this campus belle, who possesses both beauty and purity, was just passing by, she attracted the attention of most people present, especially the freshmen who had just entered the university campus. They all asked the senior students next to them about the identity of this beauty. Her name is Chu Qingxin. She's a sophomore in the dance department. Last year, the school held a beauty pageant on the forum, and she came in first place, so she became the undisputed beauty of our school, a senior student introduced to the handsome junior next to her. After introducing Chu Qingxin's identity, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's true that comparisons are odious. They're both girls, so how come the other girl is so much prettier? Even the handsome junior she had just taken a liking to was instantly captivated after just one glance at her. Senior, does Senior Chu have a boyfriend? The handsome junior's eyes were fixed on Chu Qingxin, but he continued to ask. As far as I know, there isn't one, the third-year student replied. Upon hearing this, the young male student standing nearby immediately brightened up, feeling that his chance had come. He considered himself to be quite good-looking otherwise, the senior female student in front of him wouldn't have offered to help him with his luggage. Moreover, his family was well off, his father was a businessman, and his mother worked in the public sector. In their hometown county, he was definitely a top-tier, high-quality man. Seeing his appearance, the senior student knew perfectly well that the junior was already infatuated with the campus belle, Chu. Seeing this, she could only sigh and advise, I advise you not to get your hands on Chu. There are plenty of people pursuing her, and there are many who are better than you. You have no chance. The main reason she tried to persuade him was to get his attention back to her. The school beauty may be great, but it's not your turn. But I'm different. As long as you take the initiative, we'll have a story. After all, no school beauty is as alluring as a senior who's right here. Unfortunately, the fresh-faced freshman who had just entered university had not yet experienced the bitterness of love, nor did he know how difficult it was to pursue someone. At this moment, all he could think about was the sweetness of successfully pursuing the campus beauty. Thank you for helping me with my luggage, senior. The boys' dormitory is just ahead. I can walk by myself. You can go help the next freshman. After saying that, the young male student grabbed the suitcase from the senior female student's hand and walked towards the boys' dormitory without looking back, leaving the senior female student standing there in a daze with her hands empty. On the other side, Xin Feng hailed a taxi at the school gate, told the driver he wanted to go to the Virtu mobile phone flagship store, and then remained silent. This was the first time in his life he had ever taken a taxi. In the past, he would never have been willing to spend money on a taxi. Whether it was windy or rainy, he would ride his Phoenix brand old bicycle, which was probably about the same age as him, to school. Later, the bicycle that had accompanied him through 3 years of high school finally broke down and he took it to a scrap metal recycling station to sell for 10 yuan. A dozen minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a shopping mall. The driver glanced at his watch, then turned around and said, "Young man, the fare is 17 yuan. The QR code is behind my seat, just scan it." "Master, is cash acceptable?" Xin Feng asked. His brick-making machine doesn't have a barcode scanning function. "That's fine too." The driver nodded. Although he didn't like accepting cash, he couldn't refuse. Seeing the driver nod, Xin Feng took out a red bill from his pocket and handed it over. 100 yuan? I don't think I have that much change to give you. The driver took the bill and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Nowadays, people pay by scanning a code, and only a few people pay in cash occasionally. He only has about 40 or 50 yuan worth of receipts in his car, and he really can't break a 100 yuan note. "It's alright, if you can't break it, then don't bother looking for it." Xin Feng smiled, then opened the car door and got out, leaving the driver staring blankly at the red bill in his hand. Meanwhile, on Xin Feng's system panel, the progress bar after his level changed from 010 million to 100, 1000, 0000. Damn, it's been so long since I've felt like I've received a tip. He has been driving a taxi for many years. Before mobile payment became popular, he often encountered generous passengers who would give him a red bill and say he didn't need to keep the change. Now that mobile payment is popular, he no longer receives such extra tips. Regardless of what the driver thought, Xin Feng had already entered the mall. He has a clear understanding of his own spending habits. Although he is poor, he is never stingy. Being poor and being stingy are two different concepts. He used to be frugal, trying to stretch every penny to its limit, simply because his financial situation at the time made it difficult to cope with basic living expenses. But now it's different. With the system at his disposal, money is just a number to him, and he doesn't need to care about the changes in a string of numbers. Soon, guided by the store signs in the mall, Xin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Virtu mobile phone flagship store. Without any hesitation, he went straight in. The store is exquisitely decorated. Several display models are placed in the central glass counter, while on the walls on both sides, there are individual glass compartments, each containing an elegant mobile phone, displayed like works of art. Chapter 3, $1 Million Budget. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" A saleswoman wearing a blue tight-fitting uniform, revealing half of her beautiful legs in stockings, and with exquisite makeup on her face, came up to Xin Feng and asked with a professional smile. Xin Feng did not answer, because at this moment he was trying to sign in his consciousness space, but the system replied, "Sign-in failed, the host has not yet met the sign-in conditions." This left Xin Feng somewhat bewildered. He was already standing in the store, so how could he have failed to sign in? Does it mean that you have to make a purchase to meet the check-in requirements? As a top student who entered Jinling University through his own intelligence and hard work, Xin Feng's analytical ability was absolutely flawless. He only pondered for a moment before guessing the potential sign and conditions set by the system. "I'd like to buy a mobile phone, could you please recommend one?" Xin Feng said to the saleswoman in front of him as he exited the consciousness space. "Sir, what is your budget? The prices of mobile phones in our store vary quite a bit, so I need to know your budget in order to make an accurate recommendation for you," the sales assistant asked with a smile. At this moment, she had already made a preliminary assessment of the customer in front of her based on his clothing, appearance, and behavior. The result of her assessment was that he was a poor college student who knew nothing and had stumbled into their store by accident. It's worth noting that Virtu, as the world's first luxury mobile phone brand, is known as the Rolls-Royce of mobile phones. Even the cheapest model costs over 20,000 yuan, while the most expensive Cobra limited edition costs a whopping 2.47 million yuan. In terms of price alone, Virtu is unmatched in the mobile phone industry. Compared to it, Apple and Huawei phones are simply budget-friendly models. The college student in front of them was dressed in clothes from a street vendor, probably worth less than 100 yuan. How could he possibly afford a cell phone from their store? If it weren't for her excellent professional ethics and strict company requirements that forced her to stand here, she probably would have already told people to leave. As an orphan who had suffered countless cold looks and contempt, Sheen Fong could keenly sense the negative emotions in the tone and attitude of the saleswoman in front of him. However, he didn't say anything, because it was normal. In the past 18 years, he had experienced this feeling countless times. "My budget is within 1 million, Sheen Fong said calmly. He didn't know exactly how expensive this brand of phone was, but he knew exactly how much money he had on him. "Within 1 million? The saleswoman sneered inwardly. "Anyone can brag. I could say my budget was within 10 million. At this moment, she was absolutely certain in her heart that this loser college student in front of her was just there to make a fool of himself. Since that's the case, she'll just go along with it. In the end, she'll definitely be the one who loses face beyond repair. "Sir, please come with me. I'll take you to the rest area first. Please have a cup of tea while I go get some popular models to introduce to you." Led by the sales assistant, Sheen Fong arrived at the rest area inside. In the private room, there was a set of black leather sofas, and various snacks were placed on the glass coffee table in the center. "Please have a seat, sir. I'll go get your phone right away." The saleswoman poured Sheen Fong a cup of hot tea before leaving the booth. After the other party left, Sheen Fong, without any hesitation, plopped down on the soft sofa and picked up the hot tea and snacks in front of him to eat. He currently has a full million in his account, and he can spend that million at any time. That's the source of his confidence that allows him to sit here calmly right now. "Hey sis, what's the deal with that guy inside?" Lu Wen, the saleswoman who was serving Sheen Fong, had just arrived at the counter when another female colleague, who was a little younger, couldn't help but ask her a question out of curiosity. Because their store focuses on luxury and high-end products, and sells practical items like mobile phones, they don't have many customers on weekdays. Even when they do, most of them just browse and don't actually spend money. Most of them are middle-aged men who have made money in business, also known as nouveau riche. These people prefer to buy things that are more about prestige than practical value. Sheen Feng's image is clearly inconsistent with their target customer group. Just a pretentious, loser college student. Lu Wen said with some disdain, "He's pretending to have no money in his pocket. I just asked him what his budget was, and do you know what he said? He actually told me it would be under 1 million. It's ridiculous." "Then why did you waste your time with him, Sister Wen, and even took him to the VIP lounge?" the female colleague asked, somewhat puzzled. "Anyway, there aren't many customers right now, so let's just play along with him. Just treat it like playing house," Lu Wen said casually, shrugging his shoulders. "I think you just think that college student is good looking. If it were an ugly guy, you would have kicked him out long ago," the female colleague chuckled, teasingly. "What's the use of being good looking?" Lu Wen did not refute this, because she did think so to some extent. Although Sheen Fong was dressed very plainly, he was actually quite handsome and had a good physique, unlike the customers they usually encountered, who were all bald, greasy, and pot-bellied middle-aged men. Moreover, he had a unique charm that made him quite attractive. Unfortunately, he was too poor. This one shortcoming alone is enough to negate all his previous merits. In today's society, money is king. Only those with money can act like royalty. Without money, you can only be a gigolo. As Lu Wen spoke, he had already selected several popular models and placed them on the black tray. She then carried the tray back to the rest area. When she saw the bags of snacks that Sheen Fong had opened on the coffee table, she felt even more disdain. Based on her past experience, truly wealthy people don't eat snacks much, especially not in stores. In her eyes, Sheen Feng's behavior was no different from that of a loser. Sheen Fong had no idea what the other person was thinking. Right now, he was all about being carefree. He had never eaten these snacks before, so if he wanted to try them, he might as well eat them. Why pretend to be reserved? "Sir, these are some of the best-selling and most popular models in our store right now. Let me introduce them to you one by one." Lu Wen placed the tray in her hand on the coffee table in front of Sheen Fong, then plopped down next to Sheen Fong and said in a somewhat coquettish voice. Chapter 4, Have I Become a Gigolo? Sheen Fong subconsciously inhaled the fragrance emanating from the other person, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He could tell that the other party didn't actually consider him a rich person, and not being rich meant he couldn't afford their phone. In that case, the other party doesn't really need to use this method to attract you. After all, men and women are different, and in this kind of thing, men are usually the ones who won't suffer losses. Unless. Is this woman mistaking me for a gigolo? Xin Feng glanced at the woman sitting right next to him. To be fair, she was indeed good-looking and had a great figure, especially since she was wearing such a tight-fitting uniform, which accentuated her curves perfectly. Who cares what she thinks? Anyway, I'm not losing out. Having figured this out, Xin Feng was completely at ease. He would take advantage of any opportunity he could, and wouldn't be a coward if he didn't take advantage of it, since he had never claimed to be a gentleman. This made Lu Wen blush and feel embarrassed. She had only thought the boy was quite good-looking and wanted to tease him a little. Unexpectedly, the other party was so thick-skinned that they not only did not show the slightest shyness in the face of my teasing, but also responded boldly. Cough cough. Lu Wen had no choice but to cough a few times on purpose, then subtly shifted his position, creating distance between himself and Xin Feng. Seeing this, Xin Feng didn't take the initiative to approach her again. He had only responded because she had taken the initiative earlier, and now that she wasn't, he had lost interest. What if she later accused him of sexual harassment? Sir, this phone is our store's basic model. Although it's a basic model, it still uses a sapphire screen and an alligator leather back panel. Moreover, the entire design was created by the internationally renowned mobile phone designer, Mr. Frank, which fully demonstrates quality and luxury, perfectly matching the name of our Virtu brand. Vita comes from Latin and originally means high quality, unique, a point that Xin Feng had just heard Lu Wen explain. Xin Feng nodded and asked, "How much is this one?" Finally, you asked about the price. A wicked smile immediately appeared on Lu Wen's lips. She had been acting with the other party for half a day, just waiting for this moment to reveal the price and give them a shock. She couldn't wait to see the other person's shocked and embarrassed expression when they found out the real price of the phone. Because this phone is our store's basic model, the price is actually quite affordable, only 29,800 yuan. Lu Wen calmly quoted the price. 29,000 8,000 that price could buy 3 high-end Apple phones. Clearly, this is a price that ordinary college students simply cannot afford. However, Xin Feng's reaction was unexpectedly calm. He simply nodded slightly, then pointed to the second phone on the tray in front of him and asked, "How much does this phone cost?" "No, can you even afford that 30,000 yuan phone? And you dare to ask about even more expensive models?" Lu Wen felt like black lines appeared on his forehead. However, her good professionalism allowed her to suppress her anger and answer, "This is a mid-range model, priced at 168,800. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng's expression remained calm. He then pointed to another phone next to him and asked, "What about this one?" "This is our mid to high-end model, priced at 288,000 yuan. This model comes with a 24-hour personal concierge, which you can contact at any time to arrange all your daily needs." Lu Wen took a deep breath and answered after calming himself down. A 24-hour personal butler? That sounds amazing. What can it do? Xin Feng became quite interested. He finally understood why this phone was so expensive. "We can handle things like booking flights and arranging transportation. If you encounter danger while you are out, you can even call a private helicopter for rescue. All you have to do is make a phone call," Lu Wen explained. After a slight pause, she added, "Of course, you will need to pay the corresponding fees for these services. Our brand only provides concierge services." Xin Feng nodded in understanding. This made perfect sense. After all, if customers didn't have to pay any fees themselves, then the phone wouldn't be providing a butler service, but rather a system-like service. "How much does this last phone cost?" Xin Feng pointed to the last phone on the tray in front of him, which was undoubtedly the most luxurious in terms of appearance. "This is the most expensive model we are currently selling, and it is also one of the truly high-end models of the Riddle brand. The price is 568,000. Lu Wen now understood that this kid was going to ask about the price of every model, but whether he would ultimately buy it was obviously not the case. "I've already introduced several models to you, sir. Have you found one you like?" Lu Wen spoke with a smile, but in his heart he was thinking that this farce was finally coming to an end, and he would see how he would handle the situation later. In her estimation, the other party would definitely make excuses such as not finding anything they liked, or not having enough money today and coming back next time, and then leave dejectedly, never daring to step into that brand store again. However, Xin Feng's answer completely surprised her. He nodded slightly, pointed to the last and most expensive model, and said, "This one will do." Lu Wen could hardly believe his ears. "You've come this far, and you're still pretending? Okay, then I'll see how long you can keep up this act. Then, sir, how would you like to pay?" Lu Wenxiang asked, suppressing his anger. Swipe your card. Xin Feng took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the other party with a calm expression. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll go swipe your card for you now. Lu Wen took the bank card from Xin Feng's hand, then walked out of the lounge in her high heels. Chapter 5 Reward, 2 million. Upon arriving at the counter, Lu Wen said to the younger female colleague, Xiaowen, bring the card reader over. A card reader? Upon hearing this, the female colleague called Xiaowen exclaimed in surprise, Sister Wen, did that college student inside really buy a cell phone? Not only that, he bought the most expensive one in our store, Lu Wen replied somewhat irritably. The most expensive one? Isn't that the one that costs 568,000? Is he that rich? Even Xiaowen was completely shocked. After a moment, she came to her senses and looked at Lu Wen with a suspicious expression, saying, wait a minute, if he really bought that phone, shouldn't you be overjoyed, Sister Wen? Why do you look like this now? According to company regulations, these sales associates receive a commission for each phone they sell. The commission rate varies depending on the phone model, with higher-end models receiving higher commissions. For a high-end model like this one, which costs 568,000 yuan, the commission is as high as 10%. That means if Lu Wen successfully closes this deal, she will receive a commission of nearly 60,000 yuan. For many ordinary people, 60,000 yuan is almost a year's salary. Do you think he looks like he has the money to buy this? Lu Wen rolled his eyes, but still handed over the bank card in his hand. Xiaowen took the bank card and looked at the other person with some confusion. Don't ask any questions, just swipe the card. There's definitely not enough money in there. After you've swiped it, I'll go in and talk to him. Help him finish this show-off act, and then tell him to leave quickly, Lu Wen said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Xiaowen roughly understood what was going on. This kind of thing happens from time to time in their store. Some customers start out saying they want to buy a phone with great confidence, but in reality, they don't have enough money in their bank cards to make the purchase. When they can't make the purchase, they awkwardly say, oh? There's no money in my card? I didn't know that. Maybe my wife spent some of the money without my knowledge. Oh well, I'll skip it this time and buy it next time. Then, they will basically never see each other again in their lives. With that thought in mind, Xiaowen casually swiped the bank card that Lu Wen handed her on the card reader. However, the next second, the machine did not sound payment failed but transaction successful. In an instant, the two women present were stunned. They subconsciously looked up at each other, and saw incredulous shock in each other's eyes. Xiaowen was the first to realize what had happened and quickly looked down to check if she had entered the wrong number. It was very likely that she had accidentally pressed an extra decimal point, which caused the transaction to succeed. However, when she picked up the transaction slip that the card reader had dispensed, she found that the transaction amount was exactly correct. It was indeed 568,000. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Xin Feng heard a system notification in his mind. Host has successfully checked in at the Vertu mobile phone flagship store. Reward, 2 million yuan. In addition, the progress bar next to the level column in the system interface has changed from 100,1000,0000 to 568,101,000,000. Let me see. Seeing Xiaowen staring blankly at the receipt, Lu Wen couldn't wait to snatch it from her hand. After checking it several times, she finally realized what had just happened. She actually closed the deal worth 568,000. It turns out that the person sitting in the lounge isn't some lowly college student, but a low-key and wealthy second-generation rich kid. A moment later, Lu Wen returned to the lounge. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Lu Wen's face was beaming with a warm and ingratiating smile, which was undoubtedly much more sincere than before. That's understandable, since with the success of this transaction, she instantly gained nearly 60,000 yuan in her own pocket. Who wouldn't be happy about that? Here is your bank card, please keep it safe. Unlike when he casually accepted the card, Lu Wen now held it with both hands and handed it back to Xin Feng. Where does respect manifest itself? It's all about these details. Xin Feng casually took the bank card and put it back in his pocket before smiling and saying, since the money has been settled, I'll take this phone. What he wanted to take away was not the prototype, but a brand new, unopened phone that Lu Wen had brought back. Of course, this phone is yours now, and you can take it anytime, Lu Wen said respectfully. Xin Feng nodded slightly, but just as he reached for the exquisite phone box on the coffee table, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Lu Wen, could you please help me disassemble this phone and install some commonly used mobile apps? Of course, it would be my honor to serve you, Luan nodded without hesitation. It took Luan about 10 minutes to install all the mobile phone software for Qin Feng, and then he transferred the SIM card from Qin Feng's old brick phone to the new phone. It's worth mentioning that when Luan saw Qin Feng pull out a brick-like phone from his pocket that even her grandfather didn't use, she was completely stunned. In the end, she could only attribute this to Qin Feng's strict upbringing. His family didn't allow him to use a smartphone before he came of age. Mr. Qin, may I add you on WeChat? Luan asked boldly as he was leaving. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but turn around and give her a playful look with a half smile. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Luan's face instantly flushed. However, seizing the opportunity, she mustered her courage and explained, "Please don't misunderstand. I was just thinking that if you encounter any problems while using your phone in the future, you can contact me immediately, and I will try my best to solve them for you as soon as possible." I didn't misunderstand. Recalling their brief but wonderful encounter in the lounge, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly, then took out his phone and accepted the other party's request to add him as a contact. After the two added each other's contact information and Qin Feng left the shop, Luan's face immediately lit up with joy. Compared to the 60,000 yuan commission, getting the contact information of such a wealthy second-generation heir was actually her biggest gain today. "Sister One, I'm so envious of you. You actually managed to add Mr. Qin on WeChat," Xiaowen said with an envious tone. Although people in their line of work often come into contact with wealthy people, there aren't many who can casually spend 600,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone like Qin Feng. Most customers in their store actually just buy a basic mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan. Moreover, Qin Feng is so handsome and young, which is something that those greasy middle-aged male customers in the store can't compare to. Chapter 6 Armani Flagship Store. After leaving the Riddle mobile phone flagship store, Qin Feng went to the Armani menswear flagship store on the second floor of the mall, which was also one of the check-in locations shown by the system. This brand is a top Italian luxury brand, with an average price of over 10,000 yuan for a single garment. If it is a custom-made piece, the price can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. Furthermore, because this brand's clothing emphasizes understated luxury and sophistication, it has gained widespread popularity among a group of elite individuals in China. "Hello sir, I'm Xiao Zhang, a sales assistant at the Armani menswear flagship store. It's a pleasure to serve you." As soon as Qin Feng entered the store, a young sales assistant greeted him. "Hello, I'd like to buy a few outfits," Qin Feng said with a slight nod. "Buying several sets at once? This is a big customer." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the sales assistant, Xiao Zhang, immediately lit up and said enthusiastically, "Then let me introduce them to you, sir. We just received a few new styles recently. If you see anything you like, you can try them on. Okay, then you can recommend some clothes for me." Qin Feng nodded with a smile, and then followed the other person to a row of clothes racks full of clothes. "This suit is the latest design for this spring and summer. The entire garment is made of cashmere and silk, so it will be very comfortable to wear. The designer who designed this suit is also a very famous design master in the fashion industry, and the overall style is very trendy. Sir, you are so handsome. Wearing this outfit would definitely enhance your charm even more." This sales assistant, Xiao Zhang, was quite capable and had a sweet tongue. She knew how to flatter customers. Qin Feng found her introduction quite pleasant. "Then I'll try this one on." Qin Feng nodded in agreement, and the sales assistant, Xiao Zhang, immediately took the suit off the hanger. Qin Feng took the clothes, thought for a moment, and then said, "Pick one shirt, one pair of pants, one belt, and one pair of shoes for me as well, and I'll try them on." "Okay, sir." Upon hearing this, the sales assistant, Xiao Zhang, immediately went to help Qin Feng choose clothes, running back and forth between several areas with her hands full of clothes. When Xiao Zhang's colleagues saw this, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Xiao Zhang is quite capable in her work, but her judgment of people is terrible. This guy doesn't look like someone who can afford the clothes in our store." Exactly. The moment this guy walked into our store, I could tell he couldn't afford it, so I didn't even touch it. After all, introducing clothes to someone like that is a complete waste of my time. This young man is not bad looking, but his clothes are terrible. They look like cheap knockoffs. That's right, how could someone come to our store wearing cheap clothes from a street stall possibly afford to buy clothes? Although the group spoke in hushed tones, the shop was small and quiet with few customers, so Qin Feng managed to glean some of their meaning while waiting. However, he didn't say anything more, pretending not to have heard anything. A moment later, when the sales assistant, Xiao Zhang, brought over the complete set of clothes, he took them directly and went into the dressing room. A minute later, Jin Feng, having changed his clothes, came out. Xiao Zhang, a sales assistant waiting outside the dressing room, immediately spotted Jin Feng in his new outfit, and her eyes lit up. A white shirt with delicate embroidery on the collar, a smooth black suit jacket with a subtle metallic sheen, a low-key yet luxurious belt, perfectly draped black trousers, and a pair of exquisitely crafted Italian calfskin shoes. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. Jin Feng at this moment is completely different from the man who walked into the dressing room wearing cheap clothes. Before, he was at most a handsome college student, but now he looks like a refined nobleman who has stepped out of a novel. So handsome. Not only Xiao Zhang, the sales assistant, but even her colleagues who had been whispering by the counter had to admit that Jin Feng was indeed handsome now that he was dressed in such high-end clothes. Jin Feng looked in the mirror a few times and nodded in satisfaction at his current appearance. He was already quite good-looking. Although his height of nearly 1.8 meters wasn't considered tall, it was just right. As for his physique, although he didn't have 8-pack abs, he was extremely well-proportioned with no excess fat. Now, when she changes into a high-end, fitted outfit, her entire demeanor is elevated dramatically. Okay, I'll take this outfit. After looking in the mirror, Jin Feng nodded to Xiao Zhang, the sales assistant who was standing to the side waiting, and said, "Also, pick out another set for me in this style." "Okay, I'll go pick one out for you right now." When she heard Jin Feng say that he had bought the outfit, the sales assistant, Xiao Zhang, immediately showed a hint of joy on her face. You should know that the outfit she was wearing probably cost over 100,000 yuan, and she could get several thousand yuan in commission. And didn't you hear them say they wanted to buy another set? That's another few thousand yuan in commission. By the way, wait a minute. Just as Xiao Zhang turned around to pick out clothes, Jin Feng suddenly spoke up and stopped her. "What's wrong, sir? Is there something you're unhappy about?" Xiao Zhang turned around and asked, looking somewhat nervous. She certainly didn't want her nearly 10,000 yuan bonus, which was about to be in her hands, to suddenly go down the drain. "It's nothing, I just suddenly remembered that I need 2 more casual outfits, so could you help me pick some out?" Jin Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, a genuine smile spreading across her face. She quickly replied, "No problem, sir. It's my pleasure to serve you." She can earn several thousand yuan more in commission by buying 2 more sets of clothes, so why would she be afraid of hard work? She wished she could go through this kind of hardship a few more times. Soon, the skilled woman brought over all the outfits Jin Feng needed. Jin Feng tried them on one by one and found that they all fit him well, and the style was the kind of understated yet elegant style he liked, without being ostentatious at all. "I'm quite happy with all the clothes you picked out. Except for the one I'm wearing right now, wrap them all up." Jin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As for the outfit he was wearing, he planned to wear it right away, so there was no need for any covering. He didn't intend to keep the old clothes he had worn at the beginning, he would just throw them away. Chapter 7, A Major Image Enhancement. We look forward to your next visit, Mr. Chin. The Armani men's flagship store will be happy to serve you. Amidst the cheers of the sales staff, Jin Feng walked out of the Armani menswear flagship store, carrying bags full of purchases in both hands. Before leaving, he made a point of adding the sales assistant Xiao Zhang's contact information. It wasn't that he had any feelings for the girl, after all, in terms of looks, she was far inferior to Luwen. He just felt that the girl had a good sense of style, the clothes she picked out for him were all very suitable, and her service was also good. If he were to come to the store to buy clothes again in the future, he would still ask her to serve him. Just as he took out his phone to add the sales assistant Xiao Zhang on WeChat, his uniquely designed Virtu phone once again shocked all the sales assistants in the store. Since they are all luxury brands and located in the same shopping mall, Armani's sales assistants are familiar with Virtu's mobile phones. Furthermore, because Virtu is a high-end brand and has specifically placed promotional advertisements in shopping malls, the price of Jin Feng's phone became known to everyone immediately. 568,000. How could someone who can afford such an expensive phone not be able to afford the clothes in their store? At that moment, the sales assistants in the Armani menswear flagship store were filled with deep regret. They failed to recognize that such a wealthy person was buying clothes in their store, and instead made excuses and ultimately benefited Xiao Zhang, their colleague who they considered to have poor taste in customers. Regardless of how much the sales assistants at the Armani menswear flagship store regretted their purchase, the 4 outfits Jin Feng bought cost him over 300,000 yuan. Even in a big city like Jinling, 300,000 yuan is a sum that many people cannot earn in a year. However, for Qin Feng, after he finished paying the bill, the system notified him that he had successfully checked in and rewarded him with 1 million yuan. By this calculation, he actually made over 600,000 yuan after spending the money. You can't spend it all, you simply can't spend it all. A thought involuntarily popped into Qin Feng's mind. A moment later, Qin Feng arrived at a high-end men's styling salon called Fees on the top floor of the mall. This store was also among the locations where he could check in, as shown by the system, and it was also the last store in the mall where he could check in. When Qin Feng, dressed in Armani's latest seasonal collection, entered the store, he was immediately greeted with a warm welcome. "Sir, what price range of styling would you like? Our shop offers 3 styling packages: a basic styling package for 8,800 yuan, a director-level styling package for 18,800 yuan, and the most expensive store manager-level styling package for 38,800 yuan. The young woman in charge of reception held a tablet in her hand and asked Qin Feng with a warm smile. "Let's go for the most expensive one," Qin Feng said without hesitation. Since he can't spend all the money the system gives him, he doesn't need to be frugal. His current consumption philosophy is to only buy the most expensive items, not necessarily the best ones. However, in reality, the most expensive is often the best. Soon after learning that Qin Feng had chosen the most expensive manager-level styling package, the owner of this high-end men's styling salon personally came out to greet him. This is a man in his 40s with long hair and a very stylish overall look. He used to be the personal stylist for a top celebrity in China. Later, for some reason, he returned to his hometown of Nanjing and opened a shop on the top floor of this shopping mall that only does high-end men's styling. "May I ask your surname, sir?" the salon owner asked casually while fixing Qin Feng's hair. "My surname is Qin," Qin Feng replied calmly. "I wonder what style of styling Mr. Qin would like. If you have any ideas, you can tell me now," the shop owner said with a smile. "I don't have any ideas. Just design it according to your own ideas." "I trust your professional skills," Qin Feng replied casually with a slight smile. He has always believed in the saying that professional matters should be left to professionals. "In that case, I'll design it for you according to my ideas." Upon hearing this, the owner of the styling salon nodded confidently. More than half an hour later, Qin Feng's styling was finished. His hairstyle and eyebrows were both meticulously retouched by the other party. Suddenly, his handsomeness increased noticeably, and it's no exaggeration to say that he can now be considered a top-tier handsome man. "I wonder if Mr. Qin is satisfied with this look. If there's anything you're not happy with, please let me know, and I'll try to make further adjustments for you," the salon owner asked, standing behind Qin Feng and looking at him in the mirror. "No need for any adjustments, I'm very satisfied with this look," Qin Feng said with a smile and a nod of approval. As expected of a professional stylist who has worked with top domestic celebrities, after this makeover, his appearance is now comparable to some idol-type male stars. The 38,800 yuan styling fee was well worth it. "Mr. Qin has a very good foundation, and I only did some minor styling to enhance your appearance," the stylist said politely. Regardless of whether the other party was deliberately flattering him, Qin Feng found it quite pleasant to hear. This boss not only had excellent skills but also spoke in a pleasant manner. He was truly a talented person. Getting up from the styling chair, Qin Feng readily paid the styling fee of 38,800 yuan. At the same time, the system reminded him once again that he had successfully checked in and received a reward of 1 million yuan. However, this time the system's voice did not end, but continued to remind, "Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden sign-in reward and gaining an appearance upgrade." As the system's voice faded, Qin Feng's originally handsome image underwent another subtle change. His minor flaws, such as acne scars, disappeared completely, his slightly rough skin became smooth, and even his ordinary physique instantly became more defined, with his 8-pack abs and so-called V-shaped waist all appearing. Without a doubt, Qin Feng had completely transformed into a godlike figure in terms of appearance at this point, and even those popular young male celebrities could not compare to him. "I never expected that in addition to monetary rewards, the system could also provide such a magical hidden reward." Looking at his now perfect reflection in the mall's glass, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from beside him. "Handsome, I was waiting for a friend over there when I saw you. I thought you had a great presence. Could we exchange contact information and get to know each other?" Chapter 8: Getting Hit By. Qin Feng turned around and found that the person who had spoken to him was a young woman wearing a black short skirt and heavy makeup. "I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend." Qin Feng politely declined with a smile, then turned and left. At first glance, this woman looks alright, but upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that she isn't actually that pretty. Her main advantage lies in her makeup skills. She uses heavy makeup and sexy outfits to significantly enhance her appearance. In Qin Feng's rating system for beauties, this woman could barely score 80 points with makeup, but without makeup, she would probably only score a little over 70 points. To be honest, he wasn't interested in women of that caliber, so he simply made up an excuse to reject her advances. Seeing Qin Feng turn away without hesitation and refuse to leave, the other person couldn't help but stand there and stomp their foot in annoyance. The improvement in appearance had a very obvious impact on Qin Feng. He had only strolled around the mall a few times when he was approached by several girls who were quite good looking. They were all the kind of girls who could reach the 70s after makeup, and would be considered beauties in the eyes of ordinary people. Unfortunately, Qin Feng couldn't find a woman with such a high standard to his liking, so he rejected all the girls' advances without hesitation. Who said girls are all reserved? How come I didn't feel it? After rejecting several girls' advances, Qin Feng couldn't help but complain to himself. Just then, another clear female voice rang in his ear. "Handsome, can we get to know each other?" Qin Feng looked up and saw a tall, mature beauty with big wavy hair and sexy red lips. Her tight black dress perfectly accentuated her figure, making people want to stare at her. 85 points or above. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips as he replied, "Of course. Let's exchange contact information first." Seeing that Qin Feng did not refuse her, the woman in the long dress smiled more and took out her phone to ask to add Qin Feng's contact information. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse, and he immediately took out his phone and added each other's WeChat accounts. "My name is Sun Jia. May I ask your name, handsome?" After exchanging contact information, the woman in the long dress extended her hand and introduced herself with grace and poise. "My name is Qin Feng." Qin Feng smiled and gently shook hands with the other person. Feeling the warmth from his fingertips, he couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart. "Qin Feng, I just saw you reject several girls who tried to chat you up. Why didn't you reject me?" Sun Jia blinked her big eyes at Qin Feng and asked with a slightly provocative expression. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng first scanned Sun Jia from head to toe with undisguised admiration before calmly replying with a smile, "I think you know the answer yourself." Hearing Qin Feng say that, Sun Jia, who had just taken the initiative, felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that Qin Feng, who looked so young, didn't have the shyness of a young man at all. With just a look and a sentence, he made her cheeks burn. "My friend is waiting for me to have dinner over there. Let us chat on WeChat later. If there's a chance, we can hang out together," Sun Jie said. Even if two people who have just met know each other to some extent what the other is thinking, they shouldn't get too close too quickly, because if they do, it will be a bit awkward for both of them. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng understood what the other person meant and immediately nodded and smiled. "Okay, then I'll patiently wait for the opportunity to go out and have fun with you." Upon hearing this, Sun Jia immediately felt her cheeks, which had just cooled down, become hot again. She didn't consider herself a shy girl, so why did she blush so easily in front of him today? Ultimately, she could only attribute the reason to the fact that he was just too handsome, and happened to be the type of handsome she liked, not the effeminate kind, but the rugged kind full of masculine charm. Sun Jia was not lying. After saying goodbye to Qin Feng, she did indeed return to the side of her two female friends. "Xia Jia, how did it go? I just saw you two take out your phones. Did you add the other person on WeChat?" With such a beautiful woman like Xia Jia involved, she's bound to succeed. Sun Jia's two female friends are both quite good looking. Although they are not as good looking as her, they are about the same level as the girls who were rejected by Qin Feng earlier. They are the kind of pretty girls with above average looks. This proves the saying true: most of the friends of beautiful women are also beautiful women. Faced with the curious and expectant looks of her two friends, Sun Jia took out her phone, opened WeChat, and proudly waved Qin Feng's contact page in front of them. "As expected of our beautiful Xia Jia. I knew you would succeed. Wow, he's such a handsome guy. I think he's even more handsome than those idol male stars on TV. Xia Jia, you'd better hurry up and win him over." Sun Jia hadn't expected her two friends to react even more excitedly than she had. Seeing this, she pretended to be calm and said, "Let's add each other's contact information first and get to know each other. Whether we're compatible or not, we'll have to chat for a while to find out." "You little rascal, Xiao Jia, you dare to play dumb. You weren't like this before you asked for their contact information." "Exactly. You were so eager before, afraid you'd miss out if the other person got too far away." Seeing Sun Jia like this, her two friends didn't tolerate it at all. While teasing her, they started tickling her sore spots, making Sun Jia beg for mercy. The sight of three beautiful women playfully bickering was quite a treat, and it even drew the attention of passing men who couldn't help but stop and steal glances. On the other side, after saying goodbye to the other party, Jin Feng also started looking for a place to eat in the mall. He no longer needs to worry about money. The millions in his account allow him to eat whatever he wants. However, after browsing through the food court in the mall, he ultimately chose to eat at a restaurant specializing in Kaifeng cuisine. That's right, it's that fast food brand where the average cost is only 20 or 30 yuan. If you were to ask him why he made this choice, his answer would probably be that it was to fulfill a dream he once had. Having grown up in an orphanage, he never had the chance to eat luxuries like fried chicken and hamburgers. When he was very young, he would stand outside the glass window of a KFC restaurant and watch children his age drinking cola and eating hamburgers and fried chicken with their parents, while he could only go back to the orphanage and eat steamed buns and porridge. Back then, he had already made a dream in his heart. When he grew up and had money, he would definitely go to KFC and eat his fill. Now, his childhood dream can finally come true. As Jin Feng sat in the Kaifeng cuisine restaurant, picking up the hamburger and fried chicken in front of him and eating to his heart's content, what he was thinking was that from now on, he would bid farewell to his past life completely. From this day forward, he will bid farewell to poverty forever. From this day forward, Jin Feng will enjoy his future life to the fullest. Chapter 9: Chu Qingxin's Predicament. Girls' Dormitory at Jinling University. Chu Qingxin sat in her seat, looking somewhat dazed. Just now, she received a call from her mother. Her father was about to pass away and urgently needed surgery. If it was delayed any longer, he might leave this world. However, the surgery is extremely expensive. The initial cost is 800,000 yuan, and top international surgeons need to be invited to perform the surgery. Including subsequent expenses, at least 1.5 million yuan is needed to save her father's life. To raise the money, she worked part-time at dance training centers when she wasn't in class, teaching children to dance, and tutoring at home in the evenings if she had time. It's fair to say she's used every spare moment she could, trying every possible way to earn money for her father's surgery. However, compared to the exorbitant cost of surgery, her earning speed was still too slow. In the past, the family's savings had been almost exhausted in order to support her dance studies and hire famous teachers. Now, her father, who is the breadwinner of the family, has been hospitalized with a brain tumor, plunging this already poor family of three into the brink of despair. Chu Qingxin sat motionless in her seat for a good 10 minutes before suddenly getting up and taking a book from the shelf in front of her, as if she had made up her mind. She opened the book and took out a business card. The card read, Royal Supreme Music Hall, Manager Zhao Chunhua, along with an 11-digit mobile phone number. This was given to her a few months ago when she was shopping with her roommate by a middle-aged woman who was dressed in rich clothes and looked fashionable. The other party claimed to be the manager of a high-end KTV, who happened to be shopping nearby. He saw that she was beautiful and perfectly matched their store's recruitment requirements, and hoped to have the opportunity to cooperate. According to her, working at their shop, one could easily earn several thousand yuan in a single night, and if lucky, even tens of thousands of yuan. Although Chu Qingxin was simple-minded and had never been exposed to these things, she had studied at university for a year and had learned some related information from her roommates. According to her roommates, a girl from the class next to theirs did this job, and she knew that girl. The clothes she wore, the bag she carried, and the cosmetics she used were all very expensive. Any one of them was something that an average college student couldn't afford with several months' worth of living expenses. However, Chu Qingxin was not a gold digger, nor did she want to sell herself to make quick money. She never had high demands for material life. She just wanted to finish university and find a stable job, preferably in a state-run arts troupe. She refused without hesitation, not wanting the business card at all. However, the other party persisted, offering a string of persuasive words, saying that even if she didn't need the money now, she might need it someday, and keeping the business card was a form of insurance, so she could contact her directly if she ever needed money. Chu Qingxin was never good at refusing others, and what the other person said seemed to make some sense, so she inexplicably kept the business card. She never expected that in just a few months, her family would undergo such a dramatic change. Her father, who was the pillar of the family, suddenly fell ill. Her mother, who was already in poor health, not only had to take care of her father full-time, but also had to find ways to borrow money from all over the place to pay for the hospital bills. The immense economic pressure quickly overwhelmed this small family. No, I absolutely cannot let anything happen to Dad. Looking at the business card in her hand, Chu Qingxin, after a fierce internal struggle, finally chose to compromise. She was willing to make any sacrifice to save her father's life. Drop. Chu Qingxin took out her phone and dialed the number on the business card. After a busy signal, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? A middle-aged woman's voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Hello, Manager Zhao, my name is Chu Qingxin. A few months ago, you met me on the street and gave me your business card. You said I could call you if I needed money. Chu Qingxin said all of this in one breath. After she finished speaking, she seemed to have lost all her strength and slumped into the chair, waiting for her fate to decide. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunhua on the other end of the phone remained silent for a moment, seemingly recalling what had happened a few months ago. Soon, she connected the caller's name with the image of the beautiful girl in her memory. Oh, it's you. Zhao Chunhua's tone seemed to carry a hint of a smile. She had a deep impression of Chu Qingxin. After all, it was hard to find even one or two girls in their shop who could compare to her in terms of beauty. Therefore, she could even be considered shameless as to ask the young girl for her business card. She hadn't had high hopes for this matter to begin with. After all, it would be easy for such a pretty girl to make money, and since the other party hadn't contacted her for several months, she had almost forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, she received a call from the other party today, which was a pleasant surprise for her. Such a beautiful girl, if properly nurtured, will undoubtedly become the star attraction of their shop. After a brief conversation, and learning that the other party urgently needed to make money, Zhao Chunhua readily offered an olive branch. Can you come to our store before 7 p.m. tonight? I can reimburse you for all your taxi fare. Yes, I will be there on time, Chu Qingxin nodded through gritted teeth. She knew that if she just nodded, her life would undergo a dramatic change. However, she had no choice. Her life had already changed the moment her father fell ill. That night, Chu Qingxin greeted her roommates, saying that she would be going out to tutor students that evening and might be back late, so they shouldn't worry. Immediately afterwards, she walked out of the dormitory with a cute little bag slung over her shoulder, hailed a taxi at the school gate, and told the driver that her destination was the Royal Supreme Concert Hall. The driver naturally knew what kind of place it was. Looking at Chu Qingxin, who had an outstanding appearance and a pure temperament, through the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a beautiful young girl, what a pity. Chapter 10: The Second Meeting with the School Beauty. 8 p.m. The bustling city of Nanjing began to enter its vibrant nightlife. As one of the most prestigious high-end business KTVs in Nanjing, Royal Supreme Music Club has attracted a loyal group of wealthy consumers. Although it was still early, only 8 o'clock, there were already quite a few luxury cars parked in front of the Royal Supreme Music Hall. Cars like those from BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi are just the most common ones. Even sports cars like Porsche and Maserati would be inconspicuous among a bunch of luxury cars in a parking lot. In this environment filled with luxury cars, a red taxi came to a steady stop at the entrance of the club. Immediately afterwards, a young man with a handsome appearance comparable to an idol star, wearing Armani clothes worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, whose wealth was immediately apparent, stepped out of the back seat. Upon seeing this, a male waiter responsible for greeting guests at the entrance immediately went up to them, bowed respectfully, and then politely asked, "Hello, esteemed guest, do you have a reservation? Can't we go in without a reservation?" Qin Feng asked calmly. Of course not. Upon hearing this, the waiter's heart tightened, and he quickly shook his head in denial. In their line of work, service attitude is the most important factor. If you upset a customer, you can expect to be fired. In that case, lead the way, Qin Feng nodded slightly and instructed. Please come in, sir. Upon seeing this, the waiter immediately extended his hand and led the way for Qin Feng. The club's interior was very luxurious. As Qin Feng walked along, he frequently saw sexy hostesses and drunken customers with their arms around their slender waists. It was his first time in such a place, and he found it quite novel. Soon, he was led by a waiter to a luxuriously decorated private room. The sofas and sound equipment used for singing were worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, all to ensure that customers could have a comfortable experience while singing. Sir, please have a seat and wait a moment. The ladies will be here shortly. The waiter who led the way bowed to Qin Feng, then turned and left the private room to wait at the entrance to greet the next customer. At the same time, in the dressing room backstage of the club, more than 20 young and beautiful girls were sitting at their respective dressing tables, carefully putting on their makeup. Among them was Chu Qingxin. Half an hour ago, she took a taxi from school to this place as agreed over the phone. Manager Zhao Chunhua warmly welcomed her and gave her a brief introduction to the club and the benefits she could enjoy working here. According to the other party, with her looks, she could enjoy the highest level of salary here, which is a basic salary of 5,000 yuan per night. In addition, if she could get the guests in the private room to consume more drinks, she could also get a commission on the sales of drinks. In addition, if you're lucky enough to encounter a generous customer, you might even receive a substantial tip. All of this can add up to over 10,000 yuan in income in one night. Of course, good looks alone are not enough in this place. You must be able to provide enough emotional value to your guests so that they have fun and enjoy themselves to the fullest. According to manager Zhao Chunhua, there have been instances before where girls, relying on their good looks, would act rudely towards customers and cause unpleasant situations. The final outcome, of course, was that they were fired. Therefore, making money here is not an easy thing. Zhao Chunhua didn't say much more to her, only telling her that the trial period here was 1 week. If she can do a good job within this week, she can stay. If she can't, she can just pay her bill and leave. Girls, come with me, we have guests. Manager Zhao Chunhua appeared at the door of the dressing room, clapped her hands, and called out to the women inside. Upon hearing this, the women stopped what they were doing, got up, and walked towards the door. Chu Qingxin had already heard Zhao Chunhua's explanation when she arrived. They were going to the private room for the guests to inspect and select girls. The selected girls would stay in the private room to sing with the guests, which meant that the basic salary of 5,000 yuan would be in their pockets tonight. If you are not selected by any customer throughout the night, you will not receive a single penny during the trial period. After the probationary period, girls who sign a formal contract will receive a guaranteed monthly salary. If their performance exceeds the guaranteed salary, they will receive performance-based pay. If they receive only the guaranteed salary for 3 consecutive months, they will face the risk of being fired. However, manager Zhao Chunhua also said that with her looks, there is absolutely no need to worry about such things, and there will definitely be customers who choose to keep her. This is your first appearance, so do your best. I'll be introducing you to the guests later, so don't embarrass me. As they walked out of the dressing room in line, Zhao Chunhua whispered this in Chu Qingxin's ear. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxin felt a pang of bitterness, but she still softly replied, "Thank you for your care, manager." Seeing how sensible she was, Zhao Chunhua couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking, she's a promising student. Soon, the group of beautiful young women arrived at the door of a private room under Zhao Chunhua's guidance. Zhao Chunhua knocked on the door and, after receiving permission from the guests inside, opened the door and led the women inside. Chu Qingxin followed the girl in front into the private room, and then saw an exceptionally handsome young man sitting on the sofa in the middle. She was certain that this was the first time she had ever seen such a handsome man in real life, but she never expected it to be under these circumstances. "Hello, esteemed guest. Let me introduce you. The girls on my left are all paid 8,000, the girls on my right are all paid 9,000, and the girls next to me are all paid 10,000. I also need to introduce you to this girl who just joined our shop today. She hasn't been on stage yet, and this is her first time showing her face here." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Chunhua turned her head and gave Chu Qingxin a look, signaling her to step forward and greet the guests. Having understood the meaning behind Zhao Chunhua's gaze, Chu Qingxin immediately stepped forward, bowed slightly to the young man sitting on the sofa in front of her, and said, "Hello, distinguished guest, my name is Xinxin." After saying that, she felt her cheeks turn bright red with shame, and immediately buried her face in her hands, not daring to look the other person in the eye. At this moment, she was wearing a sexy bodycon mini skirt, with a pair of straight and slender legs encased in smooth black stockings. Her already nearly 1.7 meter height, combined with 7 centimeter high heels, made her even more alluring. These clothes were all provided by the store, since she herself didn't own any clothes of this style. Chapter 11 Supreme Package. Xin Feng never expected that he would meet Chu Qingxin, the campus belle of Jinling University and a sophomore in the dance department, in such a setting. When he left school in the morning, he happened to witness the commotion caused by Chu Qingxin passing by the school gate, and he also happened to hear some personal information about her from the senior next to him. He was in a hurry to sign in, so he only glanced at her a few times in the crowd. But a top beauty is a top beauty. Even though Qin Feng only glanced at her a few times, he still remembered her appearance immediately. Qin Feng recognized Chu Qingxin when Zhao Chunhua introduced her. When Chu Qingxin stepped forward to speak, he was even more certain of her identity. "Let's choose her." Qin Feng pointed at Chu Qingxin. Seeing this, the other girls present couldn't help but show regret. The guest in front of them was a rare handsome man. They would probably be willing to pay to drink and sing with him. Unfortunately, the other party didn't take a liking to them, but instead took a liking to the girl who had just arrived. They didn't have much to say about it. After all, the new girl was indeed beautiful, and her pure and innocent temperament made her look like a delicate little white flower. Let alone men, even women like them would be willing to choose such a beautiful girl to be with them. When Qin Feng chose to keep Chu Qingxin, manager Zhao Chunhua had already expected it. In all her years in this line of work, she's rarely met a girl as beautiful as Chu Qingxin. If it weren't for an unexpected family crisis that left her desperately in need of money, someone with her looks and demeanor would never have chosen to work in a place like this. After waving her hand to signal the unsuccessful girls to return to the dressing room, Zhao Chunhua picked up a drinks menu from the coffee table and approached Qin Feng with a smile, asking, "What would you like to drink, esteemed guest? Our latest drinks packages are quite good, would you like to try them?" As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly turned her head and gestured to Chu Qingxin, who was standing behind her, to sit down next to her and help her promote the drinks. Ideally, we should be able to sell a more expensive package, so that everyone can get more commission. Chu Qingxin took Zhao Chunua's signal, gritted her teeth, and plopped down next to Qin Feng. However, having never had such close contact with a man before, she subconsciously kept a distance and was too embarrassed to get completely close. Seeing this, Zhao Chunhua couldn't help but feel anxious and annoyed. How could you possibly make the customers happy like this? How could you possibly sell the drinks? However, since Qin Feng was present, she couldn't directly offer any advice. She could only think to herself that after tonight's match was over, she would definitely teach him how to maximize his advantages. Just give me the most expensive set meal. Qin Feng's words brought Zhao Chunhua back to her senses after she had been lost in thought. Okay, esteemed guest, I'll arrange for a waiter to serve you your drinks right away. A look of delight appeared on her face, knowing that she had encountered a generous customer who didn't even ask the price and ordered the most expensive set meal in their restaurant. After saying this, she immediately turned and left the private room to arrange for someone to serve drinks. However, before leaving, she secretly gave Chu Qingxin a look, indicating that she must take good care of this guest. After Zhao Chunhua left, only Qin Feng and Chu Qingxin remained in the luxurious private room. Why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Seeing that Chu, the school beauty, was sitting almost 20 or 30 centimeters away from him, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and say something. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxin couldn't help but move her bottom a few times shyly, shortening the distance between herself and Qin Feng by more than 10 centimeters, but there was still a little distance between them. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He then reached out and put his arm around the other person's waist, giving him a tight hug and pulling him into his arms. He was no gentleman, especially in this situation, with a beautiful woman in front of him. He would not pretend to be reserved or put on a hypocritical and righteous face. His current life motto is to indulge himself and do whatever he wants. Chu Qingxin was startled by Qin Feng's sudden intimate gesture. She instinctively wanted to resist, but when she remembered the role she was playing, she did not reach out to resist him, but silently chose to accept it. Since she wants to make money, she needs to adapt to this kind of situation as soon as possible, otherwise, she definitely won't be able to stay in this place any longer. After embracing her, Qin Feng made no further moves, but simply sniffed the faint fragrance emanating from the beauty in his arms. This delicate atmosphere lasted for a moment, and then there was another knock on the door outside the private room. His drink package had just arrived. Immediately after he gave permission for the people outside to enter, 4 staff members dressed in white shirts walked in together, dragging a huge tray. On the tray was a bottle of expensive whiskey, surrounded by other drinks, snacks, and decorative items such as small lamps. Thank you for choosing our premium set menu, esteemed guest. You are truly generous. 4 waiters carrying trays, and 4 pretty waitresses following closely behind them, stood in a row in front of Qin Feng and shouted in unison. Before the shout had even faded, the 4 waitresses, who were already prepared, each pulled out a firework from behind their backs and set it off simultaneously. With the sound of the firework, countless colorful confetti rained down on the entire private room. The ceremony wasn't over yet. After the cannon salute, the 4 beautiful waitresses quickly lined up and started dancing in front of Qin Feng. Their dancing skills are very high, it's obvious they've received specialized training. They're almost indistinguishable from girl groups. Coupled with their striking good looks, the entire dance performance was extremely pleasing to the eye. The wine-giving ceremony only truly ended when their dance concluded. Please enjoy your meal, esteemed guest. If you require any assistance, please press the bell to call us. We are always ready to serve you. With a loud shout, the waiters bowed and left the private room. Soon, only Qin Feng and Chu Qingxin remained in the private room. Chapter 12. Be My Woman. Distinguished guest, may I ask your name? Xu Qingxin took a deep breath to calm herself down before taking the initiative to start a conversation with Qin Feng. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked down at the other person's incredibly delicate face and smiled slightly. Mr. Qin, is there any song you'd like to sing? I'll help you choose one. As Xu Qingxin spoke, she took the opportunity to shift her body slightly, seemingly unintentionally freeing herself from Qin Feng's embrace. Since it was her first time doing something like this, she still couldn't quite let go of her inhibitions. Qin Feng naturally saw through this easily, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he nodded slightly and said, I don't have any songs I want to sing. Just pick one you know, and I'll listen to you sing. Hearing this, Xu Qingxin had no choice but to pick a few songs she knew. After all, it would be too awkward for the two of them to just sit there without music to lighten the mood. After Xu Qingxin had chosen her song, Qin Feng said, Don't rush to sing, pour me some wine first. Yes, sir. Xu Qingxin obediently stood up, picked up the whiskey on the coffee table, opened it, and poured a glass for Qin Feng. Just as she was about to sit back down, she heard the other person say, Pour yourself a glass too. Xu Qingxin really wanted to say that she didn't drink alcohol, but when she thought about how she would be working in this kind of place in the future, it would be absolutely impossible not to drink any alcohol at all. So she picked up the bottle and poured herself a little bit, and then poured a lot of other drinks into her glass, making it almost full. Cheers! Qin Feng picked up his wine glass, clinked it with Xu Qingxin's, and then tilted his head back to drink a large gulp. The strong liquor went down his throat and into his stomach, stimulating his brain and making Qin Feng's expression even more unrestrained. After clinking glasses, Xu Qingxin took a small sip. Even with a lot of beverage added, the pungent taste of the whiskey almost made her choke and spit it out. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and swallowed the whiskey in her mouth. She had never drunk alcohol before, but after just a little bit of the mixed wine, her cheeks flushed instantly, and her beautiful eyes gained a hazy and alluring quality that stirred the hearts of anyone who looked at her. Let me sing you a song. Perhaps it was the stimulation of alcohol, or perhaps it was the immense pressure she had been under lately, or perhaps she wanted to deliberately vent her pent-up emotions, but after picking up the microphone and singing only a few lines, tears involuntarily streamed down Xu Qingxin's face. Just then, a slender, fair hand reached out from the side and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Seeing this, Xu Qingxin felt a warmth in her heart. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she heard the other person ask, Senior Chu, why are you crying? Senior Sister Chu? Upon hearing those three words, Xu Qingxin was completely stunned. She had clearly not mentioned that her surname was Chu, so how did the other person know her surname? With the title Senior Sister, she instantly realized that the young Mr. Qin in front of her knew her before, and was most likely her classmate. Although she was prepared, she knew she couldn't keep her job a secret forever, just like the girl in the next class. Eventually, it would spread throughout the school. However, she did not expect that on her first day of work, she would run into someone she knew, who was also a classmate from the same school. Shame and panic overwhelmed her, leaving her stunned and unsure how to face Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng took the initiative to explain, I happened to see you when I was registering at the school gate this morning, and I also learned your name from a senior student next to me. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin couldn't help but show a bitter smile. She spoke with difficulty, pleading in an almost begging tone, could you please not tell anyone else about this? I really have my reasons for having to come here to work. Qin Feng did not directly answer her request, but instead asked, can you tell me what your predicament is? Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, okay, I'll tell you. So she told the other party everything about the sudden changes in her family and her father, who was lying in the intensive care unit and urgently needed a large sum of money for surgery. After confiding all these things that she could not tell anyone, Xu Qingxin suddenly felt that the weight on her heart had loosened considerably, at least it was no longer as suffocating as before. How much will your father's surgery cost? Qin Feng asked calmly. The initial surgery will cost at least 800,000 yuan, and with the recovery and rehabilitation costs later on, the total will be at least over 1 million yuan, Xu Qingxin replied with a bitter expression. If given time to save up, she is confident that she can actually save up the money. After all, she can earn quite a bit by teaching children at an after-school dance training center, and with the tutoring fees, she can make about 1,000 yuan a day. If she spends the whole weekend in class, she can earn even more money. If you calculate it that way, she can earn 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. She can save up more than 1 million yuan in about 3 years. However, illness waits for no one, and given her father's current condition, not a single day of delay is acceptable. How much money can you make here in one night? Xin Feng continued to ask. Manager Zhao told me that as long as customers request me every night, I can get a basic salary of 5,000 yuan. In addition, I can also get a commission on the drinks ordered by customers in the private room. Besides that, there may be generous customers who give me some tips. If we add all this money up, and we're lucky, we might get 10,000 yuan, Xu Qingxin answered honestly. Although it costs 10,000 yuan for a customer to order from her, only 5,000 yuan of that amount belongs to her, while the remaining 5,000 yuan goes to the shop. In other words, even if you come to work every night, you can only earn a maximum of 300,000 yuan a month. To earn enough money for your father's surgery, you need to work for at least 4 months, Xin Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin nodded silently. She knew that the other party's calculation was actually overestimating her abilities, because if she were to actually work, she would also need to consider the situations where she would have to take time off during her menstrual period. Sometimes there would be no customers ordering her, and the customers who did order her might not be generous. Be my woman, and I'll give you 400,000 a month. Chapter 13 Wise Decisions. Mr. Qin, you must be joking. Upon hearing Qin Feng's blunt and blatant words, Xu Qingxin's first reaction was anger. Do you think I'm joking? Qin Feng asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin instantly calmed down. Given the economic strength the other party had demonstrated, they might not be joking after all. Seeing that Xu Qingxin remained silent, Qin Feng continued, adding, You just said that your father needs 800,000 yuan for the surgery. I can transfer 1.2 million yuan to you right now as an advance payment for 3 months' worth of expenses. Now, Xu Qingxin was genuinely tempted. The man in front of her was not only handsome but also incredibly wealthy. If she agreed to be his woman, all her current problems would be solved, and her father could even arrange surgery tomorrow. If she refused him, she would probably have to work here for several more months to save enough money. She was lucky to meet such a handsome customer as Qin Feng today, but such luck doesn't come every day. Most of her customers are actually middle-aged men with a very greasy appearance. Drinking with that kind of man will undoubtedly make it much harder for her to overcome her psychological defenses. Xu Qingxin fell into deep thought, and Qin Feng, seeing this, did not urge her. Although he was attracted to the other person's looks, he would never force her to make a decision. He would simply state his conditions and leave the final choice to her. If the other party agrees, that would be the best. But if the other party doesn't agree, he won't have any other thoughts. After all, with his current looks and financial strength, do he need to worry about not finding a beautiful woman? After an unknown amount of time, Xu Qingxin finally spoke. I agree to be your woman. After making this decision, she felt much lighter, and the pressure that had been weighing on her shoulders vanished instantly. A wise decision. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips, and then he reached out and pulled Xu Qingxin into his arms again. This time, although Xu Qingxin still seemed a little nervous, she did not make any move to resist and let Qin Feng do as he pleased. Looking down at the beautiful woman in his arms, so charming and alluring, ready to be taken at will, Qin Feng couldn't resist and leaned down to kiss her. Caught off guard, Xu Qingxin's eyes widened in surprise. This was her first kiss. She gripped Qin Feng's arm tightly, as if it would give her some support. However, as Qin Feng's movements became more and more intense, Xu Qingxin was completely overwhelmed and simply closed her eyes to enjoy it. After an unknown amount of time, their movements gradually became more skilled, and they even kissed each other a little before finally separating completely. Qin Feng let out a heavy sigh, then picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank the wine in it in one gulp. He was really thirsty. Xu Qingxin's eyes were already somewhat glazed over. She stared at the handsome man in front of her, and her feelings for him were quietly undergoing a huge change. Was this your first kiss? Qin Feng looked down at Xu Qingxin and asked with a smile. Xu Qingxin nodded shyly. Actually, you didn't lose out either. That was my first kiss too, Qin Feng said with a smile. What he said was true. Given his past circumstances, he simply didn't have the time or the means to date in high school, so how could any girl have kissed him? However, Xu Qingxin was unaware of this. In her opinion, Qin Feng was so handsome and rich, how could he not have any girls wanting to be with him? She simply thought he was joking with her. Qin Feng could naturally tell what Xu Qingxin was thinking from the expression on her face, but he was too lazy to explain anything. In fact, given his current relationship with Xu Qingxin, he really didn't need to explain anything to her. Tell me your bank account details, and I'll transfer the money to you, Qin Feng said, taking out his phone and nodding to the school beauty in his arms. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin immediately gave out her bank card number. After Qin Feng completed a series of operations on her phone, she quickly received a message from the bank informing her that 1.2 million yuan had been transferred into her account. Upon seeing this message, tears welled up in Chu Qingxin's eyes again. Unlike her previous tears of sadness, this time she was crying because she knew her father could be saved. Thank you. Chu Qingxin looked up at Qin Feng and said gratefully from the bottom of her heart. Don't just thank me verbally, show me some real action. Qin Feng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he stared intently at the other woman's luscious lips and teeth. Seeing this, Chu Qingxin's cheeks flushed, but she did not shy away. Instead, she reached out and hugged Qin Feng tightly, offering him a sweet kiss. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng felt his tongue was almost tired, and only then did he finally separate their mouths with satisfaction. I have only one requirement for my woman, and that is absolute obedience. Do you understand? Qin Feng looked down into the eyes of the beauty in his arms and spoke calmly. However, although his tone was not harsh, it made Chu Qingxin's heart skip a beat. She knew that he was giving her a heads up, making her understand her place. I understand, I will definitely be a good girl and listen to you. Chu Qingxin nestled in Qin Feng's arms and answered obediently. Seeing her attitude, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction once again. Alright, go get the microphone and sing me a song. Qin Feng gently patted the beautiful woman in his arms, gesturing for her to get up. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxin immediately got up and grabbed the microphone from the coffee table. Then, with the background music playing, she sang the song she had just requested. Although Chu Qingxin is a dance student, she also sings quite well. Her nightingale-like voice gives her singing a unique flavor. As Qin Feng listened to the beautiful singing and looked at the other person's almost perfect face, the corners of his mouth involuntarily began to curve upwards. From now on, this beauty, who in his eyes was worthy of a score of over 90, would be his woman. Chapter 14, A Treasure Hunt. Around 10 p.m. After listening to Chu Qingxin sing several songs in the private room, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that she was actually a dancer, so he asked her to dance for him. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxin obediently got up and briefly displayed her dance moves on the open space in front of the coffee table. Watching the beautiful woman before him dance with her almost boneless, delicate body, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He had truly struck gold this time. Even the richest person would probably find it hard to meet a woman as exceptional as Chu Qingxin, especially since she has never had any contact with the opposite sex before, and is as pure and innocent as a snow lotus bud waiting to bloom. Fortunately, he had come to the Royal Supreme Music Hall to sign in today, and fortunately, he had managed to pluck this pure snow lotus before it fell. Qin Feng felt that his luck was truly amazing. After the dance ended, Chu Qingxin looked up at Qin Feng, as if asking if he wanted to see her dance another song. Qin Feng shook his head, stood up, and waved to Chu Qingxin, saying, "Let's go." Walk? Where are you going? Chu Qingxin was a little nervous, but she remembered a sentence Qin Feng had said earlier. He only had one requirement for his woman, which was to be absolutely obedient. So she didn't say anything more, obediently came to Qin Feng's side, took his arm and walked out of the private room. When the two arrived at the front desk, manager Zhao Chunhua quickly stood up and asked, "Distinguished guests, what brings you here?" While asking the question, she also subtly glanced at Chu Qingxin, who was holding Qin Feng's arm, as if asking what was going on. Chu Qingxin did not answer, but instead lowered her head and hugged Qin Feng's arm even tighter. Without realizing it, she had developed a slight dependence on Qin Feng. It's nothing, I just don't want to sing anymore. Let's settle the bill, Qin Feng replied casually. Honorable guest, is there anything you're dissatisfied with regarding our girl service? If so, please feel free to let me know, and I will definitely provide them with rigorous training later. Zhao Chunhua smiled broadly, knowing full well that this gentleman was a very high-quality customer. He didn't even ask the price before ordering their most expensive beverage set meal. The package price is 288,000 yuan. As the manager, she can get a 20% commission, which is nearly 60,000 yuan. Chu Qingxin, as the hostess, can also get a 10% commission. Thinking this, Zhao Chunhua couldn't help but think to herself how lucky Chu Qingxin was to have met such a generous customer on her first day of work. I'm very satisfied with your service, but I'm taking her with me. She won't be working here anymore, Qin Feng said with a smile. VIP, this is not in accordance with the rules. Upon hearing that the other party wanted to take away her top performer whom she was grooming, Zhao Chunhua immediately panicked. She was still planning to heavily promote and package her in the customer group after the other party passed the trial period. At that time, there will definitely be a lot of customers who come to spend money because of Chu Qingxin's outstanding looks. However, Qin Feng replied in a slightly cold tone, rules? As far as I know, this is her first day at work, and she hasn't signed any contract with your store yet. In that case, she is naturally free to choose to leave at any time. Zhao Chunhua had no way to refute Qin Feng's words, and could only look at Chu Qingxin anxiously and ask, Qingxin, are you really leaving? Manager Zhao, thank you for your kindness today, but I really have to go now, Chu Qingxin said firmly, taking a deep breath. Hearing what the parties involved had said, Zhao Chunhua was at a loss. She wanted to persuade Chu Qingxin to stay, but when she saw Chu Qingxin tightly holding Qin Feng's arm, she probably guessed what was going on. With a helpless sigh, she had no choice but to nod and let them go. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng paid the bill for a total of 298,000 yuan, of which 288,000 yuan was for the beverage package and the other 10,000 yuan was for Chu Qingxin's drinking fee. Just as Qin Feng successfully made the payment, the system's voice rang out on time, reminding him that he had successfully checked in and issuing him a check in reward of 2 million yuan. Chu Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her departure was resolved. Then she looked up at Qin Feng and said softly, Darling, can you wait for me for a little while? I'm going to the dressing room to change my clothes. Qin Feng glanced down at her, then smiled and said, This dress is nice, I like it. You don't need to change, just grab your clothes and go. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chu Qingxin's face immediately flushed slightly. The outfit she was wearing was so sexy, a stark contrast to her usual gentle and simple style. She felt a little embarrassed to walk out in it. But this outfit belongs to the store, Chu Qingxin explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunhua, who was standing nearby, quickly interjected, It's alright, I can decide to give you this outfit. This outfit only costs a few hundred yuan, while Qin Feng, this big customer, just spent nearly 300,000 yuan. What's a mere outfit to him? You heard that, right? This dress was a gift for you. Qin Feng smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction at manager Zhao Chunhua's initiative in offering the dress. The person who can become the manager of such a large club must have some skill in interpersonal relationships. Seeing this, Chu Qingxin had no choice but to obediently nod, Okay, then I won't change. I'll go to the back to get my own clothes and then leave. A moment later, Chu Qingxin came out again carrying a bag containing her own clothes. Before leaving, manager Zhao Chunhua wisely paid Chu Qingxin her wages for the day according to the previously agreed terms, a basic salary of 5,000 yuan and a commission of 28,000 yuan for drinks, totaling 33,000 yuan. Chapter 15 Bulgari Hotel. After Qin Feng walked out of the Royal Supreme Music Hall with Chu Qingxin's arm around her waist, he hailed a taxi right at the entrance. After getting in the car, he told the driver that the destination was the Bulgari Hotel. The driver naturally knew what level of consumption that place was. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw that Qin Feng was young and handsome, and the girl in his arms was as beautiful as a fairy. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how could the difference between people be so huge? He couldn't even dream of what the other person's life would be like. Half an hour later, the taxi came to a smooth stop in front of the Bulgari Hotel in the city center. Before Qin Feng could even open the door himself, a hotel waiter came forward to open the door for him and very considerately reached out to shield his head. Thanks. Qin Feng nodded slightly to the other party to express his gratitude politely, and then led Chu Qingxin out of the car. The young waiter was genuinely touched that Qin Feng, a customer who looked quite wealthy, had taken the initiative to thank him. He quickly replied, You're welcome, sir. It's what I should do. He then enthusiastically led the way, guiding the two to the hotel's front desk. Chu Qingxin already knew where they were going from Qin Feng's conversation with the driver when she got into the car. It was her first time staying at a hotel with a man, and she knew very well what that meant. So her face was flushed the whole way, as if she were drunk. Hotel front desk. Please give me a presidential suite, Qin Feng said, nodding slightly to the receptionist at the hotel who was handling check-in. As the receptionist of such a high-end hotel, this receptionist's appearance was naturally excellent. Even if Qin Feng were to rate her, he would give her around 75 points. However, compared to Chu Qingxin, whom he was holding in his arms at the moment and who could score over 90 points, his appearance seemed far too ordinary. The receptionist looked at Qin Feng's young and handsome face, paused for a moment, then quickly came to her senses and said, Sir, the price for one night in our presidential suite is 88,800. How would you like to pay? 88,800 yuan a night? What kind of hotel is so expensive? Upon hearing this incredibly surprising price, Chu Qingxin couldn't help but subconsciously open her mouth slightly. You have to understand, she almost sold herself to raise the 800,000 yuan needed for her father's initial surgery. However, even if she spent all of that 800,000 yuan, it would only be enough to stay here for 9 nights. This huge sense of disparity undoubtedly dealt a profound blow to her outlook on life and values. Just swipe your card. Qin Feng no longer feels that way. Money is just a number to him now. With the help of the system, he has more money than he can spend. Sure enough, after successfully paying the room fee for tonight, the system notification arrived as scheduled, reminding him that he had successfully checked in and rewarding him with another 2 million yuan. Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden sign in reward and obtaining the indestructible kidney. This unexpected joy made Qin Feng incredibly excited, and he couldn't wait to try out his new kidney. After taking the room key from the receptionist, Qin Feng led Chu Qingxin, whose cheeks were flushed, into the elevator. As the two figures gradually disappeared into the elevator, the receptionist couldn't help but sigh with regret. This customer is really handsome and so rich. If it weren't for the beautiful girl with him, she would definitely try to get to know him. Unfortunately, she had no chance of competing with that girl who looked like an angel. Whether it was looks, temperament, or figure, the other girl completely overwhelmed her. Qin Feng's presidential suite was on the top floor of the hotel. After arriving at the top floor, the elevator doors opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a suit vest and with his hair neatly combed back was already waiting outside. Hello sir, I am your personal butler, Pete. Please feel free to tell me any requests you may have. I will do everything I can to solve your problems and serve you at all times. The middle-aged butler, who called himself Pete, introduced himself and, with great tact, reached out and took the bag of clothes from Chu Qingxin's hand. Take us to our room first, Qin Feng said. Yes, sir, please follow me. Led by the butler Pete, Qin Feng and his companion arrived at their room. Pushing open the door, the first thing that catches the eye is the huge and transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Standing in front of the window, you can see most of Nanjing from above. The sense of conquest and satisfaction brought by this perspective is something that many hotels cannot provide. Walking from the living room inwards, there are a series of functional rooms such as a study, gym, massage room, and changing room. These rooms are all quite large, totaling at least 200 or 300 square meters. Including the largest living room and bedroom, the total area of the presidential suite is probably over 600 square meters. Under the guidance of the butler, Pete, Qin Feng got a general understanding of the functions of the entire suite. Then he looked at Pete and said, "All right, you can go and rest now. I'll call you if I need anything." "Yes, sir, I'm at your service." Butler Pete knew the other man was about to rest, so he tactfully turned and left. After he left, the suite became a private world for Qin Feng and Chu Qingxin. Qin Feng's burning gaze first fell on Chu Qingxin's delicate and flawless face, then swept up and down, lingering for a moment on her chest, her black stockinged legs, and her pert buttocks. Feeling the intense gaze that almost melted her, Chu Qingxin couldn't help but hug herself tightly. Her delicate and pitiful expression was like that of a little white rabbit completely exposed to a big bad wolf, powerless to resist. I'll go take a shower first, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I'll shower with you. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng had already stepped forward, picked her up by the waist, and carried her into the bathroom in a princess carry. At this point, Chu Qingxin completely gave up resisting, letting Qin Feng hold her and burying her head deeply in his chest. Chapter 16 Love Grows Stronger. A night of dancing of fish and dragons. The next morning, Qin Feng slept until nearly 10 o'clock before waking up. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, who looked like a sleeping beauty, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The indestructible kidneys rewarded by the system were indeed powerful. Last night, he was incredibly brave and invincible, just like the famous ancient General Zhao Zilong. He charged in and out 7 times. If Chu Qingshui hadn't been inexperienced and couldn't withstand his onslaught, he felt he could have fought for at least another hour. Without disturbing Chu Qingxin, who was still asleep, Qin Feng got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then, wearing a set of high-end silk pajamas from the hotel, he went to the sofa in the living room. There was a landline phone on the coffee table next to the sofa. He picked it up and dialed. After a busy signal, the call was instantly connected, and the voice of Pete, his 24-hour personal butler, came through. "Hello Mr. Qin, how can I help you?" "Bring lunch to my room in another hour and a half. It should be a Chinese-style meal for 2. You can decide on the specific dishes," Qin Feng instructed. "Yes, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away." Butler Pete readily agreed, then paused slightly before asking, "Would you like a bottle of red wine to accompany your meal?" Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, then let's get another bottle of red wine, something a bit higher end." What do you think of the 2019 La fight? Pete recommended.
Okay, Xin Feng nodded casually in agreement.
To be honest, he knows nothing about red wine. The whiskey he drank last night was the first time he had ever tasted foreign liquor, and the La fight he is drinking now is the first time he has ever tasted red wine. But that doesn't matter. In the future, he will be able to afford these expensive drinks normally, and after drinking them a few more times, he will naturally become an expert. After ordering lunch, Xin Feng randomly picked out a book that interested him from the bookshelf in the study, and then began to read it with great interest on the sofa in the living room. This is an introductory book on economics that explains in detail the enormous driving force that money can exert in society from both macro and micro perspectives. Xin Feng's university major was international economics, so he did gain some insights from reading it.
Knowledge can enhance a person's cognitive level, so even though he is no longer short of money, he has no intention of falling behind in his studies. He doesn't want to end up as a nouveau riche with money but no knowledge, even though he is a top student who got into Jinling University based on his own abilities.
An hour later, the exhausted Chu Qingxin woke up.
When she saw that she was the only one left on the incredibly comfortable bed, she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She was terrified that everything that had happened last night was just a dream. She got out of bed, pushed open the door, and went to look for it. However, she had only taken a few steps when a sudden sharp pain in her lower body almost made her fall to the ground. Fortunately, a pair of strong arms caught her in time, preventing her from falling. "I thought you'd abandon me," Chu Qingxin said, looking at Xin Feng's handsome face with a slightly aggrieved tone.
"You're my little darling. I spend 400,000 yuan a month to raise you. How could I bear to abandon you?"
Xin Feng smiled as he picked her up and carried her to the sofa in the living room, then sat down while still holding her in his arms. At this moment, Chu Qingxin had completely accepted Xin Feng's existence, both physically and mentally. She hugged Xin Feng's neck tightly and murmured softly, "Please don't leave me." Upon hearing this, Xin Feng was slightly taken aback, then smiled, leaned down to kiss the other person, and whispered, "As long as you behave, I will not leave you."
Yes, I will definitely be obedient."
Chu Qingxin nodded in response, her cheeks slightly flushed.
"I believe you can do it. After all, I was very satisfied with your performance last night."
Xin Feng looked down at the slightly shy beauty in his arms, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. As expected of someone who studies dance, their flexibility is simply amazing. Last night, he truly got to appreciate a lot of beautiful poses. Hearing Xin Feng say that, Chu Qingxin's cheeks flushed even more. She had never imagined that she would have such a crazy side. However, as long as the man in front of her is happy, that's all that matters. She has now devoted herself entirely to him, and she's willing to do anything as long as he's happy.
After another tender moment on the sofa, Xin Feng suddenly asked, "How is your father doing now?" "I transferred the money to my mom last night, and she sent me a message this morning saying that my dad can have the surgery this afternoon," Chu Qingxin replied. She paused slightly, looked at Xin Feng's face, and continued sincerely, "Thank you, darling. I really don't know what I would have done without you."
Although the way the two established their relationship was not so innocent, Xin Feng's appearance did indeed help Chu Qingxin overcome this difficult time and save her father's life.
"Didn't your mother ask you where this money came from?" Xin Feng asked curiously.
"She asked, and I told her I borrowed the money from my boyfriend and would pay him back gradually," Chu Qingxin replied.
Then, she looked at Xin Feng nervously and asked, "Honey, you won't mind if I tell my mom you're my boyfriend, will you?"
She knew that, given her current relationship with Xin Feng, she had no right to call herself his girlfriend.
"Of course not."
Xin Feng gently stroked her hair and said with a smile, "I still stand by what I said. As long as you behave well, I can give you that title."
"Darling, you're so kind,"
Chu Qingxin said, feeling touched. She never expected that, given their relationship, he would still be willing to give her the title of girlfriend. She was already very content with him doing that. But Xin Feng was thinking that he wasn't limited to having only one girlfriend, he could have as many girlfriends as he wanted.
However, he has very strict requirements for his girlfriend. Not just any girl is qualified to be his girlfriend.
Chu Qingxin was indeed beautiful and obedient, which made him very fond of her, and that's why he was willing to give her such a title. "I'll transfer another 500,000 yuan to you later for spending money. You can keep it to buy some pretty clothes and cosmetics," Xin Feng said casually.
Chu Qingxin is not actually a materialistic woman.
If she hadn't been forced into it, she wouldn't have gone to work at a place like the Royal Supreme Music Hall. She felt that since she had already received 400,000 yuan a month from Xin Feng as its sugar baby fee, she shouldn't continue to take money from him. However, before she could refuse, Qin Feng continued, "This money isn't for you to spend, it's for me to spend. I don't want my woman to embarrass me when I take her out because she's not pretty enough, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin had no choice but to nod and accept the money. At the same time, her love for Qin Feng grew even stronger.
Chapter 17. Can I come to you? Ding dong.
"Sir, your order has arrived." At 11:30 a.m. sharp, the butler, Pete, rang the doorbell and, after receiving Qin Feng's permission, pushed a food cart into the suite. The food cart is filled with beautifully presented Chinese dishes that are both delicious and fragrant, and there is a wide variety of hot and cold dishes, as well as meat and vegetarian options. Pete professionally laid out the cutlery on the table and arranged the dishes neatly before pulling out chairs and inviting Qin Feng and his companion to sit down. "Mr. Qin, this is a lunch prepared for you by the hotel's best Chinese chef, as per your request. We hope you and Miss Chu will enjoy it," said Pete, the butler, with a slight bow. Qin Feng picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of braised pigeon meat and put it in his mouth. Instantly, the succulent and tender meat juices soaked into his entire mouth. "It tastes good." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "I'm glad you're satisfied," Pete replied with a smile. Seeing this, Xu Qingxin, who was sitting opposite, also picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pigeon meat, and put it in her mouth. As the pigeon meat, which was exuding a rich aroma, went down into her stomach, her eyes lit up. So delicious. Seeing that the two had already started eating, Pete quickly picked up the bottle of red wine on the food cart and bowed to ask, "Mr. Qin, shall we open this bottle for you now?" "Open it and pour it in." Qin Feng nodded. Then, Pete took out a beautifully crafted corkscrew and opened the wine bottle with a very professional touch. As the bright red wine was poured into the glass, a faint aroma gradually filled the room. "Sir, madam, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, please feel free to call me. I'll be waiting at the door." The butler, Pete, poured a glass of red wine for each of them, bowed, and then pushed the food cart away temporarily, leaving Qin Feng and his companion ample space and freedom to dine. This kind of luxurious life was something Xu Qingxin had never experienced before. Although she was beautiful, the environment she grew up in was not much different from that of ordinary people. After Qin Feng took her to this high-end hotel last night, it could be said that he had let her come into contact with a world she had never been in contact with before. Perhaps because she was too tired last night and hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, Xu Qingxin ate a few more bites than usual when faced with a table full of delicious food. She studied dance and had very strict requirements for maintaining her figure, but she did indulge a little during today's meal. After she finished eating and put down her chopsticks, she realized that she had eaten too much and couldn't help but pout, showing a cute look of annoyance. Now she'll have to diet for several more meals to burn off all the extra calories she ate today. Compared to her, Qin Feng had no worries at all. His figure was given to him by the system, so no matter how much he indulged in eating, he would not get fat or out of shape. After enjoying his meal, Qin Feng picked up a napkin and wiped the grease off his mouth with satisfaction. "I have to go back to school this afternoon for my first class meeting of the semester, and I can take you back to your dorm while I'm at it," he said to Xu Qingxin. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin instantly realized that she was about to be temporarily separated from the other person. For some reason, she felt inexplicably sad and reluctant to part. Even though she had only known the other person for less than a day, and even though their relationship wasn't exactly pure, she had developed a deep dependence on him in such a short time. "Can I come to see you when I'm at school?" she asked, mustering her courage. "What? You already can't bear to part with me even though we haven't separated yet?" Qin Feng asked, looking at the other person with a playful expression. Xu Qingxin did not avoid the question, but instead raised her head and met Qin Feng's gaze, nodding shyly to admit that she was indeed somewhat reluctant to part with him. Seeing her so delicate and charming, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel tempted. He simply stood up, picked Xu Qingxin up from the chair, and carried her towards the bedroom, just as a post-dinner exercise. Xu Qingxin's cheeks flushed, and she wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck, burying her head deeply in his chest. Unlike the nervousness of last night, she felt more anticipation in her heart at this moment. Around 2 p.m., Qin Feng looked at the time on his phone and figured it was about time to leave. He and Xu Qingxin got out of bed, dressed, and left the suite. When checking out, Qin Feng paid an extra 30,000 yuan for the meal, of which the bottle of Lafite wine accounted for more than 20,000 yuan. However, for Qin Feng, this was just a small amount of money, and he was quite satisfied with his lunch. After leaving the hotel, Qin Feng didn't hail a taxi. Instead, he took Xu Qingxin directly to a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class van parked at the entrance. This is a car that the hotel arranged specifically for him. I must say, the service at this high-end hotel is truly impeccable. Sitting in the back of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Chu Qingxin nestled obediently in Xin Feng's arms, just like a little accessory to him. Xin Feng gently stroked the other person's head, but what he was thinking was that he should probably buy a car. Having his own car would definitely be much more convenient. He could go wherever he wanted whenever he wanted, unlike now when he had to wait for a taxi because sometimes he couldn't get one. However, there is one small problem: he doesn't have a driver's license and can't drive at all. Why aren't car dealerships among the locations the system suggests for check-in? Do I have to upgrade to level 2 before they'll be available? Xin Feng wondered to himself, somewhat helplessly. He had this idea because he figured that, given the system's nature, if it opened up car dealerships as check-in locations for him, it would likely give him hidden rewards like driving skills after he successfully checked in. Chapter 18: Returning to School. The main gate of Jinling University. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan slowly pulled up to the side of the road. Immediately, the middle-aged driver, wearing white gloves and a black suit, quickly pushed open the car door and respectfully opened the door from the outside. To be honest, compared to a top university like Jinling University, a mere $1 million luxury car is nothing special. It's the kind of car that few people would even glance at if it were parked on the roadside. However, the situation is slightly different when the driver is a chauffeur. After all, wealthy people who can afford to have chauffeurs are obviously a level above ordinary rich people. Therefore, when the students walking by saw the scene, they all slowed down a bit, wondering about the identity of the person sitting in the back row. When they saw Xin Feng step out of the car, there were a few gasps of surprise from the crowd. So handsome. My God, how is this any different from the domineering CEO character in the novels I love to read? Is that a celebrity I don't recognize? He's so handsome. It was obvious that those who made those exclamations were all girls. The next second, when Chu Qingxin took Xin Feng's hand and stepped out of the car, there were even more gasps from the crowd, including some from the boys. Holy crap, isn't that Chu Qingxin, our school's most beautiful girl? No way? Are you sure you're not mistaken? What's she doing here? And isn't she supposed to be single? Brother, I'm absolutely sure I'm not mistaken. It really is Chu, the campus belle. Wow, this is huge news. School beauty Chu got out of the same car with a handsome guy, and they were even holding hands. As a well-known campus belle at Jinling University, Chu Qingxin was recognized by many students as soon as she got off the car. Hearing those exclamations, even she, who was usually very reserved, blushed slightly. I didn't expect you to have so many admirers at school. Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh and tease when he saw this. No, they just know me, they're not my admirers. Chu Qingxin quickly explained, afraid that Xin Feng might be unhappy. No need to explain, I'm overjoyed that my woman is so charming, Xin Feng said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. After saying that, he ignored the astonished looks from those around him, reached out and put his arm around Chu Qingxin's waist and walked into the school. This immediately intensified the astonishment in the eyes of the surrounding crowd. Just as Xin Feng was walking Chu Qingxin back to her dormitory, the news that the school beauty Chu Qingxin had a rich and handsome boyfriend quickly spread throughout the campus. Qingxin, who was that guy who brought you back just now? Is he your new boyfriend? Qingxin, I just heard from my friend that she saw you get out of $1 million Mercedes-Benz at the school gate, and that car even had a driver. Is your boyfriend's family extremely wealthy? How did you two meet? You didn't come home last night, did you spend the whole night with him? As soon as Chu Qingxin returned to her dormitory, her 3 roommates immediately surrounded her, chattering and asking her a barrage of questions out of curiosity. It wasn't that they were gossiping, rather, they had been roommates with Chu Qingxin for a whole year and knew all about this goddess-like alumna. Although she is beautiful and has many suitors at school, she has never been involved in any scandals with any boys, which shows that she is very self-disciplined. However, this time, she was escorted back to her dormitory in such an intimate manner, with a boy holding her waist in full view of everyone, which was a very rare thing. Leaving aside the fact that Chu Qingxin was being interrogated by her curious roommates in the dormitory, Xin Feng, after dropping her off at her dormitory, found the classroom for their class meeting according to the information sent by the counselor. The classroom was almost full by then. Most of the students were sitting in small groups, mostly from their dormitories. There were also a few outgoing and sociable students who were chatting with everyone. Xin Feng's entrance caused quite a stir in the classroom. His current looks, comparable to those of an idol male star, made him the focus of the class instantly. Both girls and boys were staring at him. Qin Feng had long since gotten used to these scrutinizing gazes, so he didn't care at all and simply found an empty seat to sit down.
Dude, how did you get such a handsome face?
As soon as Qin Feng sat down, a boy took the initiative to come over and chat with him enthusiastically. Qin Feng looked up at the other person and found that the other person was not bad looking. Although he certainly couldn't compare to him, he could barely be considered a class heartthrob. In addition, the other party's family was obviously well off, and the clothes he wore were all well-known brand names, costing more than 1,000 yuan each.
It's alright, it just grew out of nowhere.
As the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face. Since the other party took the initiative to come up to him and compliment his looks, Qin Feng had no reason not to respond. Therefore, he casually smiled and replied to the other party.
Wow! To say you're this handsome just because you were born that way, you're really something else. The boy gave Qin Feng a thumbs up and then introduced himself. My name is Zhou Xing, what's your name, buddy?
My name is Qin Feng replied.
Ah? So you're Qin Feng?
Upon hearing Qin Feng announce his name, Zhou Xing exclaimed in surprise, as if he had already heard of the name before.
Immediately, he turned around and shouted to two boys who were talking not far away, Old Su, old son, you two come over here, I found the guy in our dorm who didn't come yesterday.
Upon hearing this, the two boys, called Lao Su and Lao Sun, stopped talking and stood up together, moving closer to them. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Feng got to know the two men. The taller one was named Su Tao, and the shorter one was named Sun Yu. Together with Zhou Xing and Qin Feng himself, they were the entire members of their dormitory 401.
Chapter 19, First Class Meeting.
While Qin Feng was casually chatting and catching up with his roommates, a small group of girls sitting to their right and behind them were also having a heated discussion about Qin Feng.
Girls, did you all see that? That new guy over there is so handsome.
A girl who was fairly good-looking glanced at Qin Feng and then spoke up first with a bit of a fangirl look. It's alright, but it's still far inferior to my brothers, a somewhat overweight and not particularly pretty girl next to her said with a hint of disdain. Upon hearing this, the girl who had spoken first immediately showed a speechless expression. She naturally knew who the brother the other person was talking about was. He was a very popular young male celebrity who had tens of millions of fans. However, in her aesthetic system, the other party's brother looked too effeminate and was not her type at all. In contrast, the new boy in her class was different. He not only had a strong facial structure and a tall, muscular physique, but also an outstanding temperament. He was simply her dream guy. I also think the new guy is very handsome. The third girl spoke up. She wore glasses and looked somewhat quiet. Her appearance could only be described as slightly above average. Upon hearing this, the first girl quickly nodded in agreement, saying, that's right, that's right. Then, she looked at the last girl in their group who hadn't spoken yet, who was also the prettiest among them, and perhaps even the prettiest in their class, and said, Shen, why don't you say something?
I agree with both of you.
The new guy is indeed very handsome, Xiao Xian said with a smile, readily admitting it. At first, she thought the boy named Zhou Xing was quite good-looking and seemed to be quite wealthy. However, when Qin Feng appeared and the two were compared, she instantly changed her mind. There was no way around it, the difference in looks between the two boys was simply too obvious. Zhou Xing could only be considered moderately handsome, while Qin Feng was handsome to the point of being a male celebrity. Their looks were on completely different levels. Moreover, there's something that many in their class definitely wouldn't notice. The clothes this boy named Qin Feng wears are all from the luxury brand Armani, with each piece costing several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan, demonstrating that his family's financial strength is not to be underestimated. Young, handsome, and rich, this guy named Qin Feng is definitely a high-quality man. When the girl who spoke first saw that two of the other three girls in the dorm agreed with her point of view, she immediately looked very happy, as if she had won a battle. In contrast, the girl who only had eyes for her brother seemed very unhappy. However, with 3 votes to 1, she had nothing to say, so she deliberately lowered her head and picked up her phone to browse her brother's handsome photos and videos. Lu Yujiao, the girl who spoke first, ignored the other girl and instead looked at Xiao Xian and said, Shen, you are the prettiest girl in our class.
You definitely have the best chance.
Besides, there's a saying that goes, those who are near the water get the moon first.
You have to seize the opportunity and win him over as soon as possible, or you'll end up letting girls from other classes get him.
Jiao, what nonsense are you talking about? I just agreed that the other person is handsome, I didn't say I like him. Don't try to play matchmaker, Xiao Xian said, pretending to be angry. Although she acted this way on the surface, she had already begun to devise a plan to win over Qin Feng. However, she did not want to reveal it too early, because it would be embarrassing if she failed to win him over in the end. Her idea was to subtly flirt with him, win him over before anyone noticed, and then make a surprise announcement. A few minutes later, Sun Rui, a middle-aged man in his 30s and Qin Feng's class counselor, finally hurriedly walked into the classroom. With the arrival of the counselor, their class's first class meeting of the new semester finally began.
Is everyone here? Let me take attendance.
After saying this, Sun Rui picked up the student list he had prepared in advance and began taking attendance. After taking a little over a minute to finish the roll call and confirm that every student in the class had arrived, Sun Rui officially announced the start of the class meeting.
There are 3 main things to discuss in this class meeting.
The first thing is for each student to come to the front of the class and give a brief self-introduction so that everyone can get to know their classmates for the next 4 years. As the counselor, Sun Rui took the lead and introduced himself to everyone present. He was a graduate student at Nanjing University and stayed on as a counselor after graduation. Over the years, he has become very familiar with the situation on campus. Therefore, he specifically emphasized that if anyone encounters any problems on campus in the future, they can ask him for help in coordinating and resolving them. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately burst into enthusiastic applause.
After all, who wouldn't want a reliable counselor who can actually solve problems?
Amidst enthusiastic applause, the atmosphere in the classroom gradually heated up, and everyone took turns going up on stage to introduce themselves, following the order of the roll call. Some people were serious, explaining their situation in detail. Some were funny, eliciting laughter from the audience, and some were aloof, looking very disdainful. Qin Feng remained calm. When it was his turn to go on stage, he simply stated his name, expressed his hope to get along well with everyone in the future, and then walked off the stage. However, thanks to his outstanding looks, he still attracted close attention from the audience, and almost everyone remembered his name. Several other people enjoyed the same treatment as him. They were all people with good personal qualities and outstanding talents compared to ordinary people. For example, Zhou Xing, whose appearance was second only to Qin Feng in the class, was outgoing and good at socializing. He had already learned about most of the students' situations long before the counselor arrived. Take Chao Xian for example, the undisputed class beauty.
Her looks alone are enough to attract the attention of more than 90% of the boys in the class.
There are also a few others, such as Tao Qiran, a rich second generation who makes no attempt to hide his wealth and looks down on the poor Su Chang, a talented girl who plays the piano and won numerous awards in high school, and Li Zimo, who ranked first in his class in the college entrance examination and is a top student among top students.
Chapter 20 Class Officer Election.
After the self-introduction session, the second item on the agenda for the class meeting was to elect class officers through a combination of self-nomination and public voting. Qin Feng had absolutely no interest in being a class officer. Most class officers were just there to do the work. Only key officers like the class monitor could embellish their resumes or even get selected as civil servants and enter the system upon graduation. Zhou Xing made no attempt to hide his desire for the class monitor position, and he also frankly expressed to his roommates his hope that they would vote for him later. Qin Feng and his friends naturally had no objections and immediately agreed to vote for the other side. After all, if their roommate could become the class monitor, they would be able to enjoy some benefits in the future. Zhou Xing's biggest worry was that Qin Feng would compete with him for the position of class monitor. After all, his roommate was just too handsome. If he stood on the stage, probably more than 99% of the girls in the class would vote for him. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of competing at all and did not stand up during the self-recommendation process, so naturally they were not eligible to be voted on. In the end, after a fierce competition, Zhou Xing defeated his strong rival Chao Xian by a few votes and became the class monitor, while the defeated Chao Xian became the vice class monitor. Chao Xian remained remarkably calm about the situation. She didn't actually have much interest in the position of class officer. She only volunteered because her roommates encouraged her to compete for it, thinking that if she became class monitor, she could take care of her roommates. Unfortunately, although Chao Xian gained a lot of votes from boys due to her good looks, Zhou Xing was also good-looking, and many girls also voted for him. His roommates were also very supportive and stuck to their principles, casting their votes for him as promised. Unlike Chao Xian's chubby roommate, who, because she was unhappy with the previous conversations among her roommates, voted for Zhou Xing, thus aiding the enemy. The class's academic representative was Li Ziming, who had the highest score in the college entrance examination. The arts and culture representative was Su Chang, a talented girl who could play the piano. The sports representative was Lu Xiaoguang, a northern guy who loved fitness and did 10 one-handed push-ups for everyone on the spot during his self-introduction. With the class officers selected, the main content of today's class meeting is almost over.
There's only one last thing to announce.
Dear students, just a heads up, starting tomorrow, your freshman year will begin military training. The training will only last a week, but we hope you will all take it seriously.
Everyone, get some rest tonight. Be on the playground at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning.
As soon as Counselor Sun Rue finished speaking, a series of groans erupted in the classroom.
However, there's no other way. This is something every college student has to go through.
As the saying goes, no pain, no gain, and before they can officially begin their wonderful college life, they still need to undergo the baptism of military training. A few class officers, please stay a moment while I take you to retrieve our class's military training uniforms.
The rest of you can leave now if you have nothing else to do.
Sun Rue glanced at everyone in the classroom and announced the end of today's class meeting. Upon hearing this, the other students naturally got up and returned to their dormitories happily, while the few class leaders who were called back by Counselor Sun Rue couldn't help but look at each other with a helpless smile.
Old Shin, wanna go back to the dorm together? Su Tao and Sun Yu, Shin Feng's other two roommates, took the initiative to ask.
No, I need to go to the school supermarket to buy some things.
You guys go back first.
Shin Feng declined their invitation to go with him. He had thrown away his old bed sheets and blankets and needed to buy new ones.
Moreover, he didn't plan to stay in the school dormitory for long.
After the military training ended, he planned to talk to his counselor and move out to live alone. Seeing that Shin Feng refused, Su Tao and Sun Yu left directly. The group had only just met, and the invitation to travel together was merely a polite gesture. After leaving the classroom, Shin Feng went to the campus supermarket closest to the boys' dormitory. The supermarket had everything from bed sheets and blankets to pillows, and Shin Feng picked out the most expensive set. Then, seeing that he had a lot of things and it wouldn't be easy for him to carry them all by himself, he simply spent another 50 yuan to ask the supermarket owner to arrange for someone to deliver them to his dormitory. The supermarket didn't originally offer delivery services, but considering the money involved, the owner still hired an employee to make the delivery to Shin Feng. Shin Feng felt that he had really changed. He would never have been so extravagant as to spend 50 yuan to have someone deliver bed sheets and blankets to him, since the distance between here and the boys' dormitory was actually only a few steps. Normal college students would choose to work hard and carry it back themselves. If it's really difficult to carry, they would just ask their roommates for help. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to simplicity.
Sudden wealth can indeed quickly change a person's behavior.
When Shin Feng found the dormitory assigned to him by the school according to the dormitory number, Su Tao and Sun Yu were sitting in a seat playing computer games and lying on the bed watching live streams of beautiful women on their phones.
You're back, Lao Qin.
Seeing Shin Feng enter the dormitory, Su Tao casually greeted him and then continued to immerse himself in his game. Seeing that Shin Feng's hands were empty, Sun Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Didn't you say you were going to the school supermarket to buy bed sheets and blankets?
Why didn't you bring them back?" "I asked the supermarket staff to deliver it for me."
"It'll be here soon," Shin Feng replied casually.
Huh? Does our school supermarket offer this kind of delivery service? I didn't know that.
Sun Yu looked puzzled. "I added a little money," Shin Feng explained.
Wow, buddy, you're rich. It's just a few steps and you still paid someone to carry it for you. If you really have trouble carrying it, you could have just sent a message in the dorm group to let us know. Sun Yu seemed to have a good personality.
Hearing what he said, Shin Feng explained a few more words. "We've only just met, so let's not trouble you.
We're all in the same dorm, and we'll be living together for the next 4 years. Next time something like this happens, don't be so polite. Just let us know in the group chat," Sun Yu said readily.
Su Tao, who was playing a game at the time, chimed in, that's right, we should all help each other out."
"Okay, I'll call you guys next time something like this happens."
Shin Feng smiled, thinking that his two roommates seemed to be pretty nice people. A few minutes later, the bed sheets and blankets that Shin Feng bought were delivered to the dormitory.
He spent a few minutes making the bed.
For him, who grew up in an orphanage, this was a very simple thing. A dozen minutes later, Zhou Xing returned to the dormitory carrying a bag containing the military training uniforms of several people in his dormitory.
Damn it, I should never have become the class monitor. It's exhausting.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained speechlessly.
Chapter 21 Dormitory Get-Together. Old Zhou, you've only been the squad leader for less than an hour, why are you already regretting it?
Sun Yu climbed off the bed, rummaging through his bag for a military training uniform that fit him, and teased him with a smile.
Hey, isn't this paving the way for being selected as a civil servant in the future? Otherwise, who would bother to do this?
Zhou Xing didn't hide his purpose for running for class monitor at all, and hearing his frankness, Qin Feng and the others actually had a better impression of him. The world is bustling with activity, all for profit.
It is perfectly normal for a person to pursue their own interests.
However, some people want to have it both ways, which is extremely hypocritical. Qin Feng finds such people very repulsive. On the contrary, it was Zhou Xing's straightforwardness that made him more accepting and understanding.
Old Zhou, are you planning to become an official after graduation? That's great.
When you become a high-ranking official, you'll have to take good care of us poor guys in the dorm. Su Tao finished the game, stood up, picked up a military training uniform that fit his size, and joked.
You guys can still be considered poor guys?
Zhou Xing smiled and pointed to the computer on Su Tao's desk, saying, Old Su, this computer must have cost you 20 or 30,000 yuan to build.
Old son, you came to report for duty in your dad's Audi A6, didn't you? And Lao Qin too.
Zhou Xing paused slightly, then looked at Qin Feng with a slightly amused tone and said, You're probably the richest person in our dorm, right? That Armani outfit of yours must cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Qin Feng shook his head and smiled, but did not deny it.
What? Old Qin's outfit costs tens of thousands? Sun Yu exclaimed in surprise. Armani is a brand that not everyone recognizes, at least neither Su Tao nor Sun Yu knew it.
Although their family is well off, they usually only wear clothes that cost a few hundred yuan. Shoes can be a little more expensive, but at most they can only buy clothes that cost around 1,000 yuan. Clothes that cost tens of thousands of yuan are really a blind spot for them. No wonder Lao Qin had to pay someone to deliver his bed sheets and blankets to his dorm.
Turns out he really is a tycoon.
Although they hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so well off, Su Tao and Sun Yu showed only a hint of envy, without much jealousy. After all, they were all top students from Jinling University, and their families were all well off.
In addition, they had just entered university and their values had not yet been corrupted by society.
So even though they knew that Qin Feng was a hidden tycoon, their attitude towards Qin Feng did not change much and remained relatively friendly. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt relieved.
If his roommates had shown deliberate hostility because they knew he was rich, he probably wouldn't want to stay in the dorm tonight and would just stay at the Bulgari Hotel instead.
However, he would have to get up early to attend military training on time tomorrow.
Hey guys, no plans for tonight, right?
I'll treat you all to dinner as a thank you for voting for me today, Zhou Xing suddenly said to the group in the dormitory. Old Zhou, there's no need to spend money. Let's just eat a few dishes cooked in the cafeteria like we did last night, Sun Yu said, waving his hand in polite refusal.
That won't do.
Lao Qin happens to be in the dorm today, and it's the first time all the members of Dorm 401 have gathered together.
We have to have a good meal.
After a slight pause, Zhou Xing lowered his voice again, pretending to be mysterious, and said, And I prepared a special surprise for everyone.
A surprise? What surprise?
Su Tao asked with great interest. Zhou Xing cleared his throat and said with a smug look on his face, Just now, on my way back from picking up my military training uniform, I shamelessly invited the vice class monitor, Xiao Xian, to a dormitory get-together, and she agreed on behalf of her dormitory.
You're really something, Lao Zhou.
Upon hearing that they were going to a social event with the girls' dorm that evening, the single guys in room 401 immediately became excited.
As freshmen, who wouldn't want to start a sweet romance as soon as the semester began?
Old Zhou, as long as you give the order, I'm willing to immediately support you as the dormitory head of our 401 dormitory. Su Tao said excitedly, patting Zhou Xing's shoulder hard. Sun Yu didn't say anything, but instead picked up a few new clothes from the wardrobe and started putting together an outfit. Zhou Xing chuckled and went to his own mirror, grabbing a handful of hair wax to style his hair. Seeing this, Su Tao was not to be outdone, and quickly rummaged through his wardrobe, finally taking out a pair of limited edition sneakers that he had never been willing to wear before and putting them on. Qin Feng, however, remained completely still. After all, he's already handsome enough, and there's not much room for him to improve further, so he can just stay as he is. He had originally planned to have dinner with Chu Qingxin that evening, but seeing how enthusiastic his roommates were, he didn't want to spoil the harmonious atmosphere, so he simply agreed to participate in the evening's social event. And if he remembered correctly, the vice class monitor, Xiao Xian, was the prettiest girl in their class. Although she can't compare to Chu Qingxin, she's still definitely a stunning beauty with a look score of 85 or higher. He really had no reason to refuse having dinner with such a beautiful woman. Girls' dormitory. Xu Qingxin sat in her seat, staring blankly at the phone on the table. She was waiting for a message inviting her to go out for dinner that night, but the man didn't send one for a long time. She wanted to take the initiative to send a message to ask if they wanted to have dinner together that evening, but she hesitated when she thought about their relationship. He said he likes obedient women, so since he hasn't messaged her first, she shouldn't bother him. So she continued to stare blankly at her phone, waiting for a message from someone, until a roommate called her to go out to eat together. She sighed helplessly, picked up her phone from the table, put it in her pocket, and got up to go to the cafeteria with her roommate.
Chapter 22 can barely be considered one.
Inside a private room on the second floor of a small restaurant outside the east gate of the school. After dressing up carefully, all the members of dormitory 401 arrived here ahead of time.
10 minutes later, Chao Xian and her roommates arrived on time as agreed.
It was obvious that the girls in their dormitory had also dressed up carefully, and each of them had put on some makeup. Overall, they looked even more attractive than when they were in the classroom in the afternoon. The most beautiful among them was undoubtedly Chao Xian. She wore a black long dress with a thin belt that accentuated her slender waist. Although her upper body figure was not particularly outstanding, it was still eye-catching. Her smooth calves, which were partially exposed, were even whiter and shinier.
The second prettiest was Lu Yujiao, who was her best friend in the dormitory.
In the afternoon in the classroom, she was the first to bring up the topic of Qin Feng's good looks. After putting on makeup, she could be considered a pretty girl. Then there was Song Shuyi, who wore glasses and had a somewhat quiet demeanor. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she had a nice girl next door vibe and gave people a feeling that she was easy to get along with. Among the 4 girls in their dormitory, the least attractive was Zhang Jia, a chubby girl who loved following celebrities. She had changed into a Lolita-style floral dress and would occasionally try to strike a cute pose, but the effect was the opposite, making people feel even more uncomfortable. However, she herself did not seem to realize this. As soon as she entered the private room, she squeezed to the front of the group of dormitory students and greeted Zhou Xing warmly. Zhou Xing glanced awkwardly at Chao Xian behind the other person, then lowered his head and responded with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Chao Xian couldn't help but smile secretly, and then turned her gaze to Qin Feng, who was standing to the side. When Zhou Xing invited her to a social gathering in the afternoon, she wasn't really interested. However, when she remembered that Qin Feng was also a member of their dormitory, she immediately changed her mind. After consulting with her roommates and receiving their unanimous agreement, she accepted Zhou Xing's invitation on behalf of their dormitory.
Hello, Qin Feng.
Chao Xian extended her hand and greeted Qin Feng in a generous manner, then naturally plopped down in the empty seat next to him. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng was slightly surprised, but a faint smile couldn't help but appear on his lips.
After all, who wouldn't be happy to win the favor of a beautiful woman?
Seeing this, Su Tao and Sun Yu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Could being handsome really give them the right to do whatever they wanted?
However, they were also well aware that the chances of them dating a girl as beautiful as Chao Xian were slim, so they simply focused their attention on Chao Xian's roommates, especially Lu Yujiao, the second prettiest girl in their dormitory, and Song Shui, who had a quiet temperament. After Zhou Xing finished dealing with the enthusiastic chubby girl Zhang Jia, he was speechless to find that it seemed that only he and Zhang Jia were left sitting together in the 2 dorm rooms.
Damn it, a bunch of ungrateful bastards.
Zhou Xing was on the verge of tears, but he could only helplessly sit with Zhang Jia. Fortunately, Chao Xian was sitting on his other side, which made him feel a little more relieved.
However, once all the dishes were served and everyone started eating, he tragically discovered that Chao Xian's attention was entirely on his roommate Qin Feng, and she barely spoke to him. Moreover, he also had to deal with the enthusiastic advances of the chubby girl Zhang Jia from time to time, making it even more difficult for him to strike up a conversation with Chao Xian. As the meal drew to a close, the 8 people present had managed to become somewhat acquainted with each other after the time spent chatting and interacting. Chao Xian suddenly spoke up, asking Qin Feng, do you have a girlfriend?
The people present were quite curious about this question, so they all quietly pricked up their ears, waiting for Qin Feng's answer. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng briefly considered his relationship with Xu Qingxin and then smiled, saying, I suppose you could say I have one. Upon hearing this affirmative answer, Chao Xian felt a sudden sense of disappointment, but she quickly cheered up because she had clearly heard the other person say barely. That means the relationship between the other person and his girlfriend is not very stable. Maybe they are in a long-distance relationship, or maybe they have been arguing and having conflicts, but overall, she still has a chance. After the meal, the relationship between the 2 dormitories became much closer, especially between Sun Yu and the quiet girl named Song Shui, who clearly developed some ambiguous feelings. This made Qin Feng and the others look at Sun Yu with new respect. They hadn't expected this kid to be so good at flirting with girls. Su Tao's main target was Lu Yujiao, but unfortunately, she didn't seem to have any feelings for him. Their conversation during dinner was superficial and mostly just polite formalities. Poor Zhou Xing was probably the most tired person during this meal. He clearly had no feelings for Zhang Jejia at all, but she clung to him like a snotty bug. As for Qin Feng and Chao Shen's signals were quite obvious, and Qin Feng, after calmly receiving the signals she conveyed, also gave some responses. However, when asked if he had a girlfriend, he readily admitted to Chu Qingxin's existence. If others were to judge, they would definitely say Qin Feng is a scumbag. He has a girlfriend but still sends signals to other girls. However, Qin Feng still maintained that he did not consider himself a gentleman, and he naturally had thoughts about different beautiful women. However, he prioritizes sincerity, and he doesn't deliberately hide his situation when interacting with other girls. For example, even now that he has said he can barely be considered to have a girlfriend, Chao Xian is still sending him signals and has not avoided him because of this. Perhaps if a scumbag goes this far, he can no longer be called a scumbag. Zhou Xing paid the bill. He had said before the meal that he would treat everyone, so he naturally wouldn't let him down. The 8 people spent a total of over 500 yuan on the meal, which wasn't expensive, but for an average college student, it wasn't a small amount of money either. Fortunately, Zhou Xing was clearly not short of money, and he easily paid over 500 yuan. Then, seeing his generous spending, Zhang Jejia clung to him even more. Zhou Xing responded, "Is anyone there? Please come and save him." Chapter 23 My Rules. After leaving the restaurant, the group from dormitory 401 decided to first take the girls back to their dorms before returning themselves. However, after receiving a message, Qin Feng greeted everyone and then left alone. The other girls in dormitory 401 didn't think there was anything wrong with what they saw, assuming that the other person had something to take care of. However, Chao Shen, being a girl and very interested in Qin Feng, keenly sensed something. If she wasn't mistaken, the other person was definitely on his way to meet a girl, most likely the girlfriend he mentioned. However, she couldn't say anything, since she and Qin Feng had only just met and could only be considered friends. Therefore, she could only watch him leave. However, her guess was only half right. Qin Feng was indeed leaving to meet a girl, but it wasn't Chu Qingxin who had asked him out. It was Sun Jia, the mature woman who had approached him at the mall and asked for his contact information. The two didn't chat much after exchanging contact information yesterday. Qin Feng didn't chat with her because he had Chu Qingxin with him last night and didn't have time to chat with other women. Sun Jia didn't chat with Qin Feng because of her girlish reserve. She wanted to maintain a certain distance and wait for Qin Feng to take the initiative to chat with her. When she realized that Qin Feng hadn't contacted her all day, she got a little anxious. Just then, her best friend invited her to a bar that night, so she took the opportunity to invite Qin Feng to join her. Qin Feng had never been to a bar before, so after only a slight hesitation, he readily accepted the invitation. He hailed a taxi and went straight to the bar location that Sun Jia had sent him. This is a lively bar near the city center with moderate prices. It has a considerable reputation among young people in Nanjing. It is usually crowded with young people, and sometimes you even have to make a reservation to get a table. After Qin Feng arrived at the bar entrance, he sent a message to Sun Jia saying that he had arrived, and she quickly replied, telling him to come inside, as she and her friends were in booth number 8. Amidst the deafening music, Qin Feng walked past a group of stylishly dressed and sexy young women and finally found the booth number 8 that they had mentioned. His journey has actually been quite difficult. Because he is handsome, the beautiful women who come to the bar are very open-minded, so many girls take the initiative to chat with him. However, seeing that most of these girls wore heavy makeup, looking rather vulgar, and that their exposed arms and thighs had runes on them, he couldn't muster any interest and rejected their advances without hesitation. Inside booth number 8. Sun Jia sat on the outer edge of the sofa, looking up at the aisle with an eager expression. On the inner edge sat her two best friends and their boyfriends, as well as a guy who was supposedly their boyfriend's good friend. That is to say, there are currently 3 men and 3 women, but when Qin Feng arrives, there will be 4 men and 3 women. Xiao Jia, is he not here yet? Sun Jia's best friend, Wan, asked. He should be here soon. He just messaged me saying he's at the door, Sun Jia replied absent-mindedly as she turned around. Zhao Jin, the best friend Sun Jia had just spoken to and Wan's boyfriend's good brother, said with great displeasure, who is he? He's so arrogant, making us brothers wait for him to come and play. He seemed to have a lot of influence. When Wanwan's boyfriend saw that he was a little unhappy, he immediately picked up his glass and took a sip with the other man, saying, "Brother Zhao, let's just have our fun, why bother with him?"
What the hell are you talking about? Did I come to this bar just to drink with you? Zhao Jin was still annoyed.
He originally agreed to come to the bar because the other person said that his girlfriend had a very beautiful and single best friend who was going to introduce him to her. When he arrived, he found that the girlfriend's best friend was indeed beautiful, and he immediately took a liking to her too. However, after he deliberately tried to talk to the other person a few times, he found that the other person was obviously ignoring him. Now, he didn't know where he had invited another guy over to drink.
When had Zhao Jin ever been treated like this?
He was instantly filled with rage. At this moment, Sun Jie suddenly stood up and waved to the corridor. Qin Feng, who saw her waving, walked towards her with a smile.
"Sorry, this bar is quite crowded."
It was a bit of a struggle to squeeze in, Qin Feng explained.
"It's okay, I'm the one who invited you out to play, it's normal to wait a little while."
Sun Jie smiled and shook her head, then took a seat inside, leaving the seat next to her empty for Qin Feng to sit down. After Qin Feng sat down, Sun Jie's two best friends waved to him warmly and said, "Handsome guy, hello there." When Sun Jie struck up a conversation, the two of them were watching from the sidelines, so it wasn't the first time they had seen Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and nodded to the two of them as a greeting. The other three men present were not so friendly to him. Two of them didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring his arrival. Zhao Jin, sitting in the center, looked at him with disdain and said, "Dude, if you're late, you should be punished with a drink."
"Shouldn't you punish yourself with 3 drinks?
Seeing Zhao Jin target Qin Feng, the other two boys present immediately chimed in, "That's right, if you're late, you have to punish yourself with 3 drinks first, otherwise you'll break the rules."
When did such a rule come about? I've never heard of it before. Before Qin Feng could speak, Sun Jie deliberately defended him.
"I said there are rules, so there are rules."
Zhao Jin snorted coldly and said without any politeness.
Upon hearing this, Sun Jie was so angry that she stood up and grabbed Qin Feng's hand, ready to leave. "Let's get a new booth and not play with them anymore." However, Qin Feng remained seated without moving, and instead pulled Sun Jie into his arms, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He calmly looked at Zhao Jin and said, "You have your rules, and I have mine.
If you want me to follow your rules, then you must follow mine."
"Your rules?"
Zhao Jin said with a disdainful look. "What rules do you have? Tell us about them."
"At the very least, I wouldn't drink such cheap alcohol," Qin Feng said casually, glancing at the beer and cola buckets on the table in front of everyone.
Chapter 24. Give me 10 more bottles.
Caught off guard, Sun Jie was suddenly pulled into Qin Feng's arms. She was startled, but when she felt the powerful masculine scent emanating from him, she inexplicably couldn't muster any thought of resistance and simply let Qin Feng hold her and talk to her.
What arrogance!
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Jin couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, the other party was clearly making excuses to disrespect him. However, he has never been a vegetarian, otherwise Sun Jie's best friend's boyfriend wouldn't have addressed him so respectfully as Brother Zhao. He reached out and pressed the call button on the coffee table in front of him, and soon a bartender wearing a red vest came over.
"Hello sir, how may I help you?"
The waiter bowed slightly and asked Zhao Jin. "Bring me a bottle of Ace of Spades," Zhao Jin nodded and said.
"Yes, sir, it'll be right there."
Upon hearing that the customer had ordered the most expensive wine in the restaurant, the waiter's tone immediately became much more respectful. Upon hearing that Zhao Jin had ordered a bottle of Ace of Spades, Sun Jie's two best friends and their boyfriend sat up straight, their eyes filled with a hint of flattery as they looked at Zhao Jin. "You should know that in this bar, a bottle of Ace of Spades costs as much as 18,800 yuan. Only those nouveau riche or rich kids who don't care about money can afford to order it. The drinks they ordered at the beginning only cost a couple thousand yuan. If you split the cost among them, it would only be about 300 yuan per person."
Bang bang bang.
Accompanied by a loud cannon salute, countless confetti rained down from the sky, and a row of bunny girls dressed in sexy outfits walked toward booth number 8, where Qin Feng and his group were, carrying the Ace of Spades along with matching drinks and fruit platters. At the same time, the bar's DJ shouted into the microphone, "Thank you to the VIP from booth number 8 for ordering a bottle of Ace of Spades, VIP.
Let's cheer for the VIP and rock out."
Immediately, even more lively and dynamic music started playing, instantly elevating the atmosphere in the bar to another level.
"Dude, you're not going to complain that 18,800 yuan a bottle of wine is too cheap, are you?"
When the Ace of Spades was placed on the table, Zhao Jin immediately leaned back, crossed his legs, and struck an extremely arrogant pose, looking at Qin Feng and saying, "Drink up, 3 cups of wine, not one less."
Dude, you've really gotten a great deal this time. A bottle of wine that costs 18,800 yuan is something some people can't even get their hands on. Wan's boyfriend quickly chimed in.
Yes, if it weren't for Brother Zhao's generosity, you probably wouldn't be able to afford such expensive wine in your life.
Hurry up and thank Brother Zhao.
Sun Jia's other best friend's boyfriend also quickly spoke up, afraid of missing this opportunity to flatter Zhao Jin. Sun Jia's 2 best friends originally wanted to speak up and ease the tension between the group, but when they saw how much Zhao Jin had to spend, casually ordering a bottle of wine that cost nearly 20,000 yuan, they chose to remain silent.
What's the big deal?
I'll just drink it for him. Sun Jia stood up defiantly, as if she was going to support Qin Feng. In her view, she had taken the initiative to invite Qin Feng out, and she absolutely could not stand by and watch him be humiliated. When Zhao Jin saw Sun Jia standing up for a pretty boy and deliberately going against him, his anger intensified. "Kid, if you're even a man, drink these 3 cups of wine yourself. Don't hide behind a woman like a sissy," Zhao Jin said coldly to Qin Feng. The next second, Qin Feng pulled Sun Jia back into his arms once again, and then, under everyone's gaze, he smiled calmly and said, "I may have forgotten to mention earlier that my second rule is that I will not follow the rules of people who are poorer than me."
Upon hearing this, Zhao Jin immediately exploded.
This kid was clearly looking down on him, implying that he wasn't as rich as him.
You know, he just spent nearly 20,000 yuan on a bottle of wine. Isn't this just blatant lying? Dude, if you don't want to drink, just say so. Why pretend like this? Brother Zhao just ordered a bottle of wine that cost 20,000 yuan. You say he's poorer than you? How can you be so shameless? Before Zhao Jin could speak, Wan's boyfriend stepped forward like his loyal lackey and retorted on Zhao Jin's behalf.
Upon hearing this, the others present, including Sun Jia's 2 best friends, also felt that what he said made sense. They had initially been quite fond of Qin Feng because of his looks, but seeing him so infatuated, their initial attraction quickly vanished. They even considered advising their best friend, Sun Jia, not to waste her energy on this kind of man. What's the difference between this kind of man and those pretty boys who are all talk and no action and completely unreliable? However, despite the doubts and attacks from the group, Qin Feng remained calm and composed. He raised his hand slightly in greeting, and a bartender who hadn't yet left came up to him, bowed slightly, and asked, "Hello sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Qin Feng pointed to the bottle of Ace of Spades on the table in front of him and casually ordered, "Give me 10 more bottles of this wine."
What? 10 bottles?
The waiter could hardly believe his ears. He asked again to confirm, "Sir, did you just say you wanted 10 more bottles of Ace of Spades?" Qin Feng nodded calmly. Seeing him nod in confirmation, the waiter was finally certain of the order's authenticity. He then quickly grabbed the microphone hanging around his neck and excitedly placed the order, "Keeper number 8, 10 bottles of the Ace of Spades set meal." That's right, 10 bottles. Hurry up and have someone bring the drinks over. Soon, accompanied by a 10-gun salute, a larger group of sexy bunny girls, each carrying an Ace of Spades, drinks, and fruit platters, formed a long line and walked towards them. The scene was so spectacular that it attracted the attention of almost everyone present. At the same time, the bar's DJ shouted at the top of his lungs, "Thank you to the VIP from booth number 8 for ordering 10 bottles of Ace of Spades. VIP is generous. VIP is unbeatable. VIP is awesome. Let's all get hyped up and give our VIPs a good time." Driven by the DJ's excited and energetic voice, the atmosphere in the bar reached its climax that night. Everyone present turned their curious gazes toward booth number 8, wondering which big shot was so generous as to order 10 bottles of Ace of Spades in one go. Keep in mind that this is 200,000 yuan of real money that has been invested, while many people present probably can't even earn 200,000 yuan in a year. Chapter 25 10,000 yuan tip. Looking at the 10 bottles of Ace of Spades neatly arranged on the coffee table in front of them, everyone in the booth fell into silence. Even Sun Jia herself had never expected that Qin Feng would be so rich. You should know that the main reason she approached Qin Feng was because he was handsome. She really didn't know he was rich. Seeing Qin Feng spend 200,000 yuan without even blinking, she realized that he was actually a super high-quality man who was both handsome and rich. In an instant, her favorability towards Qin Feng also soared once again. The others present had much more complicated feelings. Sun Jia's 2 best friends were a little embarrassed. Just now, they thought Qin Feng was all talk and no action, all looks and no substance. Seeing the other party casually throw out 200,000 yuan, the two women were almost shocked and their eyes popped out. When they looked up at Qin Feng again, their eyes couldn't help but show a hint of undisguised fervor.
Their boyfriends were even more embarrassed.
The two of them had stood by Zhao Jin's side like loyal dogs just because Zhao Jin was rich. Now it turns out that Qin Feng is actually much richer than Zhao Jin. They've completely lost out by picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon, and instead offended someone they shouldn't have offended at all. As for Zhao Jin, the person directly involved, he felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't understand how he could have managed to spend the money and lose face at the same time. You seem to think this wine is quite expensive, so I'll treat you to all 10 bottles. If that's not enough, I can order another 10 for you, Qin Feng said, his words full of amusement.
That's impossible.
I don't believe you can come up with so much money to pay for the drinks all at once. Zhao Jin's face was flushed red, and he had already lost his temper somewhat.
He grabbed a waiter next to him and shouted, "Make him pay the bill. He definitely doesn't have that much money to pay." Upon hearing this, the waiter's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, could I be so unlucky as to run into this show-off?
You know, their shop had encountered similar situations before where customers couldn't pay their bills after drinking, but those were only a few thousand yuan, and they could just find a way to collect the money later. But this order is worth a whopping 200,000. If the show-off doesn't have the money to pay the bill, then all their impressive performance just now would have been for nothing. Fortunately, the drinks on the table hadn't been opened yet, so even if the show-off guy didn't have the money to pay, they could still recover most of their losses. However, since the other party had already spoken, he could only tentatively look at Qin Feng and ask, "Sir, what do you think of this?" Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head and chuckled as he took out his phone. "I told you you were poor, but you didn't believe me.
It's just a mere 200,000, and you think I can't afford it? You're really too short-sighted."
Before he could finish speaking, he had already successfully scanned the QR code to pay, and immediately the announcer on the waiter's device announced that 200,000 yuan had been successfully deposited into his account. At this moment, no one doubted Qin Feng's strength anymore.
"Except for the bottle he ordered, all the other drinks are on my tab. Consider the extra money your tip."
Qin Feng put his phone back in his pocket, pointed to the bottle of Ace of Spades sitting alone on the coffee table, and said casually,
"Thank you, sir." The waiter was overjoyed upon hearing this.
10 bottles of Ace of Spades cost 188,800, while the pile of wine on the coffee table at the beginning cost only a little over 1,000. When he calculated it this way, the tip from the other party was as high as 10,000 yuan, which was equivalent to 2 months' salary for him. For him, this was simply a windfall. Seeing this, Sun Jia's two best friends and their boyfriends couldn't help but show a hint of envy.
It's important to know that their salaries aren't actually that high.
They only take home about 7 or 8,000 yuan a month. Even with year-end bonuses, they barely make 10,000 yuan a month on average each year. Just now, Qin Feng casually tipped a waiter a month's salary.
How could they not be envious and jealous? "Sir, shall we open all these bottles for you now?"
Having received a generous tip from Qin Feng, the waiter became even more respectful, bowing almost 90 degrees as he asked.
"Fire them all," Qin Feng said casually, waving his hand.
After saying that, he looked at the boyfriends of Sun Jia's two best friends. He remembered that the two of them had mocked him quite a bit earlier.
"Didn't you two think it was a rare opportunity to drink this wine? Then you too can drink it with him."
Qin Feng smiled and said, "I'll say it again, if you feel you don't have enough to drink, just let me know, and I'll order you 10 or 20 more bottles."
"How about we order another 10 or 20 bottles? Listen to this. Is this even human language? Do you really not care about hundreds of thousands of yuan at all?"
Sun Jia's two best friends' boyfriends finally realized just how wealthy Qin Feng was. The two men were quite sensible, realizing they had indeed offended him. They quickly stood up, picked up their full glasses of wine, and bowed to Qin Feng, apologizing, "Brother, we are truly sorry. We were blind and spoke without thinking, offending you.
We'll drink this glass and hope you can forgive us."
After saying that, they did indeed drink the wine in their glasses in one gulp, and then looked at Qin Feng somewhat timidly, waiting for him to speak. Seeing this, their girlfriends exchanged a glance, then raised their glasses to Qin Feng and said, "Handsome, those two really didn't mean it. Please be magnanimous and forgive them." Then, the two of them drank the wine in their glasses. After finishing their drinks, the two secretly gave Sun Jia a look, asking her to help persuade the other party as well. Seeing this, Sun Jia could only look at Qin Feng and deliberately acted coquettishly, saying, "Qin Feng, please forgive them. Wan and I are best friends, and their boyfriends are also my friends. Faced with such a beautiful, mature woman snuggling in his arms, Jin Feng really couldn't bring himself to argue anymore. To be frank, his conflict with the boyfriends of Sun Jia's two best friends was just a minor verbal altercation. So, he simply waved his hand at them, indicating that they should let the matter drop. Upon seeing this, the two couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Although they were just casual acquaintances with Jin Feng, in this society, if you offend a rich person and that person is also petty, there are 100 ways to make things difficult for you until you have nowhere to cry.
Chapter 26 Only a Freshman.
Seeing that everyone was now on Qin Feng's side and he himself seemed to have become a clown, Zhao Jin felt ashamed to stay any longer.
He stood up angrily and was about to leave.
However, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up to stop him. "Wait.
What else do you want?"
Zhao Jin turned around and stared at Qin Feng with a grim expression. "You haven't paid for that bottle of wine you ordered yet," Qin Feng said with a faint smile, gesturing with his chin towards the bottle of Ace of Spades sitting alone on the coffee table. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jin's expression darkened even further. He hadn't even taken a single sip of the wine. However, he did order the drinks, so even if he didn't drink them, he still had to pay. In the end, he took out his phone and paid the 18,800 yuan for the drinks, then walked out of the bar without looking back. After Zhao Jin left the bar, the people in booth number 8 quickly invited Qin Feng to sit in the center, since he had ordered the whole table full of aces of spades. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony and put his arm around Sun Jia's slender waist before they moved to a different seat. At first, Sun Jia felt a little embarrassed when Qin Feng put his arm around her waist in front of her two best friends, feeling that her relationship with Qin Feng seemed to be progressing too fast. However, when she saw the envy in her two best friends' eyes, she suddenly realized that such an outstanding man was very sought after, and if she missed this opportunity now, she would definitely regret it later. Therefore, she quickly changed her mindset and readily nestled into Qin Feng's arms. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel amused. His hand, which was around Sun Jia's slender waist, began to wander freely, and soon he had made Sun Jia blush. Just as he was about to take things further, Sun Jia grabbed his restless hand and looked at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, saying, "How come I didn't realize you were such a lecher at first? Everyone has a love for beauty, how can you simply call it lust?" Qin Feng chuckled, but his hand movements became much more disciplined. Seeing this, Sun Jia released her grip on Qin Feng's hand and nestled into his arms.
Looking up at his young and handsome face, she whispered, "Qin Feng, do you think I'm a bit too easy? We've only met twice, and we've already had this kind of relationship." "What kind of relationship is this? Girl, you can't just slander someone's innocence out of thin air."
Qin Feng swears that he only put his arm around the other person's waist and touched his long legs. He didn't do anything else. Of course, there were some things he was prepared to do, but the other party stopped him in time. Seeing Qin Feng remain silent, Sun Jia continued, "Actually, I'm not a girl who falls in love easily, but after meeting you yesterday, I don't know why I was so attracted to you, which is why I became so bold."
"Actually, I'm also attracted to you."
Qin Feng suddenly lowered his head, looked into Sun Jia's eyes with a very affectionate gaze, and said softly. As Sun Jia was gazed upon by those deep eyes, her eyes suddenly became somewhat glazed over, and her luscious red lips parted slightly, exuding an extremely alluring charm.
The next second, Qin Feng couldn't help but kiss her directly.
Sun Jia was completely unprepared for the sudden kiss and was stunned. Qin Feng, on the other hand, seized the opportunity and made breakthroughs one after another, taking full advantage of the situation. By the time Sun Jia realized what had just happened and forcefully pushed him away, Qin Feng already had a smug smile on his face, as if he had won a battle.
"You're bullying me."
Sun Jia quickly straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Qin Feng and snapped at him. She seemed genuinely aggrieved, and after saying those words, her large eyes instantly welled up with tears. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng panicked and quickly took the other person's hand, gently comforting her. "I didn't mean to, it's just that you were so charming just now, I couldn't control myself." Qin Feng's words were definitely typical of a scumbag. Normally, Sun Jia would have recognized them, but now that she was the female protagonist in the story, she chose to believe him. Perhaps this is what they mean by the onlooker sees more of the game than the player.
"Are you telling the truth?"
Sun Jia stopped crying and asked. "Of course it's true." Qin Feng nodded immediately and then said a lot of nice things, finally managing to coax a smile from the other party. After their intimate actions, their relationship made rapid progress. Now, if Qin Feng were to ask Sun Jia to be his girlfriend, she would probably agree immediately. However, Qin Feng would never willingly dig a hole for himself like this. As long as the other party didn't speak up, he would simply keep fooling them. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two lasted for more than an hour, until Chin Fong took out his phone and realized it was almost midnight.
He then said, I have to go back to school. I have to get up early for military training tomorrow. Participating in military training?
Upon hearing this, Sun Jia was stunned.
She asked in disbelief, What year are you in college? Why do you need to participate in military training?
I'm a freshman at Jinling University this year. Chin Fong grinned, revealing a set of clean and even teeth.
What? You're only a freshman in college?
Sun Jia felt like she was going crazy. She never expected that Chin Fong, who looked so mature, would actually be a freshman. Keep in mind that this is her second year working, which means she is 6 years older than him. While it's true that a woman 3 years older than her husband is considered lucky, having 2 lucky women is just too outrageous. Actually, I started school a year later than most people, so the age gap between us isn't as big as you think. As if sensing the other person's thoughts, Chin Fong took the initiative to explain.
But I'm 5 years older than you.
Sun Jia said in despair.
I've always felt that age isn't a problem.
As long as you like me and I like you, that's enough, Chin Fong said nonchalantly.
No, I need to calm down.
Sun Jia shook her head vigorously, feeling that she needed to reconsider her relationship with the other person.
Seeing this, Chin Fong didn't say anything more.
Since the other party needed time to consider, he would give them enough time to think it over.
Anyway, right now there's Chu Qingxin, whom he just got his hands on and is still full of novelty, and Xiao Shen, who's clearly sending him signals and waiting to be won over.
One of these girls is the school beauty, and the other is the class beauty. Both are rare beauties.
So, he's actually very busy, okay? Chapter 27 Military Training begins.
The military training for freshmen at Jinling University began on time early the next morning.
More than 1,000 freshmen, dressed in brand new military training uniforms, lined up in rows on the playground by class.
They first listened to speeches from school leaders, and after the speeches, the instructors of each class led their respective classes to designated locations for training. The first training exercise was standing at attention. As former top students in their respective high schools, most of the freshmen did not have the habit of exercising. Of course, they did not have time to exercise when they were in high school. At this moment, these former top students stood at attention, and many of them couldn't even last 10 minutes, especially the delicate girls, who were almost crying from exhaustion. Compared to his classmates, Chin Fong was in a relatively good state. He had experienced hardship before. During the summer before he went to university, he worked on a construction site for more than a month to earn living expenses. Compared to the hardship and exhaustion of carrying bricks, the hardship and exhaustion of standing at attention for a while is really nothing. The people standing on his left and right sides at this moment are Lu Xiaoguang, the sports committee member, and his roommate and class monitor, Zhou Xing. Lu Xiaoguang has a habit of exercising, so standing at attention is not a difficult task for him.
In contrast, Zhou Xing's performance was much worse.
He had only stood for 10 minutes when his forehead was covered with sweat and his clothes on his back were soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his flesh.
Instructor, I really can't stand up any longer.
As a somewhat distraught voice rang out, one of the girls in their class plopped down on the ground, wiping away sweat and panting heavily.
Did I say I could sit down? The instructor's stern voice rang out, showing no leniency whatsoever because the other person was a girl. Stand up right now and run 3 laps around the track.
The girl sat on the ground, seemingly oblivious to what was happening, continuing to gasp for breath. She was simply too exhausted.
As a prodigy and a top student in high school, when had she ever suffered such injustice?
You should know that when she was in high school, because of her excellent academic performance, her homeroom teacher even gave her the privilege of not having to participate in the morning exercises. As a result, she has always lacked exercise, and now she can't even stand at attention for 10 minutes. Seeing that the girl was not obeying his orders, the instructor's expression immediately turned serious. He walked up to her in a few steps and shouted sternly, I order you to stand up now and run 3 laps around the playground. Otherwise, I will give you a failing grade for this military training. Failing the military training test is a very serious matter. According to the school's rules and regulations, students who fail the military training this year will have to retake the training along with next year's freshmen.
If you still fail next year, then some credits will be deducted. If you don't have enough credits by graduation, you won't get your diploma.
When the girl heard that the instructor was going to give her a failing grade in military training, she immediately burst into tears. However, the instructor's face remained stern, and he did not make an exception for her, a weak girl crying her eyes out.
I'll count to 3, and if you don't stand up by then, I'm really going to give you a failing grade. The instructor said this while already pulling out the class roster, looking very serious and as if he was absolutely not joking.
The girl was genuinely frightened by what she saw. She didn't even bother to wipe away her tears before getting up from the ground.
Now, go and run 3 laps around the track. You can only come back to rest after you've finished all 3 laps.
The instructor pointed to the 400-meter track not far away and shouted.
The girl didn't dare say anything more.
She immediately turned around, continued crying, and started running around the track. Meanwhile, a boy in Qin Feng's class who usually considered himself somewhat clever saw this and couldn't help but think that running 3 laps around the track didn't seem like much, only 1,200 meters.
Who knows how much longer he'll have to stand at attention here? He might as well run 3 laps and then come back to rest. That would be much more pleasant.
So he followed suit, shouting, "Instructor, I can't hold on any longer either," and then plopped down on his stomach. The instructor quickly approached him and coldly ordered, expressionless, "Stand up and run 10 laps around the track."
10 laps? Instructor, are you sure you're not mistaken?
The boy was immediately dumbfounded, his face showing an expression of disbelief and astonishment.
Didn't you hear what I just said? 10 laps, get up and run now. The instructors weren't going to tolerate him at all.
Having served in the military for so many years, they could tell at a glance whether someone was deliberately slacking off, so they wouldn't give these new recruits any chance to do so. Upon hearing this, the boy, who prided himself on his cleverness but was actually just being presumptuous and ended up hurting himself, turned around in despair and went to run his 10 laps around the track. Now, everyone present dared not have any more ulterior motives and stood at attention obediently. However, as time went on, some people eventually couldn't keep going and collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Naturally, the instructors showed no mercy to these people and made them run laps on the track. However, the instructors gave certain preferential treatment to the students who stood for a long time. They were allowed to run a few fewer laps and did not have to run a full 10 laps like the first boy who thought he was being clever. The timer started from when they began standing at attention.
After 30 minutes, if any student couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground, the instructors didn't make them run laps on the playground.
It seems that in his eyes, 30 minutes is the passing grade, and those who can achieve this score can be exempted from punishment.
In the 32nd minute, Zhou Xing finally couldn't hold on any longer.
He lay on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily. To be fair, for someone who was already sweating profusely after just 10 minutes, it was quite remarkable that he managed to hold on until the 32nd minute before collapsing.
This shows that he actually has a very strong will.
In the 37th minute, even the deputy squad leader, Chao Xian, couldn't hold on any longer. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she sat down on the ground without any regard for her ladylike image. Among girls, her achievement is quite remarkable, even surpassing many boys in terms of perseverance. At this point, only 2 or 3 girls in the class were still persisting, and judging from their appearance, they didn't seem like they could continue for much longer. By the 50th minute, only 3 people remained standing in Qin Feng's class: Qin Feng himself, sports committee member Lu Xiaoguang, and his roommate Sun Yu.
Chapter 28. I admire you.
Qin Feng was able to persevere until now because he laid a solid foundation by carrying bricks for more than a month during the summer vacation, while Lu Xiaoguang was able to do so because he exercised regularly and had a better physical condition. It's somewhat surprising that Sun Yu, who seems ordinary in every way, has been able to persist for so long.
5 minutes later, Sun Yu finally couldn't hold on any longer.
He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily like a bellows, with sweat pouring down his face as if it were free.
Great job, Lao Sun. If you just hold on a little longer, you'll be able to stand for a full hour.
After resting for about 20 minutes, Zhou Xing, who had basically recovered, patted Sun Yu on the shoulder excitedly and said.
Seeing this, Su Tao couldn't help but nod.
He was the one who lasted the shortest time among the 4 people in the dormitory, only lasting for more than 20 minutes, before being punished by the instructor to run 3 laps. The other 3 people in the dormitory were not punished. Zhou Xing barely passed, Sun Yu persisted for 55 minutes, almost breaking the 1-hour mark, and Qin Feng was still persisting. Moreover, it seemed that achieving the goal of standing at attention for an hour was not a problem for him. Soon, an hour had passed, and Qin Feng and Lu Xiaoguang were still standing in the same position as before.
Even the instructors were somewhat surprised to see this.
It's important to know that most untrained college students can only last for 20 to 30 minutes, and those who can last more than 30 minutes are considered quite good. Even after a week of training, very few people can maintain this level of endurance for more than an hour, let alone today, which is only the first day of military training.
They are indeed 2 promising recruits.
Looking at the two who were still persevering, the instructor's eyes showed a rare hint of appreciation. Meanwhile, the students in the class, who had almost finished resting, turned their attention to the two who were still persisting in the center of the field. "Who do you think will last the longest?" someone in the crowd asked curiously. "I think it's Lu Xiaoguang. He's the sports committee member and has a habit of working out, so his physical fitness should be the best in our class," Li Ziming, the academic committee member, analyzed reasonably.
"I agree.
Lu Xiaoguang's muscles are as strong as a bullfrog, while Qin Feng is skinny with thin arms and legs. It's already quite impressive that he has lasted this long," Tao Qiran, a rich second generation whose family owns a factory, chimed in. Although he was rich, he was of average appearance, and as a fellow man, he couldn't feel any affection for the handsome Qin Feng.
"I don't think so,"
Zhou Xing retorted to the two. "Look closely, Qin Feng's calves haven't started to tremble yet, but Lu Xiaoguang's are already starting to tremble." As Qin Feng's roommate, he naturally chose to speak up for Qin Feng.
Tao Qiran felt a little annoyed that his judgment had been rejected in public. He was about to argue when he heard a pleasant female voice from the side. "I also think Qin Feng will be the one to last." Tao Qiran turned his head and saw that the person speaking was none other than Chao Xian, the class beauty. Tao Qiran actually had some thoughts about Chao Xian, who was beautiful. He felt that although he wasn't handsome, he was rich. With money comes power, and he believed that with a financial offensive, he might be able to win over Chao Xian, the class beauty. However, Chao Xian's words of support for Qin Feng immediately caused him to frown. "Chao, class beauty, I know Qin Feng is quite handsome, but you can't just lie through your teeth because he's good looking. Lu Xiaoguang is clearly."
Before Tao Qiran could finish speaking, Lu Xiaoguang, who was persisting in the center of the field, suddenly lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. He was panting heavily, sweat almost obscuring his eyes. He wiped the sweat from his eyes forcefully, but his gaze was fixed on Qin Feng, who was still persevering beside him. When only he and Qin Feng remained standing on the playground, a competitive relationship naturally developed between them, a tacit understanding between men. As the sports committee member and a fitness enthusiast, he naturally didn't think anyone in the class could match him in terms of physical fitness. So at first, he didn't take Qin Feng seriously, thinking that the other party would run out of energy after a while. However, as time went on, even he felt increasingly tired and unable to persevere. Yet Qin Feng, standing beside him, did not give up. He knew that he had to re-evaluate his opponent.
As their physical strength gradually waned, it eventually became a contest of willpower between the two. Lu Xiaoguang didn't know how long he had persevered.
Eventually, his legs went numb, and then at a certain moment, he finally lost all his strength and collapsed onto his buttocks. And this competition between men, a contest of physical strength and willpower, has finally come to an end, with Qin Feng's victory marking the conclusion.
Slap, slap.
The instructor who witnessed the entire competition was the first to applaud. Although standing at attention for an hour is practically like a break for these professional soldiers, it's really not easy for two college freshmen. At least among the university freshmen he had ever taught, he couldn't find anyone who could compare to the two in front of him.
Pa pa pa.
The students in the class who were watching also applauded. They all felt a sense of admiration for Qin Feng, who had persevered to the end. Chao Xian was also clapping in the crowd. She looked at Qin Feng, who was covered in sweat, and her eyes flashed with a different kind of emotion, which seemed to be called being moved. She initially paid attention to Qin Feng simply because she thought he was handsome and his financial situation seemed pretty good. But now, she has discovered his inner strengths, his tenacious and unwavering willpower, an excellent quality that most boys today do not possess. A moment later, after Qin Feng found a slightly shady spot to sit and rest, Lu Xiaoguang, who had recovered somewhat, came over to him, extended a hand, and said solemnly, "Qin Feng, you are really amazing.
I, Lu Xiaoguang, admire you."
He's a man from the north, and he's very straightforward in his words and actions. If he can publicly say that he admires someone, it means that in some aspects, that person truly earns his respect. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and reached out to shake hands with the other person. "You're very capable too."
Chapter 29 Chu Qingxin's Thoughts. Girls' Dormitory at Jinling University.
Chu Qingxin was sitting in her seat reading a book, but her eyes kept glancing at her phone next to her, clearly waiting for a message from someone. Around 9 o'clock last night, her mother called her and told her that her father's surgery was very successful and the tumor in his brain had been completely removed. He only needed to continue to recuperate in the hospital for a while before he could be discharged and go home. Hearing her mother's joyful tears on the other end of the phone, Xu Qingxin knew that without the 1.2 million yuan Qin Feng had given her father would not have been able to have the surgery in such a short time, and the risk to her father would have increased with each day the surgery was delayed. It could be said that Qin Feng actually saved her father's life. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The reason Qin Feng gave her 1.2 million yuan was because she paid a huge price. Now she completely belongs to him. Fortunately, Qin Feng was not only young, handsome, and rich, but also very good to her. She felt very comfortable with him and didn't feel much of the shame of being kept by a rich man.
Indeed, that's true.
If the person who was keeping her at that time were a greasy middle-aged man, or even an old man, she definitely wouldn't have the same thoughts now. Moreover, the other party clearly stated at the hotel that day that as long as she was obedient, he was willing to give her a formal status.
She was already very satisfied with such a promise.
She clearly remembered that last night her mother called her, and after telling her the good news that her father's surgery was successful, she asked her in a very worried tone where the money for her father's surgery came from. As a mother, Xu Qingxin's mother knew very well that with her daughter's looks, making money wouldn't be difficult. However, to earn over 1 million yuan in such a short time was definitely not an easy task. She was very worried that her daughter would go astray because of it. However, faced with the immense pressure that her husband might die at any moment if she didn't have surgery soon, she simply couldn't refuse the more than 1 million yuan that could be considered a life-saving sum. Now that her husband is out of danger, she has the extra worry to wonder whether the money her daughter transferred came from the right source. Although her daughter told her when she transferred the money that it was borrowed from her boyfriend and that she could pay it back slowly in the future. But she had never heard her daughter mention having a boyfriend before, and even if she did, what boyfriend would be willing to lend his girlfriend over 1 million yuan all at once?
Even if he was willing to lend it himself, would his parents be willing to give up that amount of money? You have to understand, the two of them aren't a legally married couple. Even married couples, if their relationship isn't particularly good, will still be very clear about money when it comes to a sum of over 1 million. To reassure her mother and prevent her from worrying, Xu Qingxin repeatedly explained that the money was indeed given by her boyfriend, and that his family was well off and could easily lend her over 1 million yuan. She even promised that she would bring him home during the Chinese New Year this year so that her parents could meet him in person. In this way, she was finally able to temporarily calm her mother's worries. As for whether she can bring Qin Feng back by the end of the year, that remains to be seen. At worst, she can just find another excuse to lie to her family. Just as Xu Qingxin was lost in thought, her best roommate, Shan Wenwen, returned to the dormitory with a bag of snacks she had just bought from the school supermarket. Xin, the freshmen are doing military training on the playground. Do you want to go and see them?
I remember you said yesterday that your boyfriend is a freshman this year.
He should be doing military training too.
Shan Wenwen put the large bag of snacks back in her seat, then looked at Xu Qingxin with great interest and made a suggestion. Upon hearing what the other person said, Xu Qingxin remembered that Qin Feng was actually a freshman and had to participate in military training according to the school's requirements. No wonder he didn't text her all morning, "You can't use your phone during military training."
Thinking of this, Xu Qingxin couldn't help but breathe a heavy sigh of relief.
She had thought that she had done something wrong, or accidentally said something that upset the other person, and that the other person was deliberately ignoring her.
So that's because we can't use our phones during military training. That's good, that's good.
When Qin Feng brought her back yesterday afternoon, he didn't try to hide it.
He even openly put his arm around her and took her all the way to her dormitory.
So when her roommates asked about his identity, she could only say that he was her boyfriend. They were high school classmates, and he was a year younger than her. They had liked each other back then. Now that he got into Jinling University for her sake, it's only natural that they've gotten together. Xu Qingxin is not actually a person who likes to lie, but in the past 2 days she has probably told more lies to her family and roommates than she has in the past 20 years combined. However, there was really nothing that could be done about it, because the true nature of her relationship with Qin Feng was something that couldn't be discussed openly. Seeing that Xu Qingxin was somewhat stunned and did not answer her immediately, Shan Wenwen couldn't help but wave her hand in front of Xu Qingxin's eyes.
Once she had calmed the other person down, she continued, "So, Xin, do you want to come to the playground with me?"
The thought that she hadn't seen Qin Feng for almost a whole day stirred a sudden impulse within her. She wanted to see him, even just for a fleeting glance.
"Okay, I'll go with you."
Xu Qingxin nodded vigorously, as if she had made up her mind.
He shouldn't be upset that I acted on my own initiative, right? He didn't try to hide anything when he brought me back yesterday afternoon, so I should be able to go see him openly and honestly. Should I bring him some water? He must be thirsty during military training.
As Chu Qingxin walked out of the dormitory with her friend Xianwenwen, one strange thought after another flashed through her mind.
Chapter 30 School Beauty Delivers Water. On the playground. As time went on, the sun overhead grew increasingly intense and hot. Coupled with the physical exertion from standing at attention and running laps, almost everyone wore expressions of unbearable pain. Seeing this, the instructor in charge of leading Qin Feng's class knew that they should take a break for a while, otherwise, given the physical condition of these fragile college students, several of them would probably faint on the spot.
10-minute break.
The instructor's hoarse, rough voice sounded like heavenly music to everyone's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the class, who had been standing in neat rows, scattered like birds and beasts, running towards the shaded areas under the trees and in the corners of the walls.
Phew, that feels so good. Ignoring the mud and dust on the ground beneath him, Su Tao lay down and felt the tingling and relaxing sensation spreading through his limbs.
He couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan.
Seeing this, the others followed suit and found places to lie down, immediately followed by a series of comfortable groans. They never imagined that one day they would feel so comfortable simply by lying down and resting for a while, or even just lying on the ground.
"Hey guys, did anyone bring water?" a voice suddenly rang out, filled with anticipation and urgency. He was extremely thirsty, but he hadn't brought any water with him, and most of the people present were in the same boat, lacking experience and not having prepared water in advance. "I thought the instructors wouldn't let us rest, so I didn't think to bring water. I didn't bring any water because I thought it was too much trouble. I thought the morning would pass quickly, so there was no need to bring water." Frustrated voices rang out one after another, as everyone regretted their laziness when they left home that morning, not even bringing water.
"Ha ha ha, I brought water."
A slightly smug voice rang out. It was the guy who had previously boasted about his cleverness, but ended up being punished by the instructor by running 10 laps. This time he was indeed clever. When everyone present was getting thirsty, he picked up a bottle of mineral water that he had prepared in advance and gulped it down, making everyone around him quite envious.
"Don't drink it all. Leave me a sip,"
one of his roommates shouted as he rushed over to grab the water. He finally managed to grab it when the other guy had about a third left. Then, without caring that the other guy had just shared a drink, he happily tilted his head back and drank it all in a few gulps. Looking at the empty bottle in his hand, he couldn't help but lick his lips, still feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but purse his lips in disbelief. He would rather die of thirst than share a bottle of water with a man. At this moment, a commotion suddenly arose in the crowd. "Hey guys, look over there. That girl over there is pretty cute. Hey! Why is she walking this way? Why is she holding a bottle of water? Is she here to give some water to one of us?" Amidst the gasps of surprise, a girl in a floral dress, with a rather cute appearance, slowly walked towards the crowd. "Old Qin, did they come to bring you water?" Zhou Xing nudged Qin Feng's arm, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a smile. Qin Feng was the most handsome boy in their class, so if a girl came to bring water to someone in their class, the chances of her bringing it to Qin Feng were undoubtedly the highest. Of course, he is definitely the second most likely candidate. "It shouldn't be her, I don't know her." Qin Feng shook his head, not presuming to be right. Although he is handsome now, he can't possibly make every girl fall in love at first sight, he is aware of that much. Sure enough, when the cute girl in the floral dress approached, she handed the water in her hand to Li Ziming, the class monitor of Qin Feng's class, with a smile on her face. Li Ziming naturally took the water, drank half a bottle in large gulps, and then looked at the other person with a happy expression and asked, "What brings you here? Our school's military training isn't until 2 days later. You said yesterday that you're starting today, so I thought I'd come see you and bring you some water," the girl in the floral dress replied with a sweet smile. Then, amidst the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, Li Ziming briefly introduced the other person's identity. It turned out that the two were classmates in high school. In the last month before graduation, Li Ziming took the initiative to confess his feelings and confirm their relationship. When they filled out their college applications, both of them applied to universities in Nanjing. Now the girl is studying at a school next to Nanjing University. Upon hearing this introduction, the single people present couldn't help but express their envy. Sure enough, the quickest way for them to get a girlfriend when they first entered college was to bring one from high school. Damn, Li Ziming is so lucky. His girlfriend seems like the kind of girl with a great personality, and she's quite cute too, Su Tao said with some envy. Yeah, he really pulled off that impressive performance.
Sun Yu said with the same envious tone. In the eyes of the boys, it was a very prestigious thing to have girls bring them water during military training. At that moment, a gasp suddenly rang out from a class not far from Qin Feng's training location. Immediately, a group of boys in the class gathered together, watching with a kind of stare as the pure and beautiful figure that had caused their gasp walked past their class. As the beautiful figure drew closer to Qin Feng's class, gasps of surprise echoed along the way. What a beautiful girl!
Who is she? Is she one of our freshmen? What are you thinking? If she were a freshman, would she be exempt from military training? I know her.
I saw her picture when I was browsing the school forum.
Her name is Chu Qingxin. She's a sophomore in the dance department and is also the school's recognized beauty. Wow, she's the school beauty? She's really pretty. How did she end up at our freshman military training site? Look, she's holding a bottle of water. Is she here to deliver water to someone? No way. We're all freshmen here. She's a sophomore, the campus beauty, why would she be giving water to a freshman?
Amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes of the crowd on the playground, Chu Qingxin walked gracefully to Qin Feng, then a slightly shy smile appeared on her beautiful face as she offered him the water in her hand.
Chapter 31. Everyone is shocked. Holy crap! Holy crap! What's going on? How does Qin Feng know the school beauty? Isn't he just a freshman like us? And the school beauty actually came to bring him water. It seems their relationship is quite special.
Qin Feng's classmates, especially the boys, were going crazy. If they were only a little envious when Li Ziming's girlfriend brought him water earlier, then when their Jilin University's undisputed campus belle came to bring water to Qin Feng, they were absolutely green with envy. It's important to understand that while Li Zimo's girlfriend is cute, she's only slightly prettier than the average person. They believe that if they work hard, they have a good chance of finding a girlfriend with similar looks, so their envy is limited. But the campus belle of Chu University is different. She is the undisputed campus belle of Jilin University. She's the goddess in the hearts of many boys. They are the kind of people they only dare to think about in their hearts, but would never dare to approach and strike up a conversation with in real life. However, it is simply unacceptable that such a goddess, who seems somewhat distant and unattainable to them, is now handing out water to their classmates in front of so many people.
The girls' rest area is not far from the boys' rest area.
Xiao Xian sat among a group of girls in her class. Even though she was wearing a dowdy military training uniform, her looks stood out. However, when she saw Chu Qingxin, she had to admit that the other girl was actually a few points prettier than her. This is the first time in her life that she has admitted that she is not as good looking as someone.
Could she be the person Qin Feng mentioned who was barely considered his girlfriend? Xiao Xian wondered to herself.
If that's the case, then her competitiveness seems to have suddenly decreased.
Xian, how does Qin Feng know our school's most beautiful girl? And the way they acted so intimately, it doesn't seem like they just met.
Lu Yujio said in shock.
I don't know either.
Maybe they were high school classmates, or maybe their parents know each other. Xiao Xian shook her head, not dwelling on the question too much.
How they met is not important. What matters is their current relationship. And as a newcomer, does she still have a chance to snatch Qin Feng away from her rival? That's right, even at this point, she still hadn't given up on the idea of dating Qin Feng. In her opinion, Qin Feng was not only handsome and rich, but also had a strong and resolute personality, full of masculine charm. Such a high-quality man was worth her effort, even if her competitor was a girl of Chu Qingxin's caliber. It's worth noting that in her past 20 years, she has never failed to get what she wanted, whether it was toys, cosmetics, top grades in school, or national awards. As long as she wanted it, she was able to get it in the end. It was this long-held pride that gave her enough confidence to compete with Chu Qingxin. Chu Qingxin was worried that one bottle of water wouldn't be enough for Qin Feng, so she thoughtfully brought 2 bottles of mineral water with her. Qin Feng took a bottle of water from her hand, took a sip himself, and then tossed the other bottle to Zhou Xing and his roommates, who were still somewhat stunned, so they could share it. Then he looked down at Chu Qingxin and asked with a smile, "What brings you here?" I don't have classes this morning.
Chu Qingxin smiled faintly and explained, then paused slightly before whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear, "And I missed you." After saying this, she immediately lowered her head shyly, not daring to look Qin Feng in the eye. To be honest, this was the first time she had ever expressed her feelings for a boy so boldly and openly, even though she and Qin Feng had already crossed that line physically. Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised to hear this, as he could sense that Chu Qingxin's words came from the bottom of her heart. He never expected that he had simply paid to keep the other person and then used such a dirty method to obtain her body, yet the other person had developed genuine love for him without him even realizing it.
Am I really that outstanding?
Xin Feng couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. In fact, the reason why Chu Qingxin genuinely developed feelings for him was partly because he was a high-quality man recognized by women. On the other hand, it was also because although his methods were somewhat despicable, they genuinely saved Chu Qingxin's father's life, and even saved Chu Qingxin herself. If she hadn't happened to meet Xin Feng, she would probably still be stuck in a place like the Royal Supreme Music Hall trying to make money. Besides, Chu Qingxin herself is a girl with relatively traditional ideas. As the old saying goes, a woman should follow her husband wherever he goes. She felt that since she had already given herself to Xin Feng, she should live her life with him faithfully from now on. As long as he didn't drive her away, even if he didn't give her a single penny, she wouldn't leave him on her own initiative. If Xin Feng knew what Chu Qingxin was thinking, he would definitely exclaim in his heart that he had really found a treasure. Even without knowing the truth, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of affection for Chu Qingxin based solely on her current behavior. Then find a shady place to sit down and wait for me for a while.
We'll have lunch together, Xin Feng said, affectionately patting Chu Qingxin's head. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxin couldn't help but nod happily.
As for her roommate who had accompanied her to the playground, she had long forgotten about her. When everyone present saw Xin Feng actually reach out and touch the school beauty's head, they were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. It wasn't until the instructor's whistle blew to signal the assembly that they numbly ran back to their original training location, as if they had lost their souls.
However, when they started standing at attention again, almost everyone couldn't help but secretly look at Xin Feng, thinking that even if this kid is handsome, does being handsome mean he can do whatever he wants? How could he win over the school's most popular girl on the very first day of military training? Chapter 32 Forum Turmoil. Noon. School cafeteria.
Xin Feng, dressed in military training uniform, sat facing Chu Qingxin. Next to Chu Qingxin sat a girl with a round face who looked rather auspicious. She was her roommate, Chen Wenwen. When Chu Qingxin brought water to Xin Feng, she watched from the side. She was actually a little surprised by Xin Feng's appearance, because he didn't look like a freshman at all. His handsome face showed no trace of the naivety of someone who had just started college. Yes, only a man as handsome as him is qualified to be their darling Xin's boyfriend. Therefore, at least in terms of looks, as Chu Qingxin's best friend, she approved of Xin Feng. As for other aspects, she will need to continue contacting them for a while before she can make a judgment.
Xin Feng, Xin is my best friend in the dorm.
You absolutely can't let her down, because she's such a pure and innocent girl. Xian Wenwen said earnestly, like a family member, if you dare to betray her, I'll.
Wenwen, don't talk nonsense. Xin Feng is very good to me.
Before Qian Wenwen could finish speaking, Chu Qingxin, worried that Xin Feng would be angry because her friend was talking nonsense, immediately stopped her. Seeing her friend so protective of the other party, Qian Wenwen could only groan helplessly and swallow back the threatening words she was about to say.
Honey, don't worry about it. Wenwen is actually a very nice person.
She only said that because she cares about me, Chu Qingxin explained to Xin Feng, sounding a little nervous.
It's all right.
Xin Feng smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, I can tell that your friend genuinely cares about you. Then, he looked at Qian Wenwen and promised earnestly, I will treat Qingxin well, she is indeed a good girl. Upon hearing this, Qian Wenwen finally felt completely relieved. Of the 4 people in the dormitory, she and Chu Qingxin had the best relationship, almost like sisters. So she sincerely hoped that Chu Qingxin could find a good partner. They had lived together for a whole year, so she knew very well that her friend had been well taken care of by her family in the past. Not only is she gentle and kind, but she is also very sincere and reliable to her friends. Once, she was seriously ill and lay in bed in her dormitory for 3 whole days. During this time, her friends took care of her, bought her medicine, brought her food, and chatted with her to keep her company. Thinking back on it, Chen Wenwen couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up with tears.
Wow, is this what it feels like for a mother to marry off her daughter? The 3 of them ate lunch for about half an hour.
Eating in the cafeteria shouldn't normally take this long, but Chu Qingxin deliberately dawdled because she wanted to spend more time with Xin Feng. During this process, the boys who passed by them would unconsciously slow down, just to catch a few more glances at Chu Qingxin. After all, Chu Qingxin, the school beauty, doesn't usually like to participate in school events, so although everyone is very curious about her, they don't actually see her often in real life. They mostly see her photos on the school forum.
Today was truly a day of unbelievable horror for them. They actually saw Chu, the school beauty, having dinner with a boy in the cafeteria. And this boy was wearing a military training uniform, clearly a freshman from this year's class. Immediately, everyone began to speculate. After someone saw a post on the forum showing Chu, the school beauty, giving water to a freshman on the playground, they became even more curious about Qin Feng's identity as a freshman. As the story spread, more and more people became curious, and the news that Chu Qingxin and Qin Feng got out of the back seat of a $1 million Mercedes-Benz yesterday afternoon was also revealed. The combination of beautiful woman and luxury car greatly amplified the buzz surrounding this event, instantly making it the most talked about topic on the campus forum. There are all sorts of speculations. As things progressed, Chen Wenwen couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward as Chu Qingxin's roommate, posting an explanation under her real name. She said that the two were high school classmates and had been very close since high school. Now that they had been admitted to the same university, they naturally got together. This resolved most of the doubts and finally calmed the storm. Qin Feng was unaware of what was happening on the school forum. He didn't have the habit of browsing forums, but even if he did know, he probably wouldn't bother to post anything to clarify. In his view, other people's opinions were irrelevant, and given his current circumstances, there was absolutely no need for him to waste time on such meaningless things. To put it more bluntly, who the hell do you think you are? Do I need to explain myself to you? The day's military training finally came to an end. The freshmen, who had never been so exhausted before, didn't even want to eat dinner. They went back to their dormitories and lay down on their beds. Qin Feng's dormitory was in a similar state. Zhou Xing went straight to bed and went to sleep. Before going to sleep, he specifically asked his roommates if any of them were going to the cafeteria to eat, to remember to bring him some food back. Su Tao seems to be addicted to games. Even though he was so tired today, the first thing he did when he got back to his dorm was to turn on his computer and play a game. Sun Yu lay in bed but didn't sleep. Instead, he played on his phone. Soon, the sound of beautiful women dancing in a live stream came from his bed. Looking at the slovenly state of everyone in the dormitory who hadn't even showered before lying on their beds, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, then picked up his toiletries and headed to the bathroom. He sweated so much today, he'd feel disgusted with himself if he didn't take a shower before going to bed. After taking a shower, he changed into some casual clothes and told Su Tao and Sun Yu, who were playing games and watching a live stream, that he was going to the cafeteria for lunch and asked if they needed him to bring them food. He left the dormitory with their affirmative answers. On the second floor of the cafeteria, Chu Qingxin had already prepared the food, just waiting for Qin Feng to arrive so they could eat immediately. Upon seeing Qin Feng arrive, she immediately broke into a sweet smile and stood up to greet him. Qin Feng naturally took her hand, and the two of them sat back down in their seats. Chapter 33 Register an account. Honey, why didn't you bring your military training uniform? Seeing that Qin Feng came to the cafeteria empty-handed, Chu Qingxin took the opportunity to ask him a question while he was eating. She originally thought that the other person must be exhausted after a whole day of military training, so she brought their military training uniform and other dirty clothes along with them. She planned to take them back to her dormitory to wash them and then bring them back to the other person after they were washed. Actually, I don't have many clothes. I can wash them myself when I get home tonight, Qin Feng said casually, pinching Chu Qingxin's pretty cheek. Having grown up in an orphanage, he has the ability to take care of himself. Besides, it's much more convenient for him to wash his own clothes than to carry them around and go through all that trouble. Even so, Qin Feng was still very happy to hear these words from Chu Qingxin. It showed that she truly cared about him. And what man wouldn't be happy to be so concerned about by a beautiful woman? After dinner, Qin Feng packed a bowl of fried rice for each of the 3 people in the dormitory before taking Chu Qingxin's hand and leaving the cafeteria. After leaving the cafeteria, the two did not part ways. Instead, they strolled to the artificial lake behind the teaching building, where there were trees and benches, making it a favorite spot for campus couples to meet in the evening. When Chu Qingxin saw that Qin Feng had actually brought her here, a blush immediately rose on her fair cheeks. Qin Feng looked down and saw this incredibly alluring scene, and he couldn't resist any longer, so he lowered his head and kissed her. Half an hour later, as the number of mosquitoes around them gradually increased, Qin Feng finally put down the beauty in his arms with satisfaction, stretched his body, and said with a smile, "Let's go back first tonight. After the military training is over, I'll take you to stay in a hotel." Upon hearing the words "staying in a hotel," Chu Qingxin, who was bending down to straighten her slightly disheveled skirt, blushed instantly. Having experienced it once before, she naturally knew what it meant, but she had no intention of refusing. On the contrary, she felt a faint sense of anticipation.
When Qin Feng returned to the dormitory, Su Tao and the others, who were almost starving, were as if they had seen a savior. They snatched the still warm fried rice from Qin Feng's hands like hungry dogs and began to eat it in large mouthfuls at their respective tables. "Old Qin, how much is this fried rice?" "We'll transfer the money to you," Sun Yu asked while eating. "No need to spin it, it's not much money anyway, consider it my treat," Qin Feng waved his hand, saying nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and the others stopped insisting on transferring money to him. They already knew that Qin Feng was very rich, and he really didn't care about the cost of a few servings of fried rice. Moreover, this guy actually managed to date the most beautiful girl in their Jinling University. Just for that, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to treat his dorm mates to a Manchu Han Imperial feast. "Old Qin, I just saw a post on the campus forum about Chu University's campus beauty's roommate. She said you two knew each other back in high school, is that true?" Zhou Xing asked curiously while eating heartily. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then smiled and nodded, acknowledging the statement. "That's wonderful." Sun Yu put down his chopsticks and looked at Qin Feng with a tone that was both admiring and envious. "You and Chu, the school beauty, were able to get together despite being a year apart. You are truly role models for us all. Old Sun, don't you even look at old Qin's face? Although Chu is pretty, old Qin isn't bad looking either. Plus, he's very rich. The two of them together are a perfect match," Su Tao interjected. "If you can speak, then say a few more words." Hearing Su Tao describe himself like that, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little smug. The group of roommates didn't continue discussing Chu Qingxin for long. After all, she was their roommate's girlfriend, and they needed to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Besides, their roommate was a very nice person. He not only brought them food but also didn't charge them. After finishing the fried rice that Qin Feng brought back for them, Zhou Xing went to visit the dormitory next door, Su Tao continued playing games, and Sun Yu took out his phone to continue watching the live stream of beautiful women. Qin Feng had little interest in games. In the past 20 years, the only game he had ever played was probably Minesweeper, which he played during a computer class in junior high school. Compared to games, Qin Feng was more interested in live streaming. He had seen some news reports about people who would spend tens of millions of yuan on virtual gifts in a single night, something he couldn't understand before. But things are different now. Now that he has the system, he's worried about not having a place to spend money to level up his experience while he's stuck in his dorm. So, after asking Sun Yu which app he usually watched live streams on, he took out his phone and found an app called Douyin among a bunch of apps he had already downloaded. After clicking in, he first registered an account named Feng Xiaoxiao, and then tentatively deposited 500,000 yuan into the account balance, intending to familiarize himself with the specific gameplay before deciding whether to continue depositing money. The first recommended video Qin Feng saw was of an adorable pet cat. He actually quite liked these furry little animals, so he simply watched the entire video before continuing to scroll down. The second video is of a beautiful woman dancing. A girl with an outstanding figure, but whose face is completely covered by special effects, is seen twisting her body to the music. This video has received a lot of likes, more than 1 million. Qin Feng clicked into the other person's homepage and found that there were more than 100 videos on the homepage. Although they were different clothes, different backgrounds, different music and dances, the effect was similar. They were all sexy and borderline. The comments in the comments section of each video were also exactly the same. For example, "I swear I must find someone like that in my lifetime, or I won't die." For example, "First glance, girl second glance, female college student third glance, the rest of my life." Qin Feng glanced at the meaningless comments section casually and then closed it. Chapter 34 Wang Kursen. Then he continued scrolling down. Perhaps because he had just clicked on the profile of a beautiful woman, the algorithm thought he was interested in this type of content, so he gradually saw more and more similar borderline videos. Suddenly, he came across a cross-dressing video. The girl in the video was initially wearing a loose school uniform, but as the music changed, the camera suddenly switched to her wearing a very sexy tight-fitting bodycon dress. More importantly, the size of her chest seemed quite astonishing. Qin Feng swears he has never seen a girl with such a slim waist and such a large chest in real life. He looked at the other person's profile picture, intending to click into their homepage to see if there were any other videos, but found that the other person was actually live streaming. He entered the other party's live stream room and saw a girl with fair skin, wearing rabbit ears and a very cute and pretty face chatting with the chat. Although she was wearing a tight-fitting tank top that perfectly accentuated her enviable upper body figure, she was holding a large teddy bear in front of her chest, which almost completely blocked what people wanted to see. Only when she occasionally swayed her body could one vaguely see her rounded outline. There weren't many people in her livestream, only a few dozen, and they were mostly poor guys who just watched for free and didn't send any gifts. Of course, although these poor guys are reluctant to spend money on gifts, they are still very enthusiastic about teasing the streamer, and the barrage of witty remarks is almost non-stop. In fact, they can only make their presence felt in small live streams with few viewers. In live streams with many viewers, if you don't send expensive gifts like rockets or sports cars, the streamer won't even glance at your comments. Meanwhile, Wang a new streamer who had just celebrated her 18th birthday a while ago, with the online name Taro Bobo Sauce, felt utterly helpless as she watched the barrage of comments flashing across the screen.
Because many of the comments can only be described as unbearable to look at. Comments like, "Streamer, can you move the bear away?" are considered polite. However, in order to keep her live stream from becoming deserted, Wang could only try to select some comments that were engaging to respond to. Her voice is very pleasant, it's sweet and gentle, the kind of voice that easily evokes a protective instinct in people. Could the host stand up and take a look at their outfit? "I'm sorry, baby, but I need to give a gift to see your outfit. The host's voice is so beautiful, I love it." "Thank you for the compliment, baby. Your profile picture is also very cute. Hey streamer, dance for me, and I'll send you a carnival gift afterwards." Seeing this comment, Wang couldn't help but feel a little tempted. You should know that a carnival, when converted to real-life money, is equivalent to 3,000 yuan. Even if the platform takes half, the streamer will still get 1,500 yuan. The rent for the apartment she's currently renting is exactly 1,500 yuan per month, which means that if someone could send her a carnival, she wouldn't have to worry about rent next month. However, before Wang could make a move, other viewers in her live stream immediately contradicted her, saying, "Don't believe him, he's lying to you." After saying that, worried that the streamer wouldn't see his comment, he specially sent a bouquet of flowers as a gift, which was worth 1 yuan. "Thank you for the flowers, I am Zero brother," Wang said happily. Although the gift wasn't expensive, it was still a token of goodwill, and the other party's original intention was to remind her not to be scammed. Inside the male dormitory of an unknown second-tier university. With a stubble beard, wearing a slightly yellowed white vest, and hair so greasy it looked like that of Zhang Xiaocheng, a sophomore who hadn't washed his hair in over 10 days, he was lying on his bed. When he saw the beautiful female anchor on the screen, who was not only cute and pretty but also had an amazing figure, thanking him for the flowers he had given her, he couldn't help but show a creepy smile. What the hell? Is the person upstairs an idiot? What are we supposed to watch if the streamer doesn't dance? You're such a simp, I've blocked you. What are you pretending to be so important about? How could you possibly give away flowers that cost only $1? Zhang Xiaocheng never expected that his momentary act of justice would attract a barrage of attacks from netizens. He wanted to send a comment to explain, but he found that his typing speed was not as fast as the people who were cursing him. He had just finished typing one sentence when 4 or 5 comments cursing him had already been sent. Wang didn't have much experience with live streaming, and when she saw people arguing in her live stream, she couldn't help but panic. If this wasn't handled properly, it could even lead to her live stream being banned. Just then, a huge carnival effect suddenly appeared, almost filling the entire screen of her live stream. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X1. Thank you Feng Xiaoxiao for the carnival. Wang was quite excited. This was the first time she had received such a valuable gift in a live stream. It's worth noting that the most expensive gift she received during her previous live streams was a sports car, equivalent to 120 yuan in cash. However, a carnival costs 3,000 yuan, which is more than 20 times the price of a sports car. Holy crap, the big boss has arrived. Aren't you going to dance, streamer? The big spender has already gifted you a carnival-sized donation, so be sensible. Jump, jump. We've come at the perfect time, we've already benefited from Big Brother's good fortune as soon as we came in. Seeing that the chat in the livestream was full of people asking her to dance, Wang couldn't refuse. However, before she started dancing, she took the initiative to ask, "Brother Feng Xiaoxiao, would you like to see the streamer dance?" Jump, Xin Feng typed. He actually saw someone say that he would send a carnival gift to the streamer if they danced, so he looked up what the so-called carnival was in the gift list. When he found it, he realized that it was the most expensive gift he could give. However, for him, the carnival worth 3,000 yuan was really nothing. He casually clicked and sent it out. At this moment, Wang who had seen Xin Feng's comment, obediently stood up, exposing her exaggerated figure completely to the camera.
It's hard to imagine that she, who is only 18 years old this year, has such an enviable figure, making people wonder what she ate to grow up like this. Her dancing is actually quite average. She's a complete amateur, and she probably learned it on her own by watching videos online. Xin Feng had seen Xu Qingxin dance before, and he can only say that if it were a dance competition, Xu Qingxin was simply outclassing him.
However, Wang Kursen is a numerical anomaly.
Faced with her magnificent figure, whether her dance posture is standard or not doesn't seem to be a very important thing.
Chapter 35 PK Battle. After a dance lasting about 2 minutes, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but exclaim how much they enjoyed it.
Many people even felt they hadn't seen enough and kept sending comments like, "The streamer should dance again," but unfortunately they were just typing and couldn't even spare a single heart for a gift that only cost a penny. Wang Kursen naturally ignored these comments that were trying to get freebies. She sat back down in front of the camera, hugged the teddy bear to her chest again, and asked, slightly out of breath, "Is Brother Feng Xiaoxiao still in the livestream? Were you satisfied with the dance the streamer just did?"
"Not bad."
Xin Feng sent a comment. After thinking for a moment, he opened the gift menu and sent a carnival gift worth 3,000 yuan. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X1. The live stream screen was once again filled with carnival effects.
"Wow, another carnival. Thank you Feng Xiaoxiao for the carnival, you're so generous."
Wang Kursen stood up happily, covered her chest, and bowed to the camera to express her gratitude for Qin Feng's generous help. Although she deliberately pulled her clothes to cover herself when she stood up and bowed, the supermodel's appearance still made the group of perverts in the live broadcast room give her a respectful bow. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp in amazement, thinking to himself that this girl's figure was absolutely stunning, especially compared to her cute face. It was a truly remarkable contrast. At this moment, Qin Feng's message interface suddenly showed an unread message. He clicked on it out of curiosity and found that it was a private message from Taro Boba Sauce, the streamer he was watching. "Hi brother, this is my WeChat ID XXXX, let's add each other as friends, hee cute emoji." Although Qin Feng doesn't watch live streams much, he knows that this is one of the tricks streamers use to maintain their relationship with the big spenders in the livestream. After all, if they can make this big spender a loyal fan and have him come to the livestream to send gifts often, it is no less than having a stable income for them. Regardless, Qin Feng still needed to add her contact information. Chatting more might give them a chance to meet in person someday. After the request to add contact information was sent, it was quickly accepted. The other party's profile picture was a cute anime girl character, and the username and livestream account name were the same, still Taro Bobo Sauce.
"Hello, brother cat greeting emoji," Wang Kursen greeted him first. "Aren't you live streaming? How can you still chat with me?" Qin Feng typed.
"Hee, because I have two phones." Witty cat emoji, Wang Kursen replied. When Qin Feng clicked into the livestream, he found that the other person was indeed looking down from time to time, obviously because she had another phone in her hand. "Brother, I have to go live now, so I'll stop chatting for now. We can continue chatting after I finish my live stream," Wang Kursen typed. Seeing this, Qin Feng simply replied with an OK sign. Immediately afterwards, Wang Kursen in the live broadcast room also temporarily put down her personal device, which was hidden from the camera, and focused on continuing the live broadcast. However, she doesn't seem to have many talents. She mainly chats with the viewers in the chat, so the live stream effect is rather average. This explains why, despite her exceptional talent, there aren't many viewers in her live stream.
"Hey streamer, stop chatting and let's go out and play some PvP," someone suggested in the chat.
"Ha? But there are penalties if you lose a PK battle," Wang Kursen said nervously. In fact, she had already tried to play PK with others on live stream the night before last, but because the viewers in her live stream were mostly poor guys who liked to spend money for free, almost no one sent her gifts. And since no one sent her gifts, she naturally couldn't win the PK, which resulted in her being punished with things like squatting 10 times and stepping on a pressure point mat for 20 seconds. So the next day, having learned her lesson, Wang Kursen completely gave up the idea of going out to play PK battles with others.
"Don't be afraid, you have a big spender in your live stream today," the person in the chat continued. "Then I'll ask Brother Feng Xiaoxiao's opinion," Wang Kursen said hesitantly. Then, she asked in the live stream, "Brother Feng Xiaoxiao, are you still there? Should I go out and participate in a PK battle?" Qin Feng didn't know what PK was, but he guessed it was probably the same thing as sending gifts, so he simply typed, "Let's go PK, I've never seen anyone PK before." Upon seeing the comment Qin Feng sent, the viewers in the livestream realized that Qin Feng's account was actually a new one, and the two carnival gifts he had just sent in this livestream were the first time he had ever given gifts to anyone. "Wow, this account is a new one, bro. You're so lucky, bro." The first gift you ever gave me was a carnival gift. Someone commented in the chat. Ah. Is this the first time Brother Feng Xiaoxiao has given a gift? The streamer suddenly feels so happy.
Wang Kersen stuck out her cute little tongue, then turned on the PK function and started randomly connecting with others. Soon, she connected with a female streamer.
There weren't many people in her livestream, only a little over 100. This is quite normal.
Generally, the algorithm will match you with an evenly matched opponent.
Small streamers with little popularity will find it difficult to connect with big streamers.
As more people send gifts to your live stream, the algorithm will naturally start matching you with live streams that have more viewers.
Hey sis, wanna play a game?
Before Wang Kersen could even speak, the streamer on the other end of the line invited her.
Okay, what should we set as the punishment for losing? Wang Kersen asked.
The streamer on the other end glanced at Wang Kersen's impressive figure, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, just do 10 squats normally. For an average person, squats are nothing special, but Wang Kersen is different.
Her talent makes her squats absolutely spectacular. Wang Kersen did not refuse, because 10 squats are indeed one of the most common forms of punishment.
After setting the punishment items, this round of PK can officially begin. The two of them turn off their microphones and start collecting gifts in their own live broadcast rooms.
Above each player's head is a health bar representing the value of the gifts.
The more health bars a player has, the more gifts they have received. When the 5-minute PK time ends, the player who received fewer gifts will have their health bar depleted and will lose the PK.
Chapter 3610 Player Carnival.
Brother Feng Xiaoxiao, the score for the first gift sent in the first 30 seconds will be doubled.
You can send one to the streamer now to get your health bar up.
Knowing that this was Qin Feng's first time participating in a PK battle and that he was unfamiliar with some of the rules, some people in the chat section kindly offered reminders. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng casually selected a carnival gift and sent it to them. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X1. As the familiar carnival effects flashed in the livestream, Wang Kersen's health bar instantly grew significantly, reaching a staggering 60,000 votes, almost completely crushing the opponent's health bar.
Wow, thank you so much for the carnival, brother. Love you.
Wang Kersen happily raised her hands above her head and made a big heart shape with her hands towards the camera. You know, in the past when she played PvP, her health bar was almost always suppressed by the opponent. But this time, she crushed the opponent.
This feeling was so satisfying. Holy crap, there's a big shot on the other side.
Seeing Wang Kersen's health bar suddenly increase significantly, the streamer on the other side was also taken aback and immediately called for support from his fans in his own livestream. Family members, don't be stingy with the little gifts in your backpacks. If you have money, please support us financially. If you don't have money, please support us by giving us a like to increase our popularity. Under her passionate call, the more than 100 viewers in her livestream were also deeply affected by her emotions and sent her a lot of small gifts. Although they were not valuable items, the most expensive one was a sports car worth 120 yuan. However, little by little, they helped to restore her health bar.
In contrast, in Wang Kersen's livestream, although some people did send gifts, they were almost all small gifts like flowers, sunglasses, and kisses that weren't worth much money.
Apart from the carnival gift that Qin Feng sent at the beginning, there were practically no truly big gifts.
However, Wang Kersen herself was quite satisfied.
A carnival with double the value was basically enough to ensure her victory in this PK, as long as there was no big spender stealing the tower in the opponent's livestream. The so-called tower stealing refers to suddenly sending out a lot of gifts in the last few seconds before the PK time is about to end, instantly turning the tide of the battle. In this way, even if the big spender in the opposite livestream wanted to send more gifts, it would be too late. Sure enough, as the PK time was about to end, Qin Feng saw someone in the chat reminding him to be careful of the opponent's tower stealing. His expression shifted slightly, and then he opened the gift menu and tapped his fingers several times. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X1. Upon seeing the familiar notification words in Carnival effects, Wang Kersen immediately wanted to express her gratitude. However, the next second, before she could even speak, the comments in the livestream changed again.
The wind howls, sending off Carnival X2.
The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X3. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X10.
10 consecutive critical hits, instantly killing the game. My god, it's a 10-pack of carnivals. That's a whopping 30,000 yuan. So, Boss Feng Xiaoxiao is this powerful? Please accept my bow. Why, does the boss need another accessory? I'm sweet-voiced, gentle, and easy to push over. Get lost, upstairs. If I hadn't just checked your profile and found out you're a guy, I almost would have been fooled by your picture. What's wrong with men? Can't men be sweet-voiced, gentle, and easy to seduce? You need to broaden your perspective, bro. Stimulated by the 10 consecutive carnivals, the number of comments in Wang Kerson's live stream suddenly increased, with the vast majority expressing their desire to worship Qin Feng. Of course, there were bound to be a few who deliberately cracked jokes. Wow, thank you so much for the carnival, Feng Xiaoxiao. Thank you so much for the carnival, Feng Xiaoxiao. I love you so much, streamer. Seeing the 10 genuine carnivals in her live stream, Wang Kerson was instantly thrilled. 10 carnivals would mean 15,000 yuan for her. Adding that to what Qin Feng had given her before, she could cover her rent and even utilities for the next year. Get rich overnight. At this moment, Wang Kerson's mind was filled with these 4 words. She never expected to have such luck. As a new streamer, she had only been streaming for a few days when she was favored by a big shot, giving her an experience that only big streamers with hundreds of thousands or even millions of fans could have. At the same time, the streamer on the other end was filled with envy when he saw that a big spender in Wang Kerson's livestream had sent 10 carnival gifts at once. She shouted herself hoarse, and only managed to get a little over 300 yuan worth of gifts. Half of that was taken by the platform, leaving her with just over 100 yuan. Of course, even so, it's still faster, more lucrative, and easier to make money than working in a factory. The younger sister won this PK, and the older sister is a true believer in her loss. Now she will give everyone the punishment. The streamer who was connected with Wang Kerson saw that she had lost and readily gave the punishment. She finished 10 squats in less than a minute, then greeted Wang Kerson and ended their live stream connection to find another streamer to continue the PK battle. I'm so happy, I won. Wang Kerson excitedly raised her hands, but she didn't notice that as she let go, the teddy bear she was holding also fell to the ground. Immediately, her remarkable talent was fully displayed in front of the camera. In addition, the way she was stretching further highlighted her advantages, almost filling the entire screen. Immediately, the chat in her live stream was flooded with comments. Some said they had already taken screenshots, some said they were dizzy from milk and needed compensation from the streamer, and some even said they had already ended the stream. The next second, everyone's phone screen suddenly went black, displaying the message that the live stream had ended and the room had been banned. Good grief, how did this end up getting the live stream shut down? Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He had originally wanted to watch for a while longer. Soon, he also received a message on WeChat from Taro Boba Sauce. What, brother, my live stream got banned, crying cat emoji. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. It's your size that even the auditors couldn't stand, Qin Feng typed with a smile. Ha! I'm not that old, I'm only 18 this year, scratching head like a confused cat. After sending the message, Wang Kerson suddenly realized what the other person meant by so big. They weren't referring to her age at all, but rather her figure. Suddenly, her face felt hot. Brother, you're so mean. I'm not talking to you anymore. Angry cat emoji. Qin Feng looked at the message, shook his head and chuckled, then, too lazy to reply, he simply exited WeChat and went to browse other live streams. When Wang Kerson saw that she had not received a reply to her message, she panicked and quickly sent another message. Brother, why are you ignoring me? I was just kidding, I won't ignore you, please reply to me, sad cat emoji. I'm not ignoring you, I'm just about to take a shower, Qin Feng replied casually. To be honest, he wasn't interested in chatting online without meeting in person. With so many beautiful women in real life, why would he waste his time and energy on something as boring as online chatting? Unless. Chapter 37 Photos. Okay, then go take a shower first, brother. I won't bother you anymore, Wang Kerson typed and sent. After sending the message, seeing that the other party hadn't replied, she couldn't help but pout angrily. After thinking for a moment, she opened her phone's photo album, selected a photo that she felt was relatively private, and sent it out. At the same time, Qin Feng subconsciously clicked on the notification that the other party had sent a photo that suddenly popped up in the WeChat chat box. When he saw the explicit photo that Wang Kerson sent him, he couldn't help but instinctively salute. Goodness, this photo is much more shocking than the scene when the livestream was shut down. Is this the kind of perk only the top-ranked fan can enjoy? After admiring the photos, Qin Feng first sent Wang Kerson a thumbs-up emoji. After thinking for a moment, he typed, "Good sister, send a few more."
Seeing that the other party had finally replied, Wang Kersen couldn't help but show a smug expression. She knew that the other party definitely couldn't withstand her photo. However, when she saw Qin Feng's message asking her to take a few more pictures, she couldn't help but blush slightly. To be honest, this was the first time she had ever sent such private photos of herself to a man. If it weren't for the fact that he was her #1 fan and had given her nearly 40,000 yuan worth of gifts in one night, she would never have made such a bold move. Actually, she was already embarrassed after posting the previous photo, so why would she post another one now? So she replied to Qin Feng, "Hee, I'm glad you like it, but I can't post any more today. There's a limit of one per day. If you still want to see more, remember to come to my live stream tomorrow covering mouth and laughing cat emoji." Okay, you're trying to play tricks on me, aren't you? Upon seeing this message, Qin Feng simply didn't bother to reply. As for whether he should go to the other party's live stream to send gifts tomorrow, he'd have to wait until tomorrow to decide. What if he discovers other, even more interesting live streams? Meanwhile, seeing that Qin Feng was no longer replying to her messages, Wang Kersen was so anxious that she kept scratching her head. Her top male fan was just too eccentric. But what could she do? The top fan was her benefactor, and she had to pamper him. So after hesitating for a moment, she finally decided to compromise. She opened her phone's photo album again, selected some photos, and sent 3 different photos to Qin Feng. After posting the 3 photos, she finally received a reply from the other party, "I'll come see you again tomorrow." Seeing this clear reply, Wang Kersen was finally able to put her mind at ease. "Humph, I can still control you," she thought to herself with a touch of pride. The next day. After a full day of military training, the freshmen, exhausted like dead dogs, couldn't wait to return to their respective dormitories. Dormitory 401. Zhou Xing tidied himself up, left the dormitory excitedly after saying he was going out to meet his sister. Zhou Xing is actually quite good. He is not only smart and has high emotional intelligence, but also handsome, and his family is relatively wealthy. As long as he is not compared with Qin Feng, he is actually the boy with the highest overall quality in their class. Therefore, none of his roommates ever doubted that he would be able to find a girlfriend during college. Su Tao is still playing his favorite game. According to him, he has spent over 100,000 yuan on the game over the years, all of which came from his savings, New Year's money, and scholarships from school. Qin Feng and the others, upon hearing his words, couldn't help but admire him. Those who can get into Jilin University are definitely not ordinary people. They even use their scholarship money to buy games. Now, there are only 2 people in dormitory 401 who like to watch live streams. Besides Sun Yu, Qin Feng also lay down on his bed after taking a shower and picked up his phone to watch the live stream. Seeing this, Su Tao couldn't help but complain to Sun Yu, "Look what you've done. Old Qin was originally a fine young man, but now you've led him to become addicted to watching live streams." While watching the beautiful women dancing in his phone's live stream, Sun Yu retorted without even looking up, "How could it be me who led them? Old Qin just likes watching it himself." Ignoring his 2 roommates' teasing, Qin Feng scrolled through short videos for a while before opening his following list, where he saw that Taro Boba Sauce was live streaming. Recalling the 4 photos the other party had sent him last night, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. It's so great to have a top-ranked guy who can make Taro Boba Sauce. He clicked into the other person's live stream and found that the live stream seemed to be much more popular than yesterday, with more than 500 people watching. He scrolled through the comments section and finally understood what had happened. It turns out that when the live stream was banned yesterday, someone happened to record the screen, and then that person made the screen recording into a short video and posted it. As a result, the video went viral, and many people in the live stream came because of it. Indeed, gold will not be buried, and those with ability will always get their chance to shine. Besides, Bobo-chan's strength is still so great. Qin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, Wang Kersen, who was live streaming, also noticed Qin Feng's arrival. After all, he was her top fan, so she had to give him the respect he deserved. "Welcome home, brother Feng Xiao. Sending you a heart." Wang Kersen blinked cutely, then stretched out her right hand and made a small heart shape with her fingers towards the camera. Seeing her adorable appearance, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile, and then casually sent her a carnival. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X1. "Hee, thank you for the carnival, brother. Love you," Wang Kersen said, looking very happy. The reason she was so happy was not only because she received a carnival gift, but more importantly because Qin Feng, the top donor, returned to her live stream. This means that the other party has gradually begun to accept her, and what she needs to do is to turn this acceptance into a habit, so that when the other party comes to her live broadcast room, it feels like coming home.
Boss Feng Xiaoxiao is here. Boss is awesome. Everyone in the front row, please make way and get a chair for the big boss. Sit on my lap, boss. I have lots of fat on my legs, it'll be comfortable. Damn it, it's you again, you perverted guy. Can you please stop disgusting the big boss?
The longtime viewers who witnessed Qin Feng's extravagant act of gifting 10 carnivals last night started greeting each other in the live chat. Seeing this, Qin Feng readily sent out a 10,000 yuan audience red envelope, allowing everyone in the live stream to grab it.
The money could be withdrawn or used to exchange for gifts to give to the streamer. Wow, 10,000 yuan in one go.
Boss Feng Xiaoxiao is really generous.
I managed to snag a 30 yuan deal. Thank you so much, big shot. I've got my midnight snack covered tonight. Ha, I snagged 260. Now I have enough money for a foot massage. Thank you so much, sir. I'm bowing down to you. Upstairs, explain the foot washing process in detail. Why, I only managed to grab 1 yuan. Chapter 38 The Impulse to Meet.
The longtime viewers in the live stream know Qin Feng's strength. Last night's 10 consecutive carnival-style attacks were enough to prove everything. The new viewers who entered the live stream today, after grabbing the big red envelope Qin Feng just sent, also got to know this top viewer in the live stream, whose online name is Feng Xiaoxiao.
Hey streamer, let's go play some PvP. I just snagged 100 yuan, I'll buy you a sports car.
Brother Feng Xiaoxiao, let's charge one more time with the brothers.
Charge. Charge. Amidst the enthusiastic urging of the viewers in the live stream, Wang Kersen specifically asked Qin Feng for his opinion. After all, he was the top spender in her live stream, and without his approval, she wouldn't have the confidence to go out and compete in PK battles. Fortunately, Qin Feng himself wanted to spend more money to boost his experience points, so he sent a message in the chat agreeing to let Wang Kersen go out and find someone to play PK with. He even specifically suggested that she find a bigger streamer to compete against, otherwise, like last night's match, winning too easily wouldn't be very interesting. A true master is a true master, he's got real confidence. Charging into battle with Boss Feng Xiaoxiao tonight is guaranteed to be awesome. Boss, let's have another 10 consecutive carnivals today. Let's see who can beat the Bobo family. Ha, the advantage is in my hands, we've got this in the bag. Amidst the laughter and chatter filling the live stream chat, Wang Kersen began her first live stream session of the evening. Soon, the connection was successful, and everyone's phone screens were split in two by the two live streams. The person connected with Wang Kersen was also a female streamer, whose online name was Li Shanshan. She seemed to have quite a few fans, and at this time, the number of viewers in the live stream room was over 10,000. Li Shanshan wore a blue tight-fitting sleeveless t-shirt on her upper body and light blue tight-fitting jeans on her lower body. Although she didn't show much skin, she perfectly showed off her curvaceous figure. Her face is pretty, but it's the kind that's obviously been surgically enhanced. It's not natural at all. Qin Feng has never been interested in tech-savvy faces, even if they are very good-looking. Moreover, this is how she appears in the live stream, with beauty filters almost maxed out. Who knows what she actually looks like in real life? Wow, she's a beautiful cowgirl. Li Shanshan's personality is noticeably more lively than Wang Kersen's. She is very good at chatting with the audience in the live stream, so the live stream effect has always been quite good, and she is considered to be the kind of person who can retain viewers. Want to play a PK battle, sister? Wang Kersen asked directly. Little sister, I don't see many people in your live stream. I have more than 10,000 people in mine. Are you sure you still want to play with me? Li Shanshan clicked into Wang Kersen's live stream, glanced at it, and then raised her eyebrows and smiled. It's okay, I have big spenders in my live stream, they can handle it, Wang Kersen replied with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Li Shanshan couldn't help but show a hint of interest on her face. She also had a big brother, a term of respect for a wealthy or influential person, and as a top streamer with over 10,000 viewers, she had more than one big brother in her live stream. The fact that this small-time streamer dared to challenge her piqued her interest, and she wanted to see just how powerful this big brother was. Get the big spender in your livestream to send a carnival gift to prove his skill, and then I'll fight you, Li Shanshan said. Before she could even ask for it, a carnival effect appeared in Wang Kersen's livestream. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X1. Seeing how supportive her top fan was, Wang Kersen's smile deepened even further. Can we fight now, sister? She said confidently. Okay, let us play a game then.
Li Shanshan nodded in agreement. As for the punishment, the two agreed that the loser would have to perform a talent and then shout 3 times, "Big brother on the other side is awesome." Soon, the PK officially began, and as usual, both of them temporarily muted each other's microphones. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X10. Because the streamer on the other side seemed to be quite skilled, Xin Feng immediately raised the intensity of the attack, launching a highly anticipated 10-shot carnival.
Wow, is Feng Xiaoxiao really that fierce?
He just came out with 10 carnivals.
Will the opposing streamer just admit defeat when he sees this? Brothers, let's go. Send gifts. Don't let the big shot fight alone. Here it comes.
I just snatched a 200 yuan red envelope from a big spender, and I haven't even had a chance to enjoy it yet.
Never mind, I'm exchanging it all for gifts for the streamer.
Under Qin Feng's influence, gifts poured into Wang Kerson's livestream, one after another, almost non-stop. With so many gifts, plus the 10 carnival gifts Qin Feng initially gave away, Wang Kerson's health bar was instantly maxed out.
Upon seeing this, Wang Kerson couldn't help but blush with excitement.
The feeling of so many people vying to give her gifts was simply amazing. It was a feeling she had never experienced before as an unknown streamer. But at the same time, she also knew very well that all of this was brought to her by her top fan, brother Feng Xiaoxiao. Without him, she would still be that unknown little streamer worrying about next month's rent. Although she had never met the other person before, and didn't even know whether he was male or female, old or young, what he looked like, how tall or heavy he was, she couldn't help but develop a strange feeling for him. At this moment, she suddenly felt an urge to meet him. She wanted to ask him in person why he was so good to her. Regardless of what Wang Kerson was thinking, Li Shanshan was completely bewildered.
What was going on? How did the enemy's health bar get so thick in the blink of an eye?
That guy on the other side is incredibly skilled. Family members in the live stream, hurry up and help Shan Shan with her gifts. The other side is coming on strong, and we must unite to win this battle.
Support Shan Shan. If we can win this round, Shan Shan will sing for everyone later. You can hear whatever you want. Why, Shan Shan doesn't want to lose.
The girl on the other side only has a little over 500 people in her live stream, while we have over 10,000. It would be so embarrassing to lose to her. In order to win this PK, Li Shanshan used all the available words and phrases, and the effect was immediate. Soon, the more than 10,000 viewers in her livestream sent all the gifts they could afford. Unfortunately, the key to winning this PK battle ultimately lies with the big spenders in each other's livestreams who have the resources to spend money on the carnival. As Li Shanshan repeatedly pleaded for help, her older brothers gradually began to show their strength, sending her carnivals one after another.
The highest virtue is like water, giving away Carnival X1. General Manager Zhang of AAA Building Materials is giving away a Carnival X5. The daytime doesn't understand the nighttime's darkness, so we're giving away Carnival X3. Chapter 39, opening up a new landscape.
Seeing her health bar gradually recover and even surpass the opponents, Li Shanshan couldn't help but happily put her hands in front of her chest and make a heart shape with her hands towards the camera. Thank you for your support, everyone.
I love you all.
However, before she could be happy for more than 3 seconds, the health bar above the streamer's head suddenly increased significantly, instantly widening the gap between them again. But when Qin Feng saw her catching up, he immediately gave Wang Kerson 10 more carnival gifts.
Wow, this guy is awesome. He actually got another 10 pull.
Wow, it's only been a short time since the streamer started broadcasting, and Feng Xiaoxiao has already given the streamer nearly 70,000 yuan worth of gifts, which is almost my annual salary.
Feng Xiaoxiao's love for the streamer is obvious. How can the streamer not be touched?
I wouldn't dare move, of course the streamer wouldn't dare move, haha. Seeing Qin Feng so generously gift Wang Kerson 2 consecutive 10 gift carnivals, the viewers in the livestream were all shocked.
This top spender was incredibly generous.
When Wang Kerson saw Qin Feng almost single-handedly suppress more than 10,000 people in the opposite livestream for her sake, she immediately felt as if the Monkey King had come to save her on a colorful cloud.
Which 18-year-old girl doesn't dream of love?
Especially for girls like Wang Kerson, who lacked love from a young age due to their parents' disharmonious relationship. At this moment, although she had never seen Qin Feng's face or heard his voice, she had already developed an incurable deep dependence on this man she had never met. Qin Feng was unaware that Taro Bobasas, also known as Wang Kerson, had developed feelings for him. He only wanted to win this PK battle, since he had already spent 60,000 to 70,000 yuan.
It would be too frustrating to lose in the end.
In fact, with Qin Feng's second 10 consecutive carnival gifts, the outcome of this PK was almost decided. Although there are many big spenders in Li Shanshan's livestream, their wealth is generally average, and there are no super rich big spenders. After each of them had just given away several carnivals, they were completely broke. The balance in their accounts was only enough to give away small gifts such as sports cars. Nevertheless, to prevent the opponent from stealing towers and launching a desperate counterattack, Qin Feng once again used a 10 consecutive. I'm tired of saying awesome. All I want to ask now is, does Feng Xiaoxiao need any accessories?
This guy is amazing.
He gave away 100,000 yuan worth of gifts in just one PK battle.
This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. I'm really curious what kind of job Feng Xiaoxiao does in real life. How can he be so rich?
Upstairs, this big shot is so rich, he must be in business.
Working? How much money can you make working?
I'd never work in my life. 100,000 yuan money that many of them couldn't earn in a whole year of working was spent so easily, right before their eyes, in just 5 minutes. The poor guys in Wang Kerson's live stream tonight really learned a lot from Qin Feng's lavish spending. Seeing this, the opposing streamer, Li Shanshan, could only shake her head in defeat. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and she really had no chance of winning. She was incredibly envious of the streamer on the other side who had such a generous spender who sent her so many gifts. I lost, so I'll sing a song for everyone. Li Shanshan took the initiative to admit defeat and began to punish the viewers in the live stream.
She sang Jay Chou's Sunny Day for everyone.
This is one of her signature songs, and she usually only sings it when the number of likes in her live stream reaches a certain level. At this point, she was completely impressed by the big shot in the opposite live stream, and that's when she finally pulled out her most treasured talent. Under her interpretation, this classic song was sung with a unique charm, and the comments in her livestream were flooded with the word beautiful. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X10. Li Shanshan never expected that after she finished singing, the big brother on the other side would come over and give her gifts, and he gave her 10 carnival gifts, which made her the number one on the leaderboard in her live broadcast room. It's important to know that while it's possible for two streamers to have a PK battle, and if one loses, a big spender from the other's stream will come and shower them with gifts, usually it's only a carnival gift at most, which is called medical expenses. It's rare to see someone like Qin Feng who immediately spends 10 carnival gifts and instantly becomes the top spender on the opposing livestream's leaderboard. Thank you, brother Feng Xiaoxiao, for the 10 carnivals.
I'm sending you my heart.
Li Shanshan placed her hands in front of her chest, making a very tempting heart shape. However, when Qin Feng saw this scene, he thought to himself, how beautiful it would be if taro paste and boba sauce were used to make this heart shape. He figured the livestream would definitely be banned again.
Wait, you can't do this in the live stream,
but sending videos on WeChat is unaffected. He suddenly felt that he should broaden his perspective a bit more. You sang well, sing another song, Qin Feng typed in Li Shanshan's livestream. The reason he sent Li Shanshan the carnival gift earlier wasn't for any other reason than that he simply thought she sang well, the kind of singing he liked. Moreover, the number of online viewers in the opposite streamer's live broadcast room is quite large, exceeding 10,000. If he only sends one carnival gift, it would seem a bit stingy. Since brother Feng Xiaoxiao likes it, then I'll sing another one. Seeing Qin Feng's comment asking her to sing another song, Li Shanshan agreed without hesitation. Just kidding, this is a genuine super rich guy, and he just gifted her 10 carnival gifts. She has to treat him well. And if she could somehow get the other person to become a regular in her livestream, wouldn't she be making a fortune?
Chapter 40 Wang Kerson's Thoughts.
Unfortunately, Qin Feng wasn't very interested in her. After listening to the second song, he simply left her livestream and returned to Wang Kerson's livestream. He didn't know that when Wang Kerson saw him run to the opposite livestream room to send gifts and stay there listening to music instead of coming back, she was extremely anxious. She was very worried about losing this top supporter, not just because of the gifts, but because she was more afraid of losing this person who supported her. Although the other party only stayed in her livestream for 2 nights, the impact of those 2 nights on her was enormous. It not only freed her from the financial hardship of worrying about next month's rent in real life, but also let her know what it's like to be a big streamer with support. Without realizing it, she had come to rely on Qin Feng, and this was largely due to her childhood lack of parental love. Her parents had a bad relationship and officially divorced when she was in 6th grade. Later, they each started new families, and she became the unwanted one. She boarded at school during junior high and high school. Although her parents regularly sent her living expenses, they rarely visited her at school. Every weekend, when other students are taken home by their parents, she is left alone in her dormitory. No one comes to pick her up, and she rarely receives any calls of concern. Under these circumstances, her academic performance naturally suffered, which made it difficult for her to make friends at school. Later, she finally graduated from high school and became an adult who could live independently. As soon as she was able to do so, she took the savings she had accumulated from her living expenses over the years and rented a house. However, lacking both education and experience in making money, she could only sit and wait until her savings dwindled. One day, she suddenly realized that she didn't even have enough money left to pay next month's rent, so she started looking for ways to earn money. Live streaming was the best way she could think of to make money. She doesn't need a degree or work experience, all she needs is a mobile phone to start making money. She was also very fortunate that, although her parents did not love her, they gave her a cute and pretty face and a very enviable figure, which gave her the capital to make money through live streaming. However, she greatly underestimated the difficulty of live streaming. Although she was prettier than most female streamers, the platform's built-in beauty filters negated much of her advantage. Many female streamers who were not as good looking as her in real life could still look very beautiful in the live stream room through beauty filters. While her figure is her biggest advantage, it is also a double-edged sword, as it can easily get her live stream shut down. Therefore, she tries her best not to show too much skin. In addition, her personality is actually quite introverted, and even though she tried to be more open for the sake of the live broadcast, it was still limited. All of these factors combined resulted in her only having a little over 100 viewers in her live streams for more than 10 days, with even fewer willing to send gifts. The gifts she received each day were barely enough to afford a meal and were far from enough to cover her rent. Even during her live stream last night, she started to waver, wondering if she was actually not suited for live streaming at all, and maybe she should find a more reliable job, such as a cashier at a chain convenience store. However, a guy named Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared and gifted her a carnival worth 3,000 yuan on his first gift, instantly relieving her of worries about next month's rent. Afterwards, the other party even gifted her a 10-time carnival gift while she was playing PK, giving her a full 30,000 yuan. This greatly shocked her, who had just come of age and had not seen much of the world. In order to retain this top spender, she learned some live streaming techniques from the internet and proactively added him on WeChat. As a result, he showered her with gifts in the live stream, but always ignored her when they chatted. Fearing the other person wouldn't come to her live stream the next day, she boldly sent them a private photo. The effect was remarkable. Although she sent 3 more photos at their request, they did come to her live stream that night as promised. Moreover, in the first PK, her opponent gifted her nearly 100,000 yuan worth of gifts. Even with the platform's commission, she still received 50,000 yuan, which would be enough for her living expenses for the next year if she spent it frugally. However, just now, the other party actually went to the live stream of her opponent and started sending gifts. Only then did she realize that her top spender was not exclusively hers. Perhaps in the next second, he would become someone else's top spender, and she would once again become that unknown streamer. Thinking about this, her mood suddenly became very heavy. Her sudden silence and downcast mood were quickly noticed by the viewers in the live stream, who typed questions such as, "What's wrong with the streamer? You won the PK, why do you look unhappy?" "The anchor isn't upset, she just suddenly thought of something," she said with a forced smile. It wasn't until the name Feng Xiaoxiao reappeared in her livestream that she finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again, as if nothing had happened. Afterwards, encouraged by the viewers in the livestream, she played a few more PK matches, but the opposing streamers she encountered didn't have many fans, and Qin Feng simply sent a few carnival gifts and basically won the matches instantly. At 11 p.m., Wang Kursen ends her livestream on time. She doesn't have the habit of staying up late, nor does she like it. So even though she started doing live streaming, she always ends her live stream at 11 p.m. at the latest and never works overtime. After ending the broadcast, she didn't go to take a shower immediately. Instead, she took out her other personal phone, hesitated for a moment, and then opened WeChat to send a message. "Brother, my name is Wang Kursen, and I'm from Huicheng."
"Where are you from?" Qin Feng was somewhat surprised to receive Wang Kursen's message. He hadn't expected that after only knowing her for 2 days, she would already be proactively discussing these privacy issues involving personal information with him, and what did it mean that she immediately asked where he was from? Did she want to arrange to meet him in person? With that in mind, Qin Feng abandoned his plan to check out other live streams and started chatting with her in the chat with great interest. Chapter 41 Dongzhou Imperial Banquet. A week later. The grueling military training is finally over.
Completely liberated, the freshmen, like people who hadn't drunk water for 7 or 8 days, began to indulge in life. Some people go to internet cafes to play games from day to night, and then from night to day again some people go out with friends to go shopping, eat, and sing karaoke, partying until the early hours of the next day before returning to school exhausted, and some people take the school beauty to stay in hotels, staying for a whole day and night without leaving the room, even having the hotel prepare their meals and deliver them directly to their room. Bulgari Hotel. Inside the presidential suite on the top floor. Chu Qingxin, her face flushed, nestled against Qin Feng's chest, gazing intently at his handsome, angular face. She didn't utter a word, but her eyes were filled with love.
What's wrong? Why are you just staring at me without saying anything?
Qin Feng asked with a smile, putting his arm around her shoulder. Chu Qingxin shook her head and said with a happy expression, "It's nothing, I just feel especially happy right now."
Now she has finally emerged from the quagmire that almost crushed the whole family when her father suddenly fell seriously ill.
Because she is no longer short of money, her father's follow-up treatment after surgery used the best medicine, and the best medicine is naturally the most effective. Her mother took her father home from the hospital yesterday to take care of him. Not only is her father's health gradually recovering, but her mother's mental state has also improved a lot because of the lack of pressure. She smiles much more when she video chats with her. During this time, she also fully enjoyed the sweetness of love with Qin Feng. Qin Feng treated her very well and never beat or belittled her because of the unequal relationship they had when they first got together. When they were together, they were not much different from ordinary couples. Of course, this is also because she is very obedient and well-behaved. She never refuses Qin Feng's requests, even though she feels very shy about some of them. In the end, she will still obediently accept them. Therefore, Qin Feng is growing to like her more and more.
After all, who can resist a campus beauty who listens to their every word? Get up, let's go out for dinner later. After dinner, I'll take you sightseeing. By then it'll be about time, and I'll take you back to school.
Qin Feng stroked Chu Qingxin's smooth, black hair and said softly.
Yes. Chu Qingxin nodded vigorously.
Naturally, she would not object to Qin Feng's arrangement. The two tidied themselves up and then went out as planned. The car arranged by the hotel was already waiting at the entrance. It was still the same Mercedes-Benz S-Class business sedan worth over $1,000,000, and even the driver was the same one from before. "Mr. Qin, where are we going now?" the driver asked respectfully. He was more than willing to drive for this Mr. Qin because the other party was very generous. As hotel employees, driving for guests is their job, and they don't get any extra money besides their salary. However, when Mr. Qin got out of the car last time, he very generously handed him 10,000 yuan in cash, saying that he was very satisfied with his service and that the car was driven very smoothly. 10,000 yuan is more than his current monthly salary, so he is now very respectful when he sees Qin Feng. In fact, Qin Feng had taken the 10,000 yuan from the school's self-service machine when he first obtained the system in order to verify its authenticity. He hadn't found a chance to spend it since then, and keeping it around felt like a nuisance, so he simply took this opportunity to get rid of the 10,000 yuan in cash. To the Imperial Banquet in Dongzhou, Qin Feng nodded to the driver. Dongzhou Royal Banquet was one of the few places that the system suddenly refreshed in the past few days that he could check in. He did some research online and learned that it was a private restaurant specializing in high-end banquets. He had been eating at the hotel for the past few days and was getting a bit tired of it, so he decided to bring Chu Qingxin along to try it out, and also to sign in and get some rewards. Soon, the black Mercedes-Benz took the two to their destination. Dongzhou Royal Banquet is easy to find. It's located in an office building next to a high-end shopping mall, and the owner of Dongzhou Royal Banquet has rented 3 floors for the business. They took the elevator to the 9th floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a beautiful female hostess in a tight-fitting cheongsam came forward with a smile and greeted them. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Are you here to dine at our restaurant?" Qin Feng nodded slightly in affirmation. "Please follow me." The hostess led the two to the hall, where they found it decorated in an antique style, with all the tables and chairs made of mahogany, giving it an understated yet classy feel. In addition, there are screens between every 2 tables, ensuring a certain degree of privacy for diners. The two found a seat by the window and sat down. Soon after, someone came over to introduce the menu to them. "Have you two distinguished guests visited our home before?" asked the waiter with a smile, who was wearing an embroidered mandarin jacket and a small round hat with a black trim and a red top. "We've never been here before. Could you recommend one of your signature dishes?" Qin Feng shook his head and said. Then I must recommend our signature must-order dish to you both, truffle-stuffed jade hairpin. The waiter enthusiastically introduced the dish. This dish is made with pure wild morel mushrooms picked from the deep mountains of Yunnan, stuffed with top-grade black truffle sauce imported from France, and then shaped with tender branches of golden nanmawood from Wui Mountain, and steamed with a secret broth. Because these morel mushrooms are air-freighted fresh every day, this dish can only be ordered one day in advance. After a pause, he suddenly changed the subject, saying, "But you're in luck, esteemed guest. A guest just called to cancel tonight's banquet, so there's a spot available now. Would you like to give it a try?" "Since we have some on hand, let's have one," Xin Feng said casually, as if he were just an ordinary person ordering a 2 yuan braised egg at a Shashan Grand Hotel. The waiter was stunned to see him place the order so readily, because the dish was extremely expensive, costing a whopping 48,000 yuan. Even wealthy people with tens of millions in assets would only order such a dish when entertaining important guests. "Sir, this dish is not cheap." Worried that Xin Feng might have placed the order so casually without seeing the price, the waiter cautiously reminded him. "I know, it's 48,000. Xin Feng raised the menu in his hand, indicating that he had already seen the price. "Money is not a problem, as long as this dish is as delicious as you say," he said. "Don't worry, this dish has been our signature dish since our restaurant opened. No customer who has tried it has ever complained about the taste," the waiter assured him, patting his chest. What he said was quite true. Many people said that their signature dish was expensive, but very few people said it wasn't delicious. Then, Xin Feng asked Xu Qingxin to pick a few dishes she liked to order. After looking for a long time, Xu Qingxin only ordered the cheapest dish, stir-fried greens, which cost 588. Seeing this, Xin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, knowing that she was trying to save money for herself. However, his money was all given to him by the system, so why would he need to save it? So he added 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, and then asked the waiter to quickly place the order and prepare it. Chapter 42 Zhengdong. The waiter first ran to the kitchen to place the order, then ran to the front desk and said to a middle-aged man in a suit as if to take credit, "Manager, the extra truffle-infused jade hairpin we had tonight has been sold." Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang Dong's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Which boss made the reservation?" In his view, a dish that costs nearly 50,000 yuan is something that ordinary people simply cannot afford. It is only possible that a boss is hosting an important banquet and would order a dish specifically to elevate the level of the banquet and give the guests enough face. It wasn't reserved by any boss, it was ordered by a customer who came to dine in the lobby, the waiter immediately explained. Was it ordered by a guest in the lobby? A look of surprise crossed Zheng Dong's face. He pressed, "Tell me what happened back then." Then, the waiter described in detail the situation when Xin Feng placed the order. "I didn't expect you to be so capable." Upon hearing the waiter say that he had personally recommended the dish before the customer placed the order, Zheng Dong couldn't help but nod in satisfaction and praise him. You see, ever since he received the call from that guest canceling the dinner, he's been worrying about how to resell this truffle-infused hairpin. Because the raw materials for this dish are really expensive, if they don't sell today, the tripe mushrooms won't be fresh tomorrow, and stale ingredients definitely can't be used to cook. Their restaurant emphasizes quality and high-end offerings. They absolutely cannot use stale ingredients in their cooking. If customers could taste the difference, it would be a serious matter that would damage their reputation. So if this extra truffle-infused hairpin can't be sold today, they'll just have to accept the loss. Although this loss is perfectly acceptable for a store of their size, the difference between losing money and selling out is a direct difference of 60,000 to 70,000 yuan in revenue. So when he heard the waiter say that they should sell the extra truffle-infused hairpin dish, he was very happy. "I'll give you an extra bonus at the end of this month," he said generously, patting the waiter on the shoulder. "Thank you, manager," the waiter replied excitedly. "All right, you go get back to work," Zheng Dong said, waving his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "Make sure you treat that customer who placed the order well. When he finishes eating and wants to pay the bill, call me and I'll pay it for him myself." "Understood, manager." The waiter nodded in response and then turned to leave. After finishing his meal, Xin Feng, feeling slightly full, leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. The dishes served were all quite delicious, even better than those at the Bulgari Hotel. The Dongzhou Imperial Banquet was indeed of a high standard, especially the truffle-infused jade hairpin dish, which cost 48,000 yuan. Apart from being expensive, it was flawless. There were still some dishes left on the table for the two of them, but this dish was eaten completely, which justifies its high price. Of course, for Qin Feng, the only drawback of this dish is not really a drawback, so in his opinion, this dish can actually be given full marks.
Waiter, please. We'd like to settle the bill.
After resting for a short while, Qin Feng raised his hand and called out.
Please wait a moment, sir.
Our manager said he'd like to come and settle your bill personally. The waiter said respectfully before turning to find the manager. When Qin Feng heard that the store manager was going to come and settle his bill in person, he was slightly surprised but didn't feel anything particularly unusual. Soon, manager Zhang Dong approached Qin Feng with a smile on his face.
Hello sir, I am Zhang Dong, the manager of this store.
May I ask your surname? He asked politely. My surname is Qin, Qin Feng replied calmly.
Mr. Qin, I heard from the waiter who served you that this is your first time dining at our restaurant? Zhang Dong continued. It's my first time, is there a problem?
Qin Feng asked casually.
Of course, no problem.
Zhang Dong quickly waved his hand and said, It's like this, sir, your total bill is 57,436 yuan.
I'll round it down for you, so you only need to pay 50,000 yuan. Apply so much? Isn't that inappropriate? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and asked with a playful tone. As the manager of this store, I do have this authority.
Zhang Dong smiled and said, Moreover, Mr. Qin is clearly a high-end consumer, a high-quality customer that our restaurant very much hopes to have long-term business with. So I sincerely hope that you are satisfied with our service this time and that you will have the opportunity to dine at our restaurant again in the future.
At that time, our restaurant will be honored. Manager Zhang really knows how to talk.
Qin Feng smiled upon hearing this. In that case, let's do as Manager Zhang says and pay 50,000. After saying that, he took out his phone and readily paid the 50,000 yuan meal fee.
Host has successfully checked in at Dongzhou Royal Banquet Private Restaurant. Reward, 2 million yuan. The system's voice was as beautiful and pleasant as ever.
When the well-informed Zhang Dong saw that Qin Feng had pulled out over 2 phone worth 600,000 yuan, he couldn't help but raise his assessment of Qin Feng's strength by another level.
Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your support of our store. This is my business card.
Zhang Dong took out a custom-made business card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Feng with both hands, saying, I'm quite well known in the catering industry in Jilin.
If you have any banquets or similar events in the future, Mr. Qin, you can contact me. As long as it's a well-known restaurant in Jilin, I can arrange it for you.
Zhang Dong is a typical smart man. By saying this to Qin Feng, he clearly and significantly elevated his personal value, rather than dealing with Qin Feng as the manager of Dongzhou Royal Banquet. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng accepted his business card and said with a smile, Then if I have any banquets or similar arrangements in the future, I'll definitely contact Manager Zhang.
Don't worry, as long as you contact me, I'll definitely arrange everything perfectly for you.
Zhang Dong said confidently.
Chapter 43 Daiji Plaza.
After leaving the Dongzhou Imperial Banquet, Qin Feng took Chu Qingxin to the Daiji Plaza next door, where they shopped and took a walk to digest their food.
Daiji Plaza is undoubtedly the #1 ultra-high-end shopping mall in Nanjing.
Even on a national scale, its high-end status is enough to rank it among the top 5 shopping malls. The toilets here cost tens of millions of yuan to build, and their luxuriousness attracted countless people to come and experience them once it was exposed online. Every single tile you step on is a valuable ancient fossil tile, reportedly the same type used in the Nanjing Museum. Here, more than 80% of the people just check in without making any purchases, because the brands inside are too high-end and the things they sell are too expensive. Even a millionaire could easily spend all his money if he went on a spending spree. Chu Qingxin had been here with her roommates before, but like most people, they just browsed without buying anything, aiming to broaden their horizons without spending any money. As Qin Feng led her inside once more, the shock she felt was no less than when she first visited. She was still awestruck by the sheer luxury of the mall.
Have you been here before? Qin Feng asked.
I came here with my roommates when I was a freshman, but we didn't buy anything because everything here is too expensive, Chu Qingxin answered honestly.
It's okay, today is different. I'm the one who brought you here. Just tell me if you see anything you like.
Qin Feng gently stroked Chu Qingxin's fair and delicate nose, and chuckled with a hint of doting affection. Immediately, a slightly shy blush appeared on Chu Qingxin's pretty face.
The mall has many luxury brand stores on the first floor.
Basically, any international top brand that you can name can be found here, which can be quite dazzling.
Do you have any favorite brands or things you want to buy?
Qin Feng asked after casually glancing around. Chu Qingxin shook her head and said softly, I don't recognize many of the brands here, and I don't usually pay much attention to them. Let's go to that store first, Qin Feng said, pointing to their right front. Xu Qingxin looked in the direction he pointed and saw that the store's signboard read Louis Vuitton in English. Louis Vuitton, the world's #1 luxury brand, is a brand that almost every girl dreams of owning. Fortunately, the cheapest bag from this brand costs just over 10,000 yuan, which allows many girls to fulfill their wishes with their own salary after graduation. Because of the brand's high profile, this was one of the few luxury brands that Xu Qingxin knew. Led by Qin Feng, she entered the store. Upon seeing someone enter the store, the sales assistant was very enthusiastic, asking with a professional smile, "Hello, what would you like to see? I can introduce it to you." When she asked this question, she was mainly looking at Xu Qingxin, because in this kind of situation, the girls usually have the absolute control, and the boys only have a chance to step in when it comes to paying the bill. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingxin couldn't help but shake her head subconsciously. She had never shopped in a luxury store before, and her awe of these expensive luxury items had not changed. Seeing this, Qin Feng simply took the initiative to say, "Pick out a few bags, clothes, jewelry, and other items from your store for her to try on." "Yes, sir." The sales assistant was somewhat surprised by Qin Feng's request, but she had encountered customers who made similar requests before, so she readily nodded in agreement. "Please take a look at these 3 bags first. 2 of them are classic styles that have been very popular in the last 2 years, while the one I have here is the latest style from this spring. Most stores in China don't have it in stock right now, only our flagship stores in Beijing and Shanghai have it." The sales assistant first took out 3 bags, each with its own characteristics, for Xu Qingxue to try on. Xu Qingxue tried them on one by one, and surprisingly, they all suited her temperament very well. This lady is really beautiful and has a great temperament. These 3 bags look like they were made just for her. Although the sales assistant's words were exaggerated, they were indeed 70–80% sincere. After listening, Qin Feng felt that there was some truth to it, so he simply waved his hand and said, "Pack all 3 bags." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, the sales assistant's smile widened even more. They especially loved serving such generous customers, because they can easily sell a lot of things without having to say much. "Wouldn't buying 3 bags at once be too much? I don't usually carry bags." Xu Qingxin tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve and said cautiously in a low voice, "How about we just buy one this time?" Although her voice was soft, it was still heard by the sales assistant who was packing bags not far away. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but look up at Xu Qingxin with some surprise. She didn't expect that this girl was not only beautiful, but also so sensible, taking the initiative to save money for her boyfriend. It's important to know that most of the girls they encounter are quite selfish, especially those who come with their boyfriends. They try every means to get their boyfriends to spend more money and buy them more things, acting as if it's not their own money being spent, but the bags they buy are their own. Girls like Xu Qingxin, who are able to proactively consider their boyfriend's feelings, are truly rare. Qin Feng's answer shocked her greatly. The handsome boy said nonchalantly, "You can just switch between carrying it all the time. It's not worth much anyway. It's not worth much money." The sales assistant suddenly had an urge to ask the other person directly, "Just how rich do you have to be to say something like that?" It's worth noting that of these 3 bags, the 2 classic models, while cheaper, still cost over 20,000 yuan each, while the latest model is priced as high as 68,800 yuan. All of them together have already exceeded 100,000 yuan. How can this young and handsome man describe 100,000 yuan as nothing? Just how wealthy is his family? Suddenly, she didn't know whether to envy the boy for finding such a beautiful and understanding girlfriend, or the girl for finding such a handsome, wealthy boyfriend who was willing to spend money on her. Chapter 44 Shopping Spree. Afterwards, the sales assistant brought Xu Qingxin several pieces of clothing and jewelry for her to try on. Xu Qingxin, who already had a striking appearance, transformed into an international supermodel in this fashionable luxury outfit, making her stand out from the crowd. "Honey, does it look good?" Xu Qingxin turned around in front of the mirror, then looked at Qin Feng and asked shyly. "It looks great," Qin Feng said without hesitation. "Sir, your girlfriend has such a great presence. This outfit suits her even better than it does on a runway model," the sales assistant said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded, indicating that he fully agreed with what the other party said. "Wrap this up completely," Qin Feng said readily, placing the order with a wave of his hand. "Okay, sir, I'll pack it up for you right away," the sales assistant said with a smile. When it came time to pay, the total price of these items was just under 200,000 yuan, and Qin Feng paid the money very readily. Then, the system notified him that he had successfully checked in and gave him a reward of 2 million. To be honest, this isn't a big deal at the Louis Vuitton flagship store, but it's quite rare to see someone so young pay her. Customers like Chin Feng, who are mostly living off their family's money and have no earning capacity, face immense pressure if they want to spend 200,000 yuan on something at once, unless they receive a lot of pocket money from their families.
Beautiful lady, your boyfriend is so good to you. He bought 200,000 yuan worth of stuff without even blinking an eye.
The sales assistant couldn't help but say enviously as she handed several large, packaged bags to Chu Qingxin.
Yes, he has always been very good to me.
Chu Qingxin's face was full of a happy smile. She's not a materialistic girl, but the fact that her sweetheart is willing to spend so much money buying things for her is a concrete manifestation of his love for her.
As long as he loves her in his heart, that's enough.
After leaving the Louis Vuitton flagship store, Chin Feng took Chu Qingxin into the Van Cleef Arpels flagship store next door, where he picked out a rose gold carnelian bracelet and a malachite pendant for her, which together cost another 70,000 yuan.
Then, the two went into the Gucci flagship store.
Gucci shoes have been quite popular online recently, especially the chunky sneakers, which many celebrities are wearing. Chin Feng asked the store's sales assistant to bring him a pair of men's and women's shoes. He and Chu Qingxin tried them on together, and after changing their shoes, they looked up at each other and both thought they looked pretty good. Chin Feng thought the shoes felt okay and the style was casual, suitable for everyday wear. But Chu Qingxin was thinking that this was the first time she and Chin Feng had worn matching shoes. Gucci shoes aren't expensive, less than 10,000 yuan a pair, so Chin Feng simply bought 4 pairs. He and Chu Qingxin each bought 2 pairs so they could alternate wearing them. When it came time to pay, they had spent nearly 40,000 yuan. After leaving the Gucci flagship store, Chin Feng looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up.
He then took Chu Qingxin's hand and went into another store. Chu Qingxin was almost numb.
Back then, she and her roommates could only browse luxury stores, unable to afford anything. But now, under Chin Feng's guidance, it felt like the two of them were shopping at a farmer's market. They would try on things they liked, and buy them if they felt they were suitable, without caring about the price at all.
Welcome to the Balenciaga flagship store.
How may I help you? The sales assistant at the Balenciaga flagship store greeted us with exceptional enthusiasm. Seeing that the two were carrying large bags and small bags full of high-end luxury goods, she immediately realized that they had met important clients. Bring out all the stockings in your store, 2 pairs of each style, Chin Feng said bluntly.
Huh? The sales assistant was slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
This was the first time she had ever encountered a customer who came up and immediately said they wanted to buy stockings, and even wanted to buy 2 pairs of every style. She glanced at Chu Qingxin subconsciously, especially lingering on the other's straight, slender, and fair legs for a moment, before saying with a smile, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll go get it for you right away."
Honey, how am I going to wear all these stockings? Chu Qingxin asked hesitantly. How come you can't wear them all?
You wear a pair every time you wear them, you'll be done with them in no time. Chin Feng said with a wicked smile. Seeing Chin Feng's expression, Chu Qingxin immediately understood the deeper meaning behind his words, and a blush instantly rose on her fair and delicate cheeks. Soon, the sales assistant who had just left returned with a pile of stockings of different styles and colors. She placed the stockings on the sofa and asked, "Sir, would you like me to show you the styles of these stockings?"
Showcasing styles?
Chin Feng subconsciously looked up at the legs of the pretty saleswoman in front of him, which were clad in black stockings. Noticing Chin Feng's gaze, the saleswoman blushed, realizing that he might have misunderstood her. Before she could explain, Chin Feng casually waved his hand and said magnanimously, "No need to show them off, just wrap up all these stockings for me."
Okay, sir."
Upon hearing this, the saleswoman breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a slight sense of regret. Because the guest in front of her was just too good, young, handsome, and rich, she felt that if he really had feelings for her and took the initiative to invite her, she wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, the girl next to her was just too beautiful, and she couldn't muster any desire to compete with her. After leaving the Balenciaga flagship store, Chin Feng immediately led Chu Qingxin into the Valentino flagship store. Balenciaga stockings paired with Valentino high heels, this was his favorite outfit he'd seen on short videos recently, and since both stores happened to have them today, how could he miss such a great opportunity? So he picked out 4 more pairs of charming high heels for Chu Qingxin at Valentino. Originally, the two of them were supposed to shop around for a while longer, but after buying the Valentino high heels, Chin Feng suddenly didn't want to shop anymore. He took out his phone to check the time, then said to Chu Qingxin, "Let's go, let's stop shopping and go back to the hotel."
Huh? Weren't you going to take me back to school?
Chu Qingxin was slightly stunned.
Let's go back to the hotel first, then I'll take you back to school. We should still have enough time.
After saying that, Xin Feng couldn't wait to take Chu Qingxin out of the mall and get into the Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan that had been waiting for them in the parking lot, and returned to the Bulgari Hotel.
Chapter 45 Reunion with Lu Wen.
Bulgari Hotel.
Inside the presidential suite on the top floor.
Xin Feng lay on the bed with his upper body naked, his 8-pack abs clearly defined as if sculpted by a knife. On the floor beside the bed were his clothes and trousers, which he had casually taken off, as well as a pair of torn Balenciaga sneakers. Chu Qingxin had already taken the hotel car to school, while Xin Feng had a date tonight. Moreover, it wasn't him who invited the other person, it was the other person who initiated the invitation. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Xin Feng arrived at the agreed place in the hotel's Mercedes-Benz on time. At this time, a woman wearing a sexy tight black dress, with exquisite makeup and a very charming figure, was already standing at the door waiting for him.
Seeing Xin Feng arrive as promised, a look of joy immediately appeared on the woman's beautiful face.
When Lu Wen approached Xin Feng, she was slightly taken aback to see that his appearance and demeanor had improved significantly since their first meeting. However, after she recovered, she smiled and raised her hand to greet him, saying, "Mr. Qin, it's been a long time." That's right, the person who invited Xin Feng to dinner tonight was none other than Lu Wen, the beautiful saleswoman from the Virtu mobile phone flagship store. After buying the phone, Lu Wen took the initiative to ask Xin Feng for his contact information, and Xin Feng naturally did not refuse. To be fair, Lu Wen is indeed quite beautiful, with an appearance score of over 82. Wearing that tight-fitting, bodycon dress uniform only adds to her unique mature feminine charm.
After exchanging contact information, the two didn't have much of a formal chat. However, every 2 or 3 days, Lu Wen would ask Xin Feng about his experience using the phone and then chat with him for a few minutes.
As a result, their relationship gradually became more familiar. Last night, Lu Wen felt the time was right, so she asked Xin Feng to dinner, saying that she had received her salary last month and her bonus exceeded 80,000 yuan, because 60,000 yuan of her 80,000 yuan bonus was thanks to Xin Feng's efforts. Xin Feng originally wanted to refuse, but when he recalled his brief and ambiguous encounter with Lu Wen in the lounge, he immediately dismissed the idea and accepted the invitation. When he saw Lu Wen, dressed in a sexy black tight-fitting dress, with exquisite makeup, bright red lips, and exuding allure, he couldn't help but think to himself that it was fortunate he hadn't lost his temper last night and refused her invitation.
"Just call me Xin Feng."
"Calling me sir would make us seem too formal," Xin Feng said with a smile, withdrawing his gaze from the other person. "Then I'll gladly accept your offer."
Lu Wen was overjoyed and said happily, "Let's go in and eat now, Xin Feng."
Immediately, she stepped forward, boldly reaching out to take Xin Feng's arm, and together they entered the store in an intimate manner, like lovers. The restaurant she chose to treat Xin Feng to dinner was a mid to high-end Western restaurant, with an average cost of around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per person. For Lu Wen, whose average monthly salary was only a little over 20,000 yuan, this was quite a splurge.
"You're not treating me to such an expensive restaurant, are you? You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?"
Xin Feng glanced at the menu spread out on the shelf by the door and saw that a steak cost more than 1,000 yuan.
He couldn't help but tease him. "I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude."
Lu Wen gave Xin Feng a teasing look and said, "Besides, I was worried that you would think the restaurant I chose was bad since I'm treating rich people like you to a meal."
"When it comes to food, what's there to complain about?"
"As long as you're full, that's enough," Xin Feng said nonchalantly. He paused slightly, then looked into Lu Wen's eyes and said with apparent affection, "Actually, the key is who you're eating this meal with." Being gazed at with such deep affection by the handsome Xin Feng, even Lu Wen, who had been in love before, couldn't help but blush, thinking to herself, "Are all young men these days so good at flirting?"
Fortunately, the intoxicating feeling came and went quickly. After 7 or 8 seconds, Lu Wen's expression returned to normal.
The two entered the Western restaurant, where a male waiter wearing a black vest immediately came to greet them.
"Hello, my name is Lu Wen.
I made a reservation by phone this morning," Lu Wen said.
"Okay, Ms. Lu, please wait a moment while I take a look."
Upon hearing this, the waiter picked up his tablet and started checking. After a moment, he put the tablet down and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Ms. Lu, we had reserved a seat for you, but a friend of our manager's just arrived, and you haven't arrived yet, so we've moved your seat to that friend of our manager's."
"How could you do this?" Lu Wen couldn't help but feel indignant upon hearing this.
She had done her research beforehand to invite Xin Feng to this meal. She knew that this Western restaurant was in high demand and required reservations in advance, so she called the restaurant early this morning to make a reservation. However, she didn't expect that when the two of them arrived, there were still no seats available.
Would you mind waiting for half an hour to an hour?
Once the previous customers have finished their meals and a table becomes available, I'll arrange a table for you immediately. The waiter's tone seemed polite, but there was not a trace of apology in it.
You clearly gave my spot to someone else, so why are you making me wait so long? Lu was genuinely angered by the other party's attitude. If you don't want to wait, then there's nothing I can do.
After all, we only have so many seats in our restaurant, and I can't just conjure up a seat for you out of thin air. The waiter shrugged, looking like a rogue who couldn't do anything about it anyway. It's no wonder he had such an attitude. It's worth noting that their restaurant has been incredibly popular since it opened, with a constant stream of customers queuing up to eat. So, their attitude towards regular customers has never really been very good. Seeing the other person's expression, Luan was even more furious. She never expected that she would encounter this situation on her first time spending so much money to eat at a high-end restaurant. She wanted to argue with him a bit more, but Qin Feng grabbed her hand. She turned around and saw the other person gently comforting her. There's no need to get upset over such a small thing.
Let me handle it.
Hearing the other party say that, Luan felt inexplicably relieved.
Okay.
She nodded obediently, then stepped behind Qin Feng, leaving the situation to him. It doesn't matter who handles this, there are no seats. Seeing this, the male waiter in the vest also sneered with some disdain. Qin Feng ignored him and instead took out his phone to make a call.
The call was quickly answered, and a man's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Hello, Manager Zhang, I'm Qin Feng.
I had lunch at your place just today, Qin Feng said calmly.
Oh, it's Mr. Qin.
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zheng Dong immediately pictured a handsome young man who was generous with his money.
He quickly and enthusiastically asked, I wonder why you're looking for me at this hour. I remember you told me that you have some connections in the catering industry in Nanjing. Qin Feng asked directly, I'm at the Isley Western restaurant on Dongping Road right now. Can you arrange 2 seats for me? Isley on Dongping Road?
Zheng Dong thought for a moment, then readily replied, No problem, Mr. Qin.
Please wait a moment while I make a call. Chapter 46 Lu Wen's past. The problem is solved. We'll have a seat after a short wait.
After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng smiled at Lu Wen and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen couldn't help but smile again. She hadn't expected that the other party would resolve this matter so easily.
Sure enough, the resources that rich people can access are completely different from those of ordinary people like them. What are you bragging about? We'll get a table in a little while.
The male waiter next to him curled his lip, looking utterly disdainful. Despite his disdain, he was actually quite envious and even jealous of Qin Feng. The other person looked to be about the same age as him, but was much more handsome, not inferior to any of the male idols on TV. Moreover, his female companion was really beautiful, especially the urban sophistication she exuded, which was very attractive to a young boy his age. If he could find a girlfriend like that, that would be wonderful, especially when he brings her back to his hometown for Chinese New Year. It would make him look incredibly proud. Thinking of this, a lewd, perverted smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. As it turned out, Lu Wen saw his expression, and a look of disgust immediately appeared on her face. She quickly moved closer to Qin Feng, as if that would make her feel safer. Feeling Lu Wen's initiative to approach, Qin Feng couldn't help but look down at her with some surprise.
I didn't mean to.
Lu Wen was about to explain that he didn't mean to get so close, but before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng simply grabbed him and pulled him into a hug.
Not what?
Qin Feng held Lu Wen in his arms, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the other's hair, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and asked in a low voice. The overwhelming scent of male hormones made Lu Wen feel somewhat intoxicated. A blush rose on her face, as if she were drunk, and she felt weak and powerless all over. Her last relationship was in college. The two were in the same year but different classes. They had originally planned to stay in Nanjing after graduation, work hard together, buy a house, and settle down there. As a result, during the winter break of his senior year, when the other person went back to his hometown for the Chinese New Year, he was introduced to a blind date by a relative. The girl's father was a well-connected businessman in their area, working in construction. Her boyfriend at the time broke up with her without hesitation and became the son-in-law of that family. Even though that girl was far less attractive than her, even though they had been dating for 2 whole years, even though they had agreed to stay in Jinling together, he decisively abandoned her simply because that girl came from a wealthy family. After suffering such a heavy emotional blow, Luan devoted all her energy to graduating and finding a job. Because of her good looks, she easily found a job selling luxury goods. Later, she changed jobs twice, and although the products she sold were different, she was still doing sales work. Now, she is 28 years old by Chinese reckoning and works at the Vertu mobile phone flagship store in Nanjing. She earns an average of more than 20,000 yuan a month. Compared with her junior and senior high school classmates who stayed in their hometown and earned only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, she can be considered a true urban beauty. But only she knows her own suffering. In a place like Jinling City where every inch of land is precious, even though she can earn more than 20,000 yuan a month on average, after deducting daily expenses such as food, rent, cosmetics, and clothes, she can't actually save any money at all after a year. Moreover, because of her work, she usually comes into contact with wealthy people, so her standards for choosing a man have become extremely high. Being rich is the first requirement. Without money, all other advantages are disregarded. In addition to being rich, he cannot be too ugly, too old, or too short. It's not that she hasn't had customers pursuing her over the years. On the contrary, because of her outstanding appearance and figure, quite a few customers have actively pursued her. However, these men either already have families and want her to be their mistress, or they have obvious flaws, such as being ugly or bald. In short, she never met her true love. Until Qin Feng appeared in her store that day, she initially thought that this handsome and young boy had just accidentally wandered into their store and couldn't afford the phones in their store at all. But perhaps because she had been single for too long, she inexplicably flirted with him. As a result, he was not as young and shy as he appeared, and instead took advantage of her. Feeling both ashamed and angry, she wanted to end this farce as soon as possible and get the other person to leave immediately. However, when it came time to pay, she was surprised to find that the other party was actually very rich, and not just ordinary rich, as they bought the most expensive phone in their store. Immediately, her opinion of the other party changed, and she even vaguely felt that this was a great opportunity given to her by God. Therefore, she took the initiative to add the other party's contact information and deliberately made an excuse to chat with him, thus inviting him out. After meeting, she was surprised to find that the other person's appearance and temperament had improved considerably compared to when they first met, to the point that she would want to get to know him even if he had no money. Just as Luan was leaning weakly in Qin Feng's arms, lost in thought, a middle-aged man in a shirt suddenly rushed out of the restaurant. Upon seeing the newcomers, the male waiter standing next to Qin Feng and his companion was startled and quickly bowed his head to greet them. "Manager." The newcomer ignored him and instead looked at Qin Feng, smiling broadly. "You must be Mr. Qin. Manager Zhang just called me. We apologize for our poor hospitality. The private room is ready. I'll take you in now." After saying that, he took the initiative to extend his hand and lead the way for the two of them. Immediately, Qin Feng and Lu Wen, amidst the stunned expression of the male waiter, were led into the store by the manager himself. Chapter 47. Under the Table. The manager led the two to a private room at the back of the lobby and arranged for a waiter to serve them throughout the meal before taking his leave. Before leaving, he made a point of greeting Qin Feng, saying, "Mr. Qin, this private room is reserved by our boss to entertain distinguished guests. You are a guest introduced by Manager Zhang, so you are naturally a distinguished guest. On behalf of Isley Western Restaurant, I sincerely wish you a pleasant meal tonight. It seems Zhang Dong has quite a reputation in Nanjing's catering industry." Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but raise his opinion of Zhang Dong even higher. He was indeed a capable person. "Qin Feng, why don't you take a look and see what you'd like to eat?" Lu Wen said, handing the menu to Qin Feng, who was sitting opposite her. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. After looking at the menu for a while, he directly ordered 2 servings of pan-seared foie gras, 2 servings of Hokkaido scallops with black truffle foam, 2 servings of French lobster bisque, 2 servings of Australian M9 Wagyu ribeye steak, 2 servings of herb-roasted black cod, and 2 servings of French herb soufflé. "That's all for now," Qin Feng said, putting down the menu and nodding slightly to the waitress who was taking notes. "Okay, sir, I'll go to the kitchen to place your order right away." The waiter nodded in agreement and turned to leave. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly called her back and added, "Oh, and another bottle of red wine." "Sir, what level of red wine would you like?" the waiter asked. "Just get the most expensive red wine on your menu," Qin Feng said casually. "Understood, sir." After saying that, seeing that Qin Feng had nothing more to add, she turned and left completely. At the same time, Lu Wen, upon hearing that Qin Feng had just ordered such a large number of dishes and a bottle of the most expensive red wine on the menu, couldn't help but gasp inwardly. She had just looked at the menu. The dishes Qin Feng ordered were basically the most expensive in each category, and the most expensive bottle of wine was priced at a whopping 28,800 yuan. The entire meal would probably cost nearly 40,000 yuan. Although she had mentally prepared herself to spend a lot on this meal, the fact that it cost 40,000 yuan still made Lu Wen feel a pang of pain. After all, the commission she received from Qin Feng was only 60,000 yuan, and this meal had cost her 2/3 of it. Seemingly noticing the pained look on Lu Wen's face, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and reassure him, "Don't worry about the cost, this meal is on me."
How can that be?
"This meal was clearly on me treating you," Lu Wen said hurriedly. "Okay, then I'll let you pay the bill after we finish eating," Qin Feng nodded without hesitation.
Ha!
Seeing Qin Feng agree so readily, Lu Wen was caught off guard.
Ha, I was just teasing you. I'll treat you to this meal.
Qin Feng laughed, his eyes full of deliberate teasing as he looked at Lu Wen.
You just know how to bully me on purpose."
Upon hearing this, Lu Wen also tightly crossed her arms in front of his chest, deliberately pretending to be angry. However, she did not expect that when she made this movement, she accidentally made the snow-white part of her chest even more prominent. This scene stunned Qin Feng, who was sitting directly opposite her. When Lu Wen realized this, she immediately lowered her hands, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her shyness and embarrassment. Fortunately, not long after, the waitress who had gone to the kitchen to place the order pushed a food cart in, diffusing the unexpected embarrassment.
Cheers!
Qin Feng raised his wine glass to Lu Wen, the bright red wine taking on a unique hue under the light.
Cheers!
Lu Wen raised his glass in response, his handsome face showing a hint of intoxication from the alcohol. To be honest, the scene before her was exactly what she had been longing for: a handsome and wealthy date, a high-end and luxurious restaurant, and a bottle of red wine worth 30,000 yuan. In her past life, there had never been a more wonderful moment than this. Overwhelmed by emotion, she couldn't help but make a bold move. She deliberately rubbed her leg against Qin Feng's leg under the table. Feeling the strange touch beside his leg, Qin Feng subconsciously looked down and saw a fair, smooth little foot with red nail polish on every toenail rubbing against him.
How could he stand this?
He immediately reached his right hand under the table, grabbed that restless, pretty little foot, and pulled it onto his lap, then began to play with it wantonly. This made Lu Wen feel embarrassed again. She tried to break free and pull her foot back, but found that Qin Feng was holding her foot tightly and she couldn't break free at all. She subconsciously looked up, only to meet Qin Feng's playful gaze. A wave of shyness washed over her, and she simply stopped struggling, letting him do as he pleased. She now realizes that in front of Qin Feng, her clumsy flirting skills are simply handing herself over to the tiger's mouth. He didn't know how much time had passed until the waitress knocked on the door. Only then did Qin Feng reluctantly pull his right hand back from under the table. Lu Wen, whose feet were a little numb from being touched, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him after sitting down again. Qin Feng didn't care at all. Instead, he grinned mischievously, revealing an expression of lingering satisfaction. Seeing this, Lu Wen was also quite helpless. She didn't know why, but in front of him, she, a woman who was obviously much older than him, became like an inexperienced little girl, easily becoming shy because of him. Around 8 p.m., the two finished their dinner. Lu Wen originally wanted to grit her teeth and pay the bill, but Qin Feng didn't give her the chance at all and paid the nearly 40,000 yuan fee directly. Seeing this, Lu Wen's goodwill towards Qin Feng continued to rise. The man in front of her was exactly the type of man she wanted: young, handsome, rich, generous, humorous, steady, and responsible. He was practically her ideal boyfriend.
Of course, aside from being somewhat lecherous. Chapter 48: Mutual Pulling.
With a warm farewell from the restaurant manager, Qin Feng naturally put his arm around Lu Wen's waist and walked out of the restaurant. Lu Wen did not object to Qin Feng's intimate gesture of putting his arm around her waist. The two of them, one lusting after the other's body and money, the other simply lusting after the other's body, were now together, a perfect match, each with their own desires.
"Qin Feng, where are we going later?" Lu Wen asked shyly as they exited the restaurant.
"Of course, I'll take you home." "It's already past 8 o'clock, Qin Feng said very naturally. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen felt a pang of disappointment and regret, but soon she felt relieved and at ease. To be honest, even though she had mentally prepared herself during dinner, she was still very nervous if something were to happen between them tonight. Now that the other party has offered to take her home, it saves her from having to worry about it. The Mercedes-Benz van from the hotel didn't leave after dropping Qin Feng off. It waited by the roadside. Qin Feng then opened the car door and invited Lu Wen to get in. After getting into the car, before Luan could even be surprised that Qin Feng had a driver, he heard Qin Feng say to the driver, "Back to the hotel."
Back to the hotel? Upon hearing those three words, Luan blurted out, "Didn't you say you'd take me home? Why are you back at the hotel? Take me back to my hotel first, then I'll take you home."
"Don't rush," Qin Feng said with a smile, speaking casually. Upon hearing this, Luan's emotions fluctuated once again, but he ultimately chose to believe Qin Feng's explanation.
20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz van returned to the Bulgari Hotel. Qin Feng took the initiative to invite the urban woman beside him. "Since you're here, would you like to sit in my room for a while?"
Seeing the wicked smile on Qin Feng's lips, Luan knew perfectly well what Qin Feng was thinking. Thinking back to how the other person had solemnly promised to take him home when he got in the car, Luan felt both angry and embarrassed again. Faced with the other party's endless flirting tactics, she felt like a pure college girl who had never been in a relationship, and her emotions would fluctuate greatly at the slightest provocation. It was precisely because of these emotional fluctuations that, although it was only their second meeting, she had already developed some unusual feelings for Qin Feng. "Let's not sit here, it's getting late, and I have to go to work tomorrow morning," Luan said deliberately. She thought to herself with a touch of smugness, "You always tease me, now I'm not playing with you anymore, let's see what you do then." Seeing the slightly arrogant expression on Lu Wen's face, Qin Feng knew exactly what the other person was thinking. This time, he didn't tease her anymore by saying things like, "Since you're not going, I'll have the driver take you home." After all, jokes should be kept within limits. If he really made the girl angry and wanted to go home, he would be crying alone with his pillow at night.
"If I sincerely wanted to invite you up for a chat, I think Miss Lu wouldn't refuse me that opportunity, would she?"
Qin Feng extended the invitation once again. His invitation this time seemed much more serious. Luan knew that she only needed to refuse once, saying it a second time would make her seem tactless.
"Since you're so sincere in inviting me, I'll come up and sit for a bit." Luan extended his hand and took Qin Feng's outstretched hand in return.
Then, the two looked at each other, smiled slightly, and walked into the hotel together without saying a word. Upon entering the hotel, Luan was genuinely shocked by its luxurious interior. The best hotel she had ever stayed in before was a chain business hotel that the company booked for her when she went to the head office for training. It cost over 400 yuan a night for a standard room, and she shared the room with another girl who was also there for training. When Qin Feng led her into the presidential suite on the top floor, the shock she felt was indescribable. She had never imagined that a hotel room could be like this, even more luxurious and high-end than the model rooms of large apartments in upscale residential areas. Before she could look around the room any further, Qin Feng scooped her up from behind and carried her in a princess carry towards the bathroom. There was a huge bathtub in the bathroom. Qin Feng hadn't had a chance to experience it with Chu Qingxin for the past 2 days, but now he could take this opportunity to experience it with Luan first. If the experience was good, he would drag Chu Qingxin along to try it next time. After a fierce battle in which one side completely overwhelmed the other, specks of plum blossoms were scattered on the pristine white sheets. Exhausted, Luan leaned against Qin Feng's chest, gazing at his handsome face with seductive eyes, and asked, "Qin Feng, do you think I'm a particularly materialistic woman?" "No," Qin Feng answered without hesitation. Hearing this answer, Luan was naturally very happy, but she still asked, "Why?" "Given your own qualities and job opportunities, if you wanted, you could have found a rich man and given yourself to him long ago," Qin Feng said bluntly. What he said was entirely correct. Luan was not bad-looking, and she often came into contact with wealthy men at work, but she was still able to maintain her integrity. This showed that money was not the only criterion she considered when choosing a man. Hearing Qin Feng's answer, Luan was actually very happy. For her, making this bold decision tonight was the result of a long period of mental preparation. On the one hand, as time goes by, she is getting older and older, and if she doesn't take the initiative, she will be 30 years old in 2 years. In her hometown, a woman who is 30 years old and still doesn't have a boyfriend will be the subject of much gossip. On the other hand, Qin Feng is indeed the best option she can currently access. She felt that if she missed out on Qin Feng, she might never meet another young, handsome, wealthy man who had clearly shown interest in her. However, suddenly, Luan's mood inexplicably dropped, and he fell into a silent silence. Sensing the change in the woman's emotions in his arms, Qin Feng couldn't help but lower his head and ask softly, "What are you thinking about all of a sudden?" Feeling the tenderness and care in Qin Feng's words, Luan opened up and took the initiative to tell him about her past romantic experiences. She has had 2 romantic relationships. The first part is set in high school, where the two are classmates. One is beautiful, and the other is academically gifted. They get together by chance. However, they were still too naive. The two only dated for a little over a month before their homeroom teacher found out. In order to prevent the boys' academic performance from being affected, the homeroom teacher directly invited both of their parents to the school. Thus, this budding peer relationship was easily nipped in the bud. The second story is from their university years. They were in the same year but different classes. The boy pursued her, but later he dumped her in order to have a better life. This relationship hurt her deeply, so for the next few years she devoted herself to graduation and work, and never dated another boyfriend. Later, as time went by, she completely moved on from that relationship. And because of her work, she met many wealthy people and witnessed their lives. After that, she gradually understood her ex-boyfriend's choice back then. Now, if she could go back in time and choose again, she would also choose a rich second-generation boyfriend without hesitation, rather than her ex-boyfriend who came from an ordinary family. Xin Feng, I know that with your qualifications, I am not good enough for you, but I really like you, and not just because you are rich. Lu Wen said her heart out in one breath, and after she finished speaking, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xin Feng was silent for a moment, then said, "Actually, there are some things I don't want to hide from you. Since you've brought it up so much, I'll just tell you these things in advance." He then truthfully explained that he now had Chu Qingxin as his girlfriend. To be honest, if he had to choose between Chu Qingxin and Lu Wen, he would undoubtedly choose Chu Qingxin. Therefore, if Lu Wen wants to continue staying by his side, Chu Qingxin's existence is something she must be able to accept. I can give you two choices. First, I will give you some money. Consider what happened tonight as a fleeting affair. I will not look for you again, and you should not look for me either. Secondly, you stay and be my woman. I will support you and ensure you have no worries about food and clothing. If you ever want to leave me in the future, I will still give you a sum of money. But I'm definitely not considering marriage right now. I can give you the title of girlfriend, but you should be prepared that I will have more than just the two of you as my future girlfriends. I'll give you one night to think it over. Just tell me your answer tomorrow morning." After finishing his speech, Xin Feng looked calmly at Lu Wen, waiting for her to speak. Lu Wen opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. She needed some time to process what Xin Feng had just said. After a long silence, Lu Wen suddenly let out a heavy breath, as if he had made up his mind about something. She suddenly flipped over, climbing off Xin Feng's arms and onto his back. Looking down at his handsome, sharply defined face, she breathed softly and said, "I choose to stay by your side." Chapter 49: A Simple and Unpretentious Life. 9 o'clock the next morning. After a night of intense work, Lu Wen was so exhausted that she could barely lift a finger. She struggled to open her eyes to the urgent ringing of her phone alarm. Looking at the time displayed on the screen, she was instantly jolted awake. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." She sat up abruptly in bed, her upper body completely exposed to the air, revealing a large expanse of her pubic hair. Just as she was hurriedly getting out of bed to get dressed, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder and pushed her back down onto the bed. "Stop it, honey, I have to go to work," she said breathlessly, her voice slightly urgent. "Why bother going to work? Just quit." "I'll support you from now on," Xin Feng mumbled, his eyes still closed. Seeing Xin Feng's hands tightly holding him and refusing to let go, Lu Wen could only sigh helplessly and give up the idea of going to work today. However, she didn't think about resigning. Instead, she picked up her phone and sent a message to the store manager, saying that she wasn't feeling well today and asked for a day off. She's actually doing quite well in her current job. She doesn't receive many customers every day, but her monthly take-home pay is usually over 20,000 yuan. Sometimes, when she has big clients, it can even reach 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. It's a very cost-effective job. Of course, the more important reason she didn't want to quit her job was that she believed that as a woman, she should have her own independent income instead of relying entirely on a man. Otherwise, what would she do if that man didn't want her one day? And what could she do after resigning? Could she really be content to be a caged canary? That was something she couldn't accept. After sending the leave request, Lu Wen stayed up with Xin Feng for a while longer, until they finally woke up around lunchtime. "Get up. Let's go out for lunch first, then I'll go shopping with you and buy you some clothes and bags." Xin Feng sat up from the bed, patted Lu Wen's bouncy buttocks, and said. After saying that, he got out of bed and headed towards the bathroom. A moment later, Lu Wen also got out of bed, still half asleep. She picked up a white shirt that Xin Feng had taken off the night before and put it on. Then, she walked into the bathroom with her beautiful, snow-white legs. Xin Feng was brushing his teeth when Lu Wen walked in and hugged him from behind, clinging to him like a koala, and said affectionately, "Good morning, husband."
Upon hearing this address, Xin Feng couldn't help but recall the frenzy they had shared the previous night.
After making his choice, Lu Wen seemed to completely let go, and his initiative was so great that Xin Feng found it incredibly satisfying. The two of them tossed and turned until 2 or 3 in the morning before finally falling asleep in each other's arms, completely satisfied. "Good morning," Xin Feng replied with a smile, but didn't say those 2 words aloud.
Lu Wen didn't care.
She had already thought it through when she made that decision last night. From now on, as long as she was happy when she was with Xin Feng, that was enough. After washing up and getting ready, it was almost midnight when the two of them left the hotel. After getting into the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz van parked in front of the hotel, Xin Feng told the driver to head directly to Dongzhou Royal Banquet. Zheng Dong had helped him with a small favor last night, so he felt obligated to return the favor today.
Moreover, the food at Dongzhou Royal Banquet was indeed quite delicious, and he was quite satisfied with his meal. In addition, Deji Plaza is right next door, so he can take Lu Wen shopping after dinner.
The Imperial Banquet of the Eastern Continent. When Zheng Dong saw Xin Feng bring another beautiful woman to patronize his business, he didn't show the slightest abnormality on his face. After all, for truly wealthy people, changing female companions every now and then is a perfectly normal thing.
"Mr. Qin, it is a great honor for me, Zheng Dong, to have you here for dinner today," Zheng Dong greeted him warmly.
"Manager Zhang, thank you for what happened last night."
Xin Feng nodded slightly and smiled.
"You're too kind, it's nothing at all," Zheng Dong replied modestly. Upon hearing this, Xin Feng nodded and did not bring up the matter again. As Zheng Dong said, it was not a big deal for either him or Xin Feng.
Xin Feng's presence for dinner today was enough to repay the favor.
On Zheng Dong's recommendation, Xin Feng ordered 5 dishes, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. The most expensive dish was a 9-grade fresh and fragrant abalone, priced at 18,800 yuan, which was the most expensive dish on the menu that did not require advance reservation. Xin Feng doesn't have the habit of drinking at noon, so he only ordered 2 glasses of freshly squeezed juice. Lu Wen was stunned when he saw the prices of the dishes on the menu. The cheapest dish, stir-fried greens, cost 588.
Is this what the lives of the rich are like?
When the dishes were ready and served, Lu Wen hesitated to pick up his chopsticks, thinking that each dish cost several thousand yuan.
Seeing this, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh and say, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat.
We still need to go for a walk after we finish eating." Hearing this, Lu Wen boldly picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of abalone meat into her mouth. The extremely rich aroma immediately filled her mouth, making her eyes light up. "This abalone is so delicious," she exclaimed with delight.
"If you like it, eat more.
If this isn't enough, order another one," Xin Feng said casually, picking up a piece of abalone and placing it in the other person's bowl. Upon hearing Xin Feng's words, Lu Wen felt a surge of happiness.
After all, how many men in this world would be willing to spend nearly 20,000 yuan for a single dish of food that you like?
The meal cost over 30,000 yuan in total, but when it came time to pay, Zheng Dong rounded down the bill for Xin Feng, only charging him 30,000 yuan. Thinking about how the two of them had spent 40,000 yuan on dinner last night, Lu Wen began to feel somewhat numb. She felt that spending 40,000 yuan on a meal at Xin Feng's place was about the same as spending 400 yuan on a meal at her place. No, perhaps it should be even more exaggerated. After all, spending 400 yuan on a meal would definitely be a bit of a pain for her.
After finishing their meal, the two walked to the Deji Plaza next door. Upon entering the gate, one is immediately greeted by a dazzling array of international luxury brands.
The sheer variety of their products instantly overwhelms Lu Wen, leaving her feeling overwhelmed and unable to keep up.
Chapter 50 Level Up.
"Go ahead and buy whatever you like, I'll pay for it," Xin Feng said casually, holding Lu Wen's hand.
"Really? Honey?"
Lu Wen asked with a look of surprise.
"Of course." Xin Feng smiled. "Then I'd like to buy a set of skincare products first."
"My serum and face cream are almost finished," Lu said. Xin Feng naturally had no objection to this. He certainly wanted his woman to be as beautiful as possible.
Led by Lu Wen, the two entered a skincare flagship store called Helena Rubinstein.
Xin Feng didn't recognize the brand, but among women, it was a truly top-tier skincare brand, a gift that every woman hoped her boyfriend or husband would give her on special occasions. As a top-tier skincare brand, Helena Rubinstein's products are naturally not cheap. Even a basic item costs over 1,000 yuan, while the high-end series can cost 5,000 or 6,000 yuan per item.
Hello, welcome to Helena Rubinstein. What products would you like to see? A sales assistant in uniform greeted them warmly as soon as they entered the store.
I'd like to see the serum and face cream, Lu said.
Have you used our products before? The sales assistant asked as she led Lu Wen to sit down.
I've used your green bottle series before, Lu Wen answered truthfully.
Oh, that's our basic series.
Although it's more effective than other brands, I actually recommend you try our bandage series, especially the black bandage cream.
The user reviews are extremely positive, the sales assistant enthusiastically recommended.
Lu Wen naturally knew that the black bandage face cream the other party mentioned was more effective, but it was also really expensive. A 50 milliliters bottle cost a full 4,000 yuan, which was difficult for her to afford even with her monthly income of more than 20,000 yuan.
Seeing that Lu was hesitant, the sales assistant quickly advised, how about I bring the product over for you to try first? If you feel the effect is good after applying it, then you can consider whether or not to buy it. Then, let's give it a try. Lu Wen nodded in agreement with the other party's suggestion.
Immediately, the sales assistant brought over a bottle of black bandage face cream specifically for customers to try, scraped some out and applied it to Lu Wen's face, and instructed her on how to apply it evenly for better absorption. A moment later, Lu Wen also looked in the mirror and was surprised to see that his skin seemed to have become more delicate. Indeed, this black bandage face cream is expensive for a reason.
How is it, ma'am? Your experience using our black bandage cream is quite good, isn't it?
The sales assistant continued, actually, we women should take good care of ourselves while we're still young and use as many good products as possible.
Otherwise, it will be too late to start taking care of yourself when you get older. No matter how good the product is, it will have very limited effect when you use it at that age.
Hearing the sales assistant's words, Lu Wen couldn't help but be tempted. She felt that what the sales assistant said made sense. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was resting on a stool to the side, suddenly spoke up, since you think it's useful, then buy it.
Price is not a problem.
After a slight pause, he turned to the sales assistant and said, take out one bottle of the best product from each of your product lines and make a set.
Okay, sir.
Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the sales assistant's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly responded. You should know that if you were to take one of the best products from each of their store S series and put them together to form the best set, the price of that set would definitely not be less than 20,000 yuan. When Lu Wen heard that Qin Feng had so easily bought her a set of skincare products worth more than 20,000 yuan, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She knew that she hadn't chosen the wrong man this time. Even though he had other women and couldn't love her wholeheartedly, even just a tenth or a hundredth of his love brought her a happiness far beyond what ordinary men could give her with their wholehearted love. After leaving the Helena Rubinstein flagship store, the two went into the Louis Vuitton flagship store. The sales assistant who greeted the two happened to be the same one who had served Qin Feng and Chu Qingxing yesterday. When she saw Qin Feng walk into the store with another beautiful woman, she was clearly stunned for a moment.
She actually had a pretty deep impression of Qin Feng. After all, it was rare for a saleswoman in a luxury store like her, who was so young, to be able to casually spend 200,000 yuan on bags and clothes for his girlfriend. She had initially envied the pretty girl from yesterday for finding such a wealthy boyfriend who was willing to spend money on her, but now she didn't seem so envious anymore. Qin Feng didn't care what a sales assistant thought. Since he hadn't hidden Chu Qingxing's existence from Lu Wen, he naturally didn't need to worry about anyone saying anything to Lu Wen. In fact, the sales assistants in these luxury stores also have their professional ethics. Whether a woman brings different men to the store to shop, or a man brings different women to the store to shop, they will not say a single unnecessary word. Soon, the sales assistant, having adjusted her mindset, greeted the two of them with the same warmth as if they were meeting Qin Feng for the first time. In the end, Qin Feng once again spent over 10,000 yuan, buying Lu Wen 2 bags and some other items. Then, the two headed toward the next shop they wanted to visit. Watching the two leave with their bags and packages, and seeing her own bill of over 100,000 yuan, the sales assistant suddenly felt a pang of envy. The reason she had such thoughts was that, in reality, from the very beginning, she didn't envy Chu Qingxing as a person, but rather the woman beside Qin Feng. In other words, no matter who this woman is, as long as she is the woman who stays by Qin Feng's side, she will be envious. Qin Feng took Lu Wen shopping in the mall for more than 2 hours and bought a lot of things. Midway through, the two of them were so full of bags that Qin Feng had to call the driver to come in and help them put their things back in the car so that they could continue shopping with their hands free. Just then, after Qin Feng paid another 80,000 yuan to buy Lu Wen a Chanel bag, the system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations on your level increase, host. Reward, 10 million yuan.
The level 2 check-in location has been refreshed. Please check it yourself.
Check-in location: 1. Vacheron Constantin Flagship Store. 2. Porsche Dealership. 3. Dongzhou No. 1 Garden Sales Office. 4. Chapter 51 Across the 4 Seas. Finally, I've upgraded.
Qin Feng couldn't help but feel happy when he heard the system notification that he had upgraded. Only after he truly stopped caring about money did he realize that spending money was actually quite difficult. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required spending 10 million. However, it took Qin Feng about 10 days to completely spend this mere 10 million, and that was only after he spent several million on tipping the streamer. Otherwise, it would probably have taken him another 10 days or so to spend all 10 million. Ultimately, this situation arises because he didn't actually buy any big-ticket items, such as luxury cars or mansions. He simply spent money on daily expenses like staying in hotels, eating fancy meals, and buying luxury goods, so his spending rate was ultimately too limited. It wasn't that Qin Feng didn't want to buy a car, but rather that he hadn't yet obtained his driver's license and couldn't drive at all. He was hoping that when he checked in at the car dealership, the system would give him some hidden rewards, such as driving skills. After briefly looking at the locations where he could check in displayed in the system, Qin Feng discovered that the first one, the Vacheron Constantin Flagship Store, was located on the first floor of Deji Plaza. So he said to Lu Wen beside him, "Come with me to the first floor to buy some things." Lu Wen naturally wouldn't object, and immediately obediently took Qin Feng's arm and walked with him down the escalator to the first floor of the mall. She had just roughly estimated in her mind that Qin Feng had spent nearly 1 million yuan on her in just 2 hours that afternoon, and almost all of it was spent voluntarily by him. How many men in the world could do that for their women? There's a saying that goes something like this: a man spending money on you doesn't necessarily mean he loves you, but a man not spending money on you definitely doesn't love you. In short, Lu Wen's feelings for Qin Feng can now be described as completely devoted. Vacheron Constantin Flagship Store. Qin Feng led Lu Wen directly inside. At that moment, there were still several groups of customers looking at their watches, and there was no one available to serve them. So Qin Feng led Lu Wen to look around at the counter on their own. Vacheron Constantin is a prestigious Swiss watch brand with a history dating back to 1755. As one of the world's most famous watch brands, Vacheron Constantin is renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and elegant design, and is widely favored by business leaders from all walks of life. Vacheron Constantin has a famous advertising slogan: "You can easily have time, but you can't easily have Vacheron Constantin." This also shows how expensive this brand of watches is. When Lu Wen first graduated, she also sold luxury goods for a while, but in her mind, the price of ordinary entry-level luxury goods was only around 10,000 yuan, such as Louis Vuitton bags and Bulgari necklaces. However, Vacheron Constantin is different. Even among luxury brands, there are different levels of entry barriers. The entry-level price for Vacheron Constantin is as high as 100,000 yuan, and the selection of watches at this price is very limited, with only a handful available. Their regular watches are priced at over 200,000 yuan, and they also have many watches priced as high as 1 million yuan. Historically, the most expensive Vacheron Constantin watch ever sold was a pocket watch, which fetched over 70 million. At this moment, a middle-aged couple in the store finished looking at the watch, discussed it in hushed tones, and then left without making a purchase. The sales assistant who had been serving the couple was finally able to free up her hands to serve Qin Feng and his companion. Seeing how young Qin Feng looked, the saleswoman couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that this sale was probably going to be a waste of time again. After all, the group of customers from before seemed much more well off than the young couple in front of them. However, when it came to discussing the price, they backed out because the watch they wanted was too expensive, saying they would go back and think about it some more. As for the young couple in front of her, she guessed they were probably just there to broaden their horizons and wouldn't be buying anything. Although that's what she was thinking, she didn't show it on the surface and greeted Qin Feng and his companion with a professional smile. "Hello sir, did you see a watch you liked earlier? I can take it out for you to try on." "Let's take this one," Qin Feng said, pointing to a watch with an intricate dial and a captivating mechanical charm displayed in the center of the display case. She looked down at the mechanical watch Qin Feng had pointed to inside the display case, and was slightly taken aback. However, she still opened the case door, took out the watch, and helped Qin Feng try it on. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is our very famous Vacheron Constantin Overseas Collection, and the one you are trying on is the most expensive one in the Overseas Collection, with a current list price of 1.17 million. The sales assistant seemed to be introducing the watch model, but actually wanted to tell Qin Feng the real price of the watch he was wearing, hoping that he would be sensible enough to take it off and put it back in the display case, because if he accidentally scratched it, he would have to pay a lot of money. However, Qin Feng seemed completely oblivious to the astonishing price of 1.17 million, casually extending his left wrist in front of Lu Wen and asking, "How's this watch?
Does it suit me?"
"This watch is beautiful." Lu Wen nodded honestly and replied, "My temperament matches yours very well, my husband. After all, this is a watch worth over 1 million yuan. Based on that price alone, she has no confidence to say that the watch is not good looking. And to be fair, the design of this watch is indeed beautiful. The dial is complex but not cluttered, and it looks full of mechanical beauty. The all-steel silver strap is perfectly integrated with the dial, giving the overall impression of understated yet elegant luxury.
If it weren't for the exorbitant price, this watch would be absolutely flawless. I think it's alright too."
Qin Feng smiled, then looked up and nodded slightly to the sales assistant in front of him, saying, "I'll take this one, let's pay now."
"Huh? You bought it already?"
The sales assistant who was responsible for receiving Qin Feng immediately looked incredulous. You know, when she was serving that couple, she spent a full half-hour introducing the watch to them. Her mouth was almost dry from talking, but she still couldn't persuade them to place an order, and that watch was only worth a little over 400,000 yuan. The watch Qin Feng was wearing at that moment cost over 1 million yuan.
How could he have just placed an order for it so casually? The stark contrast left her momentarily in disbelief.
It wasn't until Qin Feng urged her again that she finally snapped out of it, and then hurriedly turned around to print the relevant documents.
Chapter 52 Portia. She quickly printed out all the relevant documents and then approached Qin Feng, asking, "Sir, how would you like to pay?"
"Swipe your card." Qin Feng took out a black bank card with an exquisite design printed on it from his pocket and handed it to the sales assistant. "This is the new card the bank gave him after he upgraded his account a few days ago. Compared to the old card, the daily transfer limit of this card has been increased to 10 million. However, Qin Feng felt that the daily transfer limit of 10 million might not be enough in the future. He would upgrade his account once the balance reached 100 million. In fact, by then he probably wouldn't need to go to the bank in person anymore. For large clients with account balances exceeding 100 million yuan, the bank would definitely send someone to their door to help them with the relevant business." The sales assistant took the bank card from Qin Feng and swiped it on the card reader. Soon, a notification sounded indicating that the transaction was successful. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind, telling him that he had successfully checked in and received a reward of 10 million. As she watched the transaction receipt slowly printed out from the back of the card reader, she finally believed that the $1 million transaction had actually been completed.
"Mr. Qin, this is your bank card. Please keep it safe."
After respectfully handing the bank card back to Qin Feng, the saleswoman couldn't help but reveal an undisguised smile. For a deal worth 1.17 million, she can get a 3% commission, which is more than 30,000 yuan. The key point is that she didn't spend any effort at all to close this deal. The whole process probably took less than 3 minutes. Looking at the smile on the other person's face, Lu Wen suddenly thought of herself back then. She was also overjoyed because Qin Feng bought a phone worth 600,000 yuan from her and she was able to get a commission of 60,000 yuan.
But looking back now, how much could a mere 60,000 yuan really change her life?
The next day, she was still the same saleswoman who greeted everyone with a smile. But now that she's with Qin Feng, she's acquired a total of millions of dollars worth of luxury goods in just 2 hours. That's the kind of money she would have to save up for 4 or 5 years without eating or drinking to earn. Therefore, choices are really important in life. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel grateful once again that she had made the absolutely right choice last night. When Qin Feng left the Vacheron Constantin store, he immediately put on the $1 million Vacheron Constantin watch, while Lu Wen carried the warranty card in box in an exquisite bag.
Qin Feng was too lazy to even bring the warranty card in packaging box.
In fact, if the watch broke down someday, he wouldn't even bother sending it over for repair. He would just buy a new one, which would also give him some experience points. However, when Lu heard the sales assistant say that the price offered by second-hand dealers for this watch could differ by tens of thousands of yuan between those with a warranty card in packaging box and those without, she immediately took the bag containing the warranty card in packaging box. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't know what to say, so he simply let her take it. The two walked into the mall's aisle. Qin Feng raised his left hand to check the time and found that it was not yet 4 o'clock, so he simply said, "There's still time. Come with me to look at cars later."
"Looking at cars?" Lu asked with some doubt.
"Then what about that Mercedes that picked us up and dropped us off these past 2 days?" "That was the car the hotel arranged for me," Qin Feng explained casually. Upon hearing this, Luan nodded as if he had just realized something. She thought to herself, Qin Feng, who can casually spend 600,000 yuan on a cell phone and 1 million yuan on a watch, how could he possibly drive such a cheap car as a Mercedes-Benz S-Class?
It's simply not worthy of his wealth.
Oh, so that was a car arranged by the hotel for the guests.
That makes perfect sense. Honey, what brand of car are you looking at? Luan asked curiously as the two walked out of the mall.
Porsche, Qin Feng replied decisively. His reason for choosing Porsche was simple. Currently, the only car brand 4S store that the system refreshed for him to check in was Porsche. Upon hearing this, Luan paused slightly, as if he had thought of something. However, she didn't speak on the spot. Instead, she waited until the two of them were in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz before leaning against Qin Feng in a coquettish tone and pleading, Honey, when you go to see the Porsche later, can you ask my best friend to help you? She happens to work as a saleswoman at the Porsche dealership.
Your best friend? Qin Feng glanced at Luan with slight surprise, then said in a joking tone, Is your best friend pretty?
If she's not pretty, I won't buy from her. My best friend is incredibly beautiful, just as pretty as me, Luan said, tilting her beautiful face up with a hint of allure. Then there's no problem. Qin Feng shrugged and agreed casually. He didn't really care who he bought the car from, but since Luan had brought it up, he figured he'd just ask her best friend to buy it for him. Seeing Qin Feng so readily agree to his request, Luan's face immediately lit up with joy. The best friend she just mentioned was a colleague who worked at the same luxury store as her when she had just graduated from university. The other person was also a newly hired employee at the time, and their situation was similar. The two new employees helped and supported each other, which led to a deep friendship. Later, they even lived together for more than 2 years. However, since they later changed jobs and their workplaces and rented apartments were too far apart, they had no choice but to part ways and each went to find a place to rent in a neighborhood closer to their workplace. Although their contact isn't as close as before, they still get together for meals and chats on weekends when they're free, sharing their recent work troubles and interesting experiences.
So their relationship remains very good.
That's why, when she learned that Qin Feng was going to look at a Porsche, she immediately thought of her best friend who worked as a salesperson at Porsche. Furthermore, during their last dinner together, the other person complained to her that they hadn't been doing well lately and were almost being scolded to death by their boss. That's when she had a sudden inspiration and thought of asking Qin Feng to ask her best friend to buy a car. If Qin Feng could buy a car from her best friend would naturally have no worries about sales performance. In addition, her best friend would also receive a considerable commission, greatly relieving her financial pressure.
Absolutely perfect.
Thinking of this, Luan's smile deepened. Seeing her captivating smile, Qin Feng couldn't resist the urge to kiss her. Ignoring the driver in the front seat, he leaned down and kissed her.
Chapter 53 Li Wan.
After the Mercedes-Benz came to a smooth stop in the parking space in front of the Porsche 4S store, Luan did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, she took out lipstick and a mirror and began to touch up her makeup. She was about to meet her best friend, and she didn't want her to see her with her lipstick all messed up. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't rush to get out of the car. Instead, he sat down and watched Luan touch up her makeup with a smile. It has to be said that when Luan sat in the car, applying lipstick in front of a small mirror, the sophisticated urban woman aura she exuded became even more pronounced.
For some men, this alluring scent can even be fatal. A moment later, she finished touching up her makeup and then rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, who was smiling at her, as if to say that it was all his fault for being naughty in the car earlier, otherwise she wouldn't need to touch up her makeup now. Qin Feng didn't pay any attention, pushed open the car door, took her hand, and walked out. The two entered the Porsche 4S store and immediately saw several sleek and aesthetically pleasing display cars, the classic 911 sports car, the 718 which is positioned a level below the 911, the Panamera, which is known as the most beautiful four-door coupe in the sedan series, and the Cayenne SUV. I'll send a message to my best friend to tell her we've arrived, Lu said. While in the car, she had already told her best friend about her and Qin Feng's plans to come and see the car. Her friend was naturally very happy to hear this and said that she would definitely give them a good welcome. In fact, Li Wanwan had already seen Qin Feng and Luan when they entered the store. However, just as she got up to greet them, another longtime employee in the store deliberately stood behind her and pressed down on her shoulders with both hands, preventing her from getting up immediately. At the same time, the senior employee who was deliberately putting her down signaled with his eyes to another salesperson who was on good terms with her to hurry up and greet her. Seeing this, the salesperson quickly took 2 steps forward and went directly to meet Qin Feng and his companion. Sister Zhao, why did you press me down just now?
Li Wanwan asked, looking at Sister Zhao with a wronged expression.
Xiao Li, don't talk nonsense. I didn't step on you at all. I just happened to be passing by behind you and gently helped you up.
Sister Zhao snorted and decisively denied what she had just done. Hearing this, Li Wanwan was furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had only been working as a salesperson at this Porsche dealership for less than 3 months, while the other party was a long-time employee who had been there for 7 or 8 years and was familiar with everyone in the store. Therefore, even though she knew the other party was deliberately stealing her customers, she was powerless to do anything about it. In fact, this wasn't the first time this had happened. A large part of the reason her performance was so poor was that the other party was always stealing her clients. However, this time the other party's wishful thinking was destined to fail, because Qin Feng and Lu Wen came specifically to ask her to look at cars.
Hello, which model of our car are you looking to see?
The salesperson who was on good terms with Sister Zhao came up to Qin Feng and his companion and asked them questions enthusiastically. However, Lu Wen glanced at her and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, we already made an appointment with Li Wanwan from your store to look at the car." Upon hearing this, the salesperson's smile froze instantly, and then she turned around and called out with a hint of annoyance, "Li Wanwan, your customer."
Li Wanwan then stood up.
She first glanced at Sister Zhao with a slightly smug look, and then, like a victorious general, she held her head high and strode towards Qin Feng and the other person. Watching her retreating figure, Sister Zhao couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "I'll let you be smug for now."
She had a problem with Li Wanwan ever since the latter first arrived.
Originally, she planned to have her niece, who had just graduated, work at the store. However, the niece's appearance was not as good as Li Wanwan's, and her work ability and experience were far inferior to Li Wanwan's.
So, she was squeezed out by Li Wanwan during the interview.
Therefore, she harbored a deep resentment towards the beautiful Li Wanwan, and even tried to force her to resign by stealing her clients and causing her to have no sales. And as long as the other party resigns, her niece will have another chance to get a job.
"Sister Wen, you're finally here." Li Wanwan was overjoyed to see Lu Wen and immediately gave her a big hug. Then she noticed Qin Feng standing to the side and quickly greeted him politely. "You must be the Mr. Qin that Sister Wen mentioned to me on WeChat, hello."
Qin Feng smiled and nodded in response. He had already sized her up when she hugged Lu Wen earlier, and indeed, as Lu Wen said, she was no less beautiful than her. In terms of the refinement of her facial features alone, she is not as good as Lu Wen, but she has a great characteristic, or rather, an advantage. That's a very fair complexion, the kind of cool-toned white that's almost glowing. People often say that fair skin can cover up 3 flaws, and if someone is as fair-skinned as her, she could probably hide 100 flaws. Moreover, she was already very beautiful. Even if her skin wasn't as fair as it is now, she would definitely be considered a great beauty among ordinary people.
Although Li Wanwan was only 1 year younger than Lu Wen, she was clearly less mature than Lu Wen in terms of personality.
In front of Lu Wen, she always acted like his younger sister. At this moment, she recounted everything that Sister Zhao had done to her, just as a younger sister was confiding in her older sister about her grievances. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her and gently patted her back to comfort her. Wherever there are people, there is a social dynamic, especially for salespeople like them, where competing for customers is all too common. When they first entered the industry, they also encountered this situation, but fortunately, they supported each other and managed to get through it. Later, Lu Wen's growth rate was obviously faster. Now she is already a key sales member in the Vertu mobile phone flagship store, and the other sales staff all call her Sister Wen. Li Wanwan, however, has never made much progress because she has always been somewhat reserved in her personality. Not long ago, she quit her job and came here because she was unhappy at her previous store. However, she was unlucky enough to encounter Sister Zhao, a colleague who deliberately targeted her. Sister Zhao not only led other colleagues to isolate her, but also kept stealing her customers. To be honest, she still doesn't understand why the other party is so hostile towards her.
Chapter 54 Panamera.
Li Wanwan seemed to have suffered a lot of grievances recently, and her mood was quite depressed. When she saw Lu Wen, it was as if she suddenly had someone to rely on. She poured out all the grievances in her heart, and even started to sob as she spoke. Seeing this, Lu Wen had no choice but to take out a tissue and wipe her down while gently comforting her. After venting her anger for more than 10 minutes, Li Wanwan, having regained her composure, looked at Qin Feng with some embarrassment and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, for taking up your time."
"It's all right."
Qin Feng shook his head indifferently. Actually, he found it quite amusing to see the other person crying so hard, and he even secretly hoped that she would cry even harder. If Luan knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would definitely call him a pervert again.
Why is again used here? Mr. Chin, what type of car are you looking to buy?
Our store currently offers 3 main types of cars: sports cars, sedans, and SUVs.
If you're looking for a comfortable ride, I recommend the Cayenne or the Panamera. Li Wanwan's professional skills are actually quite good.
After quickly adjusting her mindset, she explained the advantages and disadvantages of various car models to Qin Feng in detail. If you're looking for a great driving experience and to turn heads, then the Porsche 911 is undoubtedly the most classic sports car model from the brand. According to Li Wanwan's opinion, Qin Feng is so young, if he really wants to buy a car, the first choice should definitely be the 911. After all, it has a pure sports car pedigree and high brand recognition. If he drives it out to pick up girls, he might not be able to pick them up every time, but he will still have a success rate of more than 50%.
However, after looking around the showroom, Qin Feng pointed to the elegant 4-door coupe parked in front of him and asked, "Do you have this Panamera in stock?"
The Panamera is positioned as a luxury 4-door coupe, combining the power of a sports car with the luxurious ride of a sedan, making it suitable for daily driving while also offering a degree of sportiness. The reason Qin Feng chose this 4-door coupe model instead of the 911, which has a pure sports car lineage. On the one hand, he had just tried sitting in this car and found that the driving comfort was significantly better than that of the 911. Since he mainly bought this car for daily driving, comfort was crucial. On the other hand, the Panamera has a large rear seat space, which can accommodate people, while the Porsche 911, although also a 4-seater, has too small a rear seat space, which can only accommodate underage children.
What if he takes a girl out drinking one day and has to hire a designated driver?
If he's driving a sports car like the 911, which only seats 2 people, the designated driver will definitely sit in the driver's seat.
Who will sit in the passenger seat? Him or the girl? Or will he and the girl take another car and follow behind the 911?
Therefore, taking all factors into consideration, he chose the Panamera, a 4-door coupe that combines comfort and practicality. Mr. Chin, Porsche cars usually require optional extras, and the delivery period can take anywhere from 3 to 6 months, so it might not be easy for you to get one immediately, Li Wanwan said hesitantly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "I suddenly remembered that last month, a top-of-the-line Panamera customized by a customer was shipped from the German headquarters. But after it arrived at the store, the customer seemed to have some business problems and didn't want the deposit back.
That car is currently parked in the warehouse in the back. If you are interested, Mr. Chin, I can ask the manager for permission to take you there to have a look."
After a slight pause, she hesitated before saying, "But that customized Panamera is much more expensive than the regular version. The final price will probably be over 3 million. The on-road price of the standard Panamera is around 1 million, with the exact price depending on the optional extras. But in any case, the customized Panamera in the warehouse, which costs 3 times as much as the standard version, is ridiculously expensive." No wonder Li Wanwan hesitated when she spoke just now. However, price has never been a concern for Qin Feng. Upon hearing from Li Wanwan that there was a car in the warehouse with high specifications, Qin Feng immediately became interested. "Take me to the warehouse to see that car," he said.
"Are you really going to see it?"
Li Wanwan cast a cautious, questioning glance at Lu Wen. She was worried about whether Mr. Qin could afford the price of 3 million. However, Lu Wen returned her a reassuring look without hesitation, indicating that Qin Feng could definitely afford 3 million to buy a car.
"Just kidding, a man who can casually buy a watch worth over 1 million yuan, would he not be able to afford a car worth 3 million yuan?
Seeing this, Li Wanwan, who always trusted Lu Wen, no longer hesitated and immediately turned around and went to the manager's office on the 2nd floor of the exhibition hall to apply for the matter.
Inside the manager's office on the 2nd floor,
store manager Song Hui was looking through a document recently issued by the head office, but while his eyes were on the words on the document, his mind was completely occupied with another troublesome matter. Last year, a customer came to their store and was very generous. He placed an order for the top-of-the-line Panamera and paid a deposit of 500,000 yuan. After more than half a year, the car was completed and delivered to the German headquarters according to the specifications. However, the customer suddenly changed his mind and refused to accept either the deposit or the car. As a result, this high-spec Panamera ended up being a dud in his shop, because such a high-spec Panamera really didn't offer any value for money.
With 3 million, you could buy a Ferrari instead, so who would buy a Panamera?
Just as Song Hui was at his wit's end, there was a knock on the door. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Upon hearing the manager's voice from inside, Li Wanwan immediately pushed open the door and entered. When Song Hui saw that it was Li Wanwan who came in, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He personally recruited this girl. During the interview, he felt that with her good looks and solid sales skills, she would definitely be a good Porsche salesperson in the future. However, 3 months have passed, and the number of orders placed with the other party is very small. Every month, the store's performance is at the bottom, making him doubt his initial judgment. If he hadn't thought the other person had a great image, so that even if they couldn't sell any cars, they could still be displayed in the store as a decorative piece to attract male customers, he would have talked to them long ago.
Chapter 55 Driving Mastery Skills. Xiaoli, what can I do for you?
Song Hui put down the documents in his hand and asked with a slightly more relaxed expression.
Manager, it's like this.
Li Wanwan immediately spoke up, recounting her entire conversation with Qin Feng downstairs. When Song Hui heard that Qin Feng was very interested in the Panamera in the warehouse and wanted to go see it, he immediately stood up from his chair and asked with a look of surprise, "Is what you just said true?
Is Mr. Qin really interested in buying that car in the warehouse?" Li Wanwan was almost startled by the other party's huge reaction.
When she heard the question, she quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Qin wants to go see the car, so I came up to ask if you can take him there."
"Of course." Song Hui nodded without hesitation. He paused slightly, then looked at Li Wanwan with a serious expression and said, "I'm giving you a task now. You must do everything in your power to get Mr. Qin to buy that Panamera in the warehouse. If you can close this deal, I'll give you an extra 100,000 yuan bonus on top of your base commission." An extra 100,000 yuan bonus? Hearing the manager offer her such a generous reward, Li Wanwan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
It's important to know that although Porsche cars are expensive, the sales commission is actually not high. Normally, you can only earn a few $1,000s in commission for each car sold. After all, Porsche has the brand name, so there's no worry about selling it.
A bonus of 100,000 yuan, how many cars would you have to sell to earn that much commission?
Thinking this, Li Wanwan was already eager to take Qin Feng to the warehouse to look at cars.
A few minutes later,
Li Wanwan accompanied Qin Feng and the other person to the Porsche dealership's warehouse. She walked up to a car covered in a black car cover, lifted the cover to reveal a Porsche Panamera Turbo S with sleek lines and elegant design, resembling a work of art. With its volcanic ash exterior, classic Bordeaux red interior, and V8 twin turbocharged engine, it delivers maximum power, rivaling even professional sports cars.
"Mr. Qin, this is the Panamera I told you about. What do you think? You can rest assured about the configuration.
We've added every possible feature to this car." Li Wanwan was wearing the uniform of the Porsche dealership, revealing half of her beautiful legs in black stockings, and on her feet were a pair of black high heels about 5 centimeters high. At this moment, she stood beside the car and introduced it to Qin Feng. The visual effect she created was in no way inferior to those of professional car models at auto shows. For a moment, Qin Feng was unsure whether to look at the car or the person. After introducing the car to Qin Feng, Li Wanwan looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to make his final decision. If Qin Feng agrees, she will receive 100,000 yuan in bonuses from this deal alone, which is a huge sum for her, who has only received basic salary for the past 3 months. Qin Feng walked around the car and was very satisfied with the exterior and interior colors of this top-of-the-line Panamera. So he readily nodded and said, "The car is nice, let's sign the contract."
"Ha? You've already signed the contract? Mr. Qin, don't you want to take it for a test drive first?"
Li Wanwan asked, somewhat dumbfounded. Although she desperately hoped that Qin Feng would buy the car, she was actually a little taken aback when she saw him place the order so readily. "No need for a test drive, let's just swipe our cards and sign the contract," Qin Feng said, waving his hand.
"He doesn't have a driver's license yet, so he can't even take a test drive."
What's more, he was eager to finish settling his bill and successfully check in, hoping the system might give him some hidden rewards. If he doesn't get a reward like driving skills, he'll probably have to ask Lu Wen to drive the car back for him.
Half an hour later,
with a personal send-off from Song Hui, the Porsche dealership manager, Qin Feng got into the top-of-the-line Panamera Turbo as he had just bought. He then stepped on the gas, and with a beast-like roar, the silver-gray vehicle transformed into a streak of light and sped out of the Porsche dealership.
In the car, Lu Wen sat in the passenger seat, while Li Wanwan, who had finished get off work early, sat in the back and rode with the two of them.
At this moment, both women had a strong sense of tension on their faces. Although they had fastened their seatbelts, they still gripped the handles above their heads tightly with both hands. They couldn't help but be nervous, because Qin Feng's driving style was really wild. He would often drift and fishtail when turning, scaring them into screams. Fortunately, after driving so freely for a while, Qin Feng's novelty wore off, and he returned to a steady driving mode, which made the two women in the car breathe a sigh of relief. As Qin Feng expected, after he swiped his card to pay, the system first notified him that he had successfully checked in and rewarded him with 20 million yuan. Then it congratulated him on triggering a hidden check-in reward, granting him the driving proficiency skill and a legal driver's license, saving him the trouble of learning to drive and taking the driving test. As the saying goes, anything produced by the system is bound to be of high quality. The hidden rewards that were previously unlocked, whether it was an improvement in appearance or an indestructible kidney, brought about a complete transformation for Qin Feng. The driving proficiency skill provided by the system instantly transformed him from a complete novice at driving into a top driving expert comparable to a professional race car driver. He couldn't resist trying out the driving proficiency skill the system had rewarded him with, and performed several perfect drifts while turning. Although he enjoyed the ride, he scared the two women in the car quite a bit. "Honey, I never knew you were such a good driver." In the passenger seat, Luan gently patted her ample chest to calm her heart, which had almost jumped out of her chest from Qin Feng's drifting earlier. At the same time, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at Qin Feng's handsome profile as he was driving, and exclaimed in surprise. "It's alright, it's been a while since we opened it," Qin Feng casually offered an excuse. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Luan assumed that it was because of Qin Feng's family background that he had been exposed to cars since childhood, and he was no longer surprised that Qin Feng had such superb driving skills at such a young age. Hearing Luan address Qin Feng, Li Wanwan, sitting in the back row, exclaimed in surprise, "Sister One, you just called Mr. Qin husband, does that mean there's something going on between you and Mr. Qin?" Chapter 56 will definitely be demolished. Our Pang Cooks. This is a stir-fry restaurant located at the entrance of the residential area where Luan rents a place. The store is not big, but the interior is very clean. Although the tables are a bit old, the owner has wiped them spotless. After the three of them found a seat in the restaurant, Li Wanwan said to Qin Feng somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I just paid 3 months' rent recently, and I'm a bit short on cash right now, so for the time being I can only treat you to this kind of small, hole-in-the-wall restaurant." She paused slightly, then quickly added, "But don't worry, once I get my bonus next month, I'll have the money to treat you to an even more expensive restaurant." "I hope you'll do me the honor of joining me then." "It's okay. I'm not really picky about food. Some of the dishes in small, unique restaurants are just as good as those in big restaurants." Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly, "Besides, don't be so polite. You keep calling me Mr. Qin. Since you and Luan are such good friends, you can just call me Qin Feng. Is this really okay?" Li Wanwan glanced hesitantly at Luan, who was sitting next to Qin Feng, and asked him with her eyes. "It's alright, since he said so, just listen to him," Luan said with a smile. If she were in Li Wanwan's position, she would definitely have seized the opportunity and actively sought ways to get closer to Qin Feng. However, her best friend has always been a bit reserved and overly polite when interacting with clients, which creates a sense of distance. Therefore, her potential for development in the sales field is clearly not as good as hers. However, now that both she and Qin Feng had said so, Li Wanwan became more relaxed and began to treat Qin Feng as a newly acquainted friend, no longer being overly polite as she had been at the beginning. Soon, the dishes the three of them ordered were served one after another. When the last dish was served, the slightly plump proprietress greeted everyone with a warm smile, saying, "All the dishes are served. Please enjoy your meal. Just let me know if you need anything." Qin Feng picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork from in front of him and put it in his mouth. The sweet and sour taste immediately whetted his appetite. "This sweet and sour pork tastes great." He put down his chopsticks and praised it sincerely. "Of course, this is their signature dish. Wanwan and I order it every time we come to this restaurant," Luan said with some pride. "Look at how smug you are. Anyone who didn't know better would probably think you made this dish," Qin Feng said jokingly, lightly pinching Luan's cheek. Seeing this, Li Wanwan, sitting opposite the two, couldn't help but show a hint of envy on her face. Luan had already told her in the car that she and Qin Feng were in a relationship, but they had only established it last night, so he hadn't had a chance to tell her yet. As Luan's best friend, she was naturally happy that Luan had found such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. However, the thought that she was still single and didn't know when she would be able to find a suitable boyfriend made her feel a little melancholy. She considered herself to be quite attractive, and many boys pursued her when she was in college. However, she was engrossed in watching dramas and didn't want to waste time dating, which resulted in her never having a boyfriend until graduation. After graduation, her job search was unstable, which made her feel that she was not yet ready to date. In the end, she just kept putting it off until now. Fortunately, she could often go out with her best friend Luan, who was also single, on weekends, so she didn't care too much about not having a boyfriend. However, now that she sees that Luan has suddenly found such an excellent boyfriend, and that she will probably have to spend her weekends alone from now on, she suddenly feels a little panicked. At this moment, 3 middle-aged men in their 30s walked in from outside the store. They sat down at the empty table behind Chin Feng and his 2 companions while chatting.
"Boss, order," one of them shouted towards the kitchen. Soon, the plump proprietress came out of the kitchen, picked up a menu, and came to the table of the 3, asking warmly, "What would you like to eat?"
"Give me a sweet and sour pork, a plate of stir-fried potatoes, eggplant, green peppers, a pork stew with vermicelli, and 3 braised pork ribs."
After glancing at the menu, the 3 of them quickly ordered their food. "Oh, and another bottle of Lao Yuan Zhang, please."
Just as the proprietress was about to return to the kitchen with the menu, one of the people suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the proprietress first brought the 3 of them a bottle of baijiu and a plate of peanuts that the store gave them as a gift, before going into the kitchen to continue assisting the owner who was cooking. The hot dishes hadn't arrived yet, but that didn't stop the 3 of them from each pouring themselves a glass of wine and starting to drink from the plate of peanuts the proprietress had just brought them. The 3 of them clinked glasses and then started chatting about the silver gray Porsche parked by the roadside outside.
"You guys saw that Porsche parked outside, right? It's fucking cool. When I'm rich someday, I'll definitely get one and drive it. Don't exaggerate. I saw that car on TikTok, I think it's called a Pamela, and it costs over 1 million yuan. Wow, that car costs over 1 million? I definitely can't afford it in my lifetime."
"Old Zhang, you should stop daydreaming."
"What? You 2 don't believe me? Let me tell you, what's a mere million or so?
When my house in my hometown gets demolished and the compensation is paid, I'll just buy 2 of these cars. One for daily driving, and the other just to keep at home for fun." Zhang Jiekai slammed his hand on the table and said in a somewhat impassioned tone.
Okay, once your old house is demolished and you get compensation, you'll be rich."
"Just don't forget about us brothers then," the guy sitting next to him said dismissively. "Hey Lao Zhang, you've been saying this for almost a year now, I'm sick of it.
When are you finally going to get your house demolished? Do you even have a definite date?"
Another guy sitting across from him couldn't help but tease him.
"It will definitely be demolished. My aunt's youngest son told me this news. He works in the county government in our hometown. How could his words be false?"
Zhang Jiekai downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and spoke confidently to the 2 of them.
Chapter 57 Hero Saves the Beauty.
"All the dishes you ordered have been served.
Please enjoy your meal. Just let me know if you need anything."
The proprietress placed the last dish on the table in front of the 3 of them and then went back to the kitchen to help.
Zhang Jiekai and his 2 companions ate and drank, and soon they had almost finished a bottle of baijiu.
Zhang Jiekai had the lowest alcohol tolerance among the 3, but he also had the biggest addiction to alcohol. At this moment, he had drunk a third of the bottle of wine, and his face was completely flushed. The other 2 knew he was drunk when they saw him like this, but Zhang Jiekai himself was completely oblivious. He picked up the empty bottle on the table, shook it, and then stood up unsteadily.
As he walked towards the counter, he mumbled, "Wait a minute, I'll go to the counter and get another bottle, let's keep drinking."
"Old Zhang, stop drinking.
That's enough for today's drinks. Yes, everyone has to go to work tomorrow morning, so it's enough to drink until you're almost done."
The 2 people who were eating with him tried to persuade him.
"Never mind them, we're going to keep drinking today."
With that, he pushed aside the 2 men who were trying to stop him and staggered toward the counter. When he returned with another bottle of wine from the counter, he suddenly stopped next to Chin Feng and his group's table.
"Wow, what a pretty girl,"
he said, his breath reeking of alcohol and his face flushed, as he looked at Li Wanwan.
Seeing this, Li Wanwan couldn't help but shrink back in fear.
However, seeing her like this, Zhang Jiekai, who was already under the influence of alcohol, felt that she was easy to bully and actually reached out to grab her shoulder. While he was making his move, he shamelessly flirted with her, saying, little sister, come drink with your brother. If you keep your brother company, I'll buy you a car." Seeing the filthy hands reaching out to grab her, Li Wanwan was so frightened that she kept backing away. However, there was a wall behind her, and soon she had nowhere left to retreat.
"Ah!"
She was so frightened that she immediately closed her eyes and cried out. Just then, a loud bang rang out in front of her, followed by a painful wail, "Ouch, it hurts so much." She instinctively opened her eyes and found that the man who had been harassing her earlier had disappeared from her sight. He was now lying on the floor under the counter, leaning against it, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain.
At the same time,
Xin Feng, who had been sitting diagonally opposite her, stood in front of her, looking down at the man who had just harassed her and coldly said, "You dare to harass a girl after drinking too much? You're asking for trouble." At this moment, Zhang Jiekai's two friends also noticed the conflict and quickly got up and came over.
"Dude, why are you hitting people?" Wang Haijun asked Qin Feng with a frown as soon as he arrived. "Why don't you ask him what he did that made me hit him?"
Qin Feng replied coldly.
Wang Haijun was slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
He had been chatting with another person and hadn't noticed what was happening. By the time he heard the noise and looked over, Zhang Jiekai had already been kicked to the ground.
At this moment, Luan stood up angrily and shouted, "Do you know that your friend just tried to harass my best friend because he was drunk?
If my boyfriend hadn't intervened in time, his hand would have almost touched my best friend's chest."
Upon hearing this, Wang Haijun felt a chill run down his spine.
This really did sound like something Zhang Jiekai would do when he was drunk. At this moment, Zhang Jiekai was also helped up from the ground by another person. Ignoring his still somewhat painful stomach, he was full of anger and was about to pounce on Qin Feng, who had just kicked him to the ground. Fortunately, the friend who helped him up caught him in time and stopped his reckless behavior. "Old Zhang, don't be impulsive," the man advised. "Don't be impulsive, that kid almost kicked the shit out of my head, I have to teach him a lesson."
Zhang Jiekai shouted angrily.
Qin Feng, however, showed no fear upon seeing this. You should know that during his summer vacation working on the construction site, he really honed his strength to a high level. If a fight broke out, he could easily take on all three of them by himself.
Seeing Zhang Jiekai's furious expression, Wang Haijun knew that this matter was probably not so easy to resolve.
Because Zhang Jiekai is notorious in their workplace for having a bad temper, being petty, and acting arbitrarily and unreasonably. He suffered such a great loss at the hands of the other party, and even if he was in the wrong first by harassing the other party's girlfriend's best friend, he certainly wouldn't apologize or back down.
"Dude, how about this?
You apologize to my friend, I'll talk to him and calm him down, and we'll just let it go," Wang Haijun said to Qin Feng after thinking for a moment.
Qin Feng looked at him as if he were an idiot and said, "Are you out of your mind? He harassed my friend, and I have to apologize to him?
I know he was in the wrong first, but my friend has a really bad temper. Dude, just bear with it and apologize to him," Wang Haijun earnestly advised, "otherwise, if he doesn't calm down, he'll keep making a fuss, and if things get out of hand, it won't be good for either you or him."
How can such logic exist in this world? Does being hot-tempered and causing trouble automatically make one right?
Qin Feng found the other person's words utterly absurd, and he no longer wanted to pay any attention to them.
So what if things get out of hand? He's not worried at all.
As the saying goes, money makes the world go round.
He has tens of millions in his account right now.
When the time comes, he can hire 10 or 8 lawyers to sue the other party into bankruptcy.
Seeing Qin Feng's unyielding and tough attitude, Wang Haijun felt a headache coming on.
Behind him, Zhang Jiekai was still shouting. If it weren't for someone else holding him back, he probably would have already rushed up to Qin Feng by now. Just as the scene became somewhat tense, Wang Haijun suddenly noticed a car key on the table behind the other person. The car key's overall design resembles a miniature sports car, with the logo on top being a complex red and yellow shield, the Porsche emblem.
Could it be? Wang Haijun immediately thought of the silver-gray Porsche parked in front of the restaurant.
Then, remembering the short videos he'd seen of luxury cars saying that the car would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan, a bead of cold sweat immediately rolled down his temple.
Chapter 58. What right do they have to compete?
Wang Haijun was surprised that the person in front of him was so young, yet he could afford a luxury car worth more than 1,000,000 yuan.
What does this mean?
This means that the other party's family assets are definitely more than 10 million.
The three of them are just ordinary working people. What do they have to fight against others?
And as the other party said, it was his friend Zhang Jiekai who was in the wrong first, so how can they expect him to apologize? Thinking this, Wang Haijun couldn't help but force a smile and apologize to Qin Feng. "I'm sorry, my friend was indeed at fault.
I'll go and talk to him now."
At this point, he dared not utter another word about causing the other party any grievance or apologizing to Zhang Jiekai. After all, everyone knows that he can afford a luxury car worth over 1,000,000 yuan.
If he keeps spouting this nonsense, wouldn't he just be asking for trouble?
At this moment, Zhang Jiekai was still shouting that he would teach Qin Feng a lesson. Wang Haijun walked up to him and immediately covered his mouth, preventing him from speaking any further. Zhang Jiekai's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe Wang Haijun would treat him like this.
Did he not want to be friends with him anymore?
Shut up. That Porsche outside, worth over $1 million, is his. I just saw the Porsche keys on his desk. Wang Haijun leaned close to Zhang Jiekai's ear and whispered in a deliberately low voice, "Do you think you can afford to mess with someone as rich as him?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiekai shuddered, his drunkenness instantly dissipating and making him much more sober. Don't be fooled by his constant boasting to his colleagues about how his house in his hometown is about to be demolished and he'll become rich after the demolition. However, there is no accurate information about when the house in my hometown will be demolished. In fact, we might even be notified one day that it will not be demolished.
And even if it is demolished, so what? How much money will he get? His hometown is just a small fourth-tier city.
Even if it is demolished, he would be lucky to get 2 million yuan in compensation.
2 million yuan isn't even enough to buy a house in a place like Nanjing where land is incredibly expensive. What right does he have to compete with those rich second-generation kids who can afford luxury cars worth over 1 million yuan at such a young age? Fine, I admit defeat today. Let's go.
After calming down, Zhang Jiekai didn't want to stay here any longer and immediately said to Wang Haijun and the other man in front of him. Upon hearing this, the two immediately nodded in agreement. For the two of them now, as long as Zhang Jiekai doesn't cause any more trouble, everything will be fine. Originally, it was Zhang Jiekai's turn to pay the bill for the meal, but given his current state, it was unlikely that he would remember to pay, so Wang Haijun took the initiative to pay the bill. However, just as the three were about to leave, Qin Feng blocked their path with a blank expression and said in a cold tone, "What?
You think you can just leave without even saying sorry after doing something wrong?"
Zhang Jiekai looked up, a hint of anger on his face. You see, he was known for his bad temper in the company, and getting anyone to apologize was harder than climbing to heaven. However, when he turned his head and glanced at the Porsche car keys on the table next to him, he opened his mouth and stammered, I'm sorry. He's not apologizing to me, he's apologizing to her, Qin Feng said, pointing to Li Wanwan sitting on the stool beside him.
I'm sorry.
Zhang Jiekai said again, his tone noticeably smoother, as if he had already apologized earlier. Seeing this, Qin Feng stepped aside and let Zhang Jiekai and the other two leave. After this incident, Qin Feng and his two companions lost their appetite and decided to pay the bill and leave, since they had already eaten enough. The three of them left the store and got into the car. Accompanied by the roar of the V8 engine starting, the silver-gray Panamera slowly drove into the old residential area where Lu Wen rented a place. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiekai and his two companions, who had just bought a few bottles of water at the supermarket next door to sober up, happened to see Qin Feng and his two companions get into their car and drive away as they walked out of the supermarket. That Porsche worth over 1 million yuan at the entrance is indeed his car.
It's a good thing you didn't have another conflict with him in the store just now, Wang Haijun said to Zhang Jiekai beside him with some relief.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiekai didn't speak, but he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief, thankful that he hadn't been too drunk to continue fighting with that young man. Qin Feng drove the two women to the apartment building Lu Wen rented. After waiting for a while, a black Mercedes with its lights flashing came to a steady stop behind Qin Feng's Porsche. Immediately afterwards, the driver who had previously received a cash tip of 10,000 yuan from Qin Feng got out of the Mercedes-Benz from the driver's seat. He opened the back door and took all the bags containing various luxury goods that Qin Feng and Lu Wen had bought that afternoon from the back seat. Then he walked up to Qin Feng and asked, "Mr. Qin, the things you bought this afternoon are all here.
Would you like me to take them upstairs for you?" "No need, you can just put your things on the ground and go back."
Qin Feng nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work these past few days."
"It's all I should do, Mr. Qin, you're too kind."
The driver scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Besides, Mr. Qin, you gave me a tip of 10,000 yuan that day, and I didn't even have a chance to thank you."
"It's all right, you deserve it all," Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. A moment later, the Mercedes drove away. Because Lu Wen has to go to work tomorrow morning, and Qin Feng also has class tomorrow morning, he plans to go back to his dormitory to sleep tonight. Because Li Wanwan signed Qin Feng's big deal in the afternoon, her manager gave her 2 days off to rest. She didn't have to go to work the next 2 days, so she came to Lu Wen's place to stay with her best friend for 2 days. Qin Feng pointed to the pile of luxury goods on the ground and said to Lu Wen and the other person, "You two should be able to carry all of these things, so I won't go up with you." "Bye-bye, honey, I'll dream about you tonight."
Lu Wen blew a kiss to Qin Feng and said with a charming smile. Li Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Qin Feng and said with a sincere expression of gratitude, "Qin Feng, thank you for protecting me in the store just now. I'll definitely treat you to a big meal when I get my bonus next month." Qin Feng smiled upon hearing this, not taking it too seriously. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two women, he opened the driver's side door and got in. With the roar of the engine starting, the silver-gray Porsche slowly disappeared into the night. Chapter 59 Nighttime Talk with Best Friends. Once Qin Feng's Porsche had completely disappeared from his sight, Lu Wen picked up the luxury items, each worth over 10,000 yuan, from the ground. At the same time, she didn't forget to ask Li Wanwan, who was standing next to her, to help her carry some of the things. After all, she and Qin Feng had bought so many things that afternoon that she definitely couldn't carry them all upstairs by herself. Upon hearing this, Li Wanwan obediently picked up the remaining pile of bags from the ground and followed Lu Wen into the building. Because it was an old residential area, there was no elevator, and Lu Wen's rented apartment was on the 6th floor. When Li Wanwan, who was not used to exercising, carried a bunch of things into the room, she was already panting heavily. Upon entering the house, the first thing she did was put down what she was holding and then lay down on the living room sofa in a slouching manner, completely lacking any ladylike image. Because Lu Wen had to climb 6 floors every day to get back, she was already used to this level of stair climbing. Even when she was carrying a lot of things, she didn't seem to be affected at all, and her breathing remained calm and even. Seeing Li Wanwan's appearance, she couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. "Wanwan, you should go for a run or exercise more often after get off work. Don't just stay at home watching TV all day. Look how tired you are after climbing only 6 floors." She poured Li Wanwan a glass of water and handed it to her while earnestly advising her. Li Wanwan took the water and drank a big gulp. It seemed like she had recovered her strength. She pouted and said with a slightly aggrieved expression, "How can you blame me? It's because you bought so many things that I can barely carry them all in my hands." "Sister Wen, what did you buy? You've got so many bags and packages. Did you find out about a big sale at the mall?" Li Wanwan had been so focused on climbing the stairs that she hadn't paid attention to what she was carrying. Only now did she finally notice the pile of bags on the ground by the door. However, upon closer inspection, she was completely stunned, because all the logos on those bags were from internationally renowned luxury brands, including Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Balenciaga, and Helena Rubinstein, the top-tier skincare brand she had always wanted to buy but had never been able to bring herself to do so. "Sister Wen, did you win the lottery? How can you afford so many luxury items all at once? These must cost hundreds of thousands." Li Wanwan's mouth dropped open, her face full of shock. "Qin Feng bought these for me this afternoon," Lu Wen said casually. "Oh? He bought all of these for you on his own initiative." Upon hearing this, Li Wanwan looked at Lu Wen with eyes full of envy. "Sister Wen, you're so lucky. Qin Feng treats you so well. How did you two meet? Does he have any other friends like that? Could you ask him to introduce me to one? Wow, you two are so sweet. I'm so envious." In front of her best friend Lu Wen, who was like an older sister to her, Li Wanwan is noticeably more outgoing than at work, chattering away and talking non-stop. All right, it's getting late. Go take a shower. We can talk about it when we get into bed later." Seeing Li Wanwan chattering away like a little sparrow, Lu Wen couldn't help but urge her on, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Okay. I'm going to take a shower now." Li Wanwan raised her right hand high and said excitedly. At this moment, she seemed to be radiating the lively energy of a cute young girl, creating a stark contrast to the sexy aura she exuded when wearing a mature suit in the Porsche dealership. Girls are never quick to shower, and by the time the two of them had finished showering and gone to bed, it was almost 10 o'clock. Lu Wen's rented apartment only had one bedroom, and there was only one bed in the bedroom, so the two of them naturally slept in the same bed. As best friends of many years, they were already used to sleeping in the same bed, so they didn't feel there was any problem at all. Both of them were wearing silk pajamas with a smooth texture. Lu Wen wore a black short dress with lace trim at the chest and hem, giving it a sexy look. Li Wanwan wore a white long dress with no extra decorations, making it simple and elegant. The bedroom was lit only by a bedside lamp, and the dim light made it perfect for intimate conversations between best friends. Li Wanwan was very curious about how Lu Wen and Qin Feng met, but even though she was her best friend, Lu Wen couldn't tell the truth about her relationship with Qin Feng. She could only tell the story of how Qin Feng came to her store to buy a mobile phone, and that's how they became acquainted. Li Wanwan had no suspicion. She simply envied Lu Wen's good fortune in meeting such an outstanding man as Qin Feng. Then, she talked about her ideal boyfriend. Perhaps because she enjoys watching urban romance dramas, in her description, her ideal boyfriend should be a young, handsome, rich, and domineering CEO who can not only protect her well but also show her the many beautiful things in the world.
As she spoke, Qin Feng's image involuntarily appeared in Li Wanwan's mind.
The other person was handsome and could afford a luxury car worth over 3 million yuan at a young age. He was very generous to his girlfriend, buying her hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of luxury goods without hesitation. He also gave her a great sense of security, stepping in to save her when she was almost molested. To be honest, when she closed her eyes in fear, and then opened them the next second to see Qin Feng standing in front of her like a hero, she was suddenly moved. Unfortunately, the other person was her best friend's boyfriend, so she quickly suppressed these feelings that shouldn't have arisen.
Lu Wen is very perceptive.
From her best friend Li Wanwan's description of her ideal boyfriend, she sensed that the other woman seemed to have developed some special feelings for Qin Feng, because although her requirements seemed strict, Qin Feng was basically able to meet them. However, Lu Wen didn't say much, because this was normal. Given Qin Feng's outstanding qualities, there are probably very few girls in the world who wouldn't like him. Lu Wen was willing to stay by his side, even without a formal title.
Was it simply because he was rich? Obviously not.
If she were only after money, she could have easily found a rich man to be his mistress long ago.
Chapter 60 Li Wanwan's Thoughts.
After finishing their conversation about relationships, the two women started talking about work and life.
This is a very real topic, and not one that brings joy. The sales industry is actually very corrupt.
Some female salespeople who are quite good looking will even sell their bodies in order to achieve their sales targets.
Both Lu Wen and Li Wanwan have seen this kind of thing before.
However, these are all their own choices, and they have no right to criticize them.
The only thing they can do is to stick to their own bottom line. Lu Wen was quite lucky, though this was also closely related to her work ability.
After leaving her previous job, she came to work at the Riddle flagship store selling mobile phones. Although she serves fewer customers and completes fewer transactions each month compared to her previous job, the transaction amount and commission rate for each order have increased. So in the end, her monthly income is actually higher than before.
Li Wanwan was not as lucky as Lu Wen.
Her previous job was selling jewelry in a branded gold store, but due to the sharp rise in gold prices, fewer customers came to the store to buy jewelry. In addition, the store manager was a lecherous old man who had hinted to her several times that he wanted to have an unusual relationship with her, so she decisively chose to resign and then came to her current Porsche 4S store. Unexpectedly, she encountered deliberate exclusion from her colleagues, who used various means to steal her clients, causing her to fail to meet her sales targets for 3 consecutive months and only receive her basic salary. If Lu Wen hadn't arrived in time with Qin Feng and bought the 3 million yuan Panamera from her, she probably would have had to ask Lu Wen to pay her rent for the next quarter. In addition, her parents had been calling her repeatedly in her hometown recently, pressuring her to go back for blind dates, and the blind date was a balding, overweight man. She was under immense pressure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh heavily again.
"What's wrong, Wanwan?" Lu asked with concern when he saw her suddenly sigh.
Originally, Li Wanwan was able to control her emotions a little, but when she suddenly heard Lu Wen's concern, she felt like she had found an outlet. She could no longer suppress her emotions and threw herself into Lu Wen's arms, bursting into tears. Lu Wen had no idea that his casual words of concern would completely break down Li Wanwan's defenses. So, she could only pat Li Wanwan's back gently, just like a mother comforting her daughter, and softly soothe her emotions. Fortunately, Li Wanwan's emotions came and went quickly, and after a good cry, she calmed down again. After she calmed down and wiped away her tears, she took the initiative to tell Lu Wen the reason for her sudden emotional breakdown. The pressure at work was only a small part. The greater pressure actually came from her parents. She comes from a small 5th-tier city. Her parents are ordinary workers, and her family's financial situation is very average.
Her academic performance is also just average.
Her only redeeming quality is her appearance. After graduating from university, she, with her ordinary academic background, found a job selling luxury goods thanks to her good looks. There, she met Lu Wen, who was in the same cohort. The two, who were of similar age and had similar personalities, quickly became best friends. However, as time went by, both of them changed jobs, and she had no choice but to start her own independent life. In terms of work ability, she is not as good as Lu Wenxiang, so she has not made much progress in her career over the years and can only barely support herself in the big city of Nanjing. However, as she grew older, her parents, who came from a small city and had relatively traditional ideas, increasingly hoped that she could return to her hometown, find a good man to marry, and settle down at home to be a wife and mother. The bald and overweight blind date she mentioned earlier was the man her parents considered to be well off. He worked for a state-owned enterprise in his hometown county, owned a car and a house, and his parents were both retired employees, so they didn't need their children to support them in their old age.
Having experienced the vibrant life of big cities, how could she be willing to return to a small county town where there wasn't even a Starbucks? Especially since she was marrying a man she looked down on. Thinking of this, Li Wanwan couldn't help but feel sad again. She knew that perhaps one day in the future, she would no longer be able to withstand the pressure from her parents in life, and would have no choice but to return to her hometown, a small county, to marry a man she might not love but who was decent in terms of conditions, have children, and spend the rest of her life with him. Wanwan, do you really not want to live this kind of life?
After listening to Li Wanwan pour out all her pressure, Luan couldn't help but sigh and ask.
Sister Wen, I really don't want to live that kind of life.
Li Wanwan looked up into Lu Wen's eyes and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, I told you before that I wanted you to ask your boyfriend if he had any good friends he could introduce to me, and I wasn't joking. I know that, given my current situation, the only way for me to stay in Jinling permanently is to marry a local man who owns a house or can afford to buy one.
So if there is a suitable candidate, I hope you can help me.
Hearing Li Wanwan speak so sincerely, Luan fell silent for a moment. She could hear the determination in her words to stay in Jinling.
After a long silence, she suddenly asked, What do you think of Qin Feng? Ha? Sister Wen, isn't he your boyfriend?
Li Wanwan asked, somewhat confused.
Never mind that for now, just tell me honestly, do you think Qin Feng meets your requirements for an ideal boyfriend?
Lu Wen asked seriously. Li Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but seeing the serious expression on Lu Wen's face, she blushed slightly and honestly nodded, admitting, his conditions are so good, of course he meets the requirements.
Okay.
Then I'll tell you. Immediately afterwards, Lu Wen told Li Wanwan the whole truth about her relationship with Qin Feng. After she finished speaking, Li Wanwan opened her mouth wide and was completely stunned. She truly hadn't expected that Lu Wen and Qin Feng had this kind of relationship.
Sister Wen, did you tell me this because you want me to?
Li Wanwan asked incredulously.
Chapter 61 A Group Photo.
As you can see, Qin Feng is handsome and rich, and he's very generous to me. As long as you don't care about status and choose to stay by his side like me, you definitely won't have any problems with your living conditions, Lu Wen shrugged and said frankly. And he also promised me that if I ever didn't want to stay with him anymore, I could leave at any time, and he would give me a sum of money as a breakup fee.
Given his generosity, I think this amount of money would definitely not be a small sum. Of course, I have absolutely no intention of leaving him at the moment.
Lu Wen continued, what I want to tell you is that since you so want to stay in Jinling, and you don't dislike Qin Feng at all, then this is your chance. You can treat this relationship as just a romance in your life. If you want to break up with him someday, the breakup fee he gives you will definitely be enough for you to buy a house in Nanjing outright and stay there. Li Wanwan remained silent for a long time, needing time to process Lu Wen's words. She admitted that Lu Wen's words had indeed touched her somewhat. Being with such an outstanding man as Qin Feng, it seems that apart from not having a formal title, she wouldn't suffer any loss.
But, would he even be interested in me? Li Wanwan asked hesitantly.
Although she thought she was fairly good-looking, she was still slightly inferior to Lu Wen, except for her exceptionally fair skin, which Lu Wen couldn't match. But she didn't know if Qin Feng would like that, or if he would be willing to accept her. Upon hearing Li Wanwan ask this question, Lu Wen immediately understood that Li Wanwan had actually made the same decision as she had made back then.
He will.
Lu Wen nodded affirmatively and said, actually, I could tell he was interested in you when we were at the store this afternoon. Especially in the warehouse, when you're standing next to the car and introducing it to him, his eyes are almost never on the car, they're all on you.
Ha? Sister Wen, are you serious? I didn't notice anything at all.
Upon hearing this, Li Wanwan blushed and stammered as she spoke. You only thought he was my boyfriend back then, so you must have felt awkward staring at him the whole time, Lu Wen explained with a smile.
Just then, Lu Wen's phone suddenly rang.
She casually picked up her phone and glanced at it, only to find that Qin Feng had transferred 500,000 yuan to her and sent her a message, take this money and rent a better place.
The neighborhood you're living in now is too old and not safe. Upon seeing this message, Lu Wen couldn't help but smile happily. It felt so good to be cared for. Thank you for your concern, honey.
I love you, she replied in a text message after accepting the transfer. She then showed Li Wanwan their chat interface, focusing not on the content of their conversation, but on the transfer record of 500,000 yuan.
See?
As long as you follow him, he will never treat you badly, Luan said earnestly. Seeing this, Li Wanwan couldn't help but nod shyly, knowing that what the other party had just said was true. Luan thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and pulled Li Wanwan to his side. He then turned on the front camera of his phone and took a photo of the two of them from a top-down angle. In the photo, one woman is wearing a sexy black short-skirted nightgown, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white chest, while the other is wearing a simple pure white long-skirted nightgown, with her two long, bare arms as white as lotus roots.
Send. Just wait and see.
Once this photo is posted, his interest in you will definitely increase even more, Luan said confidently with a smile.
Li Wanwan didn't say anything upon hearing this, but smiled shyly, though a hint of anticipation flickered in her heart.
After leaving the apartment complex where Luan rented a place, Jin Feng drove directly towards the school. However, summer weather is indeed extremely changeable. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning appeared in the dark sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder and a torrential downpour. The rain came and went quickly, turning into a light drizzle in just a few minutes, and the originally hot air seemed to have gained a touch of damp coolness.
What's wrong with this weather?
Jin Feng sat in the car, not getting wet in the rain, but he was still speechless at the unpredictable weather. Just then, he suddenly saw a somewhat familiar, beautiful figure waiting for the bus at the bus stop not far ahead, and next to her, there seemed to be someone deliberately bothering her.
Hey beautiful, can I add you on social media?
We're both young, we can hang out sometime. A man who looked like he was almost 30 years old shamelessly struck up a conversation with Chao Xian. Sorry, I don't add contact information of strangers, Chao Xian said coldly. However, the person seemed not to understand at all and continued to pester. It doesn't matter if we don't know each other before. Once we add each other's contact information and chat a few times, we'll get to know each other.
And who knows, maybe we'll hit it off after we talk and even start dating, right, beautiful?
Upon hearing this, Chao Xian's expression grew even colder. She ignored the other person and anxiously peered out onto the road, wondering to herself why the bus hadn't arrived yet. Just then, an elegant, aesthetically pleasing silver-gray Porsche suddenly stopped in front of her. Thinking the car was there to pick someone up or drop someone off, Chao Xian took a small step back to avoid accidentally blocking the door from opening. However, no one boarded the train at the platform, and no one got out of the Porsche.
Are you going back to school, dear Chao Xian?
The passenger window slowly rolled down, and the person in the driver's seat turned to look at her and asked with a smile.
Jin Feng? What are you doing here?
Chao Xian exclaimed in surprise when she saw that the person who greeted her from inside the car was actually Jin Feng. Without waiting for Jin Feng's reply, she quickly nodded and said, "That's right, I'm going back to school now."
Are you going back to school too? Since you're going back to school anyway, get in the car, I'll give you a ride.
Jin Feng unlocked the car door and nodded to Chao Xian. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian didn't stand on ceremony and directly opened the passenger door and got in. Once she was settled, Jin Feng stepped on the gas without hesitation, and the car shot off with a deafening roar from the engine. Whether intentional or not, as the car shot forward, the rapidly spinning tires splashed up the muddy rainwater on the ground, which landed right on the face and body of the middle-aged man who had been deliberately bothering Chao Xian on the platform. Seeing himself covered in mud, he became furious and opened his mouth to curse. However, when he looked up and saw that the car that had splashed him with dirty water was a Porsche worth millions, he swallowed the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. He was afraid that the Porsche owner, who hadn't driven far away, would see him cursing in the rearview mirror and then turn around and come back to cause him trouble.
Chapter 62. Do you want to touch it? On the bus. Chao Xian happened to see this scene in the rearview mirror.
The thought of that person's disgusting harassment made her feel a sense of relief.
What? Are you happy to see that guy suffer?
Jin Feng glanced at Chao Xian in the passenger seat out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Who told him to be so disgusting just now, insisting on adding my contact information?
I already refused once, but he still kept bothering me.
Chao Xian said, still somewhat indignant. After saying that, she turned to look at Jin Feng and asked in a somewhat uncertain tone, "Did you deliberately splash him with dirty water just now?"
Yes. Jin Feng grinned and admitted without hesitation, who told him to be so bold as to harass Chao, the class beauty?
As her protector, I had to teach him a lesson. With his current driving skills, it would be incredibly easy for him to deliberately splash someone with dirty water from the ground. Hearing Jin Feng's words, Chao Xian was naturally very happy, but she still deliberately said arrogantly, "Humph, I never agreed to let you be my protector. You should go protect your family's Chu, the school beauty." There is no doubt that Qin Feng still harbors some resentment towards Chu Qingxin, who suddenly appeared to bring him water during military training. After all, the other person is really good looking, and it won't be an easy thing for her to snatch Qin Feng away from him. Sensing the sarcasm in Chao Xian's words, Qin Feng wasn't going to tolerate it. He simply ignored her and focused on driving. His silence, however, made Chao Xian a little flustered. She secretly glanced at Qin Feng, who was driving, and seeing that his expression was calm and he didn't seem angry, she took the initiative to change the subject, saying, "Did you just buy this car?" "I just bought it this afternoon," Qin Feng nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, although she had already guessed it, Chao Xian couldn't help but show a surprised expression when she heard Qin Feng's affirmative answer. She recognized the car. It was a Porsche Panamera, which would cost at least 1,000,000 yuan after taxes and fees. Although her family's financial situation was not bad, it was only at a middle-class level. After graduation, her family will definitely be able to buy her a BMW 3 Series or Mercedes-Benz C-Class outright, but they would never buy her a Porsche worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Qin Feng, although she had already judged from the other party's clothes that his family was quite wealthy, saw this Porsche today and realized that she had underestimated his family's strength. However, this did not deter her. She was the kind of person who enjoyed challenges, and the better Qin Feng presented, the more she wanted to conquer him. "Why aren't you in your dorm this late? Why are you waiting for the bus outside?" Qin Feng asked casually as he drove. "I found a part-time job tutoring a child at their home, and I just finished tutoring that kid. I was about to take the bus back to school when it suddenly started raining so hard that I got soaked at the bus stop," Chao Xian said, somewhat annoyed. She tutors not because she's short of money. Her parents give her a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, which is more than enough for her daily expenses. She felt that doing part-time jobs, like dating, were both experiences that should be had in college life, so she simply took advantage of the fact that she didn't have many classes at school and found a tutoring job to experience it. When she feels she's had enough, she'll naturally stop doing it. Qin Feng was slightly surprised when he heard Chao Xian say that she had found a part-time job as a home tutor. In fact, if the system hadn't suddenly appeared, he would probably be doing this part-time job right now. When he heard Chao Xian continue by saying that she got soaked in the rain while waiting for her train on the platform, he couldn't help but glance at her. He hadn't noticed before, but upon closer inspection, he realized that her clothes were indeed soaked. Her white women's blouse clung tightly to her skin, revealing glimpses of her perfect upper body. Chao Xian wore tight denim shorts, revealing a pair of long, slender, and fair legs unique to young girls. At this moment, her legs were still faintly damp with rainwater, which seemed to have a unique allure. Although Qin Feng's gaze did not linger on Chao Xian for long, she still noticed it keenly. "Qin Feng, were you looking at my legs just now?" She looked at Qin Feng and asked in an unusually direct manner. "I saw it." Qin Feng didn't pretend and admitted it just as frankly. He couldn't help but glance at the other person's long legs a couple more times. There's nothing that can be done about it. Chao Xian's legs are so white, long, and slender that any normal man would be unable to resist taking a second look. "Is it good looking?" Chao Xian turned around, staring at Qin Feng's handsome profile, and continued to ask. "It looks good," Qin Feng replied honestly as always. Upon hearing this, Chao Xian hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Would you like to touch it?" Upon hearing this somewhat bold and provocative remark, Qin Feng couldn't help but turn around and glance at her in surprise. When Qin Feng stared at her like that, Chao Xian blushed slightly. However, she did not avoid his gaze but went straight up to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected this girl to be so interesting. "I want to touch it." He nodded again, frankly expressing his true feelings. He said that because that's what he genuinely thought. On the other hand, it was also because he wanted to see what Chao Xian was really thinking when she asked him that question. Hearing an affirmative answer from Qin Feng once again, Chao Xian couldn't help but show a hesitant expression on her face. She struggled internally for about half a minute before suddenly gritting her teeth and saying, Then I'll let you touch me." Chapter 63. But now there is. Qin Feng, who was driving, almost slammed on the brakes when he heard her suddenly say that. Fortunately, his driving skills were superb, and he did not make such a basic mistake. Just then, a red light turned on at the intersection ahead, with a countdown of 60 seconds. Qin Feng stopped the car at the edge of the zebra crossing, shifted into park, turned to Chao Xian sitting in the passenger seat, and said, "Then I'll really touch it." Xiao Xian didn't answer, but deliberately moved her fair and slender legs to the side of the driver's seat where Qin Feng was, so that he could easily reach out and touch them.
Who could possibly tolerate this?
Without hesitation, Qin Feng placed his right hand on Xiao Xian's thigh.
The touch was slightly cool, yet smooth and silky, like satin.
When a man touched her thigh for the first time, Xiao Xian tensed up, but gradually relaxed under Qin Feng's gentle touch. A moment of silence fell over the car. Qin Feng's right hand, which was resting on Xiao Xian's thigh, unconsciously stroked back and forth, as if he were savoring something wonderful. Although Xiao Xian's face remained flushed, she allowed his hands to roam freely over her thighs. At first, she felt a little embarrassed and deliberately turned her face towards the window on her side, trying her best not to look down at her legs. However, as Qin Feng's caressing movements became more and more skillful, she gradually began to enjoy the feeling, and even turned her head back, staring intently at Qin Feng's profile. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed by her staring at him, but he couldn't bear to pull his right hand back, so he simply pretended not to see her gaze and continued to shamelessly touch her leg. Suddenly, Xiao Xian asked, "Qin Feng, if I were willing to be your girlfriend, would you break up with Chu Qingxin for me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng silently withdrew his right hand from Xiao Xian's thigh, then slowly shook his head and said, "No." Although his intentions weren't pure when he and Chu Qingxin first got together, as they spent more time together and got to know each other, he actually came to accept Chu Qingxin as one of his girlfriends. Upon hearing this expected answer, Xiao Xian's face showed little additional expression. After all, the reason she suddenly asked that question was just due to a momentary emotional impulse. However, Qin Feng then added with a serious expression, "Although I won't break up with her, if you don't mind, I would actually be very willing to have another beautiful girlfriend like you." He said it from the bottom of his heart.
Qin Feng, has any girl ever told you that you're actually a pretty jerk?
When Xiao Xian said this, you couldn't tell what she was really thinking from her expression. Just then, the 60-second red light countdown ended, and the moment the green light came on, Qin Feng stepped on the gas, and the silver-gray Porsche shot off. At the same time, he laughed heartily and replied to Xiao Xian with a carefree expression, "It never happened before, but it does now." Jinling University doesn't have very strict regulations on vehicles on campus, so Qin Feng showed the gatekeeper his student ID to prove that he was indeed a student of Jinling University before driving his car into the school. He first dropped Xiao Xian off at the girls' dormitory building, then parked the car in the parking lot in front of the boys' dormitory before getting out and walking back to dormitory 401. Seeing Qin Feng walk in from outside, Zhou Xing, who was video chatting with his new girlfriend at his seat, couldn't help but say happily, "Sweetie, let me introduce you to Qin Feng, the most handsome guy in our dorm, second only to me in looks. He sleeps in the bed opposite mine, and he's a really nice guy." After saying that, he moved the camera of his phone toward Qin Feng, so that the girl named Tian Tian on the screen could see him, and Qin Feng could also see her.
This is a pretty girl with a pure and innocent look and a delicate, refined air.
Her looks score is above 75. Although she may not be as stunning as Xiao Xian, she is definitely a beautiful girl with a refined temperament.
Old Qin, let me introduce you.
This is Zhang Xiaotian. She was my high school classmate and is now my girlfriend.
She's studying at Jinling Audit University. Zhou Xing pointed at the pretty girl on the screen and introduced her to Qin Feng with a smug smile.
"Hello." Qin Feng greeted the other person with a smile from afar.
Zhou Xing's girlfriend seems to be rather shy and not very good at interacting with unfamiliar men.
However, when Qin Feng took the initiative to greet her, she still smiled and nodded politely in response. Qin Feng remembered that before their military training was over, Zhou Xing often went out on dates at night. It seems that this kid was inspired by Li Ziming and his girlfriend and set his sights on his own high school classmate. Zhang Xiaotian was beautiful and happened to be attending the same university in Nanjing as him, so it was no surprise that he set his sights on her.
Zhou Xing is indeed quite capable.
He's handsome and comes from a well-off family, making him a weaker version of Qin Feng.
Unsurprisingly, he successfully won over Zhang Xiaotian, his high school classmate.
To this, Qin Feng could only say, "You beast."
Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, so why are these people all eyeing their high school classmates?
He was just about to complain to Sun Yu about Zhou Xing's unscrupulous behavior when he discovered that Sun Yu, who usually watched beautiful women's live streams at this time, was surprisingly not watching them today.
Instead, they were engrossed in chatting on WeChat, exchanging messages back and forth, their conversation flowing smoothly and enthusiastically.
At this moment, Su Tao, who was playing games with headphones on, took off his headphones and said to Qin Feng, "Sun Yu has been getting really close to Song Shuyi from the dorm of the class beauty these past few days. In my opinion, he'll be out of the single life soon." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless again. It turned out that there was someone here who was even more outrageous than the one who was eating the grass next to his own nest, actually setting his sights on his classmate.
So, does that mean you'll be the only single guy left in our dorm soon, Lao Su?
Xin Feng said, somewhat surprised. It's only been less than half a month since the start of the semester, and 2 of the 4 people in their dorm have already found partners, and 1 is about to.
The success rate is simply astonishing.
Upon hearing this, Su Tao helplessly spread his hands and shrugged, as if to say, well, there's nothing I can do about it.
However, he doesn't seem very interested in dating. His main focus is actually on gaming.
If he had to choose between a game and his girlfriend, he would definitely choose the game without hesitation.
Chapter 64: The Aloof Chu Qingxin. The following morning,
Xin Feng's class had 2 long lectures in a row, and by the time they went to eat after class, it was already noon. Normally, if they go to the cafeteria to get food at this time, many of the good dishes will probably be sold out. In order to catch the last batch of food in the cafeteria, many people started running towards the cafeteria after leaving the classroom, including Qin Feng and the other 3 people in his dormitory.
Old Qin, why don't you hurry up and run? Be careful you don't get any food at the cafeteria.
Zhou Xing ran past Qin Feng, not forgetting to turn back and remind him.
It's alright, someone has already gotten my food.
Qin Feng smiled slightly, his steps still unhurried. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing immediately understood that the beautiful Chu had already prepared the meal for Qin Feng in advance, and he could just go and eat it now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but envy Qin Feng so much that he stretched out his right hand and gave him the middle finger. Then, without looking back, he ran forward to catch up with Su Tao and Sun Yu, who had already run far ahead of him. Watching Zhou Xing's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Qin Feng continued walking slowly towards the cafeteria without any rush.
A window seat on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria.
Chu Qingxin carefully took the freshly served dishes off the tray and placed them on the table in front of her. Each dish was served in a small bowl. She served a total of 7 or 8 dishes, including both meat and vegetables. Most of them were dishes that she had specifically noted down Qin Feng's favorite foods from the meal she had shared with him recently. To make it easier for Qin Feng to pick them up, she specially placed several of Qin Feng's favorite dishes in the cafeteria, such as sweet and sour pork ribs, in the place closest to his seat. After setting everything up, she took out her phone to check the time, then sat down and patiently waited for Qin Feng to arrive.
At the same time,
at a table not far from where Chu Qingxin was sitting, 2 boys were secretly observing her.
One of them asked, "That girl over there is so pretty, is she from our school?"
The other person looked up at Chu Qingxin and immediately replied, "That's our school's current campus belle, Chu Qingxin from the dance department. She's in the same year as me, both of us are sophomores." He paused slightly, then added with a smile, "Senior, it's normal that you don't know her because you've been busy with your entrepreneurial ventures outside of school these past 2 years." Upon hearing this, Chao Ben, now a senior in college, nodded in understanding. He was right. If she weren't a freshman or sophomore, how could he not have seen such a beautiful girl before?
Does she have a boyfriend? Chao Ben continued to ask. Zhang Ziang thought for a moment, then said somewhat uncertainly, "It definitely didn't exist before.
But recently, there were some people on the school forum saying that she was dating a freshman.
As for whether this is true or not, I don't know." A freshman?
Chao Ben smiled dismissively. In his current view, these freshmen and sophomores are still too naive, having not yet experienced society and unaware of how complex the world is.
Even for graduates of Jinling University, their competitiveness in the workplace is actually very limited.
Especially when interviewing with top-tier companies, their competitors are often graduates from top domestic universities and returnees from overseas universities. Faced with these competitors, their much-vaunted academic qualifications are of no advantage whatsoever. They can only serve as a stepping stone, giving them the opportunity to compete on the same stage. It was precisely because he realized this early on that Chao Ben chose to start his own business during his sophomore year of college. He chose a very common entrepreneurial direction, the catering industry, which has relatively low barriers to entry. However, his target customers are more high-end, and he mainly does business with urban white-collar workers. His excellent marketing skills and accurate customer positioning have enabled him to successfully build a career. He already owns 2 shops before even graduating, a light food shop and a coffee shop. Both stores are located in office buildings, and they now bring him an average monthly net profit of about 50,000 yuan. It's worth noting that the average salary for graduates of Jinling University last year was only around 10,000 yuan. Among 1,000 graduates, only 1 or 2 can earn 50,000 yuan a month right after graduation. Therefore, Chao Ben's current arrogance is indeed based on some merit.
You sit here and wait for me for a while. I'll go find that girl and get her contact information.
Xiaobin spoke confidently to Zhang Ziang, who was sitting opposite him, and then stood up and walked towards Chu Qingxin. Zhang Ziang reached out as if to speak, but before he could only sit helplessly in his seat, watching Xiaobin walk confidently toward the school's famous, aloof beauty.
Hello, classmate. My name is Xiaobin, and I am a senior student in the finance department of our school.
Xiaobin approached Chu Qingxin and introduced himself with a smile. Hearing someone talking to her, Chu Qingxin subconsciously looked up, but seeing that it was a boy she didn't recognize, she lowered her head again. She was already used to this kind of thing. She recalled that, especially during her first month of university last year, almost every day different boys would try to chat her up in various ways, but naturally, all of them failed and no one was able to get her contact information. After being rejected by many people, everyone realized that this campus belle from Chu University was not an easy person to approach. Most people wisely chose to back down, leaving only a small number of men who felt they were in a good position to continue trying. Then a few months later, all of the boys who were still persisting gave up. Because they discovered that no matter what methods they tried to use to strike up a conversation or please her, they couldn't get any response from Chu Qingxin. So, after Chu Qingxin's first semester of freshman year ended, her nickname Cool and Aloof School Beauty spread throughout the school. Now, apart from the occasional few guys who don't know the situation and still dare to strike up a conversation, most guys only dare to admire her beauty from afar when they encounter her on the street. Seeing that Chu Qingxin ignored him, Xiaobin was not surprised. After all, it is normal for pretty girls to be a bit aloof at first. He continued, completely unfazed, I was having dinner with a junior classmate over there when I happened to see you. I think you have a great presence, you could even say you're the most elegant girl I've ever met, so I wanted to get to know you. As he spoke, he casually tugged at the sleeve of his left hand, revealing the Rolex he had recently bought on his wrist.
Chapter 65 Chu Qingxin, who is not aloof.
The Rolex he's wearing is a green dial, 5-link bracelet, tiger tooth bezel date just, with a list price of around 90,000.
However, due to Rolex's long-standing strategy of creating artificial scarcity, it's absolutely impossible to get a watch without paying extra.
He ended up paying over 10,000 yuan more to get this particular watch. The final price he received was around 110,000 yuan, which is roughly equivalent to 2 months' net profit from his 2 stores. However, Chu Qingxin still ignored him. This time, she didn't even raise her head, so naturally she didn't see the Rolex that Xiaobin had deliberately shown off. Being ignored once again, Xiaobin began to feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he still had more social experience than his juniors, and his thick skin was incomparable to theirs, who dared not continue to approach others after being rejected once. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued, Classmate, I know that my initiative to strike up a conversation with you might have been a bit presumptuous, and I understand if you can't accept it right away. But for 2 strangers to get to know each other, one of them has to take the first step. So even if it's just because of my courage, we should be able to exchange contact information, right? Consider it an opportunity for me and for yourself to meet new friends. It has to be said that Xiaobin's conversation starters are much more mature than those junior students in school who would immediately ask for people's contact information. If it were a typical girl, even if she didn't want to give him her contact information at first, she would give it to him after he said those words, even if it was just to save face. However, Chu Qingxin's nickname of aloof school beauty was not given lightly. It was proven by countless people's bloody experience of failing to flirt with her. Therefore, even though Xiaobin had already said all that, Chu Qingxin still completely ignored her and just silently looked at the dishes on the table in front of her. For a moment, Xiaobin was stuck on the spot, unable to move forward or backward, and was extremely embarrassed. Just then, Zhang Ziang appeared in time to defuse the awkward situation for him.
Hello Chu Qingxin, do you remember me?
I'm Zhang Ziang, a member of the student union.
We met last week when our student union organized rehearsals for the welcome activities. Zhang Ziang greeted Chu Qingxin first.
Upon hearing this, Chu Qingxin looked up and realized that she had indeed met the other person once before. Her roommate, Qian Wenwen, is also a member of the student union and has a good relationship with Zhang Ziang.
Last week, she met Zhang Ziang while accompanying Qian Wenwen to an event rehearsal.
Hello. Since the other party was her best friend's friend, and she had met them once before, Chu Qingxin nodded politely in response. Seeing that Chu Qingxin didn't ignore him, Zhang Ziang breathed a sigh of relief. As a fellow sophomore, he had often heard of the reputation of this aloof campus beauty in his year. One of his roommates had once mustered up the courage to strike up a conversation with her, only to be completely ignored and rejected. That night, his roommate went out alone to drink and got drunk. It was only after the restaurant owner used the other person's phone to call his roommates that they managed to get his drunk roommate back. This is Chao Bin, a senior in the finance department. Although he hasn't graduated yet, he's already a well-known entrepreneurial star on campus. He has 2 stores off campus, and his monthly revenue is currently in the hundreds of thousands. This time, our student union is preparing to hold a small-scale entrepreneurship experience sharing event, and senior student Chao Bin is one of the sharing guests we are fortunate to invite. Zhang Ziang pointed to Chao Bin, who was standing to the side, and introduced him. His purpose in saying this was obvious: to highlight Chao Bin's abilities. After all, the effect of saying something yourself is completely different from saying it from someone else. Hearing Zhang Ziang introduce himself like this, Chao Bin was naturally very pleased and thought that his junior Zhang Ziang was very tactful and a good communicator. If his business grows bigger in the future, he really wants to invite Zhang Ziang to work under him. Unfortunately, Xu Qingxin's aloofness exceeded their expectations. No matter if you were a startup star or a shop owner with monthly revenue of hundreds of thousands, it had nothing to do with her. She has only one thought in her mind right now. The dishes on the table seem to be getting cold. Should she take them to the microwave to warm them up? Seeing this, Zhang Ziang and Chao Bin exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of retreat in each other's eyes. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" The two instinctively stepped aside to avoid him, and then they saw a handsome boy, whose looks were comparable to those of a celebrity, walk between them and then plop down in the seat opposite Xu Qingxin. He picked up the chopsticks on the table and began to eat without any politeness. Sitting opposite him, Xu Qingxin showed no anger at all. Instead, a charming smile of unusual joy appeared on her lips. To Chao Bin and the other man's disbelief, she actually picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into the bowl of the handsome boy sitting opposite her. Oh my god! Is this still the same aloof school beauty who was indifferent to the two of them just now, and even completely ignored them? Chao Bin and Zhang Ziang were both filled with shock. At this moment, Zhang Ziang suddenly remembered the post he had seen on the campus forum not long ago, and he immediately realized what was going on. It turns out that everything in the post was true. Xu Qingxin, the famous and aloof campus belle of their sophomore year, was indeed dating a freshman. Thinking of this, he nudged Chao Bin beside him with his elbow and said in a very low voice, "Senior, this guy is probably the freshman boyfriend that Chu, the school beauty, is dating, which I just told you about. Why don't we leave first?" To his surprise, Chao Bin still had no intention of leaving, even though Chu Da's boyfriend had already arrived. Suddenly, Chao Bin extended his hand to Qin Feng, who was eating, and said with a smile, "Hello, classmate. I'm Chao Bin, a senior in the finance department. Would you mind getting to know me?" Qin Feng was enjoying his meal. After all, he had been in class since early morning and it was past noon, so he was indeed quite hungry. But why are there always flies buzzing around? He looked up at Xu Qingxin, as if to ask, "Do you know this person?" Having understood the meaning behind Qin Feng's gaze, Xu Qingxin immediately shook her head, indicating that she did not know him. Seeing this, Qin Feng naturally understood that the other party was just trying to strike up a conversation. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, with Xu Qingxin's looks and temperament, there were plenty of people who wanted to chat her up in real life. However, this guy in front of me seems to be a little too shameless. My boyfriend, the school beauty, is already sitting here, and you're still not leaving? Chapter 66 Effort and struggle are not worth mentioning. The reason why Chao Bin shamelessly stayed is, on the one hand, it was because Xu Qingxin was just too beautiful. He couldn't bear to leave in such a sorry state without even getting her contact information. On the other hand, it was because he felt superior to Qin Feng. Although the other person is quite handsome, can good looks put food on the table? In the end, he was just a freshman with no income, relying on his parents to give him some living expenses to support his daily financial needs. But he was different. Before he even graduated, he was already running 2 shops, and his monthly net profit was as high as 50,000 yuan. Let alone freshmen like Qin Feng who have no source of income, how many of the seniors who have graduated for some time can earn more than him? Moreover, Xu Qingxin didn't see the Rolex on his left wrist when he showed it earlier, which she found quite regrettable. Therefore, when he reached out to shake hands with Qin Feng, he still extended his left hand. On his wrist, the Rolex worth 100,000 yuan shimmered with a faint silver light in the air, and its dark green dial was particularly distinctive and eye-catching. Chao Bin believes that it's understandable that some girls who are unfamiliar with luxury goods might not recognize Rolex, but there shouldn't be many boys of his age who don't know Rolex, right? Even if you haven't seen it in real life, you've definitely seen it in various movies and TV shows. If the other party can recognize that the watch on his wrist is a Rolex, then they will naturally understand the difference in their strength. When the time comes, as long as he treats her with the respect due to be inferior to him, her school beauty girlfriend will definitely understand who was more outstanding between her and her current boyfriend. Shinfeng put down his chopsticks, looked up and glanced at the other person's left hand extended in front of him with a half smile. He naturally noticed the Rolex on the other person's wrist as well. It's important to know that Rolex is such a well-known brand that even before he had access to the system, he had often seen it in movies and TV series. In comparison, the Vacheron Constantin he bought is far less well-known among ordinary people than Rolex, and many people don't even recognize the brand.
However, among high-income earners, Vacheron Constantin is definitely more well-known than Rolex.
Many influential figures choose to wear Vacheron Constantin watches rather than Rolex watches. This is the heritage and prestige of the Vacheron Constantin brand.
Since you said so, let's get to know each other. I'm Qin Feng, a freshman in the finance department.
Qin Feng smiled and extended his hand, gently shaking hands with Xiao Bin. Then, seemingly casually, he revealed the Vacheron Constantin all-world's most valuable jewel on his wrist. Xiao Bin looked down at their hands, which were lightly clasped together. Originally, he wanted to see how the other person would react when they saw the Rolex on his wrist. However, when he saw that the other person was also wearing a watch on their wrist, and it was a Vacheron Constantin all-world watch that he had dreamed of buying but had given up the idea of buying because he didn't have the money at the moment, he was stunned. It's worth noting that even the cheapest overseas watch costs over 200,000 yuan, which is twice the price of the Rolex on his wrist. The watch on the other person's wrist, the overseas model, with its unique and complex dial, is clearly the one with a list price of 1.17 million.
What does 1.17 million mean?
A house of about 100 square meters in a third-tier city. It would take 2 whole years for his 2 stores to maintain their current turnover before he could earn the money he deserves.
To be honest, it's difficult. The catering industry is so competitive that if you don't move forward, you fall behind. Don't be fooled by the fact that he now owns 2 stores, with a monthly turnover of 500,000 to 600,000 yuan and a net profit of over 50,000 yuan. But who knows, one day his regular customers might get tired of the place and want to try a new restaurant, but the growth rate of new customers in his restaurant can't keep up with the rate at which his old customers are leaving. He would likely face the dire situation of shop losses very quickly, and once losses begin, he would be under immense pressure from huge monthly employee salaries, utility bills, and rent, and would have to close down in less than 3 months. It was precisely because of this sense of crisis that Xiao Bin carefully chose a Rolex worth around 100,000 yuan when buying a watch, rather than a more expensive Vacheron Constantin. Otherwise, with his monthly net profit of 50,000 yuan, he could easily afford a Vacheron Constantin Eternal for over 200,000 yuan if he gritted his teeth. Of course, Qin Feng still couldn't afford that across the 4 seas sword with a list price of 1.17 million. Even if his 2 stores could generate stable profits for him for 2 years, he couldn't bring himself to use all of his earnings from those 2 years to buy a watch. However, the other party just happened to buy a watch worth over $1 million and casually put it on their wrist. Moreover, the other person is just a freshman, unlike him, who has already succeeded in starting a business and has a fairly substantial income every month. What does this tell us?
This indicates that the other party's family is extremely well off, with total assets likely exceeding 50 million yuan. Otherwise, his parents would never have been willing to buy him a watch worth over $1 million yuan when he was just a freshman in college. Suddenly, Xiao Bin felt a strong sense of defeat. He originally thought he was proud enough, but when he met a real rich second generation, he realized that his efforts and struggles were not worth mentioning at all. Junior brother Qin Feng, now that we've met, I won't disturb you and your girlfriend's meal any longer.
Let's chat again another time.
Xiao Bin chuckled a few times, and his tone when speaking to Qin Feng unconsciously became somewhat cautious. They seemed afraid of accidentally saying the wrong thing and offending the other person.
Chapter 67 The World's Diversity. Senior, are you leaving already? Won't you stay and chat a little longer?
Qin Feng smiled slightly, his words carrying a hint of teasing. No, I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do, so I won't keep you from having dinner. After saying that, Xiao Bin pulled Zhang Ziang, who hadn't had time to react yet, and walked out of the cafeteria. Xiao Bin didn't stop until the 2 of them reached the entrance of the cafeteria, and then he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Zhang Ziang asked, somewhat puzzled, Senior, why were you in such a hurry to pull me away?
We haven't finished eating our food yet. What's the point of eating?
I'll treat you to a meal at a restaurant later, Xiao Bin said somewhat irritably. As for Zhang Ziang, he actually thought this junior was a pretty good person. He was perceptive and quick-witted, and he might need his help in the future. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he decided to explain his behavior to the other party.
Do you recognize this watch on my wrist?
He raised his left hand, revealing a Rolex date just on his wrist.
Yes, I know it. It's a Rolex.
Zhang Ziang nodded enviously and said, Actually, I've been wanting to ask you for a while, Senior, how much does your Rolex cost? The official price is 98,000, but I paid more than 10,000 to get it, Xiaobin said.
Wow. That's 110,000. Rolex is really expensive. Zhang Ziang exclaimed in surprise.
However, considering that Xiaobin had 2 shops outside the school that brought him more than 50,000 yuan a month, he didn't think there was anything wrong with the other party being able to afford a Rolex at such a young age.
110,000 is expensive, my ass. Xiaobin said speechlessly. Did you see the watch on Chu Xiaohua's boyfriend's wrist just now? I saw it. That watch is quite nice. I was actually thinking of asking him for a link. Zhang Ziang nodded.
He couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he said his last words. In fact, if Xiaobin hadn't suddenly pulled him away in a hurry, he really was going to ask Qin Feng for a link to buy the watch.
You still want to ask them for the link? Do you even know how much that watch is worth?
Xiaobin couldn't help but roll his eyes. He found that although this junior student Zhang was a good person, he was still somewhat shallow in his knowledge. This is quite normal, considering that the other person is only a sophomore and is mostly exposed to things within the school. World-class watch brands like Vacheron Constantin are not something that someone at their level can access yet.
How much is his watch worth? It can't be more expensive than your Rolex, Senior, can it? Zhang Ziang asked in surprise after hearing Xiaobin's words.
Compared to that other person's watch, my Rolex is nothing.
Xiaobin shook his head and sighed. Comparing people is really infuriating. The price of my watch isn't even a fraction of the price of that other person's watch.
When Zhang Ziang heard Xiaobin say that the Rolex he bought for 110,000 yuan was not even a fraction of the price of the watch on Qin Feng's wrist, he was stunned.
Doesn't this mean that Qin Feng's watch costs at least 1.1 million?
To be honest, a Rolex worth 100,000 yuan was still within his imagination, but a watch worth more than 1 million yuan was completely beyond his comprehension. Then, Xiaobin gave him a detailed introduction to the Vacheron Constantin brand, as well as the top-of-the-line overseas watch that Qin Feng was wearing on his wrist. After listening to Xiaobin's introduction, Zhang Ziang felt that his past views on life and the world had been greatly impacted. Before this, he never imagined that a mere watch could sell for over 1 million yuan.
And surprisingly, someone actually paid for it.
What surprised him even more was that this kind of person actually appeared right in front of him. In that moment, he truly felt the unevenness of the world.
No wonder Chu, the campus belle, became his girlfriend. Zhang Ziang couldn't help but think to himself. After all, what girl wouldn't want a boyfriend who's so rich and handsome?
Even Chu University's campus belle, known for her aloofness, seems to be no exception. At the same time, he also fully understood why Xiaobin had suddenly pulled him away. After all, anyone who knew that Chu's boyfriend could afford a watch worth over 1 million yuan would completely lose the confidence to compete with her.
Rather than staying and humiliating yourself, it's better to leave quickly.
After the two left, Qin Feng and Xu Qingxin finished their lunch in peace. Although the food in the cafeteria certainly can't compare to the food at the Bulgari Hotel or Dongzhou Royal Banquet. But with such a beautiful woman like Xu Qingxin serving you at all times, picking food for you and wiping your mouth, even the cafeteria food tastes like a royal banquet or a Manchu Han imperial feast. After finishing the meal, without Qin Feng having to lift a finger, Xu Qingxin obediently placed all the dishes and trash on a tray and then took it to the tableware recycling area. When she returned after taking out the trash, Qin Feng unabashedly put his arm around her waist and walked out of the cafeteria amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the boys still eating nearby.
Do you have class this afternoon? Qin Feng asked as they walked.
No, Xu Qingxin nodded immediately. Actually, she had a class in the afternoon, but she knew that Qin Feng would ask her that because he was going to take her somewhere or do something with her that afternoon. Therefore, in order to spend more time with the other person, she, who had never skipped class before, boldly decided to skip her afternoon class today, which was quite unusual.
Since you don't have classes this afternoon, why don't you come out with me?
You go back to your dorm and change first, and I'll pick you up downstairs later, Qin Feng said, gently rubbing Xu Qingxin's head. Under Qin Feng's large hand stroking her, Xu Qingxin was like a well-behaved pet cat, showing a very comfortable and enjoyable expression as she was being petted by her owner.
Chapter 68 Trying to Steal Someone's Partner.
After escorting Chu Qingxin back to her dorm to change, Xin Feng went to the parking lot in front of the boys' dormitory and drove away in his top-of-the-line Porsche Panamera Turbo S. His car currently has a temporary license plate, so he plans to go to the vehicle management office this afternoon to change the license plate. After that, he plans to take Chu Qingxin to look at houses in Dongzhou No. 1 Garden, and while buying a house there, he can also collect the sign-in reward. Although staying at the Bulgari Hotel is very comfortable, with professional hotel staff to serve you in every way, it still can't compare to having your own place at home. Moreover, the Bulgari Hotel is really too far from the school. It takes almost half an hour to drive there and back, which would take a whole hour. The Dongzhou No. 1 Garden residential community is right next to the school, just a 10-minute walk away, or less than 5 minutes by car. Once he buys the house there, he'll be able to spend more time with Chu Qingxin. When Xin Feng parked his car on the side of the road below the girls' dormitory, Chu Qingxin had not yet come down from the dormitory building. Since he hadn't told Chu Qingxin that he had bought the car, Xin Feng simply got out of the car and stood by the roadside waiting for Chu Qingxin to come out. The combination of a handsome man and a luxury car undoubtedly attracted the attention of the girls around them, who couldn't help but ask each other and speculate about Xin Feng's identity. At this moment, a young woman wearing a short skirt and high heels, revealing a pair of fair and long legs, suddenly walked up to Xin Feng and took the initiative to chat with him, saying, "Handsome, your Porsche is so cool, did you just buy it?" "Of course I just bought it. Didn't you see I still have a temporary license plate on it?" Xin Feng looked up at the girl who had spoken to him, somewhat speechless. She has a pretty good figure, with long legs and a slim waist, and she's willing to show it off. She has above-average looks, and would probably score around 75 points without makeup. With makeup on, she would be around 80 points, which is the passing grade. A flat chest is a failing grade and deserves a bad review. "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" Xin Feng asked in a casual tone. Ignoring the slight coldness in Xin Feng's words, the girl smiled and looked at him, saying, "Hey handsome, I was just about to go to the mall outside the school to buy some skincare products, but I've been trying to hail a taxi on my phone for ages and I still can't get one. If you have some free time right now, could you give me a ride?" As the girl spoke, she seemingly casually leaned forward, getting even closer to Xin Feng. She noticed Xin Feng's Porsche as soon as it pulled up in front of the girls' dormitory. When Xin Feng got out of the car, she saw that he was tall and handsome, dressed in Armani menswear that cost tens of thousands of yuan apiece. Although she couldn't recognize the brand of the watch on his wrist, she could tell at a glance that it was very expensive. Immediately, she made a decision in her mind to take the initiative to strike up a conversation with the other person. If she could win him over and make him devoted to her, wouldn't she be able to get out of this mess in no time? When she becomes the girlfriend of a rich second generation, she'll be riding in luxury cars every day, eating and drinking like a king. It'll be much more comfortable than her current situation, where she goes out every night to drink with those tacky, greasy middle-aged bosses and earns only 2 or 3,000 yuan for that. She was quite confident in her looks, and she was usually among the first girls picked by customers at karaoke bars, making her quite sought after. Back at school, compared to the female college students who hadn't even fully mastered makeup, she was a complete ripoff. The boyfriends she's dating at school are all head over heels for her, wishing they could spend all their monthly allowance on her clothes, bags, and skincare products without spending a single penny of their own. Unfortunately, these college students' living expenses were too limited. Even if she spent all of it, it wouldn't amount to much money. In fact, the combined living expenses of several students wouldn't be enough for her to buy an LV bag. Therefore, when it comes to finding a boyfriend, quality is more important than quantity. Just like the boy in front of her right now, he clearly has enough financial resources to support her daily expenses. Unfortunately, Xin Feng had absolutely no feelings for her. "Sorry, I'm busy. You should just take a taxi." Xin Feng refused in a very calm tone. "Is that so? Since you're not free right now, let's call it a day." Despite being rejected so directly by Xin Feng, the girl showed no embarrassment whatsoever. She nodded in understanding. Then, she took out her phone and continued, "How about we add each other's contact information first, and then we can go out for coffee together sometime when you're free." "No need, my girlfriend doesn't allow me to add other girls' contact information casually." Xin Feng shook his head, making up an excuse to refuse once again. When Xin Feng said he had a girlfriend, the girl still didn't show any unusual expression on her face. She had been prepared for this all along. After all, it would be strange if a guy as outstanding as this didn't have a girlfriend. She never minded stealing boyfriends from other girls. In fact, most of the boyfriends she is currently dating were ones she stole from other girls. She enjoys the feeling of stealing someone else's boyfriend because it gives her a sense of accomplishment, a sense of satisfaction and pride that proves she is better than the other girl's girlfriend.
It's okay, your girlfriend isn't here right now anyway, we can just secretly exchange contact information, she persisted. She believed that there was no man in the world who didn't cheat. If a young and beautiful girl like yourself comes to your door, how could you not be tempted? If you are even slightly tempted, she is confident that she can win you over. Shinfeng was speechless at the sight. He really wanted to tell her, girl, with this kind of perseverance, you'll succeed at anything. Just then, Xu Qingxin, who had changed her clothes in the dormitory, came out of the girls' dormitory building. She immediately saw Qin Feng and the girl next to him. She recognized the girl. She was the one from the class next to hers who worked part-time at a karaoke bar. When she ultimately chose to interview at the Royal Supreme Music Hall, she was more or less influenced by the hall's reputation, knowing that it was indeed a way to make money quickly. Therefore, she wouldn't look down on the other person's actions, in case the other person had some unspeakable difficulty in needing money, just like she did back then. However, she also cannot accept the other person trying to steal her boyfriend. Honey, I've changed my clothes. She walked to Qin Feng's side and took his arm. Xu Qingxin wouldn't directly reveal her hostility because she knew Qin Feng wouldn't like her like that. However, she can showcase her charm to make the other person realize the gap between them, thus prompting them to back down. Chapter 69 License Plate Number. At this moment, she was dressed in a full set of designer luxury clothes, with Van Cleef Arpels necklaces and bracelets around her neck and wrists, and the bag she was carrying was LV's latest spring collection. All of these were bought for her by Qin Feng at Deji Plaza last time. Xu Qingxin's appearance and temperament are already outstanding among ordinary people. Now, wearing a high-end luxury outfit full of design and fashion sense, her unique temperament is further highlighted. At this moment, simply by standing next to Qin Feng, she had already completely overshadowed the girl in front of her. The huge gap between the two people is comparable to an ugly duckling standing in front of a swan. Despite Qin Feng's initial rejections, the girl remained undeterred. However, when she saw Xu Qingxin standing so dazzlingly beside Qin Feng, intimately linking arms with him, the idea of stealing his girlfriend vanished from her mind. Just kidding, you have to consider your opponent before you try to poach someone's boyfriend. Is it so easy to steal the heart of the most beautiful girl at Chu University? That's practically an impenetrable fortress. Even if she spent her whole life trying to pry it open, she probably wouldn't be able to budge it. The girl immediately looked embarrassed and left without even saying goodbye. In fact, if she had known earlier that Qin Feng was the freshman boyfriend that the rumored campus belle of Chu University was dating, she would never have been so presumptuous as to strike up a conversation with him, because it would have been a complete waste of time. Honey, I never knew you were so charming. Someone was going to add me on social media, but when they saw you coming, they were scared away. How are you going to make it up to me? Qin Feng lowered his head slightly and whispered in Xu Qingxin's ear. Feeling the warm breath Qin Feng exhaled as he spoke, Xu Qingxin's delicate earlobes instantly turned bright red. She turned and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, as if all her strength had been drained away. Seeing this, Qin Feng's smile widened even further. What he loved most was Xu Qingxin's contrasting appearance, shy and alluring yet seemingly ready to be taken, which aroused a strong desire in him to conquer her. However, now was not the time to do such a thing, so he could only suppress the restless desire in his heart for the time being, open the passenger door, and let Xu Qingxin sit down. He then got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and drove directly towards the Jinling Vehicle Management Office. Inside the car, Xu Qingxin looked around the Panameras interior with some curiosity. She thought the car looked really nice when she was outside it. Sitting inside the car, she was immediately struck by the Bordeaux red leather interior and the exquisite details, which made her think the car was even more beautiful. Honey, this car is so beautiful. It must be very expensive to buy, right? Xu Qingxin asked with a hint of curiosity. It's all right, just over 3 million, Qin Feng replied casually as he drove. Xu Qingxin knew that Qin Feng was rich, otherwise he wouldn't have transferred 1.2 million yuan to her as a sugar baby fee. However, she didn't actually know how much money Qin Feng had. Hearing that the car he was sitting in was worth 3 million, even in a place like Nanjing where land is incredibly expensive, that amount of money could barely buy a small apartment near the city center, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. However, aside from being somewhat shocked by the price, she didn't have any other thoughts in mind, unlike some girls who might think about taking pictures and posting them on social media to show off after getting into a luxury car. Xu Qingxin's world has always been very small. She has very traditional ideas.
For her, money is enough as long as it's sufficient, a car is enough to keep out the wind and rain, and a house is enough for her family of 3. Therefore, her ideal in the past was to find a stable job in the system after graduation, then find someone she loves, start a family, and live a peaceful life of 2 people sharing meals and 4 seasons. Because of her limited energy, she only cares about the people close to her and doesn't care what others think of her. Previously, these people were parents and friends. Now, these people are parents, Jean Phone, and friends. Perhaps because it was a weekday, there weren't many people queuing up at the vehicle registration office to get their cars registered. After completing the relevant procedures, Jean Phone started the lottery directly on the machine screen.
Honey, you press pause.
Jean Phone gave Chu Qingxin this chance to test her luck. Chu Qingxin was very happy to be a part of Qin Feng's life, even if it was just to help him get a license plate number. Therefore, she nervously pressed the pause button, hoping to see some good license plate numbers. Immediately, a series of license plate numbers combining numbers and letters appeared on the machine screen. Jean Phone glanced at the list casually and immediately noticed an unusually prominent pure number combination among a bunch of very ordinary numbers, 66,688. It's important to know that many license plate numbers with particularly auspicious meanings, such as 5/8 or 5/6, a leopard number, are not released for the Vehicle Management Office to participate in the lottery. Therefore, the license plate number 66688 that Chu Qingxin drew is definitely one of the best license plate numbers that can be obtained through a normal lottery.
Honey, you're so lucky. Here's a reward for you.
Jean Phone lowered his head and kissed Chu Qingxin's luscious red lips, saying with a smile. Chu Qingxin was a little shy, but she was also very happy and glad that she had managed to draw a good license plate number for Jean Phone. The thought that this number she drew would be on Qin Feng's car and accompany him at all times made her even happier. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt in the Vehicle Management Office lobby noticed the license plate number on the lottery machine screen in front of Qin Feng and his eyes lit up.
He quickly walked up to Qin Feng and said urgently, "Brother, are you selling this license plate number? I can offer 100,000.
Qin Feng looked up at the other person and knew that the other person was probably a scalper who specialized in trading license plates. Many wealthy people, in order to have a license plate that looks impressive on their luxury cars, often pay money to buy their desired numbers from license plate brokers. It's worth noting that truly top-tier license plate numbers are sometimes auctioned off at large-scale auctions, with final prices reaching tens of millions of yuan. Of course, Qin Feng's license plate number 66,688 definitely wouldn't sell for that much money, because license plates in Jinling City don't have much of a premium. However, if you're lucky, you should still have a chance to sell it for 300,000 to 500,000. At this point, the license plate dealer offered him 100,000 yuan to buy it. The dealer would then find a suitable customer to sell it to. Without going into too much detail, he could always make a profit of 100,000 to 200,000 yuan.
Chapter 70, a mere 300,000.
However, Qin Feng wasn't short of 100,000 yuan, so why would he give up such a good license plate number? I'm planning to keep this license plate number for myself, Qin Feng said decisively.
Don't be like that, brother. We can talk about the price. How about I offer you 150,000? This price is really hard to come by.
Seeing that Qin Feng wouldn't sell, the middle-aged man in the black short-sleeved shirt quickly continued to persuade him. A few days ago, he met a boss who wanted to buy a Geely license plate with a number. The other party only wanted the numbers 6 or 8. The exact price would depend on the final combination of numbers, but it would definitely not be less than 300,000 yuan. Qin Feng drew 66688, and since the same numbers were all connected, he believed it could sell for at least 500,000.
I already said, I'm not selling this license plate number.
Qin Feng frowned, grabbed Chu Qingxin's hand, and prepared to leave. However, the middle-aged man in the black short-sleeved shirt caught up again, blocked their way, and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, here's the final price, I'll offer 300,000.
If you can sell, I'll transfer the money to you right now."
The price of 300,000 was really the limit he could offer. Although he estimated that the license plate could be sold to that boss for 500,000, what if the boss suddenly didn't want it anymore? Acquiring the license plate number 66688 for 300,000 is barely within the market price. Even if the owner doesn't want it anymore, he can keep the license plate for a while and still have a chance to sell it at break even. Seeing that the other party was still pestering him, Qin Feng lost his patience. He pointed outside the hall and asked the other party, "Do you see that silver gray Porsche in the parking lot?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in the black short-sleeved shirt subconsciously looked in the direction Qin Feng pointed, and sure enough, he saw the eye-catching silver gray Porsche parked in the parking lot.
Tick. The silver-gray Porsche headlights suddenly flashed. He was slightly taken aback, and when he turned his head, he saw that Qin Feng was holding a Porsche car key in his hand. The Porsche's headlights had just flashed because Qin Feng had pressed the unlock button. I spent over 3 million yuan on this car. Do you think I would sell the license plate for a mere 300,000 yuan? After leaving those words behind, Qin Feng stopped looking at the other person and took Chu Qingxin's hand, walking out of the vehicle management office lobby. The middle-aged man in the black short-sleeved shirt finally couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, seemingly very regretful for missing out on the license plate number 66688. If an ordinary person had won this license plate number, the other party would probably have happily sold it to him the first time he offered 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Feng, a man who was not short of money. Even though he had offered the maximum acquisition price of 300,000, the other party was not tempted in the slightest. When Qin Feng's Porsche drove out of the vehicle management office again, the original temporary license plate had been torn off, and the license plate 66688 drawn by Chu Qingxin was now attached to both the front and rear. The auspicious license plate number further emphasizes the high price of his car. On the way from the vehicle management office to Dongzhou No. 1 Garden, Qin Feng's Porsche and its unique license plate attracted a lot of attention from other drivers and passengers on the road.
Dongzhou No. 1 Garden.
This is a flagship high-end residential community jointly built by a state-owned construction enterprise directly managed by the Nanjing government and one of the top 10 construction companies in China. The only types of houses in the community are villas and large apartments. Even the smallest single-level apartment is 180 square meters, while the largest single-level apartment is an astonishing 360 square meters. Furthermore, all the houses in the community are fully furnished, so after purchasing a house, the owner only needs to buy some basic living supplies to move in directly. Qin Feng drove his Porsche directly to the parking lot in front of the sales office and then led Chu Qingxin into the sales office. Besides a few salespeople, a young couple, accompanied by the man's parents, entered the sales office almost immediately after Qin Feng and his companion.
Xiaoson, you go and greet that young couple.
I'll take care of the family of 4 behind them. A slightly older female salesperson, probably in her 30s, spoke to a younger female salesperson next to her who looked to be only in her 20s. After saying that, she stood up and walked past Qin Feng and his companion to meet the family of 4 behind them. According to the sales office's reception rules, unless it is particularly busy and there are a large number of visiting customers at one time, they should be received in order. For example, right now, according to the order, Qin Feng and his companion who entered the sales office first should have been greeted by the older, more experienced salesperson, while the family of 4 who entered later should have been greeted by the younger, newer salesperson, Song Yuan. However, the older salesperson, based on his past experience, judged that the family of 4 who entered the sales office later clearly had a stronger desire to buy a house, and the probability of a sale was much higher than that of the young couple who had entered earlier. So, she took advantage of her seniority as a long-time employee to snatch clients who should have been served by the new employee, Song Yuan. Song Yuan, a new employee who had just joined the company, was well aware of this, but there was nothing she could do. That's how competition is in the workplace. As a newcomer, how could she have the confidence to compete with the senior employees? Therefore, she could only respond in a seemingly indifferent manner, and then got up to greet Qin Feng and the other person.
Good afternoon, both of you. Is this your first time visiting Dongzhou No. 1 Garden to look at apartments? What size unit are you looking for?
We currently have 2 main apartment types available, a 180 square meter, 3-bedroom, 2-living room unit and a 240 square meter, 4-bedroom, 2-living room unit, Song Yuan explained enthusiastically. She could tell that the young couple in front of her must be quite wealthy, as their clothes were all expensive. Especially the girls, dressed head to toe in designer luxury brands, carrying the latest LV spring collection bags. If she remembers correctly, it should cost nearly 70,000 yuan to buy.
Chapter 71 The King of the Building.
Unfortunately, both of them are too young, and even if their families are wealthy, it's unlikely they could come up with enough money to buy a house all at once. After all, the apartments in their Dongzhou No. 1 Garden are quite expensive, with prices exceeding 70,000 yuan per square meter. Some particularly good units on certain floors can even reach over 80,000 yuan per square meter. Based on this calculation, even the smallest apartment with a floor area of 180 square meters would cost around 13 million yuan. Although it's possible to pay a 30% down payment, it still requires coming up with 4 million all at once. If the other party had been accompanied by their parents today, she would have thought there was a chance to close the deal, but unfortunately, it was just this young couple who came to see the house. She guessed that the young couple had just decided to come and look at the house on a whim, since they had nothing else to do.
Given their family's financial situation, if they were to get married after graduation, they would certainly be able to afford to buy a house.
But definitely not now.
That's why the salesman chose to serve the family of 4 behind them instead of the young couple who seemed to be from a well-off family. Because they clearly have a genuine need for housing and a very strong desire to buy a home, and this young couple might become their customers in the future, but that's a matter for the future, and who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Regardless of the circumstances, even knowing that the other party's intention to buy a house was not strong, she would still treat them well and introduce them to houses, upholding good professional ethics and the idea of gaining work experience along the way.
The apartment layouts in this building look pretty good. Can you take us to see the model apartment?
Qin Feng asked, pointing to the building in the middle of the model of the residential complex.
Song Yuan looked down and realized that the building the other person was pointing to was actually the most prestigious building in their community.
The reason it's called the King of Buildings is not only because it's located in the very center of the complex, but more importantly because all the apartments in this building are the largest single-level units, each 360 square meters.
Sir, you have excellent taste.
This building is the King of Buildings in our Dongzhou No. 1 garden.
Song Yuan's smile remained unchanged as she enthusiastically introduced the building. This building has 26 floors, and there is only one apartment on each floor.
The apartment is 360 square meters, with 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms.
Buying one apartment is equivalent to buying the entire floor.
However, our developer didn't build a show flat for this house because, apart from the villas, all the large apartments in our development are delivered fully furnished.
What you see is what you get. If you'd like to see one, I can take you there directly.
Then let's go take a look, Qin Feng nodded.
Okay, sir, please follow me. Song Yuan gestured.
She then walked ahead, leading Qin Feng and Chu Qingxin from the sales office to the interior of the completed and handed-over residential complex. As the 3 of them left the sales office, the old salesman who was introducing the house to the family of 4 couldn't help but glance up at them, a hint of disdain on his face.
These clients are so young, they've clearly not even graduated from university yet. Even if their families are wealthy, there's absolutely no way they'd be buying a house right now. Taking them to see houses is just a waste of time. The family she's currently serving is more reliable. Especially the man's fiancé. After hearing her introduction, her eyes were full of undisguised excitement. She felt that as long as she put in a little more effort, this deal was definitely in the bag.
Mr. Qin, Miss Chu, the only floors in this building that haven't been sold yet are the bottom 3 floors, the 14th and 16th floors in the middle, and the 22nd floor, which I consider to be the best of the remaining floors.
How about I take you to the 22nd floor? Anyway, apart from the floor height, every floor is the same. Song Yuan pressed the elevator button for the 2 of them, and held the elevator door to prevent it from closing before turning around and inviting them into the elevator. Then let's do as you say and go straight to the 22nd floor.
Qin Feng nodded slightly, agreeing to the other party's suggestion. In fact, after listening to the other party's introduction of the remaining unsold floors, he also felt that the tallest of the remaining buildings, the 22nd floor, was the best. After receiving Qin Feng's nod of agreement, Song Yuan entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. A moment later, the elevator, rising steadily, took the 3 of them to the 22nd floor. Stepping out of the elevator, you are greeted by a spacious entrance hallway and a high-end entrance door that is clearly expensive. According to Song Yuan, this door alone cost the developer at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, and that was the wholesale price from the brand. If the homeowner were to buy this brand of door privately, it would cost at least 100,000 yuan. They entered the password to open the door and the 3 of them went inside. Everywhere you look is decorated in a minimalist Chinese style, which is both understated and classy. Song Yuan led Qin Feng and Chu Qingxin through every room. There were 6 rooms, 4 bedrooms, a study, and a multifunctional room. The furniture in each room was already in place. The television in the living room and the dishwasher in the kitchen are all from top international brands, and they are not even the cheapest entry-level models. Just as Song Yuan just mentioned, once you buy this house, you can move in any time. After looking at it, Qin Feng felt that the house was indeed quite nice. So, do you like this house? Qin Feng tilted his head slightly and asked Chu Qingxin beside him. Chu Qingxin had already been shocked by the luxurious and extravagant decor of the room when Song Yuan showed it to her earlier, so when Qin Feng asked her this question, she naturally couldn't lie to herself. Aside from being a bit too big, which might be a bit troublesome to clean, everything else is great, Chu Qingxin nodded honestly. It's okay, we can hire a housekeeper to do the cleaning. Xin Feng smiled nonchalantly, then turned to Song Yuan beside him and said, "Let's go back to the sales office and prepare the contract."
I'm buying this house. Ah? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan was taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. We haven't even asked about the price yet, have we? Why did you just buy it directly? Keep in mind, this is the largest unit in the building, a 360 square meter king of the building. Buying the whole thing would cost around 30 million. Chapter 72 Breakfast with Love. Mr. Qin, Miss Chu, please have a seat in the rest area for a while. I'll go prepare the contract, it will be ready soon. When Song Yuan led Qin Feng and Chu Qingxing back to the sales office, her face was beaming with uncontrollable joy. She had already mentally estimated it when she came down in the elevator. The house that Qin Feng had his eye on was 360 square meters, and the price per square meter was more than 85,000 yuan, which meant that the house would cost more than 30 million yuan in total. According to the company's standards, she can get a 2% commission, which is about 600,000 yuan. Such a large sum of money was like a windfall for her. And indeed, that is the case. Because these customers didn't originally belong to her, but to that older salesperson. If the other party hadn't been so clever as to switch the clients she was supposed to serve, the 600,000 would now belong to the other party instead of her. Thinking about it this way, she probably should treat the other person to a meal to properly thank them. Song Yuan didn't lower her voice at all when she spoke, so the old salesperson who was still patiently persuading the family of four in front of her to buy a house in the sales office listened attentively. What? Preparing a contract? Does that mean the young couple Song Yuan was with really bought a house? Even while she was talking to the young couple in front of her, she couldn't help but glance back at Song Yuan and Qin Feng. When she saw Song Yuan actually take out a contract for Qin Feng to sign, she felt like her world was collapsing. They were clearly her clients from the beginning. How could she be so blinded by lard that she let go of what should have been her biggest client? What upset her the most was that the family of four, whom she was extremely optimistic about and had a very strong desire to buy a house, actually backed out because of the high price of their property and said they wanted to look at several other properties nearby. He then turned and left without even adding her contact information, clearly indicating that he had no intention of buying a house in their Dongzhou No. 1 garden. At that moment, her world truly collapsed. Meanwhile, after signing the contract, Qin Feng readily took out his bank card and paid the full amount of 30 million yuan for the house in one go. The original price was over 30.6 million, but since Qin Feng paid in full, Song Yuan had all the odd amounts waived after calling the manager to apply for a refund. In addition, she also gave away 4 parking spaces and 5 years of property management fees. Based on a parking space costing 500,000 yuan and an annual property management fee of 60,000 yuan, this is equivalent to giving Qin Feng a discount of 3 million yuan. Although Qin Feng didn't care whether he spent more or less 3 million, since it was the other party's sincerity, he really didn't need to go to the trouble of refusing. 30 million was suddenly gone from his card, leaving him with only about 10 million in balance. Qin Feng couldn't help but worry about not having enough money. However, the next second, the system notified him that he had successfully checked in and received a reward of 50 million, which instantly made his account balance full again. In addition, the system also notified him that he had triggered a hidden sign-in reward and obtained ownership of a 200 square meter shop in Longhu Golden Street. Longhu Golden Street is considered a well-known mid to high-end shopping street in Nanjing. While it certainly can't compare to Deji Plaza, it still has quite a few mid-range luxury brands, such as Coach and CK, which have flagship stores there. The daily foot traffic on this shopping street is definitely not a problem. Therefore, the rent for shops there has remained consistently high. If Qin Feng were to sell this 200 square meter shop directly, the price would be around 80 million to 100 million yuan. If it were rented out, the annual rent would be at least 5 million, making it a relatively stable source of income. If an ordinary person could own a shop like this, they would be set for life, not just for this lifetime, but for the next few lifetimes. Mr. Qin, this box contains the keys to your house and some related documents. As for the property certificate, I will take the authorization document you just signed to process it for you tomorrow, and I will deliver it to your door once it is processed. Song Yuan respectfully handed a small, exquisite leather suitcase to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the suitcase and gently weighed it in his hand. It wasn't very heavy, but it still stirred up some feelings in him. Just 2 weeks ago, he was an orphan who had to earn his own living expenses, but now, his total assets have exceeded 100 million yuan. For him, money had become nothing more than a number. Only when this money is transformed into tangible objects like cars and houses can he feel anything. With Song Yuan seeing him off,
Qin Feng led Chu Qingxin back to the car. He planned to first find a large supermarket to buy some essential daily necessities, then find a place to eat. After dinner, he and Chu Qingxin would not go back to school that night, but would stay overnight in the newly bought house. Chu Qingxin naturally had no objection to this. After accompanying Qin Feng to buy this house, she felt an even closer connection between them. She knew she couldn't stop Qin Feng from having more women in the future, but she hoped that she could be the one he loved the most. That evening, the two played a thrilling duo game in their newly purchased house. She tried her best to satisfy Qin Feng's every desire to try any position. Finally, exhausted, Chu Qingxin nestled in Qin Feng's arms and fell into a deep sleep, just like a well-behaved and affectionate kitten. Looking at her exquisite and beautiful face, Qin Feng couldn't help but cherish her even more. The next morning, when Qin Feng got up, Chu Qingxin was no longer beside him. He wasn't surprised by this, because Chu Qingxin had already told him last night that she had class this morning, and the teacher would take attendance every class, so she couldn't skip it even if she wanted to. When Qin Feng finished washing up and came to the living room, he saw a delicate breakfast set on the dining table. This was specially made by Chu Qingxin after she got up early this morning, using the ingredients that the two of them bought at the supermarket yesterday afternoon. Next to the breakfast was a card with beautiful handwriting that read, "Honey, I'm going to class now. I've made breakfast for you, remember to eat it. Your most loving baby." Looking at the beautiful handwriting on the card, which was just as lovely as the person himself, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. He then sat down at the table and ate every last bit of the exquisite breakfast that Chu Qingxin had carefully prepared. Chapter 73. The streamer should be more sensible. After enjoying the loving breakfast prepared by Chu Qingxin, Qin Feng, having nothing else to do, took out his phone, opened Douyin TikTok, and planned to browse short videos and watch live streams to pass the time. As soon as he clicked on it, a system message popped up, reminding him that someone in his follow list was live streaming. Qin Feng clicked in out of curiosity and found that Wang Kursen Taro Bobo Sauce was live streaming. During the recent military training, he would spend his evenings in the dormitory with nothing to do, so he would go to the other person's live stream to send gifts, watch them chat, and play PK battles. However, during his 2 days off, he was always accompanied by a beautiful woman and didn't feel bored at all. On the contrary, he didn't watch her live stream much anymore. Seeing that the other party was live streaming, he easily clicked into their live stream. Because Qin Feng had backed her up recently, Wang Kursen almost never lost a PK battle. In addition, she is beautiful and has an outstanding figure, so she attracted a lot of traffic in the live broadcast rooms of her PK opponents. Although it's a weekday morning and not many people have time to watch live streams, her live stream still has over 1,000 online viewers. With such a large online audience, even without big spenders like Qin Feng who frequently send carnival-style gifts, the sheer number of small, scattered gifts would be enough for Wang Kursen to earn enough to cover her daily expenses. Instead of being like before, earning only 10 or 20 yuan a day, which would be all spent on a single meal. When Qin Feng entered Wang Kursen's live stream room under the name Feng Xiaoxiao, a notification effect immediately lit up on the live stream screen indicating that a level 65 account had entered. Then, following his usual practice, Qin Feng immediately gifted Wang Kursen 10 carnival gifts. While chatting with viewers in the live stream, Wang Kursen saw the carnival effect suddenly appear on the screen and immediately knew that her top fan had arrived. She excitedly stood up, bowed, and said, "Thank you, brother Feng Xiaoxiao, for the carnival." The audience in Wang Kursen's livestream is no stranger to the account Feng Xiaoxiao. Especially those longtime viewers who were already in Wang Kursen's live stream room, who had followed Qin Feng through many battles recently, had long since become his loyal followers. Upon seeing him enter, everyone immediately went all out, flooding the screen with comments like, "Welcome, Wind God," and "Wind Xiaoxiao is awesome." Seeing this, Qin Feng generously sent out 10 gift red envelopes worth 10,000 yuan each, letting everyone in the livestream grab them. In an instant, the comments section was filled with extremely excited words of gratitude after grabbing the red envelopes. "Thank you so much for the red envelope, Feng Xiaoxiao. I got over 200 yuan. Ha, I was luckier than you. I got over 500 yuan, which is 2 days' wages. Long live boss Feng Xiaoxiao. Wah, I only managed to snag 20 yuan, just enough for a small portion of braised chicken for lunch, but I still have to thank boss Feng Xiaoxiao." Being able to snag 20 yuan is already considered good, considering there were over 1,000 people in the live stream, and many didn't even manage to grab a single penny. But no matter what, Qin Feng's reputation has skyrocketed. Both old and new viewers have recognized him as the undisputed top fan in the live stream. Many people even left comments for Wang Kursen saying, "Streamer, be more considerate. You have to give a big thumbs up to this top donor." I'm not jealous at all that boss Feng Xiaoxiao gets to eat, he deserves it.
I've been a long-time viewer.
I was there when Feng Xiaoxiao first entered the livestream. I've roughly calculated that Feng Xiaoxiao has given the streamer at least 2 million yuan worth of gifts during this period.
What? Really? Over 2 million? Even if the streamer takes half, that's $1 million. It's all true.
All of this has been witnessed by the brothers over this period of time. Feng Xiaoxiao is definitely not from a guild. These are all real and fake silver coins given to the streamer. Actually, the streamer doesn't actually receive more than 1 million yuan, she still has to pay taxes.
But receiving several 100,000 yuan is definitely not a problem.
Sitting in front of the camera, Wang Kersen looked at the barrage of explicit and blatant comments on the screen, and her face couldn't help but feel hot and flushed. To be honest, she had a very good impression of Qin Feng, and even developed feelings for him that went beyond just good impressions. Because she lacked love from a young age, even her biological parents never spent this much money on her. Qin Feng, someone who had only seen her on his phone screen, was willing to spend over 2 million yuan on her, and never asked her to repay him or anything. In addition, she had just turned 18 and was at the age when young girls begin to experience romantic feelings. Naturally, she couldn't treat this top fan who was supporting her in the livestream as calmly as those experienced big streamers. As the comments in her live stream became increasingly outrageous and explicit, Wang Kersen began to panic. It's a minor issue if the livestream is shut down by the administrator, but it would be terrible if brother Feng Xiaoxiao felt that he had only given without receiving anything in return and never came to her live stream again. It's worth noting that she's made some friends with other streamers while participating in live-streamed PK battles these past few days. When chatting privately with these live streamer friends, she heard mostly gossip and industry secrets. Especially those top female streamers, who seem to have endless glamour, actually pay a considerable price to maintain the support of the big spenders in their live streams. After all, the big shots aren't stupid. Who would want to spend so much money only to get a thank you for the gift in return? Fortunately, Qin Feng spoke up in the comments section at that moment. Please don't stir up trouble. I tipped the streamer simply because I admire her looks and figure. However, as soon as he said that, the viewers in the live stream started spamming the chat even more enthusiastically. Streamer, the big shot is practically implying something. Get a grip. 666, Boss Feng Xiaoxiao has spoken, does the streamer understand? So Fengshan thinks the same way as everyone else. Bobo-chan is a streamer who's all about looks and figure, she can't show any talent at all. Chapter 74, please begin your performance. Dragon soars across the seas, enter the live stream. Dragon soars across the seas, Carnival X1 is here. Just as the viewers in the live stream were sending barrages of comments, joking about Wang Kersen and Qin Feng. A level 70 account with the name Dragon Soars Across the Seas suddenly entered the livestream and gifted Wang Kersen a carnival gift. Thank you for the carnival, brother Longting Si Hai. Wang Kersen quickly and politely expressed her gratitude. However, she did not stand up and bow, so in terms of the level of respect given by the streamer, Qin Feng's presence in the livestream was much greater than when he first entered the room. Longting Si Hai didn't mind and typed directly, can the streamer dance? Give me a dance. I'm sorry, the streamer's dancing is just so I won't embarrass the viewers in the livestream, Wang Kersen politely declined. She wasn't very good at dancing, so after dancing for Qin Feng last time, she never danced again and transitioned into a purely chat and beauty-focused livestreamer. Dragon soars across the seas, Carnival X1 is here. Dragon soars across the seas, Carnival X1 is here. Dragon soars across the seas, Carnival X1 is here. Can we jump now? Longtung Si Hai asked domineeringly, sending out 3 carnivals in a row. His account is level 70, which means he has spent approximately 10 million yuan on virtual gifts in the past. Therefore, no matter which live stream room he enters, the streamers will treat him politely, and they will generally meet his requests as long as they are not too unreasonable. This streamer, named Taro Bobo Sauce, is someone I stumbled upon just now. She's quite pretty, but compared to other streamers known for their looks, she doesn't seem to have much of an advantage. But her figure is amazing, completely unlike what her face should be, making her a perfect example of contrast. Therefore, in order to verify the authenticity of this pair of big thunders, he didn't hesitate to spend 3 carnival sessions just to see this Bobo-chan dance. If this bombshell is real, then he'll have to put in some serious effort to win over this little streamer. He had done this many times. As long as he kept spending money to send gifts, he could usually succeed with 7 out of 10 female streamers. He slowly farmed his level 70 account like this. If this big bomb is a technological marvel, or even a cheat code, then he has no interest in it at all, and he'll just consider the few carnivals he just sent out as a waste. However, to his surprise, despite attending 3 carnivals in a row, Wang Kersen still refused his request. "I'm sorry, I'm a chat-based streamer, I don't dance," Wang Kersen said, shaking her head once again. In fact, her firm refusal to dance was not solely due to her feeling that she was an unattractive dancer. Actually, it was mostly because one night when she was flirting with her top male fan, Feng Xiaoxiao, he half-jokingly said that he couldn't bear to let others see her great figure. So, in order to please the other party, she promised that she would only chat during her live streams and would not deliberately expose her figure. Since they don't want to expose their figure, dancing is naturally out of the question. Xin Feng was surprised that Wang Kersen still remembered their promise from that night. In reality, he was just making a joke that night, but he didn't expect that Wang Kersen would actually give up her biggest advantage as a broadcaster because of his words. Seeing that Wang Kersen didn't want to dance, while Long Tangsihai was still being aggressive in the livestream, he simply gifted 10 carnivals and typed, "If the streamer doesn't want to dance, then don't dance. Ignore him." As soon as he spoke, the other people in the livestream quickly sent comments in agreement, telling Wang Kersen to just sit and chat with them. Long Tangsihai was surprised that someone in the small live stream room with just over 1,000 people would dare to go against him, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud in anger. Dragon soars across the seas, sending out Carnival X10. Your level 65 account only spent a little over half the money I did. How dare you speak here? Long Tangsihai typed without any politeness. What he said wasn't actually wrong. His account level was 70, which meant he had spent around 10 million, while Qin Feng's account level was 65, which meant he had spent around 5 million. Simply comparing the amount spent, Qin Feng's amount was indeed only half of his. However, he didn't know that Qin Feng only took about a week to reach level 65, while he himself took several years to reach level 70. When it comes to the efficiency of making money, he can't even come close to the other guy. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X20. You can pretend however you want in other live streams, but not here, Qin Feng typed with an unchanged expression. Wang Kersen's livestream was filled with carnival-themed effects. This caused the viewers in the livestream to exclaim in surprise, secretly thinking that they were lucky to be able to witness the clash between the two big shots. To be fair, both of them definitely support boss Feng Xiaoxiao. After all, while the big spender Feng Xiaoxiao was giving rewards to the streamers, he didn't forget to send some gifts and red envelopes to these poor guys so that they could share in the glory. On the other hand, the other side only spent 3 carnivals on Bobo-chan, yet they were so aggressive, forcing her to dance. As the saying goes, seeing only a part of the whole picture, this domineering attitude reveals that the other person is definitely not a good-tempered person in real life. Maybe they're the kind of people who drive luxury cars in the rain and splash water all over them. Support is one thing, but Long Tangsihai is a level 70 super rich player, while Feng Xiaoxiao, whom they support, is only level 65. It's hard to say who will be the first to give up if they really fight. Dragon soars across the seas, giving away Carnival X20. I'd like to see if I can keep up this act. Long Tangsihai showed no sign of backing down, clearly intending to fight Qin Feng to the death. Qin Feng remained silent, only sending out carnival gifts. The wind howls as it sends off Carnival X1. The wind howls, sending off Carnival X2. The wind howls as it sends out Carnival X100. Because the carnival cannot be sent with a single click, but must be sent one by one, Qin Feng felt his fingers were about to get tired after sending out 100 carnivals. Please begin your performance, he typed in the comments section. Although Qin Feng didn't name names, everyone in the livestream knew who he was referring to. Boss Feng Xiaoxiao is so domineering. I love it. This is pure domineering CEO fiction. The top spender in my livestream, in a fit of anger, gifted me 300,000 yuan. In the comments section, everyone's enthusiasm seemed to have been ignited by Qin Feng's act of sending out 100 carnivals at once. They typed comments to express their shock at the moment. P.S. There shouldn't be any more details about watching live streams and tipping female streamers, so please feel free to watch. Chapter 75 continues. Sitting in front of the camera, Wang Kersen was so surprised that her mouth was slightly open, and she looked incredulous. In fact, all the carnival gifts Qin Feng had given her over the past few days, even if not 700, were definitely at least 600. However, those were scattered in groups of 3 to 5, or at most 10, so the visual impact was naturally not as strong as 100 consecutive hits at this moment. Damn it, it's just 300,000 yuan, I can't let this go. Inside the finance department of a company. Accountant Zhang Jianping gritted his teeth and kept clicking on the carnival gifts on his phone screen.
Dragon soars across the seas, Carnival X1 is here. Dragon soars across the seas, giving away Carnival X2. Dragon soars across the seas, Carnival X100 giveaway. You think you can outdo me with just 100 carnivals? Dream on, he typed back.
Seeing this, Jinfeng smiled, but instead of replying in text, he sent out another 100 carnivals before typing, continue? Upon seeing Jinfeng's 2 words, which carried a clear sense of provocation, Zhang Jianping felt as if he was about to be driven mad with anger. He never imagined that he would end up arguing with someone in a small live stream room with over 1,000 viewers, simply because he was bored at work and had nothing better to do. Moreover, the other party's financial strength was so strong that they could spend 100 carnivals without hesitation. Once they spent them all, it wasn't enough, so they started spending them a second time. Moreover, judging from their stance, it was clear that if he dared to follow, they would dare to send another 100. Despite his account Dragon soars across the seas reaching an astonishing level of 70, he actually doesn't have much money. All the money he spent on live stream donations was taken from the company's accounts by him, as the company's accountant, using loopholes he discovered. It's precisely because it's not his own money that he doesn't feel bad about spending it, which is why he can so recklessly shower gifts on various female live streamers.
However, this loophole is limited. He cannot withdraw money from the company's account whenever he wants.
He only has one chance to transfer money from the company account to his own account when settling salaries at the end of each month, and the amount of this transfer must not exceed 500,000 yuan.
If it does, the company will immediately find out.
Over the years, he has probably taken more than 15 million yuan from the company's accounts by taking advantage of this loophole. However, it is precisely because of his caution that the amount he takes from the company's accounts each month will never exceed 500,000 yuan, which is why he has not been discovered by the company over the years. Currently, he still has about 500,000 yuan left in his Dragon Soars Across the Seas account, and he can still afford to participate in another round, which means he can spend another 100 carnivals.
But what happens after this round of grinding? If the other party spends another 300,000 and asks if he wants to continue, then he definitely won't be able to afford to continue, given that he only has a little over 200,000 left in his account. Thinking about this, he actually regretted sending out those 100 carnivals earlier. If he had known the other party was so rich and willing to spend money on gifts, he would have been better off running away sooner. If those 100 carnival gifts had been sent to other female streamers' live streams, he could have eaten several meals already. Unlike now, he didn't even hear a thank you and was even mocked and provoked.
Just as Zhang Jianping was having second thoughts and was no longer willing to stubbornly continue his duel with Qin Feng, his office door was suddenly pushed open forcefully from the outside. He was startled and was about to look up and curse when he found 2 men in hats standing in front of him, looking at him with serious expressions.
One of them was holding a pair of silver handcuffs.
Behind the 2 men in hats, their company's general manager was also staring at him angrily.
Zhang Jianping, you've been exposed. Come with us.
The man in the hat holding the silver handcuffs stepped forward and shouted coldly at him. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jianping's face immediately showed a look of panic and despair. Qin Feng had no idea that the level 70 super rich player, Long Teng Si Hai, who had been clashing with him in the livestream just a moment ago, was about to face imprisonment and spend the rest of his life in jail. Seeing that the other party didn't respond for a long time, he assumed that the other party was too scared to continue the back and forth and simply gave up and left the livestream. At this time, everyone else in the live broadcast room, including Wang Kursen, thought the same thing. As expected, Boss Feng Xiaoxiao is the real super rich one. That Long Teng Si Hai, with his high level of 70, seemed awesome, but after just one round against Boss Feng Xiaoxiao, he immediately backed down and ran away.
It's hilarious. Does the Wind God need any more underlings?
Please take me in, I promise I'll be obedient. My God, I almost witnessed a $1 million reward show, but unfortunately the other side was a coward. He only spent 300,000 and then didn't dare to continue.
I am now absolutely certain that Boss Feng Xiaoxiao truly loves the streamer. If this isn't true love, then I'll never believe in love again. It has to be true love. If I could meet a man in real life who was willing to spend this much money on me, I would definitely choose to marry him without hesitation. Yes, I would marry a man like that.
Seeing the screen filled with comments saying that Feng Xiaoxiao truly loved her, Wang Kursen suddenly felt an urge to meet him offline. In fact, she had had this impulse before. She had also hinted at this to him in private conversations, but he said he was currently in military training and couldn't find the time to meet her, so the matter was temporarily dropped. However, she did gain something. At least from that conversation, she obtained an important piece of information. Her top fan, Feng Xiaoxiao, was not some greasy middle-aged man or old man, but a freshman who was about the same age as her. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but become even more curious about his real-life appearance.
How can a freshman be so rich? He casually spends dozens of carnival gifts on her. The other family must be very rich. Is he handsome? Tall? Has a good physique? It shouldn't be an ugly, short, and fat guy, right?
She was just so curious. This curiosity led to an impulse that made it difficult for her to control her behavior. Ultimately, she was just an 18-year-old girl who was just beginning to experience romantic feelings and had never been in a relationship before. She yearned for love intensely, having lacked parental love since childhood.
Chapter 76 Meeting.
Dear viewers in the live stream, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I'll have to end the broadcast here for today.
Bye-bye. Wang Kurson greeted the viewers in the live stream and then hurriedly ended the broadcast.
Seeing the message live stream has ended displayed on the phone screen, everyone in the live stream, including Qin Feng, was momentarily stunned. However, once everyone realized what had happened, apart from a few loyal fans who were worried about what urgent matter had caused the streamer to end the broadcast so hastily, the rest of the audience simply ignored it and continued to browse other live streams that interested them. Qin Feng was originally planning to browse other live streams, but he suddenly received a message from Wang Kurson on his phone.
Brother Qin Feng, I want to come find you right now. I want to see you. Is that all right?
Even from just words, Qin Feng could sense Wang Kurson's eagerness to meet him.
Why do you suddenly want to see me?
Qin Feng typed, somewhat curiously.
I don't know why, but I just want to see you. Can I meet you? Wang Kurson asked again. Huicheng is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Nanjing. In a clean and tidy rental room far from the city center.
Wearing a pink short dress that revealed her fair legs and a large expanse of white skin, Wang Kurson was lying on her bed, staring nervously at her phone screen, waiting for a response from the other side.
How did you get here? The next second, when Wang Kurson saw this reply, a look of surprise and excitement immediately appeared on her face. She quickly typed back, I've already checked on my phone. There's a direct flight from Huicheng to Jilin at 1 p.m., and it only takes a little over 2 hours to get there. Seeing that Wang Kurson had already picked out the plane tickets, Qin Feng simply typed, in that case, send me your ID number and I'll buy the tickets for you. Qin Feng was actually somewhat looking forward to Wang Kurson coming to see him. Putting everything else aside, her stunning figure alone was something he had never seen in real life. It should be noted that among all the girls he has met, Lu Wen's figure can be said to be the most voluptuous, but in some aspects, she is completely incomparable to Wang Kurson. He was genuinely curious about how this girl developed, since judging from the photos she sent him privately, she wasn't actually fat, and was even rather thin, yet she managed to grow so well despite her slender frame. It was truly remarkable. When Qin Feng said he would book her plane ticket, Wang Kurson did not refuse. Although she received a huge reward from Qin Feng during this period, the platform has not yet settled the account with her, so she doesn't actually have much money on her right now. She probably only has enough money to buy a plane ticket from Huicheng to Jilin. A moment later, Qin Feng used the ID number Wang Kurson had sent him to book a first-class ticket for her and sent her a screenshot of the relevant information. When Wang Kurson saw that Qin Feng had booked her a first-class ticket, her joy grew even more, as it showed that he still valued her. 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
The flight from Huicheng to Jilin took off on time. This was Wang Kurson's first time on an airplane, and also her first time leaving Huicheng for another unfamiliar city. She researched flight guides online beforehand, carefully followed the steps to check in, get her boarding pass, go through security, find her gate, and finally boarded the plane smoothly. For Wang Kurson, who had never traveled far alone before, this journey from Huicheng to Jilin was nothing short of a grand adventure. But the thought that someone she longed to see was waiting for her in that city she had never been to before filled her with courage. Because she had purchased a first-class ticket, and because she looked very young, the flight attendants took great care of her throughout the flight, bringing her food if she was hungry, water if she was thirsty, and blankets if she was cold. Although these are just ordinary acts of care that flight attendants often do for passengers, they brought a deep sense of warmth to Wang Kurson, who lacked love since childhood. This also made her feel less nervous or afraid about the rest of the trip, and instead filled her with anticipation.
3:20 p.m.
The plane landed smoothly in Nanjing. The moment her phone signal was restored, she sent Qin Feng a message to let him know that she had arrived at Jilin Airport.
Qin Feng immediately replied, I've arrived too. I'm in the parking lot outside the airport. Call me when you come out of the terminal and I'll come find you.
Upon receiving Qin Feng's reply, Wang Kersen immediately felt relieved. She then followed the group of people who had disembarked from the plane and walked towards the airport exit. Once you step out of the terminal and into the outside world, it suddenly feels like the world becomes much noisier. There were unlicensed taxi drivers actively soliciting passengers, passengers making phone calls while waiting for relatives or friends to pick them up, and passengers who had been holding back their cigarettes all the way and couldn't wait to borrow a light as soon as they got off the plane and were smoking around the trash can.
Wang Kersen stood at the door, dragging a small suitcase, looking around.
She didn't know what Qin Feng looked like. Although the two had chatted a lot in private, Qin Feng had never sent her a photo of himself. It was precisely this added element of mystery that made Wang Kersen feel both nervous and expectant.
"Miss, need a ride?"
Just as Wang Kersen was about to take out her phone to call Qin Feng, a slightly disheveled middle-aged man suddenly walked up to her and asked a question. Wang Kersen was startled. She had almost thought that the person in front of her was Qin Feng, the brother she had been longing to meet. If that's the case, then her dream will be shattered on the spot. Fortunately, the other party was just an unlicensed taxi driver trying to solicit business. Just as she waved her hand, preparing to refuse, a young male voice suddenly rang out behind her, saying on her behalf, "No need, she has someone to pick her up." Upon hearing this voice, Wang Kersen immediately turned her head. What you see is a young man whose handsome looks are no less than those of an idol star, with a standard physique, and even through his clothes, you can vaguely see the perfect muscle contours. At that moment, the other person was also looking at her with a smile. Without needing to speak, she was absolutely certain that this was the Qin Feng brother she had been longing to see.
Chapter 77, The Good Guy Card?
In the Porsche. Qin Feng sat in the driver's seat, focused on driving, while Wang Kersen sat in the passenger seat, her bright eyes fixed on Qin Feng's handsome profile, her gaze filled with undisguised admiration. She never expected that her beloved Qin Feng would actually be so handsome in real life. Originally, she was just thinking that she would be content as long as Qin Feng wasn't too ugly, but she never expected that his real-life handsomeness would far exceed her imagination. For a moment, it made her feel like she was in an idol drama, as if it were a dream and unreal.
"You must be exhausted after an afternoon of flying, right?"
Qin Feng asked with concern as he turned to look at the girl with Big Thunder next to him while driving. Wang Kersen and Qin Feng exchanged a glance, feeling the concern in each other's eyes, and her heart warmed. She quickly shook her head and replied,
"I'm not tired at all.
My brother booked me a first-class ticket, and the chair was very comfortable.
The ladies on the plane were also very nice to me and gave me lots of food."
"That's good." Qin Feng nodded with a smile, then continued, "How many days are you planning to stay in Jinling before going back?"
"Brother, I just arrived today. Are you already in such a hurry to send me away?"
Wang Kersen said, sounding a little aggrieved. Qin Feng glanced at her and saw that the little girl's eyes were slightly red, as if she was about to cry at any moment.
He quickly explained, "How could that be? I'm so happy that you came all this way to play with me. Why would I be in a hurry to send you away?"
"I'm just worried that you'll be out playing alone for too long, and your parents will be worried about you at home." Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't really in a hurry to get rid of her, Wang Kersen felt relieved and said, "They won't worry about me." She paused slightly, then added in a tone clearly tinged with sadness, "Even if I die out there, they won't care about me." Upon hearing Wang Kersen's words, Qin Feng naturally understood that there must be a story behind them. However, since the other party did not take the initiative to continue the conversation, it was clear that they did not want to discuss this topic further.
So he didn't press for the reason.
Instead, he reached out his right hand and gently stroked Wang Kersen's head, soothingly saying in a soft tone, "It's okay, I'm here. As long as you don't want to go back, you can stay in Jinling as long as you want. I will take good care of you." How could Wang Kersen, a young girl who had just entered the world and had not experienced much of life, possibly bear this? Moreover, the person who said these words was none other than her beloved Qin Feng brother, and she immediately felt as if she had fallen for him. Her cheeks turned bright red, and she looked as if she had drunk too much alcohol. "Brother Qin Feng, you're such a kind person." Wang Kersen blushed, clearly feeling shy, but she still mustered her courage and leaned her head on Qin Feng's right shoulder, speaking softly. She didn't know why, but when she rested her head on the other person's shoulder, she felt an indescribable sense of security that made her feel very at ease. Qin Feng let Wang Kersen rest her head on his shoulder, but what he was thinking was, "You can't just randomly give out good guy cards, little sister." However, when he slightly turned his head to look down at the girl leaning on his shoulder, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the snow-white cleavage. Although I had seen it in photos and videos before, the impact of seeing it in person was far less than that of seeing it through a screen. Fortunately, the road from the airport to the city center was a straight avenue with relatively little traffic. In addition, Qin Feng's driving skills were amazing. Otherwise, given his long period of distraction, anyone else would probably have caused a traffic accident. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze fixed on her chest, Wang Kersen felt a little shy, but she didn't feel any aversion or disgust. In fact, she even felt a hint of joy. You know, if any other man looked at her like that, she would feel absolutely disgusted. But when the person looking at her was her brother Qin Feng, she only felt happy that she had something about her that could attract him. Wang Kersen was unaware that, due to a lack of love since childhood, she actually had a people-pleasing personality, especially towards those who had given her warmth. She would subconsciously want to make them happy. Just then, knowing that Qin Feng was looking at her, she deliberately adjusted her posture so that he could see her more clearly. Qin Feng didn't consider himself a novice who couldn't resist women, but at this moment, he really found it hard to look away from Wang Kersen. Fortunately, he still retained some rationality and knew that he was driving and could not be too distracted. So, with his strong self-control, he finally managed to focus all his attention on the road in front of him. However, I couldn't help but think to myself, little vixen. The silver-gray Porsche continued driving towards the city. However, at a traffic light intersection, Qin Feng happened to be at a red light and was waiting for the green light to turn green when a bright red Ferrari suddenly roared up from behind and stopped in the straight lane on his right. Qin Feng turned his head and glanced through the right-hand window, only to find that the young driver of the Ferrari was also looking at his Porsche. Their eyes met, and the other man spoke first, saying, "Dude, your 8-cylinder Panamera is something else." Before Qin Feng could answer, he continued to ask, "The Turbo S model is really rare in China. Your car must have cost over 3 million, right? More or less." Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions and was simply interested in the car he was driving, Qin Feng nodded slightly in reply. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Zhu Xingjie was somewhat taken aback. Keep in mind that this price of over 3 million is almost the same as the on-road price of the Ferrari F8 he's currently driving. However, although Porsche is also a luxury car brand, it still lags behind Ferrari in many ways. Given the same price tag of over 3 million, probably 99 out of 100 people would choose to buy his Ferrari F8 rather than the other person's Porsche Panamera Turbo S. However, precisely because of this, when someone actually spent 3 million to buy a Porsche Panamera, he felt a sense of admiration for that person. This shows that the other person is genuinely interested in cars, rather than focusing on brand and value for money like he does. Chapter 78: A Race. Wang Kersen didn't know much about cars, but she recognized that the car Qin Feng was driving was a Porsche. Because one of her high school classmates' fathers drives this brand of car, and the classmate often brags in class that her father's car cost nearly $1 million to buy. And every weekend, when his father drove to pick him up, it would cause quite a stir at the school gate. Therefore, when Wang Kersen first saw the car Qin Feng was driving, she assumed that the car was worth about 1 million. Although 1 million yuan is a lot, when she thought about how the total amount of gifts the other party had given her in her livestream was more than 1 million yuan, she didn't feel there was any problem at all. However, when she heard the owner of the red sports car next door say that the Porsche she was sitting in was actually worth more than 3 million, she couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. After all, in her hometown of Huicheng, 3 million yuan is enough to buy a large house of more than 100 square meters in the city center. "Hey buddy, wanna race me?" Zhu Xingjie leaned out of the car window and enthusiastically invited Qin Feng to a race. Before he finished speaking, he slammed on the gas pedal, and the red Ferrari under his seat roared like a beast, seemingly challenging Qin Feng's Panamera. Zhu Xingjie is a sports car and racing enthusiast, and his family is quite well off. So, on his 18th birthday, his parents bought him this red Ferrari F8 as a birthday present. Having acquired this sports car, he repeatedly defeated other wealthy second-generation enthusiasts in the racing game circle thanks to his driving skills, which far surpassed those of his peers. He eventually made a name for himself among the wealthy second generation in Nanjing, earning the nickname Little Car God of Nanjing. When he saw that Qin Feng had actually spent over 3 million yuan to buy this Porsche Panamera Turbo S with over 600 horsepower, he immediately concluded in his heart that the other person, like him, must be a racing enthusiast. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel the urge to compete with the other party. The road leading from the airport to the city center happens to have no speed cameras and is flat and wide, making it ideal as a racetrack. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly tempted. You should know that ever since he acquired the driving proficiency skill, he has never really used it, except for a few drifts. Even he himself doesn't know exactly what level his driving skills are at now. However, when he saw Wang Kersen in the passenger seat next to him, he shook his head at Zhu Xingjie and refused, saying, "Let's call it a day."
I have someone in the passenger seat. We can have another race when we meet again sometime.
Hey buddy, don't do that. Xu Xingjie, whose racing enthusiasm had already been ignited, immediately urged, as the saying goes, there's no time like the present.
It's fate that we met today. If we miss today, who knows when we'll meet again?
At this moment, Wang Kursen also looked at him and said firmly, I'm fine, brother Qin Feng.
If you want to compete with him, then go ahead and compete. I believe you will definitely win.
Qin Feng wasn't one to hesitate, so seeing this, he simply nodded and said, okay, then remember to hold on tight to the handrail above your head later.
Wang Kursen nodded in response.
Immediately, Qin Feng looked up at Xu Xingjie in the Ferrari sports car beside him and said, you tell me, how do you want to compete? The race will officially begin after the red light countdown ends.
After 3 turns, there will be a traffic light intersection. We'll use that intersection as the finish line. Whoever gets there first wins, okay?
Xu Xingjie was clearly very familiar with this road, so when Qin Feng asked him how he wanted to compete, he immediately responded.
Okay, we'll do it your way.
Qin Feng nodded decisively in agreement. Seeing that Qin Feng had agreed to the race, Xu Xingjie became excited. His eyes were fixed on the red light that was about to turn green, and he was pressing the accelerator so hard that it was humming, as if he was ready to sprint off at any moment. Seeing the other party's serious expression, Qin Feng also slightly restrained his casual attitude, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. With flashing red lights, the race entered its final 3-second countdown, symbolizing the start of the competition.
3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended and the red light turned green, the fiery red Ferrari let out a beast-like roar and sped forward like a flame. Immediately afterwards, the silver-gray Porsche, a beat slower, transformed into a streak of silver light and shot out in quick succession. On a bright red Ferrari F8. Looking through the rearview mirror, Xu Xingjie glanced at the Panamera that had fallen half a car length behind him from the start, and a smug smile crept onto his lips. A half-car length lead at the start was enough to secure his victory in the race. On a silver-gray Porsche Panamera.
Qin Feng glanced at the bright red Ferrari slightly ahead of him on his right, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Actually, at the very beginning, his movements were about a second ahead of Xu Xingjie's.
Don't underestimate that 1 second.
In professional racing competitions, a 1-second lead at the start can almost guarantee victory in the entire race. However, the Ferrari's engine had a power output of over 700 horsepower, while his Panamera, although a high-spec V8 version, still had a slightly inferior engine power of only over 600 horsepower. That's why the other side overtook them by half a car length. However, through the initial steps, Qin Feng had roughly figured out Xu Xingjie's driving skills. Compared to ordinary people, he is indeed quite good, but compared to him who has the driving proficiency skills granted by the system, there is still a significant gap. So even though his Porsche wasn't as powerful as the other guy's Ferrari, Qin Feng still felt that the other guy couldn't beat him in this race. From the traffic light where the two started to the first bend, there is a straight road about 3 kilometers long. In a straight line, it's all about pure speed, and both of them floored the accelerator. Both the Ferrari and the Porsche roared deafeningly, their V8 engines spinning at breakneck speed, causing the temperature inside the engine bay to rise rapidly in a short period of time.
Chapter 79. Was she forcibly kissed? With over 700 horsepower, the Ferrari is ultimately superior to the Panamera with only over 600 horsepower in straight-line acceleration. Therefore, even though Qin Feng and Xu Xingjie both floored the accelerator, the gap between the two cars only widened. As they approached the first bend, Xu Xingjie had already pulled 2 car lengths ahead of Qin Feng. Looking at the difference in power between the two cars in the rearview mirror, Xu Xingjie was basically certain that he had won the race. After all, his car had a significant advantage in power compared to the other car. The Ferrari F8 is a pure sports car, while the Porsche Panamera is a coupe designed for comfortable urban driving. Even though the Qin Feng Turbo S has the highest spec V8 engine, the inherent gap between it and a pure sports car is still insurmountable. With the curve just ahead, Xu Xingjie unconsciously slowed down the Ferrari.
You have to understand, his top speed just now was nearly 200 miles per hour. Let alone at that speed, even at 100 miles per hour, he wouldn't be able to take the corner with any confidence.
Forcing a high-speed corner would only result in a fatal accident.
Although he enjoys the thrill of high-speed racing, he has no intention of deliberately courting death.
However, just as the Ferrari was gradually slowing down, the Porsche behind it did not slow down at all, and even accelerated again. With the two factors cancelling each other out, Ferrari, which was originally in the lead, was instantly overtaken by Porsche. Has he gone mad?
Seeing the silver-gray Porsche speeding past his car, Zhu Xingjie's face immediately showed an expression of utter horror.
The curve is just ahead. At the other driver's current speed, even if they wanted to brake suddenly, it would be too late. And going around the curve at a speed of over 100 miles per hour, the only outcome for the other driver would be a fatal accident. He couldn't imagine what a horrific scene he would witness next, and the culprit behind this tragedy was none other than himself. If he hadn't challenged the other party to a fight, the other party wouldn't be fighting so desperately right now. But is it worth risking your life just for the sake of winning a single match? At the same time, on a silver-gray Porsche.
As the curve drew ever closer, Qin Feng showed no sign of panic.
He even had the mind to call out to Wang Kersen, who was in the passenger seat beside him. "How are you? Are you scared?" Wang Kersen looked tense, gripping the overhead handrail tightly with both hands.
Hearing Qin Feng's voice, she instinctively turned her head and replied, "As long as my brother is here, I'm not afraid." However, despite this, Qin Feng could still see a clear hint of fear on her face. Seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle and comfort him. "It's okay, if you're really scared, just close your eyes." Upon hearing this, Wang Kersen, though still frightened, firmly shook her head and said, "I won't close my eyes, I believe in my brother."
Hearing Wang Kersen's trusting words, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of relief.
It's important to remember that this was only their first meeting, and for the other person to trust him so much on such a first meeting was truly remarkable. At this moment, the bend ahead was already very close, but Qin Feng still showed no intention of slowing down. As the silver-gray Porsche entered the bend at over 100 miles per hour, Zhu Xingjie was almost too afraid to look at the fiery red Ferrari behind him. However, the expected horrific crash and fatalities did not occur. Instead, the silver-gray Porsche entered the curve at high speed and smoothly drifted through it before smoothly entering the second straight section.
This scene left Zhu Xingjie almost speechless. That drift. I'm afraid only professional race car drivers can pull off this. Who exactly is this guy in front of me? He had never heard of such a skilled driver appearing in the racing circle of Jinling. After Zhu Xingjie successfully navigated the first bend, the two cars switched positions, with the silver-gray Porsche taking the lead and leaving the fiery red Ferrari several car lengths behind. Despite Zhu Xingjie flooring the accelerator and the Ferrari's engine revving wildly with a beastly roar, he only managed to narrow the gap between the two cars to 2 car lengths. However, with the appearance of the second bend, the gap that had been narrowed so painstakingly was widened once again. Zhu Xingjie was almost in despair. If the opponent's perfect drift on the first corner could be attributed to luck, then on the second corner, the opponent again successfully navigated it with a perfect drift. This shows that the other driver's skills are in deep professional level, enough to easily crush him, an amateur. Even if the other car is inferior to mine, I still have no chance of winning. Sure enough, when Qin Feng once again drove the Porsche through the third and final bend with a perfect drift, the distance between him and Zhu Xingjie was already over 100 meters. Even if Zhu Xingjie's Ferrari had plenty of power, it wouldn't be able to close such a large gap in such a short straight distance. Sure enough, when Qin Feng's Porsche came to a steady stop at the traffic light intersection that was agreed upon before the race, Zhu Xingjie's Ferrari was still more than 100 meters behind him. "Brother Qin Feng, we won."
After the car came to a stop, Wang Kersen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately shouted excitedly. She was initially a little scared, but after Qin Feng steadily navigated the first bend, her fear diminished considerably. After passing the second bend, her fear had completely disappeared, and she even felt a little excited. As she passed the third bend, her heart was filled with excitement and exhilaration. The unique feeling brought about by this speed and passion was something she had never experienced in her previous 18 years of life. At this moment, she was experiencing the most thrilling moment of her life. This thrill made her tremble involuntarily all over, and even her soul felt numb. Under the combined stimulation of dopamine, endorphins, and even adrenaline, she couldn't help but make an impulsive move. She unbuckled her seatbelt, then cupped Qin Feng's cheeks and kissed him passionately. At this moment, Qin Feng, who was restrained by the seatbelt and unable to move, had only one thought in his mind. I was forcibly kissed? Chapter 80 Cheap Apprentice. As a real man, how could Qin Feng possibly allow such a thing to happen? He quickly unbuckled the safety buckle at his waist, then switched from defense to offense, turning the tables and pulling Wang Kersen into his arms. Wang Kersen had never had such intimate contact with a man before. The kiss just now was actually her first time. However, under the stimulation of strong emotions, she involuntarily took the initiative to kiss her Qin Feng brother. However, having no experience in kissing, her movements were still too immature and clumsy. She had just been forcibly biting Qin Feng's lips. At this moment, Qin Feng took the initiative, immediately giving her a completely different and comfortable experience. Soon, she completely surrendered, letting Qin Feng hold her in his arms and freely exchange saliva. It wasn't until Zhu Xingjie's Ferrari pulled up in the lane next to them, and he stared in astonishment at the two people kissing passionately inside the car, that Qin Feng finally released Wang Kersen from his arms. He then looked at her with an expression of utter dismay, as if his plans had been ruined. Wang Kersen lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed, and dared not look up at Qin Feng.
At the same time,
feeling Qin Feng staring at him like that, Zhu Xingjie realized he was in the wrong. He immediately gave an awkward smile, then deliberately coughed a few times to change the subject, saying, "Brother, where did you learn your driving skills?
Can you teach me? I'd like to become your apprentice."
At first, Zhu Xingjie addressed Qin Feng as bro, but now he was so impressed by Qin Feng's driving skills that he started calling him brother. It seems that as soon as Qin Feng nods and says he's willing to teach him driving skills, he'll immediately start addressing Qin Feng as master. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't want to take this apprentice as his own, as his driving skills were given to him by the system and he was self-taught. While he could certainly teach Zhu Xingjie, an amateur enthusiast, he was too lazy to bother, since he and Zhu Xingjie had only just met. However, even after being politely rejected by Qin Feng, Zhu Xingjie was still unwilling to give up. He genuinely loved racing, and Qin Feng was the only person he had ever met in real life who could impress him with his superb driving skills. He was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away so easily.
"Master, please accept me as your disciple. I beg you. I swear, I will respect you and do my best." Zhu Xingjie continued to plead.
Seeing Zhu Xingjie's persistence and sincerity, Qin Feng softened his tone slightly and said, "Forget about you becoming my disciple.
I don't have that much time to teach you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingjie couldn't help but show a hint of regret on his face.
However, Qin Feng then changed the subject and continued, "But if I have time, I can still teach you a few moves, which should be enough for you now." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingjie was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, master.
I will definitely practice diligently and live up to your expectations."
Qin Feng felt a black line appear on his forehead. He knew that Zhu Xingjie, who was already in his early 20s, was obviously older than him, yet he was being addressed as "you, sir." This slightly odd way of addressing her successfully made Wang Kersen, who was listening intently to their conversation, burst out laughing. Seeing this, Zhu Xingjie immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing again. He was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain, but Qin Feng directly raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, "No need to explain.
I'm not angry. Just be more careful next time."
"Okay, master." Zhu Xingjie breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then he took out his phone, wanting to add Qin Feng's contact information so that the two could continue to communicate in the future. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse, so he took out his phone as well. When Zhu Xingjie saw that Qin Feng had taken out a uniquely designed Virtu phone, he couldn't help but have a new understanding of the financial strength of his newly acquainted, cheap mentor. If he wasn't mistaken, the Virtu phone the other person was using was the same one used by a business friend of his father's. At the time, he overheard his father talking to the other party about this phone at the dinner table, and the price was around 600,000 yuan. As a second-generation rich kid, his parents were willing to spend over 3 million yuan to buy him a Ferrari, but they would never be willing to spend 600,000 yuan to buy him a cell phone. People who are willing to spend 600,000 yuan on a mobile phone are most likely like his father's friends, successful people who value the status symbol of the product more than its practical value.
But how old is his master? How could someone so young have already achieved such success in their career?
Compared to this conjecture, he still felt that it was more likely that the other party was a rich second-generation heir whose family's economic strength was much greater than his own.
Regardless of the circumstances, he was completely convinced by his master.
"There was nothing I could do. I couldn't beat them in driving skills, money, or even looks. Even when it comes to women, the stunningly beautiful young woman in the passenger seat completely outshone the young model he was currently dating."
It was a complete and utter annihilation.
After exchanging contact information, the two exchanged names. Zhu Xingjie politely told Qin Feng to call him Xiao Zhu or Xiao Jie, not caring at all that he was actually a few years older than Qin Feng. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng also addressed the other party as Xiao Jie without any hesitation. Zhu Xingjie said he felt quite comfortable hearing this, as it showed that his master and he were no longer as distant as they had been at the beginning. He had originally planned to invite Qin Feng and Wang Kersen to dinner that evening as a simple apprenticeship banquet. However, since Wang Kersen had only arrived in Jinling today, Qin Feng wanted to spend some time alone with her, so he simply refused his apprentice's invitation. Seeing this, Zhu Xingjie had no choice but to give up for the time being, but he made an appointment with Qin Feng to give him a chance to host a banquet for his master next time he had time. Qin Feng readily agreed, and the two parted ways at an intersection near the city center, each returning home.
Chapter 81 Prince Charming.
Qin Feng and Wang Kersen had dinner at Jinling Restaurant. This is a century-old Nanjing restaurant, and its dishes are very characteristic of Nanjing, such as duck blood vermicelli soup, salted duck, beef pot stickers, xiaolong bao soup dumplings, red bean glutinous rice balls, and so on. This was Wang Kersen's first time visiting Nanjing, so naturally she wanted to try these local delicacies. Although Qin Feng had been in Jinling for about half a month, he had never made a special effort to find local delicacies to eat like he did today, so he had a particularly enjoyable dining experience. The two ordered a table full of local delicacies and started chatting while eating. Qin Feng picked up a steaming soup dumpling, dipped it in the vinegar sauce, and took a bite. The sweetmeat juice immediately flowed out of the dumpling, filling his mouth.
These soup dumplings taste good, you should try them.
Qin Feng took the initiative to put a soup dumpling into Wang Kersen's bowl. Although his gesture was simple, it made Wang Kersen clearly feel the warmth of being cared for. With a smile on her face, she picked up a soup dumpling from the bowl, and then, imitating Qin Feng's actions, dipped it in a little vinegar before putting it in her mouth. As the sweet, juicy meat sauce entered her mouth, her eyes lit up instantly. The taste was something she had never experienced before, and she immediately ate the entire small soup dumpling. "Eat more if you like it, don't be shy with me." Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately put another one on her plate. Wang Kersen thoroughly enjoyed being taken care of, and thus happily accepted Qin Feng's feeding.
After finishing the second soup dumpling, Wang Kersen looked at Qin Feng with bright eyes and said, "Brother Qin Feng, do you know? Before I met you this afternoon, I was actually imagining what you looked like in my mind." "Oh? So what do you imagine me to be like?"
Qin Feng asked with a smile as he placed a piece of salted duck into Wang Kersen's bowl. "In my imagination, Brother Qin Feng is a very handsome Prince Charming who suddenly appears when I'm in my most difficult time and saves me."
Wang Kersen's eyes seemed to shine as she spoke.
"Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you," Qin Feng replied with a light laugh. He could understand her fantasies after all, she was just an 18-year-old girl, and it was perfectly normal for her to fantasize about a Prince Charming coming to rescue her. However, he was also aware of his own limitations. Although he was currently in excellent condition, he was still quite different from the Prince Charming figure who only existed in the fantasies of young girls. However, Wang Kersen shook her head upon hearing this and said earnestly, "I am not disappointed at all, and I am even pleasantly surprised, because Brother Qin Feng is even more handsome than the Prince Charming I imagined." Qin Feng was slightly surprised to receive such high praise from the girl. It's important to understand that all he did for Wang Kersen was give her some gifts. Although these gifts are quite valuable, they are really nothing to some female streamers with a large following. Even with some particularly aloof individuals, it's uncertain whether you can even arrange to meet in person, let alone expect them to see you as their Prince Charming. However, he didn't know that for Wang Kersen, who was struggling to pay her rent for the next month, the gifts he gave her were truly a lifesaver. If it weren't for those gifts, she probably would have given up live streaming by now and found a job like a convenience store cashier. After all, without education or parental support, it would be extremely difficult for her to survive in a society where money is needed everywhere. Given her looks and figure, if she were to be careless and encounter someone with ulterior motives, she could very well go astray. Once you step into that wrong path, it's very difficult to get out. Even if you do manage to get out, the things that happen can never be erased. Therefore, for Wang Kersen, Qin Feng was truly like a Prince Charming, appearing suddenly when she needed help the most and saving her. Moreover, he is indeed handsome in real life, perfectly fitting the image of a Prince Charming in the hearts of young girls. So when Wang Kersen first met Qin Feng that afternoon, she felt no disappointment at all, but rather a great surprise. Because this was exactly the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. No. Her Qin Feng brother is more perfect and more lovable than Prince Charming. As their conversation deepened, Qin Feng learned more about Wang Kersen's situation from her. Her parents' relationship was strained from childhood, and when she was in 6th grade, they finally couldn't take it anymore and divorced. They then each started new families, and she became the superfluous one. "I have been living at school since junior high school. Because of my poor grades, my less than ideal appearance, and my less than outgoing personality, I have made very few friends." After entering high school, although her appearance gradually matured and her figure became more and more outstanding, and many boys wanted to pursue her, she was still in a semi-isolated situation by her classmates and teachers because of her grades and personality. 3 months ago, after receiving her high school diploma, she simply gave up on further studies since with her grades, she was destined not to get into a good university anyway. I started doing live streaming because I wanted to live independently and earn money to support myself. Unfortunately, the job of live streaming was not as easy as she had imagined. If it weren't for Qin Feng's sudden appearance, she would have already considered giving up. After listening to Wang Kersen finish telling her story, Qin Feng fell silent. The girl in front of him resonated with him somewhat. Although her parents were both alive, they hadn't given her much love or care. In contrast, although Qin Feng lost both his parents and grew up in an orphanage, the kind-hearted old director still showed a lot of care for the children. For these orphans, this was indeed a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness for Wang Kersen. This beautiful young woman from Delay probably hasn't experienced much affection since childhood, so it's no wonder that when he simply served her some food, she showed a hint of being touched. Chapter 82 is ready. After finishing the meal, Qin Feng only spent a little over 1,000 yuan when he paid the bill. Although the prices of these time-honored restaurants are much higher than those of ordinary restaurants, they are still for the general public and cannot be compared with the prices of top-tier private cuisine like Dongzhou Royal Banquet. However, for Wang Kersen, spending over 1,000 yuan on a single meal for two was still quite a shock and a painful experience. In fact, she can now be considered a millionaire, just waiting for the platform to settle her commission on those gifts. However, traditional consumption habits are not easy to change, so Wang Kersen still has the consumption habits of an ordinary person and feels that spending several hundred yuan per person on a meal is expensive. However, soon after Qin Feng took her to a nearby high-end hotel and booked her a presidential suite that cost nearly 60,000 yuan a night, her spending habits were once again shocked. If the platform settles her commission with her, she, as a millionaire, can still accept that a meal for two costs more than 1,000 yuan. Even after becoming a millionaire, she still couldn't bring herself to spend money on the presidential suite, which cost nearly 60,000 yuan a night. 1 million may seem like a lot, but a presidential suite that costs 60,000 per night can only last for a dozen or so nights. Brother, I don't really need to stay in such an expensive hotel. Why don't we cancel the room and find somewhere else to stay? At the hotel reception desk, taking advantage of the brief moment when the receptionist was busy checking in, Wang Kersen pulled Qin Feng's arm and whispered something in his ear. Although she knew Qin Feng was rich, she didn't want him to spend so much money on her, especially since he had already given her over 2 million yuan in gifts and tips. Deep down, she didn't think she was worth that much money from the other person. You should know that even her parents only paid her the most basic living expenses all her life, and never spent so much money on her. However, Qin Feng gently put his arm around her waist, pressed his cheek close to hers, and whispered, "I told you, I would take good care of you." He paused slightly, then added with a smile, "Besides, this amount of money is really nothing to me." Feeling the strong masculine scent emanating from the other person, and recalling their passionate kiss in the car that afternoon, Wang Kersen couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning. She couldn't help but reach out and hug Qin Feng's waist, then buried her head in his chest like an adorable koala. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the cute head of the girl in his arms a few times. At this moment, the hotel receptionist finished the formalities and handed Qin Feng a room key with both hands. "Sir, your room has been booked and is on the 8th floor. Your personal butler will be waiting for you at the elevator." Qin Feng nodded slightly, took the room card from the other party's hand, and then put his arm around Wang Kersen's waist and led her into the elevator. After swiping the room card, the elevator automatically ascended to the 8th floor, where the hotel's dedicated butler was indeed already waiting at the elevator entrance. After Qin Feng and his companion stepped out of the elevator, he immediately stepped forward, took the luggage from Qin Feng's hands, and then enthusiastically led the way, taking them to the entrance of the presidential suite. "Sir, please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. I'm available 24/7. The butler opened the door to the presidential suite for Qin Feng and his companion, then bowed respectfully and said, "Okay, I'll contact you if I need anything." "You can leave now," Qin Feng nodded and said. "Then I hope you have a pleasant rest tonight." The butler nodded and bowed once more, then turned and left without hesitation. As Qin Feng closed the suite door from inside, only Qin Feng and Wang Kersen remained in the luxurious presidential suite. Wang Kersen was a little nervous at this moment, even though she had mentally prepared herself and knew what was going to happen next. After all, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to fly from Huiqing to Jinling to see Qin Feng if she hadn't been mentally prepared. However, as the moment approached, she couldn't help but feel nervous and scared. "Brother Qin Feng, I want to take a shower first," she said, her cheeks flushed. "Go ahead." Qin Feng nodded. Whether he was with Chu Qingxin or Lu Wan, he always showered with them. However, Wang Kersen was still clearly a little nervous at this moment. He didn't want to frighten the other person, so he told her to go take a shower first. Taking advantage of the time spent showering, you can give the other person some time to reconsider, since it's still not too late to back out if they want to. Although he liked Wang Kersen very much and had the idea of possessing her, he was never willing to force others to do things. Some things are best when both parties are willing.
About half an hour later, Wang Kersen came out of the bathroom.
She had not only taken a shower, but also washed and dried her hair. At this moment, she was completely clean.
Brother Qin Feng, I'm done washing up. Why don't you go wash up too?
Wang Kersen, wearing a hotel bathrobe and with her long, black hair flowing freely, spoke to Qin Feng with a somewhat shy expression.
Good. Qin Feng's gaze swept over Wang Kersen from head to toe.
Seeing that even the loose bathrobe couldn't hide her ample bosom, he walked into the bathroom with slightly heavier breathing. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng, who had thoroughly washed himself, also walked out of the bathroom wearing a white hotel bathrobe. When he walked to the bed, he found that Wang Kersen had already crawled under the covers, with only her little head sticking out.
Actually, if you're not mentally prepared yet, I can book another room for you tonight.
Seeing that the other person had covered themselves completely with the blanket, he couldn't help but speak with a hint of helplessness. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kersen's face showed a hint of panic, and she immediately said, no. As the word no fell, Wang Kersen also took the initiative to lift the quilt covering her body, revealing her naked body underneath.
Brother Qin Feng, I'm ready, please don't leave.
She looked at Qin Feng anxiously, completely disregarding the fact that her body was now fully exposed to the air. Upon witnessing this incredibly erotic scene, Qin Feng could no longer restrain himself. He immediately untied his bathrobe and pounced onto the large bed in front of him.
Brother Qin Feng, this is my first time, please be gentle.
Wang Kersen wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck, looked into his eyes with tender affection in her bright eyes, and spoke in a soft, trembling voice. Qin Feng didn't speak, but responded with his actions.
Chapter 83 will not leave. Around 9 o'clock the next morning,
Qin Feng woke up slowly. The hotel's large bed was a bit too soft, making it difficult for him to sleep comfortably. In comparison, the Bulgari Hotel's king-size bed is more moderately firm, just right. However, the Bulgari Hotel was too far from his school, and he had 2 classes to attend this morning and 2 classes to attend this afternoon, so he simply chose this hotel,
which was closer to the school, last night.
In his arms, Wang Kersen half lay on him, her large breasts in close contact with him. Although they were slightly deformed due to the pressure, their supermodel size was still captivating. Seeing this tempting scene, Qin Feng's good brother couldn't help but raise his head slightly. It has to be said that Wang Kersen is truly a stunning beauty. Not only is she exceptionally beautiful, but her figure is also incredibly gifted. Even though he had played with it for almost the entire night yesterday, seeing it now still aroused his desire, making him want to use a face wash. However, it was already a little past 9 o'clock in the morning, and his morning class was scheduled to start at 9:45. After deducting the time for washing up, getting dressed, and traveling, he probably wouldn't have more than 20 minutes left to work on it. For the average person, 20 minutes is more than enough, and some fast guys could probably finish in a few tries.
However, for Qin Feng, who possesses the indestructible kidneys bestowed by the system, it always starts at 1 hour. Anything less than 1 hour is considered premature ejaculation. What can you do in 20 minutes?
In the end, being stuck in a limbo will only make things worse. Therefore, he suppressed his anger, gently pushed away Wang Kersen, who was still sleeping in his arms, and then got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. While he was washing up, Wang Kersen, half asleep and half awake, reached out to touch the body beside her, wanting to hug the one that made her feel warm and safe. However, she reached out but found nothing.
She panicked and woke up with a start.
She sat up abruptly in bed, anxiously looking around, but still couldn't see that familiar figure. She only heard faint sounds of washing up coming from the bathroom when she hurriedly threw off the covers, got out of bed, and rushed to the bathroom.
She didn't even have time to put on slippers and a bathrobe.
When she arrived at the bathroom naked and saw Qin Feng already washed up and wiping his face in front of the mirror, she finally felt relieved. Then, pouting with red eyes and looking aggrieved, she opened her arms and walked towards Qin Feng. As soon as Qin Feng turned around, Wang Kersen bumped into him, clinging tightly to his waist and unwilling to let go.
Brother, I didn't see you when I woke up.
I thought everything last night was just a dream, Wang Kersen said, as if she was about to cry. Qin Feng hadn't expected Wang Kersen to be so clingy. He hugged her and gently comforted her, explaining, of course it's not a dream. I just need to get back to school for class later, and you were still sleeping, so I got up and washed up first. Brother, you are the most important person to me in this world now.
No matter what, please don't abandon me, okay? As long as you don't abandon me, I'm willing to do anything for you.
Wang Kersen raised her cute little head, looking at Qin Feng with a mixture of grievance and seriousness, and began to speak. Having lacked love since childhood, she experienced the feeling of being truly loved for the first time last night through Qin Feng, and thus instantly fell for him. For her now, Qin Feng's position in her heart has surpassed that of her parents, who now each have their own families, and he rightfully holds the number one spot. Now, even if Qin Feng were to ask her to leave, she probably wouldn't. In fact, Qin Feng must have lost his mind to kick such a well-behaved, obedient, and charming little beauty out of the ordinary. My dear, unless you want to leave me, I will never abandon you, Qin Feng said gently, stroking Wang Kersen's smooth back.
No matter what happens, I will not leave my brother.
After receiving Qin Feng's promise, Wang Kersen raised her head and said with a serious and firm expression. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said in a half-joking tone, "What if I want to find other women besides you?
Will you leave me then?" "No."
Wang Kersen answered without hesitation, "As long as you still have me in your heart, no matter how many women you find, I will never leave you." For Wang Kersen, the feeling of being loved and the sense of security that the other person brings her are paramount, and she can feel both of these feelings from Qin Feng. Therefore, even if Qin Feng had other women besides her, she could accept it completely. After all, she knew that a man as outstanding as Qin Feng would never lack women, and she didn't expect him to love only her. All she needed was a bit of love and a sense of security. Qin Feng never expected that Wang Kersen's attachment to him had reached such a level that she would not leave him even if she shared him with other women. Thinking this way, his love for Wang Kersen grew even stronger. When leaving the hotel, Qin Feng transferred 100,000 yuan to Wang Kersen, telling her that if she felt bored at the hotel, she could go out and wander around. He would come back and take her out for dinner after he finished his 2 afternoon classes. In fact, the presidential suite is equipped with recreational facilities such as a gym, entertainment room, and media room, so Wang Kersen wouldn't feel bored even if she didn't leave the hotel.
In fact, that was exactly what Wang Kersen planned to do.
She was essentially a homebody and didn't like going out shopping or interacting with strangers, otherwise her first choice for a job wouldn't have been live streaming. She prioritizes live streaming because it allows her to stay home without going out or interacting with strangers. In the unfamiliar city of Jinling, she only knew brother Qin Feng, so she simply gave up on going out and waited peacefully in the hotel for brother Qin Feng to come find her after class.
Chapter 84: An Encounter in the Cafeteria.
After arriving at the school by car, Qin Feng made it to his morning classes on time. The lecturer was an old professor, a bit old-fashioned, who called out the names of his students one by one before starting the lecture.
However, the old professor's knowledge was indeed impressive.
The complex and difficult professional terms in the textbook were explained in a simple and easy way, and the audience below the podium understood them immediately. These senior professors from top universities in China are all highly accomplished, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them titans in their respective fields. Just like the old professor who was lecturing Qin Feng and the others right now, if he wanted to, there would be plenty of companies willing to pay him tens of millions of dollars a year to hire him. In fact, even now, companies outside the university still occasionally send people to contact this old professor. Some companies even offered millions of dollars just to have him come to their company to conduct research and offer some guidance. However, the old professor rejected them all.
Perhaps this is just a matter of different people having different ambitions.
Some people, despite possessing exceptional talents, do not seek great wealth and status, but only wish to live a peaceful and comfortable life.
Of course, for Qin Feng and his fellow students, this is the most precious opportunity they could ever cherish. Because even if you are a top student at Jinling University, you may only ever hear lectures from such industry giants in your lifetime. Once you leave school and enter society, if you don't develop well, you may never have the chance to meet someone of that caliber again in your life, let alone listen to their lectures. This is why Qin Feng, who is now worth over 100 million, still has many courses he doesn't want to skip. In this life, what a person pursues is definitely not just money. Knowledge is also a valuable asset that can benefit a person throughout their life. 11:30.
The professor finished his morning class on time, but many students below the podium felt they hadn't had enough.
Perhaps this is the difference between a master and an ordinary teacher.
A master's lectures are so captivating that you lose track of time and gain a wealth of knowledge. In contrast, many ordinary teachers simply read from the textbook, making their lectures dull and uninteresting, and making attending their classes feel like torture. After leaving the classroom, Qin Feng sent Chu Qingxin a message, asking if she had eaten yet. If not, they could go to the cafeteria together and grab something to eat. Meanwhile, at the door of a classroom in another teaching building, Chu Qingxin, who had just finished a morning of classes, was preparing to go to the cafeteria with her roommates for lunch. However, upon seeing the message Qin Feng sent on her phone, she immediately abandoned the idea of going out to eat with her roommates and instead asked Qin Feng on her phone which cafeteria they would meet at later. Chu Qingxin's behavior of forgetting her friends for the sake of a pretty face and abandoning her roommates deserves strong condemnation from her roommate and best friend, Chen Wenwen. Unless, of course, the other party agrees to buy her a cup of milk tea. Chu Qingxin, who is now quite wealthy, naturally wouldn't refuse. She generously offered to cover all the afternoon tea for everyone in the dormitory, including snacks and fruit. Upon receiving this promise, all of Chu Qingxin's roommates, including Chen Wenwen, immediately forgave her for standing them up and urged her to hurry up and go have dinner with her handsome junior. Being teased by her roommates made Chu Qingxin feel a little embarrassed. A few minutes later, Chu Qingxin met Qin Feng on the second floor of the first canteen. Although the two had only been apart for a day, Chu Qingxin was overjoyed to see Qin Feng and immediately went to him, expressing her longing for him very frankly. "Darling, I miss you so much." Qin Feng naturally wouldn't say that he spent the night with another girl, even if he knew. He was sure Chu Qingxin was already prepared and wouldn't mind. But why would he go to all that trouble? Therefore, he reached out and hugged Chu Qingxin, smiling as he said, "I miss our little darling too." A moment later, just as Qin Feng and Chu Qingxin finished getting their food and sat down to eat together, Xiao Xian, who had also chosen to eat on the second floor of the first canteen and had just finished getting her food, was looking for an empty seat with her roommate Lu Yujiao when she happened to see the two sitting together. Immediately, the brief, ambiguous moment that had occurred between her and Qin Feng in his car that night on their way back to school flashed into her mind. To be honest, the feeling at that time was quite wonderful, and even worth reminiscing about. As a result, she has been frequently distracted these past 2 days, thinking about what Qin Feng did to her in the car that day. She couldn't deny that she had feelings for Qin Feng, and she longed to replace Chu Qingxin and become the woman sitting opposite Qin Feng at this moment. But she knew she couldn't do it, at least not right now. However, she wouldn't give up. After all, judging from Qin Feng's actions of touching her leg that day, Qin Feng wasn't completely without feelings for her. She would never give up as long as there was even the slightest chance. This is the indomitable spirit of never giving up that she has learned over the past 18 years. It was precisely because of this spirit that she never experienced the feeling of failure, and she was able to get whatever she wanted in the end. At this moment, Lu Yujiao, who was carrying a tray and following beside her, noticed that she had suddenly stopped moving. She subconsciously looked up curiously and followed the direction in which she was looking.
"Ha? Isn't that Qin Feng and his school beauty girlfriend?" Lu Yujiao said in surprise. Even though she was a girl herself, when she saw Chu Qingxin, who had an elegant and refined demeanor, she couldn't help but think that Chu Qingxin was really beautiful, like a perfect work of art, making it impossible for her to feel any sense of disrespect. "Let's go, there are 2 empty seats over there, let's sit there," Xiao Xian suddenly said, turning her gaze away. Before she finished speaking, she had already stepped towards the 2 empty seats in front of her. At this moment, Lu Yujiao, who had just come to her senses upon hearing her voice, hurriedly followed after her. However, after she sat down, she couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Xian's face with a slightly strange, scrutinizing gaze, as if trying to discern something from the other's features. Chapter 85: The Proud Xiao Xian. As Xiao Xian's best friend at school, she knew very well how proud her friend was. In just over half a month since the start of the semester, no fewer than 20 boys have expressed their affection for her by writing love letters, exchanging contact information, or waiting outside her dormitory. However, she didn't like any of them and threw all the love letters and flowers into the trash can. Now, some people at school are even saying that her aloof and unapproachable demeanor is just as impressive as that of Chu Qingxin, the aloof school beauty back then. However, the once aloof school beauty has already been picked by someone else. I wonder which lucky guy will win over this new generation of aloof goddess in the future. "Xian, you haven't fallen for Qin Feng, have you?" Lu Yujiao finally couldn't help but ask this question. She was certain that when the other person suddenly stopped moving, it was clearly because they were looking at Qin Feng from their class. Xiao Xian made no attempt to hide her feelings and directly nodded in admission, "Yes, I like him." Her inner pride wouldn't allow her to hide her truest feelings. If she liked someone, she liked them, so why hide it? Ah. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Yujiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "But Qin Feng has a girlfriend, and she's the school beauty." "I know," Xiao Xian said calmly. Of course, she knew that his current girlfriend was the famous Chu University beauty queen from their school.
In fact, if Qin Feng's girlfriend wasn't Chu Qingxin, given her confidence in her looks, she would have already taken the initiative to confess her feelings and snatched Qin Feng away.
Chao Xian has always been someone who dares to love and hate.
Unfortunately, the other party's girlfriend happened to be Chu Qingxin, a campus beauty who could easily outshine her in terms of looks. Faced with Chu Qingxin, a formidable competitor, she now felt she had absolutely no chance of winning.
However, it would be absolutely not Chao Xian's style to give up because of this.
Seeing her best friend's expression, Lu Yuzhou understood that her friend had already made up her mind and that no matter how she tried to persuade her, she couldn't change her mind. So she had no choice but to pretend nothing had happened and simply lower her head to eat the food in her bowl.
It was a little after 3 p.m.
After finishing all his classes for the day, Qin Feng returned to the hotel. When he pushed open the door to the presidential suite and entered the room, Weinkersen, dressed in a pink Lolita dress and exuding youthful energy, was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. On the table in front of her were several opened bags of snacks. Seeing Qin Feng walk in, her face immediately lit up with joy. Then, like an adorable rabbit, she jumped up from the sofa and pounced into Qin Feng's arms.
Brother Qin Feng.
She hugged Qin Feng tightly around the waist, savoring the warmth from his chest. Although they had only been apart for about half a day, her longing for him was already overflowing. Feeling the pressure from Weinkersen's large breasts, Qin Feng's desire was instantly aroused. He immediately picked her up in a princess carry and headed straight for the bedroom. Weinkersen's cheeks flushed red, but she did not resist at all. In fact, she even felt a little sweetness in her heart. After all, the fact that her brother Qin Feng was so infatuated with her body was a concrete manifestation of his love for her.
2 hours later.
Exhausted and barely able to lift a finger, Weinkersen lay on Qin Feng's broad chest, her cheeks flushed and her eyes filled with intense satisfaction. Feeling equally satisfied, Qin Feng gently stroked the girl's fair and delicate back in his arms and casually asked, "Baby, what did you eat for lunch?" Weinkersen shook her head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "I only ate the few bags of snacks on the living room table." She used to do this often when she was live streaming from her rented apartment, either ordering takeout or simply eating snacks to stave off hunger. Qin Feng glanced down at the 2 large white rabbits lying on top of him, completely unable to understand how the meager nutrition in the snacks could possibly support their daily needs. He immediately said sternly, "You're not allowed to do that anymore. You must eat your 3 meals a day properly." He certainly didn't want his beloved white rabbit candy to starve.
After all, he still wanted to eat his fill. Hearing Qin Feng's slightly harsh tone of criticism, Weinkersen felt a surge of happiness.
Because only someone who truly loves themselves would utter such a critical tone, which carries obvious concern. As far back as she can remember, her parents had only said similar things to her a few times before their divorce, and she never heard them again after they divorced.
Okay. Since my brother said so, I will definitely eat properly from now on. Weinkersen nodded vigorously, indicating that she would definitely listen obediently.
Seeing this, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction.
Then he continued, "What would you like to eat later? I'll take you out to eat."
Upon hearing this, Weinkersen thought about it seriously for a moment, then her eyes lit up and she said, "Brother, let's go eat Western food. I saw a scene on TV where the male and female leads were having Western food together, and it looked so romantic.
I want to have it with you too." "Okay, then let us go out for Western food later."
Qin Feng nodded in agreement. He wasn't picky about food. He could eat a 10 yuan fast food meal at the school cafeteria, or a table of dishes costing 100,000 yuan at the Dongzhou Royal Banquet. However, since Weinkersen said she wanted to eat Western food, he naturally had no reason to refuse. As for Western food, he had only eaten at the Isley Western restaurant on Dongping Road with Lu Wen. To be fair, the food at this restaurant was pretty good, so he immediately decided to eat there later.
20 minutes later.
After getting out of bed and dressing again, the two drove to the Isley Western restaurant on Dongping Road. When the two arrived at the Western restaurant, the restaurant was as busy as ever. It was practically impossible to get a seat without a reservation. Coincidentally, the waiter who greeted them at the door today was the same one Qin Feng and Lu Wen had encountered when they came to eat last time. The other party was also deeply impressed by Qin Feng. After all, it was rare to encounter a customer who could get their store manager to personally come out to greet them and arrange for them to dine in the innermost private room. Moreover, his girlfriend at the time was also very beautiful. He had even fantasized about how prestigious it would be to have such a beautiful girlfriend. To his surprise, the woman accompanying him today was not the same one as last time, but a Lolita beauty with a completely different style.
Is this what life is like for the rich?
This is just too awesome.
Chapter 86 Sun Jie's Dilemma.
Although Qin Feng still didn't have an appointment today, the waiter didn't dare to treat him coldly like last time. After all, he had been severely reprimanded by their manager for this matter last time. Upon seeing Qin Feng again, he immediately asked the two to wait at the door, and then he ran to the store to talk to the manager about it. When the manager heard that Qin Feng had come again, he hurriedly came out to greet him warmly and led the two to the innermost private room, just like last time. The first time Qin Feng came over, it was Mr. Zhang Dong, the manager of Dongzhou Royal Banquet, who called him. Just as Zhang Dong had introduced himself to Qin Feng, he was quite well known in Nanjing's catering industry. When the manager of the Isley Western restaurant received Zhang Dong's call, he immediately treated Qin Feng and his companion as honored guests, even arranging a private room for them. Afterwards, he tried to subtly inquire about Qin Feng's identity from Zhang Dong, but Zhang Dong did not tell him. He simply told him to treat Qin Feng with respect, saying that this gentleman was definitely a distinguished guest. Therefore, when he heard that Qin Feng had come to their restaurant for a meal again today, he did not need Zhang Dong to call again, and took the initiative to receive him with the same level of hospitality as last time. When Weinkersen, who was dining at the Isley Western restaurant for the first time, saw how respectful the manager of such a large Western restaurant was to her brother Qin Feng, she couldn't help but feel even more that her brother Qin Feng was amazing. Her admiration for Qin Feng instantly increased by 3 points.
At the same time, inside the lobby of the Isley Western restaurant,
Sun Jie, who had once approached Qin Feng and asked for his contact information, and had a brief, ambiguous encounter with him at a bar, was now sitting face to face with a middle-aged man wearing a plaid shirt, black-rimmed glasses, and with balding hair. This was a blind date arranged for her by her family. He was the son of one of her mother's colleagues, 32 years old, and worked at a local internet company as a programmer, as was no surprise. According to her parents, her boyfriend's income is quite good, with an average monthly salary of over 50,000 yuan. However, he is honest but boring and has few opportunities to interact with the opposite sex, which is why he is still single. The two met for the first time today. Sun Jie had been quite busy for some time, flying domestically and internationally several times on company-arranged flights, and only returned to China yesterday, where she had a few days off. Sun Jie originally wanted to have a good get-together with her friends or rest at home, but she couldn't resist her parents' constant nagging and finally agreed to meet the boy when she had time. That's right, her profession is flight attendant, a job that seems glamorous but is actually very hard. During the brief time she spent with Qin Feng, he never asked about her family or work, so she never brought it up herself. Similarly, if Qin Feng hadn't mentioned that he would be participating in military training the next day, she wouldn't have known that he was actually a freshman, a real heartthrob. Thinking of this, a complicated and conflicted expression appeared on her face once again. It has to be said that Qin Feng's handsome appearance is really to her aesthetic point, and his family's economic conditions must also be very good. She still remembers clearly that night at the bar, the other party ordered 10 bottles of Ace of Spades, which cost 18,800 yuan a bottle, and spent nearly 200,000 yuan in total. Besides his good looks and wealth, she also really liked his personality. Unlike many rich kids, he lacked arrogance and impetuosity. He displayed a composure and restraint far beyond his apparent age, with a strong inner strength. Occasionally, he would even have a little humor that made her cover her mouth and laugh. The only problem was that the other person was too young, only 19 years old, while she was 5 years older than him. She's not entirely against relationships between older women and younger men, but only if the age difference between them is within 3 years. The 5-year age gap between her and Qin Feng was enough for her to completely disregard any romantic relationship between them. That's why she hasn't contacted Qin Feng during this period. Being too busy with work to chat is certainly part of the reason, but the bigger reason is that she can't accept the huge age gap between them. She originally thought that as long as the two of them stopped contacting each other, she would naturally forget about the other person over time. However, she underestimated the brief yet profound impression the other person had left on her. Despite not having been in contact for so many days, she not only hadn't forgotten him, but missed him even more. Several times, she almost couldn't suppress her longing and took out her phone to contact Qin Feng. But reason always prevented her from doing such a thing, because reason constantly told her that the two of them were not actually suitable for each other. At the same time, she was actually a little angry that Qin Feng hadn't contacted her since that night.
What's going on?
He took advantage of her that night, but now he hasn't even sent her a text message.
Does he really not care about her at all?
If Qin Feng knew what she was thinking at that moment, he would definitely cry foul for himself. Because that night, it was Sun Jie herself who said she needed to think carefully about their relationship, and all he did was try not to bother her and give her enough time to think about it.
What could he possibly have done wrong? There are only 3 in chapter 87.
At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyong, the programmer sitting opposite Sun Jie, noticed that she seemed a little dazed and absent-minded, so he couldn't help but try to strike up a conversation. However, lacking experience in communicating with the opposite sex, he racked his brains for a long time before finally saying with a flushed face, "This food is getting cold, you should eat it quickly." After saying that, he immediately regretted it.
What am I doing?
Sigh, dealing with women is really more difficult than writing code. If he could, he would rather go to the company to work overtime than continue to suffer here. But to be honest, he was 100% satisfied with Sun Jie because she was just too beautiful. Back when he was in college, a girl as beautiful as her would definitely be a campus beauty queen.
How could an ordinary person like him possibly have the chance to get close to her?
So if he succeeds in this blind date, it will undoubtedly be the luckiest thing that has ever happened to him in his life. When Sun Jie heard her blind date take the initiative to speak to her, she instantly snapped out of her daze.
"Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom to touch up my makeup."
She smiled apologetically at the other person, then got up and walked towards the restroom in the restaurant.
In her family's educational philosophy, it is somewhat impolite to be lost in thought while eating with others.
But looking at her ordinary-looking blind date sitting across from her, who was also balding, she couldn't help but picture Qin Feng's handsome and dashing appearance in her mind. The two were in stark contrast, making her miss Qin Feng even more. She knew very well that her current absent-minded state made it unsuitable for her to continue the blind date. However, this was a blind date arranged by her parents, and the other party's mother and her own mother were colleagues, so she couldn't just walk away. Therefore, she planned to go to the restroom to readjust her mindset and then find a suitable excuse to end the blind date early. Just as Sun Jie got up and headed towards the restroom, Qin Feng, who had just sat down in the private room under the guidance of the restaurant manager, suddenly felt the urge to urinate. So he told Wang Kersen to order whatever she wanted without worrying about the price, and then he got up and left the private room, heading towards the restroom. After he finished filling the tub and was comfortably washing and drying his hands at the edge of the pool, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside him, then took out lipstick and applied it to her luscious lips in front of the mirror.
At first, she didn't pay attention to the man washing his hands next to her.
After all, this was the restroom inside a Western restaurant, and it was normal to have male customers there. However, when she noticed that the other person hadn't left immediately after washing their hands, but instead was still standing there looking at her, she couldn't help but frown. She turned around, intending to reprimand the other person for their rude behavior, but found that the man standing next to her, smiling at her, was none other than the man who hadn't contacted her for over 10 days since that night at the bar, yet still left a deep impression on her and she couldn't forget him.
"My dear Miss Sun, what do you think? You've been thinking about it for over 10 days, haven't you decided on our relationship yet?"
Qin Feng spoke to Sun Jie in a slightly playful tone, without any awkwardness, as if the two hadn't been in contact for more than 10 days. When Sun Jie first saw Qin Feng, she had a lot to say and a lot of complex emotions to express. However, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. Then, she gave him a slightly coquettish look and said reproachfully, "You haven't sent me a message in all these days.
Are you that busy? Thank God, you said you'd think about it carefully that night."
Qin Feng shrugged, spread his hands, and said innocently, "If you don't take the initiative to message me and tell me what you've decided, how can I dare to contact you first?" Hearing Qin Feng immediately shift the blame for the two of them not contacting each other for more than 10 days onto her, Sun Jie couldn't help but feel a little angry. However, she didn't stay angry for long. After all, she was the one who said those words, and she did have some sense of reason.
She changed the subject, asking Qin Feng, "What are you doing here? Are you having dinner with your girlfriend?"
She didn't believe that Qin Feng, a boy, would come to a couple's restaurant alone or with some male friends. Therefore, the only reason someone is here is that they are having dinner with their girlfriend or someone they are pursuing.
Qin Feng didn't answer Sun Jie's question directly, but instead asked in return, "And you? What are you doing here? Are you having dinner with your boyfriend?"
"No, it was just a blind date arranged by my family," Sun Jie immediately denied. She paused slightly, then added, "This is the first time I've met him." After saying that, she stopped talking and stared intently at Qin Feng, wanting to hear his answer. "Yes, I came to eat with my girlfriend," Qin Feng said frankly without any attempt to hide his feelings. Even if nothing substantial happened between him and Sun Jie, only a few kisses and touches, he wouldn't deny it, even if something did happen between them. As expected, when she heard his affirmative answer, Sun Jie's face immediately turned pale and looked unpleasant. It was only at this moment that she truly realized how important Qin Feng had become to her. She regretted some of the things she had said that night. If she hadn't said she needed to think about it, but instead given him a definite yes, they might be sitting together as boyfriend and girlfriend now. However, at this moment, Qin Feng thought for a moment and added, to be precise, it should be one of her girlfriends.
One of them?
Sun Jia was completely baffled by Qin Feng's words.
She asked, puzzled, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you have many girlfriends?
Not that many, Qin Feng said casually.
Just 3. Chapter 88 Be My Girlfriend. What the hell? 3 girlfriends isn't a lot?
Sun Jia suddenly realized that she really didn't understand the man in front of her at all. But looking back now, with his good looks and wealth, he probably had more than 3 girlfriends. If he wanted to, he could date 30 girlfriends at the same time. There were plenty of young and beautiful girls willing to be his girlfriend. The only problem is that he needs to manage his time well and his body needs to be able to handle it. Sun Jia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down quickly. As a flight attendant, she had heard similar stories quite often in the industry. After all, they come into contact with all sorts of people every day, especially wealthy passengers who can afford to fly first class. In addition, flight attendants are generally quite attractive, so many men will take the initiative to strike up a conversation with them during the flight, hoping to get their contact information.
The purpose of adding contact information is self-evident.
Among her colleagues, she knew several who had been mistresses, even 4th or 5th mistresses. And there are even more cases of people using the guise of dating to start romantic relationships with passengers. Although she has always maintained a clean and virtuous character, she has encountered many suitors because of her beauty. Some even said that as long as she agreed to date him, he would give her 100,000 yuan every month.
Just kidding, isn't this just pure sugar daddy sugar baby behavior?
Although she likes money, she wouldn't stoop so low as to degrade herself for it. However, her feelings for Qin Feng were different. Because she genuinely liked him, even though she now knew he was a jerk, her feelings for him didn't diminish. And perhaps because she had heard of similar situations too many times before, when she actually encountered one, her ability to accept it was stronger than that of most ordinary people. Qin Feng had no idea what Sun Jia was thinking. He stood in front of her, looking at her luscious red lips that she had just applied lipstick, and found them incredibly alluring. Although he had tasted it many times that night, after more than 10 days without it, and now that it was so beautiful, he couldn't help but be tempted. He couldn't help but lower his head and move closer to Sun Jia. What do you want to do? Seeing Qin Feng's face getting close to her, Sun Jia suddenly became flustered. Despite her panic, her body language betrayed her true intentions, showing little intention to evade. Having not seen each other for many days, she actually longed for intimate contact with the person she liked. Seeing her coy and hesitant demeanor, Qin Feng's anger flared even more, and he immediately pulled her into his arms and kissed her without any hesitation.
The touch of their lips together, the long-lost warm and smooth sensation, made Sun Jia's heart flutter.
The more she suppressed herself during this period, the clearer she became of her truest feelings. At first, Qin Feng was in control, but as Sun Jia gradually opened her heart and followed her true feelings, she began to respond passionately and even took the initiative to attack Qin Feng. After a long while, the two finally parted their lips. At this moment, Sun Jia's lipstick, which she had just applied evenly, was almost completely smudged, while Qin Feng's lips and cheeks were covered with the color of lipstick. Fortunately, no guests came to use the restroom while the two were kissing, so they didn't have to worry about being caught kissing passionately in this semi-public place. Just recalling that moment of madness still made Sun Jia feel a little scared.
If someone happened to pass by and saw it, wouldn't she lose all face?
She is actually a rather conservative woman at heart, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to remain so chaste and self-disciplined all these years in the flight attendant industry, facing all sorts of temptations. The ambiguous encounter she had with Qin Feng at the bar last time was the most uninhibited she had ever been in her life. Unexpectedly, she couldn't control herself again this time, and such a story unfolded between them. She has now realized that Qin Feng is simply her nemesis. Whenever she encounters him, her usual rationality and composure are greatly diminished. In more common terms, it means being completely obsessed with the other person.
Be my girlfriend.
Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, dressed in a long red dress and as radiant as a blooming flower, Qin Feng couldn't help but speak.
One of them? Sun Jia asked Qin Feng with a half-smile.
Qin Feng nodded, making no attempt to hide his scumbag nature. Unlike Chu Qingxin, Lu Wen, and Wang Kersen, he actually didn't spend a single penny on Sun Jia. Even the 200,000 yuan he spent on drinks at the bar last time had absolutely nothing to do with the other party, it was simply money he spent to spite someone. Therefore, he had no right to demand that Sun Jie stay by his side, be his girlfriend, or even be one of his girlfriends. However, he really had designs on Sun Jie, a mature and alluring woman with whom he had already had 2 ambiguous relationships. That's why he took the initiative to confess his feelings to her. After all, as a man, he can't just wait for a girl to confess her feelings to him. Of course, he could understand if Sun Jie rejected him later. After all, sharing a boyfriend with another woman is something that most women cannot do. Given his personality, once Sun Jie clearly rejected him, he would definitely not bother her anymore. From then on, the two people could completely cut off contact and become strangers again. Sun Jie remained silent for a moment, neither refusing nor agreeing immediately, but instead said, "I need to think about it." There are 2 little people fighting in her head right now. The little person on the left is telling her that she should refuse the other person, because it is unreasonable to share a boyfriend with someone else. The little figure on the right is urging her to agree to the other person's request, because it's not easy to meet someone you like, especially someone as outstanding as him. If I don't agree to date him, am I supposed to go and date that bald guy I met on a blind date? The worst thing is to compare things. It's better to be with the person you love than to live with someone you don't love at all. Besides, she's seen people share their boyfriends before. As long as she's happy in the relationship, isn't that enough? Chapter 89, I agree to be your girlfriend. Okay, then I'll do the same as last time and give you time to think it over until you make a decision and tell me about it. Qin Feng smiled, once again giving Sun Jie ample time to consider. In fact, the fact that the other party did not reject him on the spot was enough to show part of their attitude. He was 80% certain that Sun Jie, this stunning and mature beauty, would eventually agree to be his girlfriend. When Sun Jie finished touching up her makeup and returned to her seat, her blind date Zhang Xiaoyong, who was sitting opposite her, was already getting impatient. Women are such troublesome creatures, it takes them so long just to go to the bathroom to touch up their makeup. If he had that time, he could have written 7 or 8 lines of code. However, when he saw Sun Jie, with her exquisite makeup and stunning appearance, sit back down in front of him, his impatience and anger vanished completely. After all, beautiful women always have special privileges. Let him wait a little while, it's not a big deal. And whether it was just my imagination or not, although Sun Jie's makeup was not much different from when the two first met, she seemed to be even more beautiful than before. As if suddenly nourished by something, she exuded an increasingly captivating aura. This dish is completely cold. I'll ask the waiter to take it to the kitchen to reheat it before bringing it back up, Zhang Xiaoyong said somewhat sheepishly, scratching his balding head. No need, I'm suddenly feeling a bit unwell and want to go back and rest first. Sun Jie shook her head, directly declining the other party's offer. Compared to the handsome Qin Feng, this blind date in front of her really made her lose all interest in sitting there any longer. Therefore, she simply came up with a lame excuse that was obvious to everyone, in order to show her refusal. However, Zhang Xiaoyong, who had very little experience in dealing with the opposite sex, thought that Sun Jie was really feeling unwell and immediately offered to accompany her to the hospital. Although his intentions were good, Sun Jie felt increasingly helpless due to his straightforward behavior. She couldn't imagine how painful it would be to spend her whole life with a man like that. Rather than that, she would rather choose to be with Qin Feng regardless of everything. At least, she was happy when she was with him. Sun Jie declined Zhang Xiaoyong's offer to accompany her to the hospital and hailed a taxi directly from the entrance of the Western restaurant back home. On the way back, sitting in the back seat of a taxi, she looked out the window at the bustling street scene and finally made up her mind. She took out her phone and sent Qin Feng a text message, "I agree to be your girlfriend." Inside the private room, Qin Feng, who was having dinner with Wang Kersen, suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Sun Jie, "I agree to be your girlfriend." Although he already had some expectations in mind, seeing the clear response from the other party, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly with satisfaction. After all, he didn't spend a single penny on Sun Jie, and the fact that she's now willing to be his girlfriend can be said to be because she's been conquered by his handsome appearance and pure personal charm. However, the next second, a new message appeared on his chat interface with Sun Jie. "Even though I've agreed to be your girlfriend, I'm ready to break up with you anytime you make me unhappy." Following that was an abstract meme of a pretty girl beating up a pig's head. Seeing these hilarious memes, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He then typed back, "Don't worry, being my girlfriend guarantees happiness." Then, he found an abstract anime character patting his chest and making a promise, and sent it over.
At the same time, in the taxi. Upon receiving Qin Feng's abstract emoji, Sun Jia couldn't help but burst out laughing after just one glance. Her previously complicated and downcast mood inexplicably improved with that laugh. One morning 3 days later, Qin Feng saw Wang Kersen off on the plane back to Huicheng. However, Wang Kersen's return this time is only temporary. After she has taken care of some things, she will return to Jinling. As she and Qin Feng spent more time together these past few days, their relationship rapidly warmed up. Now, she can say that she has completely trusted and relied on her brother Qin Feng. This strong trust and reliance was even enough to support her in making the momentous decision to leave Huicheng, the city where she had lived for 18 years, and come to Jinling, a strange city, to study and live. That's right, it's about learning in life, not work in life. After Qin Feng fully understood Wang Kersen's situation, he still felt that Wang Kersen should not give up her studies like this. For her, who was only 18 years old, a high school diploma should definitely not be the end of her life. At the very least, you should try your best to attend university. Wang Kersen was worried that her parents would stop paying for her tuition after she became an adult. In addition, her grades were only average, and even if she took the college entrance examination, she probably wouldn't get into a good university, which is why she chose to give up her studies. But now, Qin Feng has promised to cover all her school and living expenses, and all she has to do is focus on repeating a year of high school and then take the entrance exam for a university in Nanjing. Wang Kersen was initially hesitant. It wasn't that she was hesitant about moving to Jinling after all. Qin Feng, the most important person in her life, was there, and she was undoubtedly willing to come to the city to be with him at all times. She was torn between continuing her job as a live streamer or gritting her teeth and repeating a year of high school to retake the college entrance exam. Qin Feng's suggestion was to repeat a year of high school, because he could see that Wang Kersen didn't actually have much talent for live streaming. She's not good at any special talents, her singing and dancing skills are just average, and she's not good at chatting or creating abstract art. Aside from being beautiful and having a naturally gifted figure, she has absolutely no advantage compared to other female anchors. With the platform's powerful built-in beauty filters, there are almost no ugly female anchors, so Wang Kersen's advantage in appearance is not so obvious. As for the natural physical advantages, those are even less likely to be used. This is definitely a double-edged sword. While it can attract a lot of viewers, it can also easily lead to the live stream being banned by the administrator. Moreover, as Qin Feng's woman, he would absolutely not allow her to show her perfect figure to other men. Therefore, after a serious discussion between the two, Wang Kersen decided to obediently follow Qin Feng's advice, give up live streaming, and repeat a year of high school. As for schools for repeat students, there are many in Nanjing, and most of them can be attended as long as you pay money. For Qin Feng now, money is the last thing he lacks. Chapter 90: An Enviable Life. After sending Wang Kersen back to Huicheng, Qin Feng's life returned to normal. During the day, I attend classes when I have them, and when I don't, I chat with my roommates in the dorm, play cards, and kill some time. Zhou Xing and his high school classmate girlfriend have entered into a relatively stable relationship, and they go out on dates every now and then. Sun Yu and Song Shuyi, who was in Chao Xian's dormitory, were also in a state of continuous improvement in their relationship. They only need one more opportunity to break the ice and officially become a couple. Su Tao remained engrossed in his gaming world. Only when Qin Feng returned to the dormitory and played cards with them would he put down his keyboard and mouse and play with his buddies for a while. If Chu Qingxin also happens to be free from class, Qin Feng and Chu Qingxin will do what most young couples on campus would do: go shopping, eat some good food, and watch the latest movie together. Although these were just ordinary things couples do, Chu Qingxin felt exceptionally content because of Qin Feng's company. She wasn't a girl with many material needs, she was already content with the ordinary life that others might see her as. Therefore, every time the two of them went out, she would have a happy and sweet smile on her face, completely different from the aloof and cold school beauty that other boys saw in her. Since spending 30 million yuan to buy that 300 square meter apartment in Dongzhou No. 1 Garden, Qin Feng now spends almost all his nights there. He only goes to the dormitory that the school arranged for him during the day when he plays cards with his roommates. Of course, when Wang Kersen was around recently, he would stay at the hotel with her every night. However, when Wang Kersen returns to Jinling, he doesn't plan to continue arranging for her to stay in a hotel. After all, even the best hotels aren't suitable for long-term stays. As time goes on, you'll find that your own home is still more comfortable. Therefore, renting a house next to the school for repeat students or simply buying a house seems like a good option at that time. Chu Qingxin still spends most of her time living in the school dormitory.
After all, as a girl, and a school beauty who is quite popular, she still needs to be mindful of her image. However, whenever Qin Feng needed her, she would stay with him at Dongzhou No. 1 Garden every night. Occasionally, she would stay overnight there, and then walk back to school to attend classes after making breakfast for Qin Feng the next morning. If Qin Feng also has classes in the morning, the two of them will go back to school together. In short, Qin Feng's current lifestyle is something every male college student would envy immensely. They don't need to live in the school dormitory, they have their own large house of over 300 square meters. No need to take the bus, I have a Porsche sports car worth over 3 million yuan for daily commuting. No need to be a simp, I have an incredibly obedient and well-behaved girlfriend who is also a beautiful and charming dance major.
This morning,
having just finished 2 classes, Qin Feng saw that it was still early before lunchtime, so he decided to invite Zhou Xing and the others back to the dormitory to play cards for a while. They mainly play guandan, which doesn't make money, but the fun inherent in the rules of guandan makes the 4 of them in the dormitory very addicted. Whenever they have free time, they will gather in the dormitory to play a round or two. Occasionally, when Qin Feng, Zhou Xing, or Sun Yu are out on a date and not in the dorm, resulting in a situation where one player is missing, the remaining 3 will simply call on a guy from the next dorm who knows how to play to fill in. Sometimes, when there are 2 players missing, the remaining 2 can simply go to the next dormitory and ask 2 more people to join the game. Of course, if all 3 of them were gone, and Su Tao was the only one left in the dormitory, he would never do something as outrageous as finding 3 people to play cards with him. He would choose to turn on his computer, put on his headphones, and immerse himself in his game world all by himself.
Xian, let's go back to the dorm.
Chao Xian's roommate and best friend, Lu Yujiao, packed her things and stood up as she spoke to Chao Xian beside her. However, Chao Xian, who usually agreed to go back to the dormitory with her, shook her head and refused today. You go back first, I need to go out to buy some things later.
What do you want to buy?
I'll go shopping with you, Lu Yujiao replied instinctively.
No need, I'll just ask Qin Feng to come with me, Chao Xian said, shaking her head again. When Lu Yujiao first heard Chao Xian say that it wasn't necessary, she didn't pay any more attention and planned to go back to her dormitory by herself. However, when she heard Chao Xian say that she was going to ask Qin Feng to go shopping with her, her face immediately showed a look of utter shock, and she blurted out, "What? You actually want Qin Feng to go shopping with you?" Lu Yujiao couldn't help but be shocked, because everyone in their class knew that Qin Feng had a girlfriend. After all, his girlfriend was a well-known, aloof campus beauty at Jinling University, and she had even publicly offered Qin Feng water during military training. Her best friend Chao Xian actually asked a guy with a girlfriend to go shopping with her, which she simply couldn't believe. Is this still the Chao Xian she knew, who was incredibly proud and showed no favor to her many suitors? Although the last time the 2 of them ate in the cafeteria, when she saw Qin Feng and his girlfriend, she asked her if she liked Qin Feng, and he answered yes without any hesitation. But liking something in your heart is one thing, but putting it into practice is another entirely. Chao Xian ignored the shock her best friend Lu Yujia was feeling. Seeing Qin Feng, who was sitting a few rows ahead, greet his roommates and prepare to leave the classroom together, she immediately stood up and walked towards them, blocking their way and asking, "Qin Feng, are you free later?" Chapter 91 Classic Combinations. Qin Feng was somewhat bewildered when she suddenly stopped him. Although he touched Chao Xian's long, white legs in the car when he drove her back to school last night, it was a consensual act, and she even let him touch them. Moreover, Chao Xian acted as if nothing had happened afterward, and didn't speak to him in class. Their relationship was just like that of ordinary male and female classmates. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to ask him, he guessed that the other party must have something to say, so he honestly replied, "Nothing much, I'm just about to go back to the dormitory to play cards for a while." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chao Xian immediately understood that he indeed had nothing to do later. So she said directly, "Then could you take me to the mall later? My skincare products are almost finished, and I want to buy some new ones." So that's what it was about. Qin Feng muttered to himself, but didn't have any other thoughts. He guessed that Chao Xian only told him about it because he had a car and it would be convenient for him to take her to the mall. If it were any other girl asking him to deliver something, Qin Feng would definitely refuse on the spot. After all, playing Guandan, a card game, is so much fun he doesn't have time to deliver things to others. But Chao Xian was different. After all, she had touched the other person's white legs in the car last time, so she felt somewhat embarrassed to refuse his request. Besides, it's just taking the other person to the mall, it's not an unreasonable request. He shouldn't refuse, both morally and logically. Moreover, since the 2 are riding in the same car again, he might have another chance to touch her long, white legs, just like last time. Thinking this, Qin Feng couldn't help but look down.
Today, Zhao Xian wore a gray pleated mini skirt, which still perfectly showcased her long, straight, and fair legs. Her fair and delicate leg skin made people want to reach out and touch it. Although Qin Feng only glanced down and then quickly looked away, Zhao Xian, who was staring at him and waiting for his reply, still caught it. Thinking about what happened between the two of them in the car last time, Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel her cheeks getting slightly hot. However, there was nothing unusual about her facial expression. Okay, I'll tell Zhou Xing and the others, and then I'll take you to the mall, Qin Feng nodded and said. He then told Zhou Xing and the others who were waiting for him at the door that he had something to do later and wouldn't be going back to the dormitory to play cards. In response to him, Zhou Xing and the others exchanged knowing, lewd, and wicked smiles. When they saw Qin Feng being stopped and spoken to by the class beauty, they knew that something interesting was about to happen. After all, during the joint dinner between the two dormitories at the beginning of the semester, they could all tell that the class beauty seemed to have a bit of a crush on Qin Feng. However, after Qin Feng's school beauty girlfriend Chu Qingxin appeared, they stopped taking the matter to heart. Now, hearing Qin Feng say he wasn't going back to the dorm to play cards with them, they immediately understood that he was definitely going to do something with the class beauty. Regarding Qin Feng's beastly behavior, having both the school beauty and the class beauty at the same time, Zhou Xing and the others expressed strong condemnation and contempt, but were left with nothing but deep envy.
But who can blame them when their roommate is so handsome and rich?
It's only natural that he's popular with girls.
Old Qin, you can just go and keep Chow the class beauty company. We'll just drag one more person back to play cards.
Zhou Xing deliberately raised an eyebrow at Qin Feng, his face full of teasing. Then, he also dragged Lu Xiaoguang, the sports committee member who was close to their dormitory and had a good relationship with them, along with them.
Qin Feng didn't care about his roommates teasing. Not everyone has the opportunity to be with beautiful women. Don't be fooled by the way his buddies tease him on the surface, they're secretly incredibly envious. However, just as Qin Feng finished saying goodbye to his roommates and was about to call Zhao Xian to go to the parking lot with him to get the car, an unexpected person suddenly appeared and stood between him and Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, I just heard you say you were going to the mall to buy skincare products. How about I take you there?
Tao Qiran, a rich second generation who had been sitting in the row behind Qin Feng during the lecture and had overheard the entire conversation between Qin Feng and Zhao Xian, suddenly stood up and said to Zhao Xian in a somewhat eager tone, I just bought a Mercedes-Benz Z-Class a couple of days ago. It's always more convenient for me to drive you to the mall than for you to go with Qin Feng.
After all, you know it's not easy to get a taxi near our school, and taking the bus means waiting and it's not comfortable.
He paused slightly, then added, all the seats in my Mercedes E-Class are genuine leather, and they're very comfortable.
Would you like to take this opportunity to experience them? I've never had a girl sit in the passenger seat before. After saying this, Tao Qiran, dressed in designer clothes, couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng with a provocative look. He had disliked Qin Feng ever since the first day of school. Who can blame them when this guy is so handsome, while he himself is rather average looking, or even somewhat ugly? He has never had a good impression of handsome guys like that. Fortunately, his family is relatively well off, which can compensate for his unattractive appearance to some extent with money. His father owns a factory, and every year he can earn at least several million in net profit, if not more. He was the only son in his family, and his parents had doted on him since he was a child. He would almost always grant his request, as long as it was within the couple's means. This can be seen from the fact that less than a month after he started school, his parents bought him a Mercedes-Benz Z-Class sedan for transportation. Although the Mercedes-Benz Z-Class isn't a top-tier luxury car, its on-road price is still around 500,000 yuan. For many people, a car costing around 500,000 yuan is something they can't afford in their lifetime. However, Tao Qiran had just started his freshman year of college when his family bought him the house outright, which was enough to show that their family's economic strength was indeed much better than that of ordinary families. Because he had a wealthy family as his solid support, even though he was somewhat ugly, he still developed the idea of pursuing Zhao Xian, the most beautiful girl in the class. That's right.
In his opinion, Zhao Xian, who was the class beauty, was indeed very beautiful. But his family was so well off that even if he himself was a little ugly, it didn't mean he was unworthy of her. The combination of an ugly rich kid and a beautiful girl is quite a classic, isn't it?
Chapter 92. There are always people more capable than you. But he didn't know.
Given Zhao Xian's pride, even if her family were incredibly wealthy, she would never set her sights on an ugly man.
The men who catch her eye must be excellent in every way.
While it's unrealistic to expect someone to excel in everything and be unmatched in any way, they certainly shouldn't have any obvious weaknesses.
Someone like Tao Qiran, who was considered unattractive, would be eliminated by her at first glance. She wouldn't even consider his family's financial situation or any of his personal merits.
No need, I'll just ride in Qin Feng's car, Xiao Xian refused without hesitation. After saying that, she prepared to walk past the other person and head towards Qin Feng. However, unwilling to be rejected like this, Tao Qiran moved his feet and blocked her way once again. When Xiao Xian told Tao Qiran that she was going to ride in Qin Feng's car, Tao Qiran was somewhat shocked that Qin Feng, like him, already had a car after just starting university. However, he didn't think the other person's car could be compared to his Mercedes-Benz E-Class. In his opinion, Qin Feng's car was probably just a daily commuter car worth around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. This level of car is indeed affordable for families with a bit of money and who dote on their children. They can afford it if they grit their teeth and spend a little more.
Even if Qin Feng has a car, it can't possibly be more comfortable than my Mercedes-Benz E-Class, right? I spent 500,000 yuan on my Mercedes-Benz E-Class. What right does his car have to compare with mine? Tao Qiran said with some excitement and unusual bluntness. He was the kind of person who would look down on those around him who were less fortunate than himself. Provoked by Xiao Xian's words, he unconsciously raised his voice, causing the students who hadn't left the classroom to instinctively turn their attention to him. Many people looked at Tao Qiran with surprise and envy after hearing him say that he bought his Mercedes-Benz E-Class for 500,000 yuan. As classmates, they all knew about Tao Qiran, a rich second generation who was always very high profile. However, this time, they learned more about him from the Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth 500,000 yuan that he mentioned. Several girls who considered themselves to be fairly good-looking looked at Tao Qiran with a brighter gaze, as if they had spotted a suitable target. Although Tao Qiran's disdainful personality is annoying, since he can afford a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, we can just tolerate this minor flaw. Nobody cared about Qin Feng's car. Just as Tao Qiran said, Qin Feng's car couldn't possibly be better than his Mercedes-Benz E-Class, which was worth 500,000 yuan. Seeing that all the students still in the classroom were turning their attention to her, Xiao Xian's beautiful brows furrowed involuntarily. She coldly retorted to Tao Qiran, who was blocking her way, "What does the price of the car have to do with whose car I ride in? I'm making this clear today, no matter if you drive a 500,000 renminbi Mercedes or a 5 million renminbi Rolls-Royce, I will not ride in your car." She didn't mean to say such hurtful things. After all, they were classmates and would be studying together for 4 years. However, Tao Qiran's words and actions just now disgusted her to the extreme, so she simply stopped considering maintaining the decorum between the two of them as classmates. Tao Qiran's face immediately turned extremely ugly after being reprimanded so directly and coldly by Xiao Xian. Fearing he would lose the chance to see Xiao Xian again, he hurriedly explained, somewhat flustered, "Xiao Xian, please listen to me. That's not what I meant, I just..." However, before he could finish speaking, Xiao Xian raised her hand to interrupt him. "You don't need to explain. We're not familiar with each other, so you don't need to explain to me. Besides, I don't want to hear your explanation." After a slight pause, she continued sarcastically, "Besides, I don't know what misconception gives you the right to look down on everyone else just because you drive a Mercedes E-Class. You're a college student, don't you know the saying, there are always people better than you? If I told you that Qin Feng drives a Porsche, which is several times more expensive than your Mercedes E-Class worth 500,000 yuan, would you still think that his car is inferior to yours no matter what?" Xiao Xian's last words were like a sharp dagger, piercing Tao Qiran's proud heart. He couldn't believe that even his family background, which he was most proud of, was inferior to Qin Feng's. A Porsche that cost several times more than his Mercedes worth 500,000 yuan means that Qin Feng's car must cost at least 2 or 3 million yuan. Such an expensive car, even after he graduates, his parents probably won't be willing to buy it for him. After all, his father's factory could only earn a few million yuan in net profit throughout the year, and he also had to keep enough working capital on the books to deal with potential risks in future operations. However, the fact that Qin Feng's parents were willing to spend so much money to buy him a car shows that the other family's financial situation is undoubtedly far superior to theirs. Who exactly are Qin Feng's parents? How can someone be so rich? Tao Qiran was now feeling a deep sense of frustration. Meanwhile, the people who remained in the classroom watching the commotion were completely surprised to find that Qin Feng, who was usually so low-key, not only had good looks but also came from such a wealthy family. Although the other person was still a freshman like them, they were already driving a Porsche worth millions. And they may not be able to afford such an expensive car even after graduation. As a saying that has been circulating online for a long time goes, there are some things that, if you weren't born with them, you'll most likely never have them in your life. The girls who had been looking at Tao Qiran with shining eyes now turned to Qin Feng,
their gazes lighting up even more intensely, as if they wanted to devour him on the spot. Unfortunately, they both knew that the other had a girlfriend who was a campus beauty. To snatch a boyfriend from the school beauty, one would probably need at least the looks of Chao Xian, the class beauty. These women are only slightly better looking than the average girl, but they are still within the category of average girls.
They can't even be considered beauties, so they certainly don't have the right to compete for it. Chapter 93 Touching Again. Xin Feng, let's go.
Chao Xian walked past Tao Qiran, whose face was filled with frustration, and stood in front of Qin Feng, nodding slightly to him. After saying that, she walked out of the classroom without waiting for Qin Feng's response.
The powerful aura she exuded was so overwhelming that everyone present dared not speak.
Qin Feng was slightly surprised to see this, as it was the first time he had ever seen Chao Xian in this state. In fact, he had long seen that this girl was very proud. She often acted nonchalant and unambitious simply because she wasn't interested in those things. Just like when she competed with Zhou Xing for the position of class monitor at the beginning of the semester, she was mainly pushed out to run by her roommates. She herself didn't really have much of an interest in being the class monitor. Therefore, even though Zhou Xing ultimately defeated her in the voting process and was elected class monitor, she remained calm despite her defeat. However, if she truly intended to run for class monitor at the time, then her self-introduction and campaign speech would not have been so brief. She will take it seriously and use her excellent speaking skills to fully showcase herself to the classmates she is meeting for the first time, thereby winning everyone's votes. She believed that her past achievements would convince people to vote for her upon their first meeting. However, she has her own clear life plan, and she does not intend to take the civil service exam after graduation, so it doesn't matter whether she takes the position of class monitor or not. In a way, Zhou Xing got lucky and stumbled upon this opportunity. Qin Feng, one of the boys, and Chao Xian, the other of the girls, were the two biggest rivals. Neither of them was interested in being the class monitor, which ultimately allowed Qin Feng to become the class monitor. Just then, seeing that Chao Xian was almost at the classroom door, Qin Feng, who had already promised to take her to the mall to buy things, quickly followed. He didn't even glance at Tao Qiran, who looked utterly defeated, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This guy had just been completely humiliated by Chao Xian's barrage of attacks, every word of which dealt real damage. He had no reason to further humiliate her. If he did that, it would only make him seem petty and narrow-minded. After Qin Feng and Chao Xian left the classroom, those who had witnessed the scene immediately gathered in small groups and began to whisper among themselves. The topics discussed were naturally nothing more than the exact relationship between class beauty Chao Xian and class heartthrob Qin Feng, how Qin Feng, who usually appeared so low-key, was actually so rich, and how the seemingly mild-mannered class beauty Chao Xian possessed such an astonishingly powerful side, etc.
School parking lot.
While fastening his seatbelt, Qin Feng smiled and asked Chao Xian in the passenger seat, "Why did you get so angry with Tao Qiran just now? Everyone in our class knows how arrogant he is, so why bother with him?" To be honest, as the person who was looked down upon by Tao Qiran, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. But to his surprise, before he could even stand up and slap the other party in the face, Chao Xian had already stood up for him and slapped the other party hard in the face. This was the first time he had ever experienced a beautiful woman taking the initiative to stand up for him, and it seemed pretty good.
I didn't get angry.
Fearing that Qin Feng would misunderstand her as a woman with a bad temper and prone to anger, Chao Xian quickly shook her head and denied it, saying, "I just can't stand his arrogant attitude that he thinks everyone else's family conditions are not as good as his." She paused slightly, then added shyly, "Especially because I can't accept him looking down on you." Hearing Chao Xian's words express such a straightforward favoritism towards him, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and felt a touch of emotion.
"Thank you."
He turned his head and looked Chao Xian's eyes seriously, a rare occurrence for him.
"You're welcome."
Chao Xian's face immediately lit up with a smile, her joy beyond words. She knew that her actions had successfully planted a seed in Qin Feng's heart. As long as she slowly waters and fertilizes the seed in the days to come, one day it will take root and sprout in the other person's heart. At that time, you will also become a deeply rooted and unforgettable presence in the other person's heart. The silver-gray Porsche had barely left the school when it encountered a red light that lasted for over 80 seconds. Qin Feng sat in the driver's seat, getting a little bored while waiting. He couldn't help but glance at Chao Xian's long, white legs under her gray pleated skirt. They were straight as chopsticks, with fair and delicate skin, making them a pair of almost perfect legs. The thought of the exquisite, jade-like touch he felt when he caressed her on the way back to school last time made his heart tremble slightly, and he felt a surge of desire. Just then, Chao Xian suddenly turned her head and looked at Qin Feng with a half-smile, saying, "What?
You want to touch my leg again?"
Xin Feng was caught red-handed by Chao Xian, but he did not make any excuses to cover up his act of peeking at her beautiful legs.
Some things are done once they've been done. What can't a grown man admit?
Making up flimsy excuses, saying you didn't mean to look and just happened to glance at it by accident, will only make you seem hypocritical and sleazy, and will earn you a low score from girls.
I do kind of want to touch it.
Xin Feng nodded honestly.
Just a little bit want to touch?
Chao Xian stared straight into Qin Feng's eyes and continued to ask in a slightly seductive tone.
Okay, I admit it, I really do want to touch it.
Xin Feng reached out and rubbed his nose, looking unusually embarrassed. Upon hearing his candid statement, Chao Xian couldn't help but show a satisfied expression, as if this was exactly the answer she wanted to hear from Qin Feng.
Since you've put it that way, then I'll be merciful and let you touch me one more time.
After saying that, Chao Xian deliberately tilted her fair and beautiful legs towards Qin Feng's driver's seat, so that he could easily reach out and touch them. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng glanced at Chao Xian with some surprise. The last time Chao Xian let him touch her leg, it was one thing, since she clearly had some testing intentions at the time, wanting to see if her charm could make him give up Chuqingxin and choose to be with her.
However, he remembered that last time he had clearly expressed his disapproval to the other party.
After all, there was no way he would give up an entire forest for the sake of just one tree. But this time, Chao Xian actually took the initiative to touch his legs again.
Could it be that she became addicted to being touched by him after the last time? Or is it that even after she has clearly expressed her attitude that she will not break up with Chuqingxin, she still wants to give it a try? However, no matter what, he couldn't refuse a pair of white legs that offered themselves up for him to touch. If he can refuse all of these, can he still be considered a real man?
Immediately, he placed his right hand on Chao Xian's thigh and then used his one-handed driving skill.
Chapter 94 Try It On.
When the silver-gray Porsche parked in the mall's underground parking lot, Qin Feng reluctantly removed his right hand from Chao Xian's long, white legs.
The other person's legs felt absolutely amazing.
He had been touching them the whole way here and still hadn't gotten tired of them at all. He should have deliberately driven slower on the way here so he could have touched them a little longer. Chao Xian had been groped by Qin Feng the whole way, and she had been suffering almost the entire time. Now, she got out of the car, her cheeks still flushed. After tidying up her slightly disheveled clothes, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Feng, who had just locked the car door and was waiting for her to enter the mall together. Qin Feng naturally understood the meaning behind the other person's gaze and couldn't help but smile awkwardly.
Honestly, it's really not his fault. After all, which man could resist such temptation and obediently touch her leg the whole time? Besides, you didn't refuse along the way, so why are you acting like you'll settle scores later? However, Chao Xian was clearly not really angry. After straightening her clothes, she gave Qin Feng a light snort, and then took 2 steps forward and took Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng was taken aback when she suddenly took his arm, seemingly not expecting her to make such an intimate gesture. However, thinking of their intimate contact in the car earlier, he immediately relaxed and let Chao Xian hold his arm. The two of them, like an extremely intimate young couple, took the escalator from the underground parking lot to the first floor of the mall. This shopping mall is of average quality, and most of the brands inside are mass-market brands, far less upscale than Deji Plaza. However, the skincare brands on the first floor are quite good, mostly mid to high-end brands, which can basically meet the needs of most female customers. Chao Xian had a clear goal and went straight to the counter of a brand called Lancome that she was currently using. She spoke to a female sales assistant in a uniform and asked, "Hello, I would like to buy a bottle of serum and a bottle of eye cream. Have you used our products before? Would you like me to recommend our advanced Genifique serum? It's our best-selling product line right now," a Lancome sales associate asked enthusiastically. "No need for introductions, just pack it for me. I'm using this particular series from your brand right now," Chao Xian said decisively. "So you're a long-time customer of ours." Seeing Chao Xian making such a quick purchase, the sales assistant's smile deepened, and she quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll pack it up for you right now." After saying that, she turned around and went to get the serum and eye cream that Chao Xian needed. Soon, she packed a bottle of serum, a bottle of eye cream, and some free samples into a bag and handed it to Chao Xian. Chao Xian glanced down and, after confirming that the bag contained exactly what she wanted to buy, readily paid for it. The total is a little over 1,000 yuan. Although it's not much, for some college students, it's probably a month's living expenses. Qin Feng originally intended to pay the bill himself, but he didn't expect Chao Xian to buy things so quickly. In less than 3 minutes, she had finished buying and paying, giving him no chance to pay for her. Let's go upstairs and browse around some more." Chao Xian took Qin Feng's arm again and said with a smile.
Qin Feng naturally wouldn't object. He had come out to be the other party's driver, and the other party's compensation was quite generous, so he had no complaints whatsoever.
The second floor of the mall is the men's clothing section.
Qin Feng originally thought Chao Xian would go straight to the third floor, since the third floor was the women's clothing section. However, after they arrived at the second floor, Chao Xian pulled him off the escalator and they started browsing around on the second floor. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised, but he didn't think too much about it.
What if the other person wanted to buy a couple of clothes for their father and send them back?
A moment later, the two strolled into a mid-range luxury menswear store. Chao Xian immediately spotted a black casual jacket on the mannequin at the entrance. The style was simple yet sophisticated, with a touch of silk embroidery on the chest that was very stylish.
Hello, do you have his size in the clothes on the mannequin at the entrance?
Chao Xian walked into the store and asked a clerk who was not busy, pointing at Qin Feng. The young female shop assistant turned to look at Qin Feng. She saw that he was tall and handsome, with a very well-proportioned figure. His exposed arms had exceptionally clear muscle lines. He was even more charming than the idol male stars she saw on TV. She inexplicably felt her cheeks suddenly become hot. However, seeing someone else's girlfriend right beside him, this sudden surge of excitement came and went quickly, and he soon calmed down. Your boyfriend has a very standard build, so we definitely have his size in our store.
Please wait a moment, I'll go get it for you right away.
She replied and then immediately turned around to look for clothes that fit Qin Feng's size on the shelf. Hearing the shop assistant refer to Qin Feng as her boyfriend, Chao Xian blushed slightly, but felt inexplicably happy.
At this moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask Chao Xian, "Are you going to buy me clothes? We don't necessarily have to buy it yet. We need to try it on first to see if it fits us." Chao Xian smiled slightly and did not deny it.
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was about to speak again when the shop assistant brought over clothes that fit Qin Feng's size. Chao Xian took the clothes from the other person's hands, then handed them to Qin Feng, looking at him with a smile and saying, "Try them on."
Chapter 95 I want to buy it for you.
Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but when he saw the obvious expectation in Chao Xian's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her kindness and had no choice but to take the clothes and put them on.
To be honest, Chao Xian's aesthetic sense is indeed good.
This well-designed black coat looks better on Qin Feng than it does on the mannequin at the entrance. Of course, this is also closely related to Qin Feng's handsome appearance and standard figure, which have been modified by the system. Now he can be considered a perfect clothes hanger.
As long as the clothes aren't too ugly or outrageous, they won't look too bad on him.
Sure enough, Chao Xian's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Feng wearing the coat she had carefully chosen. She was already particularly attracted to Qin Feng's looks, and now that he had changed into clothes that matched her aesthetic, he was practically the image of her ideal boyfriend. "This dress suits you perfectly," she said sincerely. Before Qin Feng could reply, she simply turned to the young female shop assistant who was also stunned by Qin Feng's handsomeness and was now somewhat dumbfounded, and said, "I'll take the one he's wearing.
Take me to the checkout."
Immediately, the female shop assistant, who had snapped out of her daze upon hearing Chao Xian's words, quickly led her to the cashier to settle the bill. The clothes weren't cheap. The list price was over 6,000 yuan, and because they were newly released, there were no discounts whatsoever. However, Chao Xian still paid the money very readily.
Her family is well off.
Although they are not as wealthy as Tao Qiran, as the only daughter who was deeply loved by her family, she receives a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan. Adding the New Year's money saved from previous years, and the money earned from tutoring high school students during this period, paying out more than 6,000 yuan at once was not a burden at all.
These clothes aren't cheap.
When Qin Feng heard the shop assistant say that the coat cost over 6,000 yuan when he paid the bill, he couldn't help but say to Chao Xian,
"How can I let you spend so much money on clothes for me? I'd rather transfer the money to you."
After saying that, he took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to the other party directly on WeChat. He himself is not short of money at all, but for any ordinary person, more than 6,000 yuan is not a small amount. Chao Xian is currently only a freshman in college, and her main source of income is the living expenses given by her parents. However, Chao Xian took out her phone and glanced at the money Qin Feng had transferred to her on their chat page. She didn't accept it, but instead chuckled and said, "This dress only costs a little over 6,000 yuan, but you transferred 10,000 to me.
What do you mean by that? Are you trying to make me earn over 3,000 yuan for nothing?"
Although Qin Feng knew Chao Xian was joking, he was worried that she wouldn't accept the money he transferred, so he quickly prepared to explain. However, Chao Xian didn't give him a chance to explain at all, and directly shook her head and said, "I will not accept your money. I bought you clothes partly to thank you for taking me back to school last night, and partly because I wanted to buy them for you, that's all." She paused slightly, then suddenly smiled and said, "If you feel embarrassed to accept it, then treat me to lunch later." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, knowing that he would probably have to take advantage of Chao Xian this time. After all, he transferred money to her, but she refused to accept it, so he couldn't force her to accept it. At worst, he'll just remember what happened today. When the opportunity arises again, like when it's Chao Xian's birthday, he can buy her a necklace or something as a birthday present. Surely the other party won't refuse his birthday gift again, just like they did this time. When the shop assistant finished packing the jacket that Chao Xian had chosen for Qin Feng and handed the bag to him, she couldn't help but say to Qin Feng, "Handsome, your girlfriend is really good to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng did not deny it, but nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Yes, she is indeed very good to me." When Chao Xian heard Qin Feng say that, he seemed to have already accepted that she was his girlfriend, and she couldn't help but feel a sweet sensation in her heart. At the same time, she couldn't help but think about it. If she had appeared in his world earlier, is it possible that the person who could openly be his girlfriend now would not be Chu Qingxin, but her? At noon, the two of them ate at a well-known chain hot pot restaurant inside the mall. Qin Feng originally wanted to take Chao Xian to the Eastern Continent Royal Banquet for dinner, since it was the highest-class dining place he knew of. However, Chao Xian refused without hesitation, seemingly knowing that given Qin Feng's financial situation, the restaurant he wanted to take her to would definitely not be cheap, and she did not want to take advantage of Qin Feng. Having no other choice, Qin Feng had to respect the other party's idea and, after obtaining their consent, chose a chain hot pot restaurant where the average cost per person was a little over 100 yuan. This hot pot restaurant is famous for its service and is very popular among consumers. Even college students who aren't exactly well off will occasionally come here to experience the pinnacle of service at this popular restaurant brand. Following the enthusiastic recommendations of the restaurant staff, the two ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes. Then, Qin Feng handed the tablet used for ordering to Chao Xian, asking her to add a few more dishes that she liked. This time, Chao Xian didn't refuse anymore. After taking the tablet, she ordered 2 more dishes, a special yellow throat and a white jade lotus root slice. Then, Qin Feng took the tablet back from Chao Xian, added 2 more dishes that he thought he would like to eat, and then returned the tablet used to order to the waitress who was in charge of serving their table. While the two were waiting for the hot pot basin dishes to be served, another waiter pushed a cart full of various homemade drinks in front of them and asked with a smile, "Hello, would you like to participate in our couples games? There are prizes for winning." "What game?" Chao Xian asked with interest. "Sing the love song." The waiter, still smiling, replied, "If you two can sing the next line of the song I'm singing, you'll get a cup of our homemade specialty drink. You have 2 chances in total. That means if you can sing both songs in a row, you will get 2 drinks. Chapter 96 What's Wrong? Okay. Chao Xian nodded eagerly, but didn't forget to turn to Qin Feng for his opinion. "Qin Feng, let's participate." "Participating is no problem, but I don't listen to many songs. If I can't keep up, you can't blame me." Qin Feng nodded in agreement and gave Chao Xian a heads up in advance. Before going to university, he was always busy with his studies and working to earn money, so he hardly had any time to listen to music or have fun. Therefore, he really had no confidence in this kind of game. "It's okay, it's just a game. There's no punishment for losing anyway," Chao Xian said nonchalantly. Seeing that both of them agreed to participate, the waiter pushing the cart immediately began to pose questions. "I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you, maybe one day I won't be able to help myself, missing you will only make me suffer." The waiter stopped singing here and looked at Chao Xian instead. However, Chao Xian opened her mouth, feeling that the melody of the song was very familiar, but when she actually opened her mouth to continue, she couldn't remember the next line of lyrics. At this moment, realizing that Chao Xian really couldn't sing this song, Qin Feng took the initiative to sing along. "Falling in love with you is something I couldn't help." Unavoidable Love is a classic old song, and it's perfectly normal for a young girl like Chao Xian to not know how to sing it. However, when Qin Feng worked on a construction site during his summer vacation, there was an older man who really liked listening to this song. He would play it every night inside and outside the temporary dormitory on the construction site. After listening to it so many times, Qin Feng naturally learned to sing it. "Congratulations, handsome. You answered the lyrics correctly. You can now choose any drink you like." The waitress clapped lightly, indicating that Qin Feng could take a drink from the cart in front of her. "What would you like to drink?" Qin Feng asked Chao Xian, who was sitting opposite him. Seeing that Qin Feng would ask for her opinion after winning the reward, Xiao Xian couldn't help but feel happy, as this more or less showed that the other party valued her. "I want to drink that pink sparkling water," Xiao Xian said, pointing to a light pink, bubbly drink on the trolley.
This is our homemade guava sparkling water.
It tastes pretty good. Customers who have tried it before all say it's delicious, the waiter said with a smile as he placed the light pink guava sparkling water that Xiao Xian had chosen in front of her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian couldn't help but immediately pick it up and take a sip. Sure enough, it tasted good, sweet, and refreshing. Congratulations to you both for answering the first question correctly.
Now I'm going to ask you the second question.
The waiter glanced at the two people in front of him, and seeing that they had both heard his hint and were ready to continue listening to the question, he simply began to sing, "I'll sing this song for you."
It doesn't have any particular style. It simply represents that I want to bring you happiness, to thaw the frozen river for you, and to be a moth drawn to the flame for you.
Qin Feng had never heard this song before, so he naturally didn't know how to respond. However, Xiao Xian can sing this time because the original singer of What's Wrong is a male singer she really likes. She has been listening to his songs since junior high school. It can be said that the other person's songs have accompanied her throughout her entire youth and up to the present day.
Nothing is not worth it.
Xiao Xian's singing voice is very beautiful even with just a simple line, you can tell she can sing.
Congratulations, you can now choose any drink, the waiter said, clapping.
It's your turn to choose now.
What would you like to drink? Xiao Xian asked Qin Feng with a smile.
The glass of guava sparkling water she just drank was won back for her by Qin Feng, and now she wants to win one back for him. Then I'll drink the purple one, Qin Feng said casually, pointing to a glass of bubbly purple beverage.
This is our family's grape sparkling water, it's also very delicious.
The waiter placed the purple drink in front of Qin Feng and introduced it with a smile. Qin Feng picked up the drink in front of him and took a sip. Although it was a bit sour, it tasted really good and was very appetizing. At this moment, the hot pot basin dishes were brought up by the kitchen staff, and Qin Feng and Xiao Xian officially began to eat their lunch. During the meal, the two chatted about some interesting things that happened to them in high school. In this conversation full of common topics, their relationship naturally became much closer. Of course, during the conversation, Qin Feng deliberately concealed his orphanage background. It wasn't that he felt inferior or anything because of this, but rather that his current economic situation was completely unlike what a poor boy from an orphanage could have.
To avoid unnecessary trouble, he didn't mention these things to Xiao Xian.
Qin Feng paid the bill.
The two of them only spent a little over 200 yuan.
Compared to Qin Feng's usual meals at the Eastern Continent Royal Banquet costing 40 or 50,000 yuan, this was practically free. Because they had a class in the first period of the afternoon, the two of them did not linger in the mall after lunch.
Instead, they went back down to the underground parking lot to retrieve their car and return to school.
To Qin Feng's surprise, as soon as Xiao Xian got into the car, she silently moved her long, white legs toward the driver's side, seemingly agreeing that it was okay for Qin Feng to touch them while he was driving. Seeing Xiao Xian's cooperation, Qin Feng wisely refrained from asking if he could touch her. Instead, he placed his hand on her leg, where the touch was as delicate and smooth as ever, making it irresistible. You know, sometimes, asking certain questions can actually destroy the unique understanding between two people. The most wonderful thing is to not ask anything and just touch each other directly. Feeling the warm touch of Qin Feng's large hand on her thigh, Xiao Xian's cheeks flushed slightly, but she made no attempt to resist or move her leg away to stop him from touching her. She was actually very satisfied with her date with Qin Feng today, and even felt that it exceeded her expectations. She believed that as long as things continued to develop at this pace, she might be able to surpass Chu Qingxin and occupy a position in Qin Feng's heart that was above Chu Qingxin's. On the way back to school, neither of them spoke. Only the Burmester sound system and the Porsche Panamera, worth over 10,000 yuan, was playing music by Xiao Xian's favorite singer. I'm singing this song for you, it doesn't have any particular style, it simply represents my desire to bring you joy, to thaw the frozen river for you, to be a moth drawn to the flame for you, nothing is unworthy of it. Chapter 97 Wonderful Enjoyment. Century Garden Residential Community. Lu Wenxin's newly rented house is here. The apartment complex where she used to rent was too old and dilapidated, it didn't even have an elevator. There is absolutely no guarantee of safety. The security guard at the gate is almost 70 years old. He walks with a wobbly gait, as if he might fall at any moment. Expecting such an elderly person to protect the safety of the residents and the community is simply a joke.
If something really happens, will the security guards protect the residents, or will the residents protect the security guards? Therefore, after visiting her once, Qin Feng simply transferred 500,000 yuan to her so that she could rent a place to live again. After all, she is now his woman, and he needs to provide her with the necessary protections. The Century Garden community where Luwen now rents is not only new in its buildings and renovations, but also has complete supporting facilities and a very professional property management team. The security team consisted entirely of able-bodied young men, none of whom were under 45. The security captain was even said to have retired from a special forces unit. With a security team like this, the residents of the community can truly feel safe. Of course, none of this is free. The property management fee in Century Garden is definitely one of the most expensive among ordinary residential communities. Although the property management fee is not paid by the tenant, the high fee, coupled with the excellent conditions of the community itself, means that the rent will naturally not be cheap. Previously, Luwen could afford a house of the same size for 1,500 yuan a month, but now it would cost at least 6,000 yuan a month. The two-bedroom apartment she currently rents in this community costs as much as 8,000 yuan per month. For many recent college graduates, their monthly take-home pay is not this much. Even for Luwen, whose average monthly income is around 30,000 yuan, this amount of money is still a considerable burden, which is why she used to rent in that old neighborhood. The rent plus utilities for a month is less than 2,000 yuan. However, although the rent of 8,000 yuan per month is high, and the water and electricity bills add up to about 100,000 yuan a year, Qin Feng transferred 500,000 yuan to her in one go, so there is no pressure at all for her to live there. Ding dong! Qin Feng arrived at the door of her rented house according to the address Luwen sent him, and then rang the doorbell. Not long after, a series of pattering footsteps came from inside the house, and then the door was opened from the inside. It was Luwen, who was wearing a sexy work uniform that she had been working half a day and hadn't had time to change out yet. Seeing Qin Feng standing at the door, a look of joy and coquettishness immediately appeared on her face. She then threw herself at Qin Feng and said in a seductive voice, "Husband, I missed you so much." Qin Feng put his arm around her waist and smelled the pleasant perfume emanating from her body. He immediately felt an uncontrollable surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he scooped Luwen up in his arms, slammed the door shut with his foot amidst her scream, and headed towards the bedroom inside. 2 hours later. Completely relieved, Qin Feng lay on the newly changed bedsheets after Luwen moved and let out a heavy sigh. Luwen, who was naked and leaning against his chest, had a satisfied look on her face. A few strands of hair on her forehead were wet with sweat and stuck to her delicate face, making her look even more charming and attractive. It has been more than a week since the two last had sex and parted ways. One reason was that Qin Feng was busy spending time with Chu Qingxin and Wang Kersen, but another reason was that Luwen had to work and move at the same time. In short, both of them have been quite busy lately. Luwen just finished moving into her new home yesterday, and today she specially took half a day off to invite Qin Feng to come and keep her company. "Honey, you're so amazing. You almost broke me just now." Although Luwen was also relatively inexperienced, his age meant he knew significantly more than young girls like Chu Qingxin and Wang Kersen. Moreover, she was well aware of her age disadvantage, so she was unusually uninhibited in some aspects, seemingly trying to please Qin Feng and solidify her position in his heart. Through Luwen, Qin Feng experienced a wonderful enjoyment that was completely different from when he was with Chu Qingxin and Wang Kersen. Without a doubt, Luwen is now considered a charming and alluring woman in his eyes. Hearing the raunchy words uttered by Luwen, Qin Feng felt as if his anger, which had just subsided, was about to rise again. Luwen immediately sensed Qin Feng's change and was quite shocked. The 2 hours of fussing just now were comfortable, but also really tiring. She was planning to cook dinner for Qin Feng herself later, so she couldn't possibly endure another 2 hours of this. So she immediately begged for mercy, "Honey, please spare me for now, I still need to get out of bed to cook for you." Upon hearing that Luwen was going to cook for him, Qin Feng stopped bothering him and calmed down after taking a few deep breaths. "I didn't expect you could cook," Qin Feng said, looking at the charming beauty in his arms with slight surprise. In his opinion, it was quite rare for a sophisticated urban woman like Luwen, who dressed up beautifully every day, to cook dinner after returning home in the evening. "Don't underestimate me, my cooking is really good. When Wan Wan lived with me, she loved my cooking the most." Luwen raised his chin, speaking with a hint of pride. "Then I'll have to look forward to it tonight," Qin Feng replied with a smile, genuinely anticipating the dishes Luwen would be preparing. At this moment, Luwen seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Qin Feng, "Honey, I invited Wan Wan over for dinner tonight. You don't mind, do you?
Of course I wouldn't mind, Qin Feng shook his head.
Li Wanwan is Lu Wen's best friend. It's perfectly normal for Lu Wen to invite Li Wanwan over for a meal after he moved to a new house.
However, whenever Qin Feng mentioned Li Wanwan, this beautiful girl with skin as white as snow, he couldn't help but recall the sexy photo Lu Wen had sent him that night. In the photo, the two women, with their contrasting styles, one wearing a sexy black lace nightgown and the other a pure white simple nightgown, look like a combination of a witch and an angel, making it hard to look away just by looking at the photo.
Chapter 98 The Beauty Offers a Toast.
The two lay on the bed for a while longer, chatting about recent events in their lives. Most of the time, Lu Wen did the talking while Qin Feng listened.
Occasionally, Qin Feng would also talk about his life at school. Lu Wen actually held a certain amount of admiration for Qin Feng for being able to study at Jinling University. This had nothing to do with Qin Feng's economic strength, it was simply an admiration for his academic qualifications.
After all, her college entrance exam scores weren't very good back then, and she only got into a very ordinary second-rate university.
Fortunately, she is beautiful.
After graduation, she found a job selling luxury goods by taking advantage of her natural good looks. Now she can earn an average of about 30,000 yuan a month. You should know that not many of her college classmates are earning more than 10,000 yuan a month now, let alone more than 30,000 yuan. Therefore, Lu Wen can definitely be considered one of the most successful people in their class. As one of the top universities in China, most graduates of Jinling University are able to earn a monthly salary of over 30,000 yuan after several years of work experience. As for the top performers, they can earn annual salaries of over 1 million.
This is the difference that comes with educational background. Of course, some people might say that I didn't attend a good university, but my current income is much higher than that of many graduates from prestigious universities.
This situation certainly exists, but it can only be described as survivor bias. In terms of average income, graduates from top-tier universities will definitely earn more than graduates from second-tier universities, and graduates from second-tier universities will definitely earn more than those who have never attended university.
Otherwise, what's the point of all that hard work over the years just to get into a good university?
Having rested enough, and seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Lu Wen quickly got up and went to the kitchen to cook. Qin Feng simply put on his clothes and sat on the sofa in the living room, watching TV to pass the time while keeping Lu Wen company as he cooked in the kitchen.
Around 6 p.m.
Having already prepared a whole table of dishes, Lu Wen only had one dish left, corn and pork rib soup simmering in the pot, before he could start eating.
Just then, the doorbell rang.
Because Lu Wen had to stay in the kitchen to watch the pork rib soup and couldn't leave for a moment, she called out to Qin Feng in the living room, "Honey, it should be Wanwan who has arrived.
Could you please open the door?"
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng stood up from the sofa, walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a beautiful woman with skin as white as snow, none other than Lu Wen's best friend, Li Wanwan. She was wearing the Porsche dealership's tight-fitting, bodycon skirt uniform, clearly having just finished get off work and come straight from the store without having had time to change into her own clothes. However, she was carrying a large bag in one hand, which seemed to contain her own clothes, and in her other hand, she was carrying 2 bottles of red wine, which she had probably bought as a housewarming gift for Lu Wen. When she saw that it was Qin Feng who opened the door, Li Wanwan's face inexplicably flushed. That night, she had a deep, intimate conversation with Lu Wen, where she frankly expressed to Lu Wen her desire to stay in Nanjing and not return to her hometown for arranged marriages. Lu Wen, however, asked her what she thought of Qin Feng, and she didn't quite understand why he was asking her that. It wasn't until Lu Wen explained her relationship with Qin Feng that she realized that her best friend Lu Wen and Qin Feng actually had that kind of relationship. The reason Lu asked her what she thought of Qin Feng was to give her a choice, a chance for her to stay in Jinling and live a good life from then on. Encouraged by her best friend and driven by her own true feelings, she ultimately made the same decision as Lu Wen back then. However, it seems that an opportunity is still needed for Qin Feng to know about this and accept her as his woman. Because Qin Feng and Lu Wen were both quite busy during this period, this matter was temporarily put on hold until today, when Lu Wen moved and took this opportunity to bring Qin Feng and her over. To ensure their plan went smoothly, Lu Wen specifically reminded her to buy 2 bottles of red wine on her way over that evening. Under the influence of alcohol, it's naturally easier for things between men and women to progress. Upon seeing Li Wanwan at the entrance, dressed in a tight-fitting pencil skirt uniform that revealed half of her beautiful legs in gray stockings, and with exceptionally fair and delicate skin, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart. However, since the other party was Lu Wen's best friend, he did not do anything out of line. He simply smiled politely, greeted her, and let her into the house. Just as Li Wanwan entered the house, Lu Wen's corn and pork rib soup was brought out of the kitchen. Because the two best friends were already very familiar with each other, there was no need for any unnecessary formalities. Lu Wen simply smiled and greeted them. "Wanwan, you've come at the right time. Go wash your hands and we can start eating as soon as you come back." "Hee, I get to eat your cooking again, Sister One." "That's great." Li Wanwan put down the bag in her hand, immediately went to the kitchen to wash her hands, and prepared to eat. When she returned after washing her hands, the three of them sat around the table in the restaurant, ready to eat the table full of dishes that Lu Wen had personally prepared. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Wen and Li Wanwan, these two best friends, did not sit together, but instead sandwiched Qin Feng between them, one on each side. "Honey, Wanwan just brought over 2 bottles of red wine. Shall we have some together?" Lu Wen picked up a bottle of red wine that Li Wanwan had brought and asked Qin Feng with a slightly coquettish tone. Qin Feng hadn't planned to go home tonight anyway, so he didn't need to worry about not being able to drive after drinking. So he simply nodded in agreement with Lu Wen's suggestion. Upon seeing Qin Feng agree to drink, Lu Wen's face lit up with joy, and he quickly got up to get a corkscrew and a wine glass. Soon, a glass of deep red wine was placed in front of each of the three people. "Honey, Wanwan and I will toast you together first." Lu Wen raised his wine glass and at the same time nodded to Li Wanwan, who was sitting on the other side of Qin Feng. Then, Li Wanwan shyly raised her wine glass to Qin Feng. Chapter 99: Two Women's Conspiracy. Faced with a toast from two beautiful women, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately raised his glass and clinked it with each of them before taking a sip. A sip of red wine, even though the alcohol content isn't high, creates a different atmosphere when you're eating compared to when you're not drinking. Putting down his wine glass, Qin Feng picked up a piece of spicy chicken in front of him and put it in his mouth. A rich, spicy flavor immediately filled his mouth. "Your cooking skills are really good. This spicy chicken is delicious. I think it tastes just as good as what hotel chefs make." Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he praised it sincerely. Lu Wen's hometown is in Sichuan, so he is particularly good at cooking Sichuan cuisine. Moreover, having lived in Nanjing for a long time, he knows that people here are not very good at eating spicy food. So, in order to suit Qin Feng's taste, she made some special improvements and put less chili in the dish. Sure enough, her improved spicy chicken was even more to Qin Feng's liking, with a moderate level of spiciness and a richer aroma. "As long as my husband likes it, that's fine." Lu Wen's eyes were full of joy. Then she picked up some duck blood from another dish of spicy blood curd and put it into Qin Feng's bowl, saying, "Honey, try my spicy blood curd again. It's one of my specialties." Qin Feng picked up a piece of duck blood from the bowl and took a bite. The taste was indeed very good, with a fragrant and spicy flavor that made it a perfect accompaniment to rice. After eating a few more bites, Li Wanwan suddenly found a suitable opportunity to raise her glass to Qin Feng and said sincerely, "Qin Feng, I'd like to toast you. Thank you for buying the car from me. No need to be polite. After all, I was going to buy a car anyway, and if I didn't buy it from you, I would have bought it from someone else." Qin Feng raised his glass and lightly clinked it with Li Wanwan's. He paused slightly, then smiled and continued, "Besides, you're Lu Wen's best friend, so naturally I'll buy it from you for her sake." After saying this, the two of them each took a sip of the wine in their glasses. Li Wanwan seemed to have a low alcohol tolerance. After only 2 sips of wine, her cheeks were already flushed. Coupled with her exceptionally fair skin, the rosy complexion on her face was even more pronounced. Seeing this, Lu Wen told her to rest for a while and then found an excuse to drink with Qin Feng. And so, the two of them took turns drinking, with Li Wanwan occasionally joining in to clink glasses with Qin Feng. The bottle of red wine was quickly finished by the three of them. As the second bottle of red wine was opened, the atmosphere among the three people gradually became more and more ambiguous under the influence of alcohol. Without them even realizing it, Lu Wen and Li Wanwan were practically pressed against Qin Feng from either side. Lu Wen rubbed against his arm, and the unusually comfortable touch quickly aroused his desire, making him want to carry Lu Wen to the bedroom immediately. It's a pity that Li Wanwan is still here, so he has to be considerate of her feelings. However, seeing that he was still restraining himself, Lu Wen's provocative actions became increasingly exaggerated. "You're playing with fire," Qin Feng said hotly, his arm around Lu Wen and close to her ear. "Then I'll just help you cool down," Lu Wen said seductively, reaching out to gently stroke Qin Feng's face. As his fingertips brushed against his cheek, the tingling sensation was like a spark igniting a splatter of gasoline on the ground, completely setting Qin Feng ablaze with desire. He glanced at his left, at Li Wanwan, whose eyes were glazed and who was almost completely leaning against him. He grew bolder and bolder, wrapping his left arm around Li Wanwan's slender waist while his right hand roamed freely over Lu Wen's body. Before long, Lu Wen was also aroused by his touch, her pretty face full of alluring charm.
Honey, go take a shower first.
I'll help Wanwan to the guest room to rest for a bit, and then I'll wait for you in the room, Lu Wen whispered seductively into Qin Feng's ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng glanced at Li Wanwan, who seemed to be completely drunk to his left, and simply handed her over to Lu Wen for support, while he got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. However, Qin Feng was unaware that after he entered the bathroom, Li Wanwan, who had seemed to be completely drunk, suddenly became much more sober.
She exchanged a glance with Lu Wen, her cheeks flushed, and asked nervously, Sister Wen, do you think Qin Feng will turn around and leave as soon as he enters the room and sees me waiting for him on the bed? Definitely not. Lu Wen shook his head confidently and said, when we were eating just now, you were pressed against him, and I didn't see him push you away. Besides, based on what I know about him, if a beautiful girl like you comes to him willingly, he would definitely accept. She paused slightly, then looked at him with a mischievous smile and said, besides, this is your first time. As a man, he certainly wouldn't want to push you away.
Upon hearing this, the blush on Li Wanwan's face deepened even further, almost as if it were about to drip water. But Sister Wen, I'm still a little scared, Li Wanwan said nervously, gripping Lu Wen's arm. After a slight pause, she suddenly said something surprising, why don't you come with me later, sister? Even with Lu Wen's boldness, he was stunned when he suddenly heard Li Wanwan's words.
She reached out and pinched Li Wanwan's rosy and delicate cheek hard, saying in an annoyed tone, you little rascal, how come I never realized you were so daring when it came to this kind of thing? Sister Wen, I've seen in those male-oriented novels that the male protagonists always like to have two people with him. Please, I'm begging you, just this once. Ignoring the slight pain on her face from Lu Wen's pinch, Li Wanwan tightly hugged his arm and pleaded. She and Lu Wen had known each other for so many years that they were practically sisters. The two of them had seen each other's bodies countless times, so Li Wanwan really didn't mind being completely honest with him. Moreover, as Lu Wen just said, this was her first time doing something like this, so she couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. If Lu Wen could be by her side at times like this, she would feel much more at ease. If Lu Wen knew what she was thinking right now, he would definitely say that her brain had been poisoned by all the movies, TV shows, and novels she usually watches. Chapter 100, No More Than This. In the end, no matter how much Li Wanwan pleaded, Lu Wen still did not agree to her bold suggestion, but only urged her to quickly change her clothes and go to the room to wait. A moment later, Qin Feng, having taken a shower and changed into a set of loose pajamas that Lu Wen had prepared for him and placed in the bathroom, came to the bedroom door. However, when he eagerly pushed open the bedroom door and entered the room, he found that the person sitting on the bed waiting for him was not Lu Wen, but Li Wanwan, who had changed into a very seductive outfit. At this moment, Li Wanwan's face was still flushed, whether from the alcohol or from her shyness, it was hard to tell. Her already exceptionally fair and delicate skin was now almost completely exposed to the air, making her appear even more alluring. Qin Feng initially thought that Lu Wen had helped Li Wanwan into the wrong room, or that he himself had entered the wrong room. However, seeing Li Wanwan's obviously carefully dressed and alluring appearance, he didn't immediately turn around and leave. Instead, he pretended to be puzzled and asked Li Wanwan, "What are you doing?" Li Wanwan got up from the bed, slowly walked to Qin Feng, leaned against him, and whispered, "Sister Wen told me about your relationship. I want to be your woman, just like her." It is true. What Li Wanwan said was basically the same as Qin Feng's guess. He believed that Lu Wen definitely knew that Li Wanwan was dressed like this in the bedroom, and that the idea was even hers. Are you short of money? Qin Feng let Li Wanwan hug him, without making any unnecessary or inappropriate movements with his hands. He didn't mind having something happen with Li Wanwan. After all, Li Wanwan was indeed a great beauty, especially her unique pale skin, which made people want to touch her wantonly. But there are some things he needs to clarify beforehand. I'm not really short of money. Li Wanwan shook her head and answered honestly, but I don't want to leave Jilin and go back to my hometown to live that kind of life of being a wife and mother, dealing with the mundane details of daily life. Li Wanwan's words were very honest, and Qin Feng could understand and accept that she approached him for this purpose. Ultimately, this is still a problem that can be solved with money, and money is the last thing he lacks. Then one last question. Qin Feng looked down into Li Wanwan's eyes and asked calmly, "Have you been with any men before?" Now that he's both handsome and rich, he can be quite picky about women, especially women like Li Wanwan who come to him with a clear purpose. Li Wanwan seemed surprised that Qin Feng would ask her such a question.
However, since the other party has said that this is the last question, it means that as long as my answer satisfies them, then this matter can be considered completely settled. So, she shook her head shyly and answered truthfully, no.
If you're willing to accept me, then you'll be my first man.
She mustered her courage and looked up into Qin Feng's eyes. Although she is somewhat timid and doesn't like to compete with others, at this crucial moment concerning her future, she wants to do her best to fight for herself. Hearing Li Wanwan's answer, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then opened his arms and carried her to the bed in a princess carry.
An hour later,
Li Wanwan, who was new to sex, hugged Qin Feng and begged with tears in her eyes, "Husband, please let me rest for a while, I really can't take it anymore."
Li Wanwan's performance in the first instance was clearly inferior to Lu Wen's.
However, this is also related to individual physical condition.
Some people have a better constitution and can withstand more stress, while others have a weaker constitution and can withstand less stress.
Therefore, seeing that Li Wanwan was crying, Qin Feng had no choice but to let her rest for a while. However, while resting is important, one cannot simply lie still and do nothing, as there is still a lot of anger to be released. However, not long after, Lu Wen, who could not hear Li Wanwan's melodious singing from inside the house, boldly pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. She thought their relationship was over, but it turned out to be just a break. Thinking back to the astonishing duration of the 2 previous times she and Qin Feng played together, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at her impulsive decision to open the door. She instinctively turned to turn around, close the door, and leave, but was stopped by Qin Feng's somewhat stern voice, "Come back here." Lu Wen, who was already somewhat uneasy about his decision to send Li Wanwan to Qin Feng without his consent, panicked upon hearing Qin Feng's serious voice and immediately turned around and went back into the bedroom.
"Do you know where you went wrong?"
Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. "I should have discussed this with you beforehand. I shouldn't have made this decision without telling you anything," Lu Wen said obediently, bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression softened slightly. He actually quite liked Li Wanwan, and if Lu Wen had told him about it beforehand, he would most likely have agreed to accept her. However, as Li Wanwan's best friend, Lu Wen sincerely hoped that Li Wanwan could stay in Jinling and live a good life without worrying about food and drink after hearing her thoughts that night. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. In order to increase the success rate of getting Qin Feng to accept Li Wanwan, she came up with this plan to have Qin Feng, who was drunk and had high desires, spend time with Li Wanwan in a room. In this way, as long as Qin Feng is still a normal man, he basically won't turn around and leave.
"Honey, I'm so sorry. This kind of thing won't happen again."
Lu Wen came to Qin Feng's side and leaned against him to apologize.
"This is a one-time exception, don't let it happen again." Qin Feng glanced at Lu Wen, who was looking at him with a fawning expression, and said in a calm tone, "He likes obedient women, so if Lu Wen does something so clever again, he will not hesitate to give her a sum of money and make her leave him." Lu Wen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Qin Feng had finally forgiven him. After this incident, she realized to some extent that her position in Qin Feng's heart still needed to be improved. Fortunately, she is no longer fighting alone.
She believes that with Li Wanwan forming a united front with her, Qin Feng will definitely pay more and more attention to the two of them. Thinking this, the suggestion that Li Wanwan had made earlier in the living room couldn't help but come to mind. Seeing that Li Wanwan was exhausted while Qin Feng was still standing tall and proud, she gritted her teeth and took the initiative to join the battle.
Chapter 101, The Scope is Too Small. The next morning,
when Qin Feng opened his eyes, Lu Wen, who had been sleeping on his left, was nowhere to be seen. She took half a day off yesterday afternoon, but still had to go to work this morning, so she left home before 9 o'clock. To his right, the snow-white-skinned Li Wanwan slept peacefully in his arms, just like Snow White who had eaten the poison apple. She's off today, so she can relax and not have to get up early. In the latter half of last night's game, although Lu Wen joined the fray and relieved a lot of pressure for her, she was still quite exhausted as a newcomer to the field. Therefore, even though it's almost noon, she is still asleep. However, Qin Feng accidentally woke her up by moving around a little after waking up. She opened her eyes groggily and found herself lying naked in Qin Feng's arms, a blush immediately rising on her face.
"You're awake?"
Qin Feng's gentle voice reached her ears, making her feel at ease.
"Mum."
She nodded shyly, not daring to look Qin Feng in the eye. She belatedly realized that she was somewhat embarrassed to talk about her actions of offering herself up to him last night. Even though she thought she was mentally prepared, she still felt ashamed when she faced Qin Feng, who had taken her virginity, after it actually happened.
Fortunately, Qin Feng didn't feel that way.
He had experienced similar things several times before, so he could be considered a seasoned veteran. He lowered his head and gently kissed Li Wanwan's fair and delicate face, then smiled and said, "I'll go to the bathroom to wash up first.
You can lie down for a while longer and then go wash up too."
Li Wanwan nodded obediently, then picked up the scattered clothes on the ground and helped Qin Feng put them on.
She is gradually getting into character.
Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. To be his woman, it's not enough to just have good looks and a great figure. More importantly, you need to be obedient and provide him with emotional support. Of all the women he has been intimate with, the one he likes the most is Chu Qingxin, and that's not just because she's the most beautiful. It was also because she was well-behaved, obedient, considerate, and sensible, and never made him feel unhappy in the slightest when the two of them were together.
This is something that Li Wanwan, Lu Wen, and even Wang Kersen cannot do at this stage. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and Li Wanwan finished washing up and changed into proper clothes.
Qin Feng raised his left wrist to check the time. Seeing that it was already 10:30, he decided not to have breakfast and would go out to have lunch and breakfast together. He remembered that this place was not far from Longhu Golden Street. When he signed in to buy a house in Dongzhou No. 1 Garden, the system rewarded him with a shop of more than 200 square meters in Longhu Golden Street, which was worth at least tens of millions. Although he is not short of money now, he can't just ignore this valuable shop. He should at least take a look at it and know where it is and what it looks like. Whether you rent it out later or invest in opening a shop when you're bored, it's all fine.
Let's go out to eat later.
After we eat, I can take you shopping and buy you some bags or jewelry that you like, Qin Feng said, putting his arm around Li Wanwan's waist.
Upon hearing this, Li Wanwan couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on her face.
This was exactly the kind of life she was pursuing and wanting. To be honest, compared to Lu Wen, she has no ambition in her career at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made almost no progress in her work in the years since graduation. Lu Wen, who entered the luxury goods sales industry at the same time as her, is now earning more than 30,000 yuan a month, while she almost couldn't afford the rent after changing jobs several times. If it weren't for her best friend Lu Wen leading Qin Feng to buy her a top-of-the-line Panamera worth over 3 million yuan, she probably would still only be receiving her basic salary this month. At that time, she really will have to borrow money from Lu to pay her rent next month. When Qin Feng drove Li Wanwan to Longhu Golden Street, it was already a little past 11 o'clock. Although it was still a bit early before lunchtime, long queues had already formed outside several popular restaurants on Longhu Golden Street. Qin Feng was starving and wouldn't even consider a restaurant with long queues, no matter how delicious the food was. So he and Li Wanwan chose a specialty restaurant with decent customer traffic but no queue and went inside. The prices on this restaurant's menu are mostly in the 3-figure range, with a few dishes reaching 4 figures. If it's 2 people eating, and they order 4 or 5 dishes with a mix of meat and vegetables, the average cost per person would be around 1,000 yuan. In a place like Longhu Golden Street where land is extremely valuable, this average spending per person is actually just considered normal. Qin Feng often spends tens of thousands of yuan on a single meal at the Eastern Continent Imperial Banquet, so ordering food at a restaurant with such a high level of consumption is no problem for him.
He directly ordered 2 signature dishes worth more than 1,000 yuan each.
Then, he handed the menu to Li Wanwan and asked her to pick out a few dishes she liked to order.
Li Wanwan took the menu and was surprised to see that even a simple dish cost several hundred yuan.
You should know that she usually spends 20 or 30 yuan on a takeout meal at noon, which is considered a lot. Occasionally, when she goes out for dinner with Lu Wen on weekends, the average cost per person for the two of them will not exceed 200 yuan.
And this lunch today, she hasn't even ordered any more dishes yet.
Just the 2 signature dishes that Qin Feng ordered have already cost more than 3,000 yuan.
When she finishes ordering more dishes, the bill will be more than 2,000 yuan per person. She wondered, so this is what life is like for the rich? Because of the right choice she made, she will be able to experience this kind of life normally in the future. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who was sitting opposite her, was also somewhat puzzled when he saw the girl suddenly start grinning like an idiot while ordering food. If he could know what Li Wanwan was really thinking at that moment, he would definitely tell her, "Girl, you're being narrow-minded. When I take you to Dongzhou Royal Banquet sometime, where the cost per person is tens of thousands of yuan, you'll realize that today's meal, which costs over 2,000 yuan per person, is nothing at all." Chapter 102 Cartier Ballon Bleu.
After lunch, Qin Feng took Li Wanwan for a leisurely stroll through the streets. The shop that the system rewarded him with was located in the most bustling central area of Longhu Golden Street, while the restaurant where the two of them had just eaten was located on the edge of Golden Street. The two started from the restaurant and could stroll around as they went, eventually arriving at Qin Feng's shop.
Wander around as you please.
If you see anything you like, just tell me and I'll buy it for you, Qin Feng said with his arm around Li Wanwan's slender waist, his tone extremely domineering.
A young, unmarried woman willingly choosing to be her own woman, isn't that what she wants?
Therefore, as long as the demand isn't excessive, he will naturally buy it for the other party. For him, money is just a number. When he's almost used it up, he'll just find a place to sign in. Speaking of which, the system has refreshed several check-in locations for him recently, but they are not very close, so he has left them there for the time being, thinking that he will check in when he happens to be passing by. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Wanwan's face immediately lit up with a look of surprise and delight.
You're so good to me, my husband.
She stood on tiptoe and gave Qin Feng a big kiss on the cheek. After she finished kissing him, she realized that she wasn't at Lu Wen's house, but on a busy commercial street. Seeing that some people nearby were looking at her with slightly surprised eyes, a blush of embarrassment immediately rose on her fair and delicate face.
Qin Feng didn't care.
Ever since his appearance was enhanced by the system, he often noticed people peeking at him when he walked down the street. At first, he was a little unaccustomed to it, but after a while, he got used to it completely.
In addition, Li Wanwan was also very beautiful.
Her unique pale skin appeared even more fair under the sunlight, creating a stark contrast with the exposed skin of the people around her, attracting the attention of many men and women. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, this combination is sure to attract attention wherever they go. Ignoring the stares of passers-by, Qin Feng and Li Wanwan strolled along the street, one after another. However, looking at the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the road, Li Wanwan was at a loss as to which shop to visit first.
Let me buy you a watch first. I see that the one you're wearing on your wrist is getting a bit old.
Seemingly sensing Li Wanwan's dilemma, Qin Feng pointed to a shop in front of them that displayed women's watches.
Mum. Li Wanwan nodded obediently.
The watch she's wearing now was bought when she first started working. It wasn't cheap at the time, costing over 3,000 yuan. She gritted her teeth and saved up a month's salary to buy it for herself as a reward after her internship was officially accepted. She thought she would have a higher salary in the future, and then she would be able to buy a better watch to replace it. As a result, over the past few years, her career progress has been negligible. She almost had to borrow money from Lu Wen to pay her rent, so naturally she wouldn't have any extra money to buy a new watch.
Welcome to Cartier. As the two entered the store, a young female clerk in uniform and white gloves greeted them warmly.
At the same time, a male shop assistant nearby immediately brought 2 bottles of mineral water and respectfully handed them to the two of them. Please have some water, it's quite hot outside today. Qin Feng took the bottled water and glanced at it. It wasn't the common brand that sells for 1 or 2 yuan a bottle in supermarkets. He didn't care what brand of mineral water it was, he was thirsty anyway, so he unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Although he hasn't started looking at watches yet, Qin Feng is quite satisfied with the service attitude shown by this store so far.
Go with her and pick one out. Just let me know when you've chosen and I'll pay.
Qin Feng nodded slightly to Li Wanwan beside him, indicating that she should go with the saleswoman who had helped them to the counter to choose a watch. He plopped down on the sofa in the store's rest area, lying down in a posture almost like Guyu's slouch, completely disregarding his image. He was fighting 2 opponents last night, so he was a bit tired. Plus, he had just finished lunch, and it was hot in the summer, so it was normal to feel sleepy. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't intend to help her choose watches, Li Wanwan obediently didn't disturb him, letting him lie down and rest on the sofa in the store while she slowly selected watches under the guidance of the young female shop assistant. Cartier is considered one of the world's top luxury brands, primarily dealing in high-end jewelry and luxury watches, but also offering other product lines such as clothing and perfumes, making it a comprehensive luxury brand like Hermès and Chanel. Among Cartier's watch collection, the Ballon Bleu series is undoubtedly a classic, and it has been loved by consumers since its debut more than a decade ago. Although Li Wanwan's professional skills were average, she had been working in the luxury goods industry for several years. Therefore, when faced with several popular women's watches presented by the saleswoman, she did not hesitate to choose the classic pink dial Ballon Bleu watch, which had a retail price of 47,500 yuan. Li Wanwan put the blue Ballon Bleu watch with the pink dial on her left wrist, went to the rest area, plopped down next to Qin Feng, pressed herself tightly against him, and asked excitedly, "Honey, do you think this watch looks good on me?" Qin Feng glanced down at the watch. The silver white watch chain paired with the small and exquisite dial was very stylish. At the same time, when worn on Li Wanwan's slender and incredibly fair wrist, it exuded an even more elegant and beautiful unique charm. "You look good in this watch," Qin Feng nodded, speaking sincerely. He paused slightly, then continued, "So, have you made up your mind? Are you going to buy this watch?"
Yes, I want to buy this watch. Li Wanwan nodded vigorously. She really liked Cartier's Ballon Bleu collection.
However, she hesitated and said, "But this watch seems a bit expensive." She didn't know where Qin Feng's price limit was when buying things for her.
What if he thought the watch, which cost nearly 50,000 yuan, was too expensive and didn't want to buy it for her? Wouldn't she be incredibly embarrassed?
Of course, the probability of this is very small, because she knew that when Qin Feng first got together with Lu Wan, he bought her nearly 1,000,000 yuan worth of things.
Chapter 103: A woman who knows her limits.
Although she came to him with a clear purpose, she was, like Lu Wan before her, a virgin. She believed that Qin Feng, who had been with her for the first time, even if he couldn't treat her and Lu Wan equally, wouldn't be so stingy as to not even buy her a watch worth less than 50,000 yuan. Sure enough, when Qin Feng heard that she wanted to buy the watch, he didn't even ask the price and simply asked the shop assistant to wrap it up. He then went on to boldly suggest that Li Wanwan continue to look around the store to see if there was anything else she liked.
If there are any I like, I'll buy them all.
Finally, when Qin Feng led Li Wanwan out of the Cartier store, in addition to the watch worth nearly 50,000 yuan, Li Wanwan also had a rose gold bracelet worth 54,000 yuan.
Let's go, let's continue browsing in other stores. I see your bag is getting a bit old, so let's take this opportunity to buy 2 new ones.
Qin Feng put his arm around Li Wanwan's slender waist and waved his hand, speaking with unusual arrogance. To be honest, he doesn't really like shopping with women, but since he just took her virginity, according to procedure, they still have to go shopping. However, after this shopping trip, it won't be so easy for him to find time to go shopping with her again, since his time is very precious. Therefore, he planned to buy everything for the other person at once, so that she wouldn't pester him to go shopping every day. If Li Wanwan wants to go shopping again in the future, he will directly transfer the money to her card, whether she goes out by herself or goes out with Lu Wan. When Li Wanwan heard that Qin Feng had bought her 100,000 yuan worth of things and was planning to buy her more, her joy grew even stronger. Her best friend Lu Wan hadn't lied to her after all. Qin Feng was indeed a man she could entrust her life to. No matter how many women he had now or in the future, at least for now, as his woman, she had truly gotten what she wanted. So the two of them strolled around and bought things, and before long, they had a lot of things in their hands, big and small bags.
When Li Wanwan was shopping, she was always silently calculating the price in her mind.
When the total price of the things she bought reached 500,000, she wisely stopped buying.
You're not going to buy it? Qin Feng asked Li Wanwan with some surprise.
Although he hadn't calculated the exact value of the items the two had, he roughly estimated that they were worth about 400,000 to 500,000 yuan in total. He had spent nearly 1,000,000 yuan on things for Lu Wan at Deji Plaza last time, and he didn't believe that Li Wanwan, Lu Wan's best friend, would be unaware of this.
I'm not buying any more.
If we buy any more, the two of us won't be able to carry it all. Li Wanwan shook her head and refused.
That's alright, you can put these things back in the car first, and come back empty-handed to continue shopping later, Qin Feng said with a casual smile.
Then there rests no need to buy any more. Li Wanwan shook her head again and said, "My husband has already bought me enough this time, and I'm already very content." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng stopped insisting. Although he doesn't care about money, and is even happy to spend money because it increases experience points, he doesn't want anyone to treat him like an ATM. Therefore, Li Wanwan's behavior actually increased her satisfaction level with Qin Feng. Qin Feng likes women who know how to behave appropriately, and Li Wanwan's behavior just now precisely shows that she is not a completely materialistic woman, but a woman who knows how to behave appropriately. Since they didn't have too many things in their hands, and the two of them had gradually wandered into the central area of Longhu Golden Street, which was a bit far from the parking lot where they had initially parked, they simply carried the luxury goods they had just bought toward Qin Feng's shop.
Li Wanwan. A slightly shrill female voice suddenly rang out behind the two of them.
When her name was called, Li Wanwan subconsciously turned around and discovered that the person who had called her was a colleague with whom she used to have a fairly good relationship.
Wang Jiawei? Long time no see.
Li Wanwan smiled with surprise and raised her hand to greet her. After exchanging greetings, she noticed that there was a chubby middle-aged man standing next to the other person. He had a buzz cut and a big gold chain, wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a huge golden eagle pattern printed on the chest, white slightly tight pants, a gold Hermes belt around his waist, and Gucci loafers. Li Wanwan clearly remembered that her former colleague's ex-boyfriend was not this older brother, but a bespectacled man who looked somewhat honest. The reason she remembered the other person was because the other person had come to the store to deliver lunch to Wang Jiawei many times. At the time, other colleagues in the store said that Wang Jiawei had found a good man who knew how to take care of her, and that she would definitely be very lucky after marriage. 2 years have passed, and it seems that she did not end up with the bespectacled man from back then, but instead found a new boyfriend who seems to be quite capable. However, this boyfriend of hers, whether in terms of looks, physique, or fashion sense, almost completely hit all of Li Wanwan's sore spots. He was the type of person she absolutely did not want to have any contact with. However, as the saying goes, everyone has their own taste. What if her former colleague changes her taste and now likes this type of man? Since he's not her boyfriend, she doesn't need to care about his looks or physique at all. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and after exchanging pleasantries about their recent situations, Wang Jiawei took the initiative to steer the conversation towards their respective male companions.
Li Wanwan, is this handsome guy next to you your boyfriend? Wang Jiawei asked in surprise, looking at Qin Feng, whose good looks rivaled those of a celebrity.
Li Wanwan did not answer the other party's question directly. After all, the true relationship between her and Qin Feng was not something that could be easily revealed.
Is the guy next to you your boyfriend or husband? Li Wanwan asked in return.
He's my boyfriend, Wang Jiawei replied vaguely, her eyes flickering.
From Wang Jiawei's ambiguous tone, Li Wanwan keenly sensed that there was definitely something wrong. Could it be that the relationship between the other party and the older brother beside him is the same as the relationship between myself and Qin Feng? Chapter 104 is my good fortune.
In fact, Wang Jiawei's relationship with the older brother next to her was indeed as Li Wanwan had guessed. The older brother even had a legally married wife at home.
So what?
As long as the other party is willing to spend money on me, that's all that matters.
That's what Wang Jiawei was thinking.
The boyfriend she dated before, apart from being good to her, had absolutely no redeeming qualities in her eyes.
My family is poor and we can't help them out at all.
She has a bad job, and her meager monthly salary isn't even enough for him to live on. Occasionally, she has to give him some money to spend. He was almost 30 years old, with no house or car, and before he met her, he was living in the company-provided free dormitory. Later, in order to live with her, he gritted his teeth and rented a one-bedroom apartment for more than 1,000 yuan a month, which resulted in his salary, which was originally enough to live on and even save some money, suddenly becoming insufficient. If the other person hadn't been so good to her and hadn't always done things her way, she wouldn't have stayed with him for 6 months. Unfortunately, life was still too hard. She wasn't some love-struck fool who would sacrifice herself for a man her whole life. Therefore, she cut her losses in time and broke up with him. Later, she met this older man who was very generous to her. He paid for her to rent an apartment, bought her bags and clothes, and would occasionally take her out for a big meal.
She knew he had a wife, but so what? At least her life now is several times better than before, isn't that enough?
However, despite all this, when she saw that Li Wanwan's current boyfriend was young, handsome, and seemed to be very rich, and was also very generous to Li Wanwan, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous.
Even though she and Li Wanwan had a fairly good relationship before.
She knew that Li Wanwan was prettier and had a better figure than her, especially her flawless, snow-white skin, which would arouse a man's desire to possess her. However, just like ordinary people who know that the rich second generation was born into a better family than themselves, they still can't help but feel envious, jealous, and resentful when they see the extravagant lifestyle of the rich second generation online.
How much longer are you going to chat with your friend? That's enough, we have things to do later.
Seeing that Wang Jiawei and Li Wanwan were chatting as if there was no end in sight, the older man next to Wang Jiawei finally became impatient and urged them to hurry up. Today, he only had time to go shopping with Wang Jiawei because his wife was taking their son out for swimming lessons and he was away from home. Now, the two of them have eaten, gone shopping, and bought a bag, but they haven't done anything serious yet. If he didn't go back and get things done soon, he worried he wouldn't make it home before his wife and children. Hearing the man beside her urging her on, Wang Jiawei greeted Li Wanwan somewhat awkwardly, agreeing to meet up for coffee sometime when they were free, and then hurriedly left behind her older brother. As a woman supported by her elder brother, she really had no way to refuse him when he needed her. After all, you can tell from his appearance that he's not a good-tempered person. It's common for him to slap you twice if he's unhappy. Of course, after the older brother realized that he shouldn't have been so rude and unreasonable, he would try to apologize and appease her by buying her a bag or a piece of clothing. Therefore, under this kind of indirect training where you're given a couple of sticks every now and then a couple of candies to coax you, Wang Jiawei was also quite afraid of her older brother and didn't dare to disobey his wishes too much. After her former colleague Wang Jiawei and the older man beside her left, Li Wanwan's feelings became somewhat complicated. She suddenly felt that meeting a man like Qin Feng was truly a blessing from her past life. Compared to the older man next to Wang Jiawei, Qin Feng is not only younger, but also handsome, has a good physique, is rich, generous to himself, and is very peaceful and gentle when interacting with her in private. So far, she has never seen the other party lose their temper or become enraged.
Your colleagues have already walked far away, why are you still standing there?
Seeing Li Wanwan suddenly freeze in place, Qin Feng immediately reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes, reminding her with a slightly helpless tone.
Ah.
Li Wanwan snapped out of her daze and said apologetically, I'm sorry, honey, I just suddenly had some feelings.
What's your sentiment?
Qin Feng asked casually.
Nothing.
Li Wanwan shook her head, then revealed a charming smile, took Qin Feng's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and said from the bottom of her heart, I just feel that meeting my husband in this life is my blessing. Upon hearing Li Wanwan's seemingly nonsensical words, Qin Feng wanted to reach out and touch her forehead to see if she had a fever. You know, when he first met Li Wanwan at the Porsche dealership, he thought she seemed a bit simple-minded. Even though their relationship has become so close, he still hasn't changed his mind much. Especially when she was with Lu Wen, she seemed a bit naive in some ways, especially compared to Lu Wen's obvious cleverness. Ignoring Li Wanwan's somewhat inexplicable sentiments, Qin Feng led her to the heart of Longhu Golden Street. The brands that can open here are obviously of a much higher class than those that are located in the outer areas. They are basically all internationally renowned top brands. Among this cluster of high-end stores, there is one shop that stands out as extremely out of place. It wasn't because the brand was unique, but because the shop, which was a full 200 square meters, had never been renovated. Many people have tried to find the owner of this shop, hoping to rent this prime location from him to open their own business. However, no one was able to get the shop owner's contact information, not even the property management department of Longhu Golden Street.
Some say that the owner who bought this shop back then had assets exceeding 100 billion yuan, and now he doesn't even remember that he owns such a shop. This makes sense to some extent.
After all, the total price of this shop when the developer sold it was less than 10 million yuan, but now it is worth tens of millions of yuan, which is due to its gradual increase over the years. It is indeed possible for a tycoon with assets exceeding 100 billion to be so busy that they forget they own a shop that originally cost less than 10 million. Some say that the owner who bought the shop emigrated abroad, and most of his assets were transferred overseas as well.
The shop was left behind because he didn't have time to deal with it.
Some people say that the owner of this shop is a high-ranking official who owns so many properties that he has forgotten about this shop. There are various accounts and conflicting opinions, but one thing is certain, the true owner of this shop has never shown up. Over the years, the rent lost due to the lack of rental properties is probably in the tens of millions.
Chapter 105 6,200,000 a year. Longhu Golden Street Property Management Office.
Property manager Zhao Kai was flirting with a young woman who had recently started working at the front desk when he suddenly received a phone call and rushed out. A few minutes later, he arrived at the shop located in the heart of the Golden Street, which had never been renovated. As the property manager currently in charge of managing the shops in the Longhu Golden Street area, he was also very curious about this amazing shop. Many people had approached him, hoping he could contact the owner of the shop so they could rent it from him. In return for helping them make the connection, he would receive a referral fee ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. He naturally wanted to earn this money, but it was just a simple matter of making a connection and setting up a deal, and he could earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go.
It couldn't be more awesome.
However, when he used his access to the property management office's documents, he found no useful information. Therefore, the referral fee of several 100,000 yuan that he thought he could easily obtain was something he could only envy but could not get. Just now, he received a call from headquarters saying that the mysterious owner of the shop would be arriving soon and that he should represent the property management company to receive him. That's why he rushed over here. Soon, a tall, handsome young man walked over with a beautiful girl with fair skin in his arms. At first, he thought the other person was just an ordinary consumer shopping here. After all, the other person had a girlfriend with him, and the two of them were carrying quite a few things. However, as the two approached, he heard the handsome young man take the initiative to ask him, "Hello, are you a staff member of the property management office here?" "I am Zhao Kai, the manager of Longhu Property Management Office."
Zhao Kai looked at the young man in front of him with some suspicion and tentatively asked, "Are you Mr. Qin Feng?" "It's me."
Qin Feng nodded with a smile. The system had already reminded him that the property ownership documents for this shop had been arranged for him long ago, and the property management company also had a record of it. So all he had to do was call the property management company when he came to see the property, and the property management company would naturally arrange everything.
Really?
Although the person in front of him was much younger than he had expected, there was no doubt that he was the owner of this shop who had never shown his face all these years. He guessed that the shop was a coming-of-age gift from the other party's elders. They hadn't taken it over before because they weren't old enough, but now that they were, they could naturally take it over. The fact that someone could give a shop now worth nearly 100 million yuan as a gift to a younger member of their family suggests that their family's financial strength is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like him. Thinking this, the respect on his face grew even more as he spoke to Qin Feng. After confirming each other's identities, Zhao Kai took out his key and unlocked the lock hanging on the shop's door. When the developer handed over the property, none of the shops had locks on their doors, since these shops would usually be rented out very quickly. However, the shop remained unoccupied for an unexpected period of time. Therefore, in order to facilitate management and prevent unauthorized entry and occupation, the property management company paid for a lock and locked the shop's door. Today, this shop finally welcomed its owner, and the old lock from their property management company can finally retire. Zhao Kai led Qin Feng on a tour of the shop's interior. There wasn't much to see inside, as it was mostly bare cement. Li Wanwan followed Qin Feng inside for a walk. She remained silent and tactful throughout, but she was incredibly shocked. She never expected that Qin Feng would own a shop of 200 square meters in such a prime location as Longhu Golden Street. How much rent would he collect in a year if he rented it out? Soon, Zhao Kai, the manager of the property management office, answered her question. Mr. Qin, what are your plans for this shop in the future? After showing Qin Feng the house, Zhao Kai boldly asked. Seeing Qin Feng turn to look at him, he quickly explained, it's like this. If you're planning to rent out your property, we happen to have the contact information of several landlords who contacted us to ask for your contact information because they wanted to rent from you. How much are they planning to pay to rent my shop? Qin Feng asked curiously. He knew that the rent for shops in Longhu Golden Street had always been high, especially his shop, which was not only large but also in a particularly good location. It would definitely be no problem to rent it out for several million a year. Your shop is located in the heart of Longhu Golden Street. Other shops of similar size around here would typically rent for around 5 million a year, Zhao Kai replied without hesitation. As the manager of Longfor Property Management Office, he has a fairly clear understanding of these data. He paused slightly, then quickly continued, from what I understand, the highest offer from the business owners who want to rent your shop is 6,200,000 a year. However, this is just an initial price. You will need to meet with the owner again to discuss the exact annual rent. If you are interested in renting it out, I can help you contact the owner and arrange a time for you two to meet. This was Zhao Kai's real purpose. Now that he had successfully met Qin Feng, he naturally had his eye on the introduction fee of several 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing that Qin Feng's shop could be rented for over 6 million yuan a year, Li Wanwan, who had been silently listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly in surprise. You can earn more than 6 million yuan every year without doing anything. This is simply a life like that of a god. However, Qin Feng did not intend to rent out the shop. It was only a rent of over 6 million a year. He could easily earn tens of millions by signing in once, so what was 6 million? He had other plans for the shop than the rent he would receive from renting it out. However, this arrangement is currently only a preliminary plan, and a lot of other work needs to be done before it can be implemented. I'm sorry, Manager Zhao, I don't plan to rent out the shop for the time being, Qin Feng said with a smile, politely declining. Hearing this, Zhao Kai felt regretful, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that once someone like Qin Feng made a decision, it was very difficult for others to change their minds. However, before taking his leave, he couldn't help but say, if Mr. Qin changes his mind at any time and wants to rent it out, please feel free to contact me. I will definitely help you get a rental price that will satisfy you. Qin Feng smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. Chapter 106 The Rose with Thorns. Monday morning. 8:27. Qin Feng entered the classroom with slightly hurried steps. He hadn't gone back to his house in Dongzhou No. 1 Garden to rest last night, but instead stayed at Lu Wen's place for another night. The experience of playing in the third row was so wonderful that he was somewhat reluctant to leave, which resulted in him waking up late this morning. In addition, the neighborhood where Lu Wen rented his apartment was a bit far from the school. If it weren't for his superb driving skills, weaving in and out of the dense traffic during the morning rush hour, he probably would have been late for the first class this morning. Class started at 8:30, and he arrived at the classroom only 3 minutes before class. This class was a large class with 2 classes together, and the good seats at the back were basically all taken. The only visible empty seats were the first 2 rows.
If it were any other teacher's class, sitting in the front row would be fine. However, the teacher who was teaching this class was one who really liked to interact with the students in the front row. He would call on a student to answer a question while he was lecturing.
If you were called on and stood up, but couldn't answer, it would be quite embarrassing in front of nearly 100 students from 2 classes.
I should have sent a message to Zhou Xing and the others to ask them to save me a seat too, Qin Feng thought with a hint of regret.
He had already seen those guys, they were all huddled together in the last 2 rows against the corner.
Noticing Qin Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Xing shrugged innocently, as if to say, "It's not my fault, you didn't tell me beforehand that I was going to save you a seat." This is the downside of not living in school dormitories. Information is often not readily available. But it's not a big deal. At most, it just means paying attention in class and taking good notes.
Just as Qin Feng was about to resign himself to sitting in the empty seats in the first 2 rows, he saw someone in the crowd suddenly wave to him. It was Chao Xian, the class beauty. Seeing that Qin Feng was looking at her, Chao Xian moved to a seat inside, making room for Qin Feng. Clearly, this was a seat she had reserved specifically for him. Seeing this, Qin Feng walked over without any hesitation and sat down next to Chao Xian.
"Thank you."
After sitting down, Qin Feng turned to look at Chao Xian and said softly,
"You're welcome,"
Chao Xian said with a faint smile. This seat was originally reserved for Qin Feng because he was late in arriving. Since the last time the 2 of them went out for a meal together, her attitude towards Qin Feng has undergone a noticeable change. In the past, she would never have done something so easily misunderstood as reserving a seat for Qin Feng in public. But now, she no longer cares what others think. Chao Xian wore light makeup today, which made her look even more beautiful than when she was without makeup. It's not that she doesn't look good without makeup, but she looks even more stunning with makeup on. Just then, seeing Qin Feng sit down next to Chao Xian, many boys from the next class couldn't help but look at Qin Feng with a somewhat hostile gaze. They had noticed Chao Xian, who was exceptionally beautiful, as soon as they entered the classroom, and some of them had also noticed the empty seat next to her. One guy, who considered himself fairly handsome, boldly went up to Chao Xian and asked if the seat next to her was occupied.
"If no one is sitting here, can he sit down?"
The answer, naturally, was an unequivocal rejection. So he could only leave, looking somewhat embarrassed. After this guy's example, the boys from the next class wisely refrained from approaching him and decided to find out more about him before trying to strike up a conversation. However, they did not expect that the seat next to the beautiful woman was not reserved for a girl, but for a boy. After seeing how handsome the boy was, they completely gave up the idea of trying to strike up a conversation after class. There was no way for them to win. The disparity in strength between the enemy and themselves was too great. Originally, there were a few boys in Qin Feng's class who considered themselves to be quite good-looking and had feelings for Chao Xian. However, after witnessing it firsthand or hearing about it back in the dormitory, they learned that Tao Qiran, the rich second generation who was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone, had actually been deeply hurt by Chao Xian in front of many classmates in the classroom. As a result, they completely gave up the idea of pursuing Chao Xian.
Clearly, this is a rose with thorns.
If you don't have the strength, it's best not to touch it, otherwise you'll be the one who bleeds.
At 8:30, the teacher who was going to teach the class entered the classroom on time as the bell rang.
As usual, he first took attendance and caught a few students who dared to skip class before turning on his computer to start the lesson. During the class, Qin Feng and Chao Xian sat together the whole time, but they didn't say a word to each other. Chao Xian was listening attentively to the lesson, while Qin Feng was thinking about the arrangements for the shop in Longhu Golden Street. He plans to open his own shop. He is not short of money now, but it would be a waste not to spend the large amount of cash he has. Fortunately, the shop is his property, so he can use it as a base to try opening a store without having to bear the pressure of rent. Then, through this process, he gradually learns how to do business, and perhaps one day in the future, he might become a business tycoon. After all, once people have enough money, they no longer need to worry about the pressures of life and will try to pursue another kind of influence. To have this kind of influence, money alone is not enough, it must be transformed through other mediums, such as real businesses.
Chapter 107. Old Qin deserves it.
For example, both have a net worth of 100 million. One person has 100 million in cash, while the other owns a factory worth 100 million, employing thousands of workers and contributing several million in taxes to the local treasury every year. The former can only influence himself and a few people around him, while the latter's influence can reach thousands of families. The social status of these two people is obviously not comparable. As for what kind of store to open, Qin Feng initially decided on the catering industry. The catering industry has low barriers to entry, high competition, and a low survival rate, making it unsuitable for novice entrepreneurs. However, Qin Feng has his own advantage, which is that he doesn't have to pay rent, which almost puts him in an invincible position. Moreover, the catering industry is extremely cash-intensive, and Qin Feng happens to have plenty of money right now. He can confidently and boldly spend money on poaching talent, renovations, and advertising during the early preparation stage, which can also help him gain experience points. Aside from that, the catering industry can also be considered a labor-intensive industry. To run a slightly larger restaurant, you need people for positions such as cashier, waiters, cooks, and cleaners, and you need at least 10 people in total. To some extent, this affected 10 families. Of course, these are all things to be discussed later. At present, Qin Feng's plan is only in the initial stage of conception. In order to truly implement it, he still needs to find someone. If that person agrees to do something for him, then the matter can be considered half settled. Old Sun, Old Su, what do you guys think is the relationship between Old Qin and Chao, the class beauty, now? In the back corner of the classroom, Zhou Xing strained through the crowd to finally focus his gaze on Qin Feng and Chao Xian, and asked his two roommates with curiosity.
I don't understand. Su Tao shook his head and honestly expressed his thoughts.
It's hard to say, Sun Yu shook his head as well. Although they left the classroom early that day because they were in a hurry to go back to play Guangdan and didn't witness it firsthand, they later heard from others about how Chao Xian stood up for Qin Feng and gave Tao Qiran a good beating. They also disliked Tao Qiran, who looked down on everyone because he thought his family had a little money.
So what if your family is rich?
Old Qin's family isn't much richer than yours, but I've never seen him look down on people like you do. They had seen Qin Feng's Vacheron Constantin watch, worth over 1 million yuan, when they played Guangdan together in the dormitory before. Zhou Xing was the first to recognize the watch Qin Feng was wearing. Later, Sun Yu immediately took out his phone and searched for the price. The list price of over 1 million yuan stunned all three of them. However, Qin Feng did not show off to them because of this. Instead, he continued playing Guangdan with them without caring at all. Even after the first round, seeing that the three of them were still very curious about the watch on his wrist, he simply and generously took off his watch and showed it to them. The three of them were worried that if they accidentally damaged Qin Feng's watch while taking it over to look at it, not only would they be unable to afford to pay for it, but Qin Feng himself would also be angry, which would only make their relationship awkward. Therefore, knowing their place, they were not overly curious about what it would feel like to wear a watch worth over 1 million on their wrist, but they did not rashly take the watch from Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng noticed their apprehension and worry, and immediately told them to look and touch the watches as much as they wanted, and that it wouldn't matter if they broke them, as he could just buy a new one. Only then did the three of them dare to take the watches from each other's hands to look at them. The three of them even took turns trying them on and each took a lot of photos, planning to post them on their WeChat moments to show off. However, none of the three took Qin Feng's statement that it didn't matter if it broke because he could just buy a new one seriously. They assumed that Qin Feng was exaggerating to put their minds at ease. After all, even if someone is very rich, they can't just give up a watch worth over 1 million. So during the trial, the three of them were extremely careful throughout, and only when they returned the watch to Qin Feng intact did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, little did they know that this was truly Qin Feng's honest opinion. A watch worth just over 1 million was nothing to him. In his eyes, a watch worth over 1 million yuan is no different from a watch worth 100 yuan. They are both ordinary consumables. If it's broken, throw it away. If it's old, replace it with a new one.
That's all. Let's get back to the main topic.
Zhou Xing and his two companions knew that Qin Feng's current official girlfriend was the famous Chu University beauty from their school's second year.
In fact, it wasn't just the three of them, everyone in their class knew about it.
After all, during military training, the campus bell from Chu University brought water to Qin Feng in front of everyone in their class. That means Chao, the class beauty, should have known that Qin Feng had a girlfriend, yet she still got so close to him.
They even openly reserved a seat for Qin Feng. What does this mean? Could it be that she's trying to steal Chu Da's girlfriend? Or is she planning to become a mistress herself? Surely she's not planning to openly share the same boyfriend with the campus belle of Chu University, is she? But then again, if this boyfriend were Qin Feng, it wouldn't be a bad idea. At least in the eyes of Zhou Xing and his two friends, given their roommate Qin Feng's looks, personality, and financial situation, let alone dating two girlfriends at the same time, he deserves to date 5 or 6 at the same time, as long as he can handle it. The reason they had these thoughts was definitely not because Qin Feng had generously lent them his watch, worth over 1 million yuan, to take photos and show off. These are simply my genuine thoughts as a roommate, after witnessing firsthand Qin Feng's outstanding qualities and character. Chapter 108 Recruiting. 5:30 p.m.
After finishing his classes for the day, Qin Feng drove to the girls' dormitory and picked up Chu Qingxin, who was already waiting for him by the roadside. He spent the weekend at Lu Wen's place. Knowing that Qin Feng didn't need her company this weekend, and that she also had no classes on Monday morning, Chu Qingxin took the opportunity to go home and visit her father, who was currently recuperating at home, and her mother, who was taking care of him. Her father's health has recovered well, and he is now basically able to take care of himself. However, when he goes for a walk in the neighborhood downstairs, he still needs his mother to help him a little. At this rate of recovery, it shouldn't be long before her father is basically back to normal. Chu Qingxin knew deep down that the person she should be most grateful to was Qin Feng. Without the more than 1 million yuan he transferred to her, her father would not have been able to receive timely surgery and subsequent high-quality rehabilitation treatment. Therefore, after returning home and seeing that her parents were doing well, Chu Qingxin became even more devoted to Qin Feng. She no longer cares about the so-called 400,000 yuan monthly allowance that the two of them had agreed upon. She is quite satisfied with her life now. Qin Feng treats her very well. Although she is not his only woman, she can feel that he cherishes her the most, and that is enough. She is a very traditional woman. Once she sets her mind on a man, she has no intention of changing him. If the other person is alive, she will stay with him for life. If the other person dies, she will remain a widow for him for life. This is her truest thought. Now, Qin Feng is the man she has chosen, the man she is prepared to spend her life with. She didn't care that Qin Feng would have many other women in the future. She has already said that she is a very traditional woman, and that an excellent man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Unless Qin Feng actively drives her away, she will never leave him. At worst, she can become his concubine. Today, to make Qin Feng happy, Chu Qingxin specially changed into the Balenciaga stockings that Qin Feng had bought for her at Deji Plaza before going downstairs. Black stockings with letter prints clung to her long, slender, and beautiful legs, exuding an ultimate allure. If you walked down the street like that, there would be no doubt that you could make all the men on the street stare. Even Qin Feng, who had already fully experienced Chu Qingxin's beautiful legs, could not resist the irresistible combination of her beautiful legs and black stockings with letter prints. From the moment Chu Qingxin got into the car, his right hand never left her leg, and he drove with one hand the entire time. Fortunately, after 2 special training sessions with Chao Shen, he is now highly proficient at driving with one hand and can multitask without any interference. Seeing how much Qin Feng adored her legs, Chu Qingxin couldn't help but feel happy, knowing that her decision to change into black stockings before going downstairs was the right one. At the same time, she secretly made up her mind that since Qin Feng liked to see her in black stockings, she would wear them more often in the future to make him like her even more, or even become obsessed with her. The Imperial Banquet of the Eastern Continent. Qin Feng, who had dined here several times before, gave his name to the hostess in a cheongsam at the entrance and was quickly led to the private room he had reserved in advance. The private rooms at Dongzhou Royal Banquet all have a minimum charge of 48,800 yuan, but this is not a problem for Qin Feng, even though it's just him and Chu Qingxin eating there. He ordered the same truffle-infused jade hairpin dish that he had ordered on his first visit, which cost 48,000 yuan, again today, and he even made a reservation for it when he called to book the private room. Otherwise, if you come directly to the store to order, you really won't be able to get it. Therefore, it was indeed a stroke of luck that he was able to taste this dish when he first came to Dongzhou Royal Banquet. Although this wasn't the first time Qin Feng had taken her to eat such expensive food, Chu Qingxin still couldn't help but feel a little surprised and amazed when she saw the dishes on the menu that cost several thousand yuan each. Sometimes, the gap in living standards between people seems to be even greater than the gap between living standards between people and dogs. Qin Feng didn't care about these things. He now takes things that can be measured in money very lightly. The main reason he came to Dongzhou Royal Banquet for dinner today was to meet someone, Zheng Dong, the manager of Dongzhou Royal Banquet, with whom he had briefly interacted a few times before. He paid someone to look up Zheng Dong's information.
Zheng Dong is quite famous in Nanjing's catering industry.
When he was young, he apprenticed under a very experienced master chef in Nanjing and learned superb culinary skills from him. After completing his apprenticeship, he won many awards in industry competitions based on his own skills, thus gaining fame at a young age and being invited by many high-end hotels to serve as their head chef. However, at the peak of his career, for reasons unknown to outsiders, he resigned from his position as head chef at a 5-star hotel. When he reappeared in the public eye, it was at the Eastern Continent Imperial Banquet. At that time, he had moved from behind the scenes to the forefront, from head chef to restaurant manager, responsible for managing all matters, big and small, within the store. It can be said that Dongzhou Royal Banquet's current success is largely due to the hard work and dedication of its manager, who has been with the company since its inception, comparable to the founding heroes of ancient dynasties. Logically speaking, it's unlikely that someone like him would switch jobs and start his own business.
However, according to what Qin Feng knew, the owner behind Dongzhou Royal Banquet did not actually value Zheng Dong.
Over the years, the store's turnover and profits have been growing rapidly, but Zheng Dong's salary has been growing at an extremely slow pace, and it has not yet broken through the million yuan annual salary mark. To be honest, while $1 million annual salary is high, even most graduates of Jilin University don't earn that much after working for more than a decade. However, for a top talent like Zheng Dong in the industry, this annual salary is actually not high. After all, his achievements are obvious to all. Without him, the Eastern Continent Imperial Banquet would never have reached its current level. If Qin Feng wants to develop a high-end restaurant from scratch, a store manager like Zheng Dong, who is a chef by training, knows a lot about the industry, and has many years of successful restaurant management experience, would definitely be a very powerful help. Therefore, he came up with the idea of poaching Zheng Dong to work for him, and today he officially put it into action. He didn't think Zheng Dong would refuse his invitation, because a business tycoon once said that employees leave either because they aren't paid enough or because they've been mistreated. According to Qin Feng's understanding, Zheng Dong is currently facing both of these problems.
Chapter 109: Conditions that are hard to refuse.
After the meal, when it was time to pay the bill, as usual, it was manager Zheng Dong who came in person. Zheng Dong has a good memory. He can basically remember the appearance and name of regular customers who come to the restaurant often, as well as those who are generous with their orders. And when these people come to the restaurant to dine, he will always make a point of greeting them. For example, you could personally round down the bill for the other person when settling the bill, or go to the private room to offer them a toast when hot dishes are served. In short, he would always try his best to give face to these high-quality customers. After all, for wealthy people like this, how much a meal costs is secondary. What really matters is whether the meal can bring them prestige. Only by giving them enough face will they be more likely to come back to the store to make a purchase next time.
So how do you make sure you impress people?
Of course, serving high-quality food is a must. In addition, having the restaurant manager personally offer a toast is naturally a very direct way to make the other party look good. It is precisely because of these detailed services that Dongzhou Royal Banquet has been able to gradually become one of the top private restaurants in Jilin City under his management.
Manager Zhang, we meet again.
Qin Feng smiled slightly and greeted Zheng Dong. I have to thank Mr. Qin for taking care of our business.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to meet Mr. Qin, would I?
Zheng Dong replied very politely. After exchanging pleasantries, Zheng Dong took out the menu, glanced at it, and said to Qin Feng with a big smile, Mr. Qin, your meal tonight cost a total of 62,700. I'll round it down for you, so you can just pay 60,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng readily paid the 60,000 yuan. However, after paying, he showed no intention of getting up to leave.
Instead, he looked at Zheng Dong and asked, Manager Zhang, do you have time to chat for a bit?
Zheng Dong, who was about to take his leave, was taken aback by this, but quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, since Mr. Qin has spoken, then even if I don't have time, I will find a way to squeeze it out. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's smile widened. Look at how well this manager speaks. No wonder he was able to build up Dongzhou Royal Banquet from scratch. Manager Zhang, please have a seat. Qin Feng extended his right hand, inviting Zheng Dong to sit down opposite him. Xu Qingxin, who was originally sitting opposite Qin Feng, obediently got up and sat down next to him. After Zheng Dong sat down, Qin Feng made no attempt to hide his purpose and said very directly, I would like to ask Manager Zhang to do something for me.
Work for you, Mr. Qin?
Zheng Dong was taken aback when he realized that Qin Feng, at such a young age, wanted to recruit him to work for him. However, after he came to his senses, he politely smiled and declined, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I'm doing very well here and have no plans to change jobs for the time being. In fact, quite a few people have tried to poach him in the past 2 years, but the conditions they offered were generally not good enough to make him decide to leave. After all, he built Dongzhou Royal Banquet from scratch. Although he wasn't the owner, he definitely had more feelings for the restaurant than the owner. Seeing that Zheng Dong had rejected him, Qin Feng continued nonchalantly, Manager Zhang, don't be in such a hurry to refuse.
You haven't heard the conditions I've offered you yet.
Upon hearing this, Zheng Dong's expression remained unchanged. He simply made a gesture of listening attentively. To be honest, he didn't think the other party could offer him any particularly tempting conditions. After all, the other party was too young. Even if his family was very wealthy, he would probably still face a lot of constraints from his family if he wanted to start his own business.
His current annual salary is nearly $1 million.
If you want to poach him, he would not even consider it if the offer is less than $1.5 million a year. After all, if he stayed at Dongzhou Yuyan, he could steadily earn nearly $1 million a year, but if he left Dongzhou Yuyan, his future would be completely unknown.
Even if he did earn $1.5 million a year, who could say for sure how many years he could earn that amount?
Having worked for so many years, he has personally witnessed many tragic examples of people who, due to unrealistic ambitions and a desire for short-term gains, rashly changed jobs and left their original workplaces, only to end up with nothing.
Ultimately, people his age tend to prioritize stability in their work.
If he were about 10 years younger, and Qin Feng offered him an annual salary of 1.2 to 1.3 million, he would have followed him without hesitation. But now, an annual salary of 1.5 million is not enough for him to immediately make up his mind to take such a big risk and gamble on an unknown future.
I've already inquired beforehand, and Manager Zhang's current annual salary should be around 1 million, Qin Feng said with a smile.
I won't lie to Mr. Qin, it's actually less than $1 million, Zheng Dong shook his head and said truthfully.
Qin Feng nodded slightly, his opinion of Zheng Dong rising even higher.
He knew, of course, that the other party's annual salary was less than 1 million, and the reason he said earlier that the other party's annual salary was around 1 million was more out of politeness. However, the fact that Zheng Dong was willing to be honest with him about this shows that he is actually a fairly honest and reliable person. Regardless of whether Manager Zhang's previous annual salary was 1 million, the condition I'm offering him now is an annual salary of 1 million, Qin Feng nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Zheng Dong frowned slightly. If the other party is only trying to poach him with an annual salary of 1 million, then Mr. Qin is probably being rather unreasonable. However, he soon saw Qin Feng's true sincerity. Qin Feng continued calmly, in addition, I will also give Manager Zhang 5% of the store's shares. At the end of each year, you will be able to receive 5% of the store's net profit for that year. As for how much money you can ultimately get, that depends on your own abilities. After saying that, Qin Feng stopped talking and just quietly looked at Zheng Dong, waiting for him to make his final decision. Compared to the annual salary of 1 million, this 5% equity stake is Qin Feng's real trump card for poaching talent. Don't underestimate the small amount of 5% equity. If Zheng Dong can achieve an annual net profit of 20 million yuan for the store, he can receive a bonus equal to his annual salary.
The current annual net profit that Dongzhou Royal Banquet can achieve is approximately 30 million.
In other words, as long as Zheng Dong can build another Dongzhou Royal Banquet, his annual salary plus bonuses will reach 2.5 million yuan, which is about 3 times his current income.
Chapter 110 Trusting People.
Recreating the Dongzhou Imperial Banquet was no easy task, and Zheng Dong, as someone who had personally participated in its creation, knew the difficulty involved. The fact that Dongzhou Imperial Banquet has reached its current status is largely due to luck. Even if he can't replicate the success of Dongzhou Royal Banquet, as long as the new store reaches 2/3 of its level, that is, an annual net profit of 20 million, it would be enough to more than double his current income.
He is still very confident if the annual net profit is only 20 million.
After all, he was familiar with all the procedures, and all he had to do was walk the same path he had taken before. Of course, the prerequisite is that Qin Feng, his new employer, can provide him with sufficient support. You can't just give him a few million in startup capital and expect him to build the platform from scratch and then earn 20 or 30 million a year.
If Zheng Dong had that ability, he wouldn't be Manager Zhang of Dongzhou Royal Banquet now.
He would have started his own business long ago, working independently and becoming a boss who pays salaries for others.
However, Qin Feng unexpectedly gave him a big surprise.
When he heard the other person say that he owned a shop of more than 200 square meters in Longhu Golden Street, a place where every inch of land is precious, and that he didn't need to worry about rent costs at all, he was shocked beyond words. He knew very well how expensive the rent was in a prime location like Longhu Golden Street. Even in the peripheral areas, the annual rent for a shop of more than 200 square meters would definitely not be less than 3 million. It's important to understand that rent is a major expense in the catering industry, and eliminating it will undoubtedly reduce subsequent operating pressure significantly. After all, spending 3 million on rent and leaving 3 million in working capital is actually a difference of 6 million. In addition, high-end locations like Longhu Golden Street naturally attract a large customer base. Customers who can afford luxury goods there are also willing to spend an average of 1 or 2,000 yuan per person on a meal. This inherent advantage of having a built-in customer base is something that Dongzhou Yuyan cannot match. After all, when Dongzhou Yuyan first started out, it opened its store in an office building in order to save on rent. Although good wine needs no bush, Zheng Dong, the manager at the time, and the owner behind Dongzhou Royal Banquet had to put in a lot of effort and use a lot of connections and promotional methods to gradually build up a reputation and cultivate a group of stable repeat customers in order to make Dongzhou Royal Banquet a household name. Therefore, when Qin Feng asked Zheng Dong how much money he needed to open the store, Zheng Dong thought about it carefully and quoted 8 million. This is only because the shop belongs to Qin Feng, so there are no rent costs involved. Otherwise, even if it were paid annually, the rent would still have to be paid out in the first place, amounting to several million. Conversely, this money can now be saved and invested in other areas, such as renovation costs or labor costs. I'll give you 10 million in startup capital. From now on, you'll be in full charge of this store. I won't interfere with any daily operations or management, Qin Feng said decisively to Zheng Dong. As the saying goes, if you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Since he wanted to recruit Zheng Dong to work for him, he would naturally trust him to the greatest extent possible. Moreover, according to the basic information he knew about Zheng Dong, he had a house and a home in Jingling, a kind and virtuous full-time wife, and a sensible daughter who was in elementary school. Such a person has too many weaknesses and would never dare to have any crooked thoughts. He also believed that Zheng Dong was a smart man and must know what he should take and what he shouldn't touch. As expected, although Qin Feng said he would not interfere in any daily operations and management matters, Zheng Dong, who had extensive experience in store management, took the initiative to suggest that Qin Feng could send a financial manager to the store to supervise the operations. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and then agreed. However, he didn't have a suitable candidate at the moment, so he needed to go back and think about it carefully. When Zheng Dong saw Qin Feng nod and agree to send someone to the store to supervise, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was quite moved by Qin Feng's initial expression of complete trust in him, he still felt it was best to be clear about matters involving money and interests. If Qin Feng, as the boss, were to hear rumors in the future that his store manager was not behaving properly, he would find it very difficult to prove his innocence. There are still many details to discuss, which cannot be resolved by the two of them in a short period of time. Therefore, the two stopped at the appropriate time and agreed that after Zheng Dong submitted his resignation to his current boss as soon as possible and completed the relevant resignation procedures, they would find time to sit down and discuss it in detail. Xu Qingxin sat beside Qin Feng the entire time without saying a word, simply gazing quietly at the handsome and rugged profile of the man beside her. This was the first time she had ever seen Qin Feng discussing serious matters with someone. It is often said that a man is most attractive when he is focused on his work. At this moment, in Xu Qingxin's mind, Qin Feng, who was seriously discussing business with someone, was a similar case. He seemed to be exuding masculine charm, which made her heart flutter. By the time Qin Feng and Xu Qingxin left the Eastern Continent Imperial Banquet, it was already nearly 9 o'clock. After glancing at the beautiful woman beside him, especially her long, slender legs covered in black stockings with letter prints, Qin Feng completely lost the idea of wandering around outside. He immediately drove Xu Qingxin back to his house in Dongzhou No. 1 Garden. That night, thunder from heaven strikes fire on earth, and the fiery trees and silver flowers merge together. Although they had only been apart for a few days, Xu Qingxin displayed an overflowing passion in bed, as if their separation had made them feel like newlyweds. In the past, she was used to being the one to take the blame, but this time she took the initiative quite a bit, which allowed Qin Feng to truly experience the charm of a dance student. The two fought fiercely until late at night, until they were exhausted and their sweat soaked the sheets beneath them, before finally falling asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 111 Airport Pickup. Nanjing Airport. Having just finished a long-haul flight, Sun Jia and several of her fellow flight attendants, dressed in their smart uniforms and each dragging a small suitcase, walked out of the terminal. Sun Jia is a native of Nanjing, so when she arrives in Nanjing, she usually stays at her own home. Her colleagues, on the other hand, mostly stay at chain hotels that have partnerships with their airlines, and then get invoices issued collectively for reimbursement by the company at the end of the month. Some colleagues who are more adventurous have local boyfriends who pick them up after they land in different cities. The boyfriends book them up in luxury hotels, provide them with food and lodging, and even give them some pocket money. All she has to do is spend time with him during this period. Sha Jia, how are you going to get back later? Are you taking a taxi or is someone picking you up? A girl with a round face and quite cute looks asked her friend Sun Jia, who was dragging a small pink suitcase. She knew that Sun Jia was a local from Nanjing and wouldn't be staying at the hotel with them, so she just asked casually. Someone is here to pick me up, Sun Jia replied with a slight smile. Before the round-faced girl who had spoken first could even open her mouth, another female colleague, whose personality was noticeably more lively, looked at Sun Jia with surprise and asked, "What?
What? Our beautiful Xiao Jia didn't take a taxi home by herself this time? Was it a guy who came to pick you up? Your boyfriend? When did you two start dating? Is your boyfriend handsome?
She bombarded Sun Jia with a barrage of questions, her face full of curiosity. She couldn't help but be curious. After all, Sun Jia was a well-known single beauty in their company, and countless male colleagues were openly or secretly eyeing her, wanting to win her over. However, as someone in the industry, Sun Jia has seen far too many pilots and flight attendants in real life. Unlike many women outside the industry, she no longer holds any romanticized notions about pilots and flight attendants in uniforms. Because she knew so much about the kind of people her male colleagues were in private, she never considered finding a boyfriend in this industry from the very beginning. So, after rejecting many suitors, she became a well-known aloof goddess within the company. Many of Sun Jia's female colleagues were curious about what kind of partner she would eventually find. Therefore, her colleagues reacted so strongly when they heard Sun Jia say that someone would be picking her up later. He said he'd be there soon, and if you're not in a hurry to leave, you'll see him in a bit. Sun Jia did not deny her colleagues' claim that the person who was about to pick her up was her boyfriend, but rather said it openly, which can be regarded as an indirect admission. Of course we're not in a hurry, we haven't even hailed the car yet. The more outgoing girl stepped forward, grabbed Sun Jia's arm, and said with a grin, I really want to know what your boyfriend looks like. He must be a handsome guy, otherwise how could he have charmed our beautiful Xiao Jia? Perhaps it's because there are so many handsome men among their colleagues that flight attendants are more or less attracted to good looks. Of course, many flight attendants end up marrying husbands who are not handsome, or even ugly, but that's because when it comes to money, looks are secondary. There were 5 flight attendants present, including Sun Jia. At this point, led by the more lively flight attendant, the other 3 decided not to rush to take a taxi to the hotel. Instead, they planned to wait a while, until they saw what Sun Jia's boyfriend looked like, before taking a taxi to the hotel together. After all, they were also very curious about what kind of man could win over this flower of their airline. A moment later, an elegant silver-gray Porsche Panamera slowly pulled up in front of them. Wearing a casual Armani suit and a Vacheron Constantin elegance watch on his left wrist, Qin Feng, with his tall and elegant figure and youthful and handsome appearance, stepped out of the driver's seat and waved to Sun Jia with a smile in front of everyone present. Clearly, this incredibly handsome and obviously wealthy man is the boyfriend that their colleague Sun Jia was talking about, who would be coming to pick her up soon. Upon first seeing Qin Feng, all 4 people present, except for Sun Jia, were immediately impressed. Even Sun Jia couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart when she saw Qin Feng step out of the Porsche like a dashing young nobleman, exuding his handsomeness and elegance. She herself is a serious looks-obsessed person otherwise, she wouldn't have mustered the courage to strike up a conversation with Qin Feng just because he was handsome. It was simply that Qin Feng, whose image had been systematically modified at the time, perfectly matched her aesthetic, which made her act impulsively and do something like actively asking a stranger for his contact information. Even after learning that Qin Feng had a girlfriend, she still couldn't resist his charm and, in a moment of madness, agreed to be his girlfriend. However, not long afterward, once she had regained some clarity, she immediately regretted her impulsive actions. How could she do something like this, knowing that the other person already had a girlfriend, and still agree to be his girlfriend? However, she couldn't bring herself to send Qin Feng a message on the spot saying that she regretted it and didn't want to be his girlfriend anymore. After all, her handsome appearance really captivated her, and being with him gave her an unprecedented sense of pleasure. Therefore, she was actually actively avoiding contact with the other party during this period. Coincidentally, the company arranged many flights for her during this time, so she did not return to Jinling and only maintained relatively close contact with the other party on her mobile phone. Last night, when she was chatting with Qin Feng, she told him that she was going back to Jinling this afternoon. He immediately offered to pick her up from the airport, and his proactive attitude made her feel quite happy. She suddenly realized that if the other person truly cared for her, then it wasn't necessarily unacceptable that he had other girlfriends. Just like now, the other party came to pick her up from the airport, which not only gave her the feeling of being picked up after landing, but also made her feel very proud in front of her colleagues. Young, handsome, and rich. Ask anyone here now, ask anyone in the entire company how many people could find such a high-quality boyfriend. Chapter 112 You Can't Have Both. Qin Feng took Sun Jia's suitcase from her and asked with a smile, How are you? Are you hungry? Feeling the concern in Qin Feng's words, Sun Jia couldn't help but feel a sweet warmth in her heart. It's alright, I ate a piece of bread on the plane this afternoon, so I'm not very hungry now, she replied, shaking her head. At this moment, several of Sun Jia's colleagues stood to the side watching the two and couldn't help but whisper among themselves, Where did Xiaojie find her boyfriend?
He's so handsome. I've never seen a man more handsome than him in real life.
He's not just handsome, he's also very rich.
He drives a Porsche Panamera. I know that car well.
Even the base model costs at least 1.5 million yuan.
What's more, the one he drives is clearly well equipped. It probably costs more than 2 million yuan. No wonder Xiaojie doesn't like any of our male colleagues.
In terms of looks, physique, and money, none of them can compare to Xiaojie's boyfriend.
Besides, they're all womanizers, hooking up with several girls at the same time. Xiaojie is so lucky.
She's so beautiful and has such a good personality, she really deserves a high-quality man like her. The four of them whispered among themselves, their words mostly expressing envy that Sun Jie had found such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. These flight attendants may look glamorous, but their jobs are all based on their youth. If you don't plan ahead when you're young and find a good future for yourself, when you get older you'll only be able to switch to ground service jobs or switch to other industries. Of course, some stay with the airline and are promoted to management or teaching positions, but such people are extremely rare.
Probably only 1 or 2 out of 100 flight attendants will succeed. The competition is far more intense than most people can imagine.
Therefore, most flight attendants actually hope to marry a rich man and become a full-time housewife after marriage. And as it turns out, most of the flight attendants who chose this path are doing quite well.
They are my colleagues from the same flight crew this time. They just heard that I have a boyfriend and they all want to see what I look like.
Sun Jie pointed to 4 beautiful female colleagues behind her, dressed in flight attendant uniforms. Although none of them were as beautiful as her, they each had their own unique charm, and introduced them to Qin Feng.
She paused slightly, then pointed to Qin Feng and introduced him with a hint of pride, my boyfriend, Qin Feng.
Hello. Qin Feng greeted Sun Jie's colleagues with a smile and in a very polite manner, I am Xiaojie's boyfriend. Please take care of Xiaojie for me.
You're too kind.
We're all colleagues, so it's not a matter of one taking care of the other. We're just helping each other out, the flight attendant, who was clearly the oldest among the 4, replied politely with a nod. Qin Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. It was all just polite talk, and everyone understood the implication.
Handsome guy, you're really amazing.
Xiaojie is known as one of the hardest girls to pursue in our company, and you managed to win her over so quietly. The girl with the most lively personality among the 4 spoke to Qin Feng without any hesitation.
Is it the hardest to pursue?
Qin Feng recalled his several encounters with Sun Jie, and it didn't seem like she was that difficult to pursue. Even when the two first met, it was the other person who took the initiative to ask for his contact information. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance down at Sun Jie, who was wearing a flight attendant uniform and looked extremely beautiful and radiant. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Sun Jie's face showed a rare hint of shyness, as if she felt ashamed that her pretense had been exposed.
Actually, it's not her fault.
She's not aloof at all, and she gets along very well with her friends in private. It's just that she had too many suitors in the company, and she didn't want to date someone in the same industry, so she repeatedly put on a cold and aloof demeanor to reject others, which led to her reputation for being cold and aloof gradually spreading within the company. Sun Jie's colleagues were quite enthusiastic about Qin Feng, perhaps because of his outstanding appearance and the Panamera they thought was worth at least 2 million yuan. After exchanging a few pleasantries, and knowing it was their first meeting, they tactfully took their leave. Handsome guys, we won't disturb you and Xiaojie's time together any longer.
We're heading back to our hotel to rest. See you again sometime.
Qin Feng nodded and smiled politely, then got into the Porsche with Sun Jie and drove away from the airport with a press of the accelerator. Sun Jie's colleagues also took out their phones and hailed a ride-hailing service from the airport to the hotel. Sun Jie had someone pick her up, and the remaining 4 of them only needed to share a car. However, as the group stood by the roadside waiting for their ride-hailing car to arrive, each of them seemed to have some strange thoughts in their minds, and the atmosphere became somewhat silent for a moment. Without needing to communicate, they all knew what the others were thinking. Another sister had found a good match and would likely be set for life.
But when would the rest of them meet their Mr. Right?
Especially the flight attendant who is the oldest among the 4, she is about to turn 35. Although she takes good care of herself, she looks to be around 30 years old and can still be considered a beauty. But if she doesn't lower her standards and continues to postpone finding a partner, she might lose even her current suitors. Perhaps she should accept the boy's advances. Although he is not very good looking and his job is not very good, at least the love he has shown for her is very strong.
Not every flight attendant ends up marrying a rich man.
She naturally held this view firmly when she was young, but after meeting several wealthy men and discovering that she was not their only option, she gradually began to feel disappointed.
Perhaps it's impossible to have both money and fidelity. If you want to find a rich and well-off man, then you have to accept that he can't be completely devoted to you. If you want to find a man who is devoted to you, then you have to accept that he may not be able to provide you with a life free from financial worries. Ultimately, those who can have the best of both worlds are a very small minority. Chapter 113 Vanity in the Bone. Xin Feng drove Sun Jie from Jiling Airport all the way to her apartment building. Throughout the journey, Xin Feng looked at Sun Jie, who was wearing a flight attendant uniform and whose beautiful legs, partially covered by gray stockings, were partially exposed in the passenger seat. He couldn't help but place his right hand on her leg. Thanks to Chao Xin's development and assistance in practice, he is now very proficient in this set of movements. Feeling Qin Feng's large hands stroking her legs, Sun Jie blushed but did not resist. She has now basically accepted Qin Feng as her boyfriend. Therefore, she is relatively accepting of intimate contact such as touching legs. However, she still can't accept going any further, such as having a physical relationship with someone. So she ultimately returned home instead of going to the hotel with Qin Feng to change clothes. Qin Feng waited for a moment downstairs in her apartment complex, then took off his flight attendant uniform and changed into a sexy bodycon dress that accentuated Sun Jie's curvaceous figure. Wearing high heels, she walked out of the elevator with a slightly seductive gait and got back into Qin Feng's passenger seat. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Sun Jie looked apologetic and explained, "My mom happened to be home, and she wanted me to stay and have dinner with her. I finally found an excuse to come out." Hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Sun Jie to have this side to her. She was already a 20-something adult, yet she was still being restrained by her parents. But thinking about it, it's normal. After all, as long as you live with your parents, you're bound to be subject to some restrictions. Sun Jie had considered moving out on her own, but due to the nature of her work, which required her to travel frequently, she didn't spend much time in Nanjing each month. Most of the time, she stayed in hotels in other cities with her colleagues. It's really not worth renting a house just for this little bit of free time, so she has always lived with her parents. As for buying her own house, the pressure would be even greater. Although her family was relatively well off, if she wanted to buy a house in Nanjing, a first-tier city where the average house price was 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter, her family's savings would probably be completely depleted. Therefore, Sun Jie's parents decided to wait until she was ready to get married before giving her the money. Then, together with the money contributed by the groom's parents, both families will help the young couple settle down in Nanjing. This is also the reality for most families today. Two families pool their resources, 6 wallets in total, to buy a house for the young couple to settle down in Nanjing. "It's okay, I didn't wait long." Qin Feng shook his head and said, seemingly unconcerned. However, as soon as he finished speaking, looking at Sun Jie, who had obviously put on new makeup, with bright red lipstick and a charming and mature aura, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little tempted. However, on the other hand, some compensation is still necessary, Qin Feng said, changing the subject. "What kind of compensation do you want?" Sun Jie asked instinctively. As soon as she finished asking the question, she noticed that Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on her lips, and she immediately understood what wicked thoughts he was harboring. However, she definitely wanted to pamper her boyfriend, especially since she hadn't seen Qin Feng for so long and was feeling a little restless. Therefore, she simply closed her eyes, gently pouted her luscious red lips, and made a gesture as if she were ready to be picked. Seeing this, Qin Feng kissed her without hesitation. At first, Qin Feng held the complete initiative, but after a while, Sun Jie, whose restless emotions had been stirred up, also began to respond. Later on, the two became evenly matched and evenly matched. The two kissed in the car for about 5 minutes until Sun Jie suddenly realized that Qin Feng's Porsche was parked right in the parking space downstairs from her apartment. If a neighbor who knows her were to see this and then tell her parents, wouldn't that be terrible? Even worse, if her mother goes downstairs to throw out the trash, or her father happens to come home from get off work and the two of them happen to see the scene, she'll probably get a beating when she gets home that night. Upon realizing this possibility, Sun Jie instantly snapped out of her daze and urged Qin Feng to drive away from her neighborhood as soon as possible. 20 minutes later. A silver gray Porsche pulled up outside the still popular Isley restaurant. The last time Qin Feng brought Wang Kersen here for dinner, they happened to run into Sun Jie, who was meeting her family's arranged blind date. The two of them were like dry wood meeting a raging fire, rekindling their relationship, which had almost cooled down. While in the car, Qin Feng asked Sun Jie what she wanted to eat. After thinking for a moment, Sun Jie said she wanted to have a meal with Qin Feng here, to make up for the regret that she hadn't been able to have a meal with him after agreeing to be his girlfriend here last time.
Although Qin Feng couldn't quite understand Sun Jie's idea, since she said she wanted to eat this, then so be it. He wasn't too picky about what he ate, and the food at this restaurant was indeed quite good. As luck would have it, the waiter on duty at the door today was still that same young man. Qin Feng had eaten there 3 times, and each time it was the same young man who was responsible for greeting customers at the door. Seeing that Qin Feng, the VIP who had left a deep impression on him, had brought a mature and beautiful woman who was just as stunning as the female companions he had been with on his previous 2 visits, the young waiter couldn't help but feel that his worldview was being reshaped. As expected, the VIPs who can be personally greeted by their manager must be quite formidable in every aspect.
Hello, Mr. Qin, our manager is not here today.
Let me take you directly to the private room, he said respectfully as he stepped forward. Qin Feng had no recollection of who the waiter was, but since the waiter recognized him, it was clear that the manager had given him special instructions when he dined there last time. Therefore, he simply nodded, then put his arm around Sun Jie's waist and followed her into the private room located at the very back of the restaurant. Sun Jie hadn't expected that there would be such a private room inside the Isley Western restaurant. When she last ate here with the blind date her family introduced her to, he complained to her about how difficult it was to get a table here. Even for seats in the main hall, he had to pay a scalper to queue up for him. Now, Qin Feng and she received special treatment as soon as they arrived. Not only did they not have to wait at all, but the waiters also arranged a private room for them. This unique experience made her feel secretly pleased. She wasn't a materialistic woman, but this privileged treatment did make her feel somewhat comfortable.
Perhaps that's why she enjoys being with Qin Feng.
To be frank, she is actually quite vain at heart.
Chapter 114 Disciplining Sun Jie.
When Qin Feng casually spent 200,000 yuan to order 10 bottles of Ace of Spades at the bar, when Qin Feng picked her up in front of her colleagues in his million yuan Porsche, when Qin Feng took her to this popular Western restaurant where she could enjoy special treatment without making a reservation. Although not a single penny was directly spent on her, these moments would have been impossible to achieve without money.
This is like Xia Zhu, the female protagonist in the movie Hello, Mr. Billionaire.
She says she doesn't love money, but every moment that Wang Duoyu touches her heart is bought with money. Sun Jie doesn't consider herself a materialistic woman, but she believes that a man can't win her heart without enough money. In fact, girls like Sun Jie are much more difficult to deal with than her naive and materialistic colleagues. If Qin Feng hadn't possessed all the qualities she wanted, such as a handsome appearance, a strong physique, and a large fortune, it would have been a different story. She would never agree to be Qin Feng's girlfriend so quickly if it meant she would gain enough face when he took her out. In fact, Qin Feng had also noticed this to some extent during his time with Sun Jie.
But what does this have to do with him?
Anyway, he has everything the other person wants. Sun Jie's personality will only make her like him more clearly and become unable to leave him. What he wanted was very simple, the other person. With both parties willing, they could be considered a match made in heaven. During the meal, because the two were in a private room, Qin Feng couldn't help but do some bold things. To Qin Feng's surprise, Sun Jie did not resist much. Although her face was flushed with embarrassment, she acquiesced to his actions. This made Qin Feng seem to discover some tips on how to get Sun Jie to obey him when they were together. He originally thought that he would have to go on 2 or 3 more dates to win her over, but now it seems that he might have a chance tonight. The meal lasted for more than an hour. When Sun Jie got up from Qin Feng's lap, straightened her clothes, and sat back down opposite him, her cheeks were already flushed. For some reason, when she was with Qin Feng, she would become particularly prone to getting carried away and losing her usual rationality. She would never have agreed to what the two of them just did under normal circumstances.
Is there anywhere you'd like to go later? With a satisfied smile on his face, Qin Feng said to Sun Jie, how about I take you to Deji Plaza or Longhu Golden Street to shop around and buy some bags and jewelry? The process seems to be a bit reversed. Shopping is usually done the day after a duo queue battle.
But it didn't matter. Qin Feng believed he had figured out Sun Jie's thoughts to some extent, and this girl was definitely not going to escape his grasp, so the order of the process didn't matter. Upon hearing this, Sun Jie was momentarily tempted. However, after hesitating for a moment, she unexpectedly shook her head and refused. The reason she gave surprised Qin Feng. She felt that the two of them were only in the early stages of their relationship, and she could not accept such an expensive gift from Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng stopped insisting. After all, she wasn't the first girl to refuse his gift. As he met more and more girls, he discovered that not all of them wanted to get something from him right away. Qin Feng raised his wrist to look at his watch and found that it was only about 9:30. Although it would be about time to go back to the hotel to rest, he felt that given the current level of intimacy between him and Sun Jie, it would still be quite difficult to get back and overcome the final hurdle. Therefore, it would be best to add an activity to enhance the intimacy between the two of you before returning to the hotel, such as taking a walk together, having a deep conversation, or watching a touching romantic movie. Just as Qin Feng was pondering what they could do later to enhance their relationship, Sun Jie received a phone call from 4 flight attendant colleagues who had returned to Jinling with her on the same flight that afternoon. It turned out that the 4 of them were getting a little bored in the hotel after dinner, so they wanted to go out and find a place to relax and have some fun. Since Sun Jie was a local from Nanjing, they wanted to ask her if there were any lively bars near their hotel, and also if she and Qin Feng wanted to go for a couple of drinks together. After briefly recounting her conversation with the others to Qin Feng, Sun Jie looked at him with a hint of anticipation and said, "Since it's still early, why don't we go to the bar and hang out with them for a while?" Because she was strictly disciplined by her parents, Sun Jie only started going out more with colleagues and friends after she started working. So, she still quite enjoys going to bars. She doesn't drink much when she goes to bars. She mainly enjoys the noisy atmosphere with its booming beats, which gives her a false sense of self-indulgence.
Want to go to a bar for a bit?
After listening to Sun Jie's story, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall the incident that happened between him and Sun Jie in the bar last time. It has to be said that, under the influence of alcohol and the ambiguous atmosphere of neon lights in bars, relationships between men and women are most easily brought closer. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, one of the places the system had refreshed for him to check in during this period was a bar. Qin Feng held his breath and focused his attention on the system interface in his mind. Sure enough, he found a bar called Jinling Night in the bottom section of the check-in locations. After confirming, Qin Feng readily said to Sun Jie, "Sure, I'll book the place. You can just have them take a taxi directly from the hotel."
Chapter 115 Low Consumption. Jinling Night is considered one of the top bars in Jinling City. Whether it's the resident DJ skill level or the lighting and sound effects, it's absolutely top-notch. It is said that the sound system alone cost at least 1 million yuan, and it was specially commissioned by the owner of Jinling Night. In order to ensure that the music could completely fill the 800 square meter venue, a total of 10 sound systems were installed, which cost a full 10 million yuan. In addition, there are top-notch hardware facilities, including lighting equipment worth nearly 10 million yuan and a dreamlike dance floor built at a cost of over 10 million yuan. The entire Jinling Night project would likely require an investment of nearly 100 million yuan. Of course, high standards also mean high consumption. In Nanjing, a single booth requires a minimum spending of at least 30,000 yuan. Furthermore, the best seats in the entire venue, especially the premium booths, require a minimum spend of at least 60,000 yuan to enjoy. Of course, if you're sitting at a regular table, there's no minimum spending requirement. However, the alcohol sold at Jinling Night is also very expensive. Even the cheapest bottle of beer costs an astonishing 3-digit price. Drinking just a few bottles can easily cost nearly 1,000 yuan. In short, the customers who can afford to spend money at Jinling Night Bar are definitely among the richest and most fun-loving people in Jinling City. Qin Feng was not short of money, so he called directly and reserved the best VIP booth. It only took about 20 minutes to drive from the Isley Western Restaurant to Jinling Night Bar. Sun Jie's colleagues were still on their way when Qin Feng and Sun Jie arrived at the bar, because their hotel was a bit further away and they needed to take a taxi. As one of the top bars in Nanjing, Jinling Night caters to a very wealthy clientele. As far as the eye could see, the parking spaces at the entrance were filled with luxury cars. BMW and Mercedes-Benz were the lowest-end vehicles, and even Qin Feng's Porsche couldn't make a ripple when it was parked there. Only those supercars with extravagant designs costing millions or even tens of millions, or top-tier luxury cars like Bentley and Rolls-Royce that are known to the public, can attract even a little attention. Seeing that Sun Jie's colleagues would take another 10 minutes or so to arrive, Qin Feng was too lazy to wait at the door and led Sun Jie inside first. The uniquely designed sensor-activated door opened, and deafening music immediately filled Qin Feng's ears. Multicolored lights shone wildly, creating a psychedelic and crazy world. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" The waiter in black standing at the door asked casually as Qin Feng walked in with Sun Jie in his arms. "I just made an appointment by phone." "My surname is Qin," Qin Feng said with a slight nod. Reservations are not required for regular tables, only booths require reservations. Therefore, when Qin Feng said he had made a reservation, the black-clad waiter's attitude became noticeably more polite. "Please wait a moment while I check the reservation records." He took out his phone and checked the reservation records for tonight, and sure enough, he found that a guest surnamed Qin had reserved a premium booth for 10 o'clock.
The minimum spend for a gold booth is 60,000, but guests who can afford to book a gold booth will definitely spend more than 60,000 in the end. They definitely need to treat these VIPs well, otherwise, if a complaint is reported to their manager, they might be fired tomorrow. Mr. Chin, your reserved booth has been arranged.
Let me take you there.
The waiter bowed to Qin Feng and said in an increasingly respectful tone. Qin Feng nodded, signaling the other person to lead the way. He then put his arm around Sun Jie's waist and, led by her, walked through the bustling dance floor to sit down in the number 8 gold booth, which was closer to the DJ stage. As expected of a premium booth with a minimum spend of 60,000, sitting here not only allows you to experience the DJ and dancers' performance up close, but also gives you a clear view of the dance floor. The young women in hot and sexy outfits on the dance floor, in sync with the energetic music, energize the entire venue with their sizzling dance moves.
The unobstructed panoramic view from the booth alone is worth at least 10,000 yuan.
After the waiter at the door led Qin Feng to a booth and sat him down, he left respectfully. Immediately afterwards, another waiter who was in charge of serving the booths came to Qin Feng with the drinks menu.
Hello sir, this is the drinks menu.
Would you and your female companion like to drink something? He asked respectfully, handing the drinks menu to Qin Feng.
You order.
Qin Feng casually took the drinks menu and handed it to Sun Jie beside him.
He didn't really care what he drank.
Sun Jie took the drinks menu and glanced at it, only to find that all the drinks on it were ridiculously expensive, which made her gasp in astonishment. You should know that the bars she used to go to with her friends were the kind of bars with mass market prices, where everyone would split the cost, and each person would only pay 100 or 200 yuan. However, on this drinks menu, the cheapest beer costs 1 or 200 yuan, and ordinary cocktails are priced at 388 or 588. As for imported spirits like Martell and Remy Martin, they are sold for exorbitant prices, sometimes tens of thousands of yuan per bottle. After looking around for a while, Sun Jie finally only ordered a dozen beers and a few cocktails, which cost less than 5,000 yuan in total.
Madam, is this all you've ordered?
The waiter, somewhat surprised, asked after seeing that Sun Jie had ordered so much alcohol and then stopped ordering. Sun Jie nodded, but seeing that the waiter still showed no sign of leaving, she asked, somewhat puzzled, what's wrong?
Can't we order these?
Seeing that Sun Jie seemed genuinely unaware that the number 8 premium booth she was sitting in had a minimum spending requirement of 60,000 yuan, the waiter had no choice but to patiently explain, Madam, all booths have a minimum spending requirement. For example, the number 8 booth you are sitting in requires a minimum spending of 60,000 yuan to use. Upon hearing that a minimum spend of 60,000 yuan was required to sit here, Sun Jie was instantly stunned. The small bars she used to go to with her friends usually had a minimum spend of 1 or 2,000 yuan for a booth. Sometimes, if you're lucky, such as during the week when there are fewer people in the store, you can even get a booth without a minimum spend requirement.
When has she ever seen a booth with a minimum spending requirement of 60,000 yuan?
Just then, Qin Feng spoke up in time, defusing the awkward situation for her. There are 6 of us in total, so please order us bar food according to the standard of 100,000. He nodded to the waiter in charge of taking orders.
Yes, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away.
Upon hearing this, the waiter left satisfied with the drinks menu.
Chapter 116 The Contrast of Sun Jie. While the waiter was getting drinks from the bar, Sun Jie's colleagues arrived.
They gave Qin Feng's name at the door and were quickly led by the waiter to booth number 8 where Qin Feng and his group were.
Sister Qi, Fei, come and sit down. As soon as the group arrived, Sun Jie warmly invited them to sit down.
The booth, which had been rather quiet because it only had Qin Feng in her, suddenly became lively after 4 beautiful women with distinct styles joined in. The woman whom Sun Jie calls Sister Qi is the oldest among them, and she is already 35 years old this year. However, judging from her appearance, everyone would only think she was around 30 years old. Under the dim lights of the bar, her mature face actually looked quite charming. The girl named Fei was the youngest among them, having just graduated from school last year. She had a noticeably lively personality and was the one who had struck up a conversation with Qin Feng at the airport without any hesitation. At this moment, she was wearing a JK-style short skirt, exuding youthful charm. The other 2 girls are Deng Xiuxiu, a cute girl with a round face, and Songyu, a Shandong girl who is 1.72 meters tall and can easily exceed 1.80 meters when wearing high heels. After the 4 of them found places to sit down, they all took the initiative to greet Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng arranged this event tonight, so they naturally had to be polite to the person who was hosting. On their way here, they had also done some research online about Jinling night bars. When they learned that it was one of the best bars in Jinling, with an average spending of several thousand yuan per person, they couldn't help but be surprised by Qin Feng's generosity. However, none of them, including Sun Jie, knew that Qin Feng chose to treat them to drinks here simply because it was a location the system indicated they could check in at. For Qin Feng, coming here to drink not only doesn't cost him any money, but he can actually make money. Soon, the wine that Qin Feng had just ordered, worth 100,000 yuan, arrived. 7 or 8 waiters wearing white shirts and red vests lined up and came to booth number 8 where Qin Feng and his group were. Then, they placed their glasses on the table one by one, and finally lined up in front of the table, loudly and in unison saying a string of auspicious blessings to Qin Feng and the others sitting in the booth. After they left, the waiter who had initially taken their order came to Qin Feng and said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, your wine has been served.
Would you like me to open it for you now?"
"Open them all," Qin Feng replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. With Qin Feng's permission, he then took out a bottle opener and opened the bottles one by one. As he opened the bottles, seeing so many bottles of wine on the table, Fei Fei, the most lively of them all, couldn't help but ask Qin Feng curiously, "Handsome guy, ordering so many bottles of wine must have cost a lot of money, right?" Before Qin Feng could speak, the waiter who was opening the bottles of wine had already answered for him with great perceptiveness. "The total value of the wines Mr. Qin ordered is approximately 100,000 yuan. Some things have a completely different effect when said by oneself versus by someone else. For example, if the waiter were to announce the value of these wines, not only would Qin Feng be able to show off as he should, but he would also appear to be someone who doesn't actually like to show off." When Sun Jie's colleagues heard that all the wine on the table cost a total of 100,000 yuan, they were indeed immediately shocked. It's worth noting that although the income of a flight attendant is decent, averaging over 10,000 yuan per month. However, most flight attendants have considerable expenses, and very few can save 100,000 yuan a year. Even Shi Jia, the oldest among the group, can only save about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a year. The other younger ones, who don't yet understand the importance of saving money, are basically living paycheck to paycheck, and some even use credit cards to make advance purchases. Therefore, 100,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount of money for them. However, the fact that the wine on the table in front of them alone cost 100,000 yuan gave them a new understanding of Qin Feng's economic strength.
Their colleague Sun Jie's boyfriend doesn't seem to be just an ordinary rich second generation. A moment later, the waiter opened all the bottles of wine on the table, and after confirming that Qin Feng had no further instructions, he turned and left. "Sisters, let's all raise a glass to Xie Jie and her boyfriend to thank them for their warm hospitality." The oldest person present, and the one who knew the most about human relationships, Sister Qi, poured herself a glass of wine and then invited the people around her to join her in toasting Qin Feng and his companion. "We're all Xia Jie's colleagues, no need to be so polite, just relax." Qin Feng took Sun Jie's hand, and together they raised their glasses to clink with the others in turn. After everyone had downed a drink, the atmosphere in the booth instantly changed. Although Sun Jie's colleagues are not as good looking as her, they are all considered beauties among ordinary people. With so many beautiful women gathered together, each with a distinct style, booth number 8 felt like it was surrounded by beauties, a veritable harbinger of romance. Sun Jie has a low alcohol tolerance. After just one glass of wine, a blush immediately rose to her cheeks. In addition, Sister Qi, who has more seniority than her at work and occasionally asks her to do things, actually took the initiative to toast her just now. Although she knew that the toast was mainly for Qin Feng and that she was only benefiting from it as his girlfriend, she still felt a strange sense of satisfaction, and her face became even rosier. Seeing Sun Jie's charming appearance, seemingly a little tipsy, Qin Feng couldn't resist. Under the dim light of the booth, he hugged her and kissed her. Sun Jie initially felt a little embarrassed because her colleagues were sitting next to her. However, she quickly realized that she was already prone to getting carried away when she was with Qin Feng. Under the stimulation of alcohol and a strange sense of satisfaction, she immediately disregarded everything and actively responded to Qin Feng's actions. At the same time, Shi Jie and the others, who were sitting to the side drinking, noticed the two's enthusiastic behavior and couldn't help but exchange glances before covering their mouths in chuckling. Who would have thought that Sun Jie, the goddess known for her aloofness at the company, would have such a contrasting side? If this were to get out, it would probably shock a lot of people. Chapter 117, Feeding You Drinks. On the sofa in the booth, Sun Jie sat facing Qin Feng in his lap. In the dim light, her face revealed a bewitching and seductive expression. There were only her and Qin Feng in the booth now, as Sister Qi and the others had all gone to the dance floor to give them enough space. "Qin Feng, let me feed you some wine."
Looking at the young and handsome man in front of her, who exuded a charming aura of male hormones, Sun Jia couldn't help but speak.
Okay.
Qin Feng smiled slightly, assuming that Sun Jia was going to feed him wine with a cup. However, the next second, Sun Jia picked up the wine glass on the table behind her, took a sip herself, and then, without swallowing, puffed out her cheeks and looked at Qin Feng with affection. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's heart stirred, and he stared intently into the eyes of the beauty in his arms. Without a word, their lips met, and the sweet-smelling wine entered Qin Feng's mouth, then flowed down his throat and into his stomach. This was the first time Sun Jia had ever made such a bold move, transferring the wine from her mouth to Qin Feng's. Her face flushed red as she buried it in Qin Feng's chest, no longer daring to look up at him. Qin Feng gently stroked the hair of the beauty in his arms, but a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips.
He knew he was definitely settled for the night.
He immediately took out his phone, typed a text message and sent it to the business manager of the Bulgari Hotel, asking her to prepare a presidential suite for him and to decorate the room with roses and candles to make it more romantic, as he would be staying there later. Qin Feng is now considered a long-time customer of the Bulgari Hotel, so after receiving his message, the Bulgari Hotel's business manager immediately replied that the message had been received and assured that they would do their best to satisfy Mr. Qin. After glancing at the reply text message, Qin Feng put his phone back in his pocket and continued his intimate conversation with Sun Jia in the dim light. At this moment, under the influence of alcohol and the atmosphere of the bar, Sun Jia was completely intoxicated. She forgot to resist Qin Feng's various actions and not only let Qin Feng do as he pleased, but even boldly and proactively responded. When Sister Qi and the others got tired of dancing on the dance floor and returned to their booth to rest, Sun Jia was already flushed, panting heavily, and completely collapsed into Qin Feng's arms. Fortunately, the lighting in the booth was dim, and Qi Jia and the others didn't sit too close to the two, so they didn't notice anything unusual on Sun Jia's face and just assumed that the two were hugging intimately.
He hadn't expected Sun Jia's reaction to be so strong.
He had only used a little trick, and she was already completely overwhelmed. She was practically some kind of innate divine body that made men unable to resist her.
I'm so tired.
Wearing a JK mini skirt, Feifei plopped down on the sofa in the booth, picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table in front of her, unscrewed it, and started drinking. She was the youngest among them and had the most lively personality, so she was the one who danced the most energetically on the dance floor just now.
This truly lives up to its reputation as one of the best bars in Jinling. The atmosphere on the dance floor is absolutely amazing.
Songyu, the tallest member of the group, said excitedly, her face flushed. Although the oldest sister, Sister Qi, and the round-faced, cute Deng Xiuxiu did not speak, they nodded repeatedly upon hearing this.
The atmosphere at this Jinling night bar is truly great.
With the enthusiastic guidance of the live DJ, guests can quickly get into the mood and get more and more hyped up.
Unfortunately, the prices here are just too high.
Even without sitting in a booth, just ordering a few drinks can easily cost several hundred yuan per person. If Sun Jia's boyfriend hadn't treated them this time, even if they hadn't sat in a booth, the cost would have been somewhat painful for them afterwards. Thinking this, Sister Qi couldn't help but raise her glass and toast Qin Feng once again, saying, "Qin Feng, let me toast you again.
Thank you for treating us to drinks tonight."
Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly, picked up the wine glass in front of him and raised it to Sister Qi from a distance, and then they each drank the wine in their glasses.
At this moment,
a young man dressed head to toe in clothing with prominent luxury brand logos and a Rolex gold watch on his wrist, carrying a bottle of wine in one hand and a wine glass in the other, suddenly walked up to the booth where Qin Feng and his group were sitting.
His behavior was unusually frivolous as he raised his glass to Sister Qi and the other women sitting on the outer edge of the booth and said, "Hello, ladies. My name is Zhang Xiao. Would you be so kind as to get to know me?"
In bars, striking up conversations is very common, but going to someone's booth to chat up them and completely ignoring the men present is a bit too much. However, Zhang Xiao didn't care about that. He had always been somewhat arrogant. Moreover, the quality of the girls in this booth is quite high, and he doesn't want to miss out. Moreover, he had already observed that there was only one guy in the booth, but a total of 5 pretty girls.
Could he possibly keep up with them all by himself?
Let him spend some time with these pretty girls. There's no need for formalities if we're acquaintances. We're just colleagues hanging out for fun, Sister Qi said politely. The person who was striking up a conversation with me was clearly a playboy who frequented bars and had a wild life. You could tell from his unusually frivolous words and actions. Although they occasionally come to bars to relax, they always keep their distance from this kind of person.
The rest of Feifei and the others had similar thoughts.
When they saw that Sister Qi had rejected the other party's advances, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Zhang Xiao frequents bars and has been approached by hundreds, if not thousands, of girls. He wouldn't leave so easily after being rejected once.
Hey beautiful, don't be so aloof. We're all here to have fun. The more people there are, the more fun we'll have together, right?
Zhang Xiao casually placed the wine bottle and glass on the table, then casually moved to sit next to Sister Qi and put his arm around her shoulder. Sister Qi frowned and quickly moved a step further in, thus avoiding Zhang Zhao's hand that was about to put his arm around her shoulder.
Rejected once again, Zhang Zhao's expression began to darken slightly. Chapter 118 Bottle Smash on Head.
As a frequent visitor to nightclubs in Nanjing, he considered himself to have some reputation there. After all, he had spent 1 million or 2 million yuan there in total. He was drinking with some friends in his booth when they noticed Sister Qi and the other girls dancing on the dance floor. It has to be said that the flight attendants were all quite beautiful, and the aura they exuded was distinctly different from that of girls who frequented bars, which made him quite attracted to them. So, after the women returned to their booths from the dance floor, he came over with drinks and started chatting them up.
Normally, given Zhang Zhao's influence, the girls he approaches wouldn't refuse. However, it was the first time that Sister Qi and the other girls had come here to play, so they didn't know Zhang Xiao or Li Xiao at all. Moreover, he was behaving so frivolously that most decent girls probably wouldn't accept being flirted with by someone like him. Zhang Xiao opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Qin Feng gently put down his wine glass, the bottom of which made a soft sound as it touched the table. It wasn't loud, but it was just enough to interrupt Zhang Xiao. Friend, you can leave our booth now.
My friends have already made it clear that they don't want to know you, Qin Feng said calmly. The fact that this man named Zhang Xiao deliberately ignored him and started chatting with the girl in his booth, even after he had already seen him, was itself a provocative act. Moreover, Sun Jia's colleague, Sister Qi, had just clearly rejected his advances, but instead of leaving gracefully, he tried to put his arm around her shoulder. Sister Qi and the other girls were, after all, his guests. He couldn't just stand by and watch his guests be taken advantage of in front of him. That would be a slap in his face. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, he should stand up and say a few words. Zhang Xiao was already annoyed by the repeated rejection she had just received. When Qin Feng stood up for the girls, she immediately retorted without any politeness, "Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours if I'm talking to the girls?" To put it bluntly, he only dared to speak so presumptuously because he saw that Qin Feng was the only man in the booth. If there were 4 or 5 men sitting there, he would definitely think carefully before speaking. After all, in a bar, everyone has drunk quite a bit, and it's quite normal for a disagreement to escalate into a fight. He was certain that Qin Feng was alone and wouldn't dare to fight him, which is why he was so confident and spoke so recklessly.
You came to my booth, chatted with my friend, and then had the nerve to ask me what I wanted?
Qin Feng chuckled coldly a few times, too lazy to be polite with this kind of person anymore, and simply said, "Go back to your own place, don't embarrass yourself here."
As a second-generation rich kid, Zhang Xiao had spent over 1 million yuan at Jinling Night Bar. Wherever he went, he was fawned over by a group of people. When had anyone ever dared to speak to him like that? When had anyone ever dared to disregard him like that?
Qin Feng's words immediately enraged him.
"Fuck you." He spoke rudely, then walked past Sister Qi and the other girls toward Qin Feng, who was sitting in the innermost and central seat of the booth, looking as if he was about to fight Qin Feng. However, just as he walked up to Qin Feng, he reached out a hand, trying to grab Qin Feng's collar and pull him off the sofa. With even greater speed, leaving Zhang Xiao no time to react, Qin Feng grabbed a beer bottle from the table in front of him and smashed it down heavily. With a loud bang, the bottle shattered, glass shards flew everywhere, and pale yellow beer mixed with bright red blood dripped down from Zhang Xiao's head. There's blood. Things have gotten really out of hand. The women present were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one expected that Qin Feng would smash Zhang Zhao's head with a beer bottle without warning. In fact, even Qin Feng himself hadn't expected it. The only one to blame is Zhang Xiao for those 5 words he just uttered, which insulted Qin Feng's mother. Although he was an orphan and had never seen his biological parents, it was precisely because of this that he was more unable to accept others verbally insulting his parents than most people. That's why he reacted so strongly just now. Now, coming to my senses, I realized that in a fit of rage, I actually smashed the other person's head with a beer bottle. However, he didn't think it was a big problem. As the saying goes, money gives people courage. He still has tens of millions of yuan in cash in his account. All he has to do is hire a lawyer and pay the medical expenses. Zhang Xiao was a little stunned, as if the bottle that had hit him earlier had left him dazed.
When he reached up and touched the blood on his face, realizing what had just happened, his expression instantly turned ferocious.
How dare you hit me with a beer bottle? I'm going to kill you.
Before he finished speaking, he tried to pounce on Qin Feng, baring his teeth and claws, looking like he had completely lost his mind and wanted to fight to the death. However, he was stopped by the bartenders who arrived in time.
2 bartenders held him tightly around the waist, trying to prevent the conflict from escalating further.
Inside a private room on the second floor of Jinling Night Bar, the bar owner, Song Yiqiao, was sitting on the sofa drinking and chatting with a young man a few years younger than him.
Xingjie, I heard you raced against Lu Kuan and his group the other day and beat them all?
Song Yiqiao, with his slicked back hair, took a sip of his red wine and smiled casually at the young man in front of him.
What do Lu Kuan and his friends know about racing?
To put it bluntly, all they know how to do is step on the gas, Zhu Xingjie said with a disdainful look. Although he and Lu Kuan and the others were all members of the car enthusiast circle among the second generation of Jinling, he had always looked down on those guys. His driving skills are so he relies entirely on the performance of his sports car to gain an advantage over his opponents on straightaways.
What kind of skill is it to be fast in a straight line? Speed on curves is true speed.
If we're talking about real skill, it has to be his cheap master who he recently took in that drifting was simply breathtaking. There wasn't a single superfluous or sluggish element. He was probably on par with the professional race car drivers he saw on TV. It's fair to say that in the entire city of Nanjing, the only person he truly trusts in terms of racing is his cheap coach. To be honest, I've asked the other person out to dinner several times, but unfortunately they always say they don't have time and will make plans next time when they're free. This left him with no opportunity to hold a simple apprenticeship banquet to express his gratitude as a disciple. Moreover, the thought of the other party promising to teach him a few tricks whenever he had the chance made him even more eager to learn.
Chapter 119 My Master.
Just as Song Yiqiao and Zhu Xingjie were drinking and chatting in a private room on the second floor, a waiter suddenly rushed up from the first floor, knocked on the door and entered the private room, and hurriedly reported, "Boss, something happened downstairs, 2 tables of guests are making a fuss."
Have you started?
Song Yiqiao put down his wine glass and looked up at the waiter, asking in a calm and unhurried tone. In places like bars, conflicts between customers are very common. They happen almost every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes, when you're unlucky, 3 or 4 such incidents can happen in one night. Therefore, Song Yiqiao wasn't too nervous when he heard his subordinates report.
They've started. The waiter nodded immediately and quickly explained the details of the conflict.
When Song Yiqiao heard that one of the men had been hit on the head with a beer bottle and was bleeding profusely, he couldn't help but frown slightly.
Normal physical altercations are fine, but if blood is shed, the nature of the conflict changes, and you might even have to call Uncle Hat over.
His bar business will definitely be affected.
Xingjie, you can stay here and play for a while.
I'll go downstairs to check on things and then come back up to have a drink with you later. Song Yiqiao stood up and nodded slightly to Zhu Xingjie, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him.
Brother Qiao, I think I'll go with you.
After all, I also have shares in your bar.
Zhu Xingjie smiled and stood up as well.
When Song Yiqiao opened this bar, he gave away a lot of shares for free in order to attract more wealthy second-generation heirs to support his bar.
Zhu Xingjie owns 5% of the shares in Jinling Night Bar.
Although it's not a large amount, the annual dividends are enough to cover his daily expenses. Of course, in return, these second-generation heirs who had taken Song Yiqiao's shares also used their connections to bring a lot of customers to the bar.
From this point of view alone, Song Yiqiao's deal was not a loss, not to mention the other potential influence brought about by so many second-generation figures endorsing his bar.
Therefore, Song Yiqiao did not object upon hearing this, nodded, and led Zhu Xingjie out of the private room. Soon, the two arrived at Qin Feng's booth number 8, led by the waiter. At this moment, Zhang Xiao was covering his head with a towel, staring angrily at Qin Feng, while his friends who had come to drink with him also had menacing expressions. If the bar staff and security guards hadn't stood between them and Qin Feng, the group would probably have already rushed into the booth and started a fight. Despite this, Zhang Xiao and his group's fierce appearance still frightened Sun Jie and the other girls quite a bit, and they all looked very nervous.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Qin Feng gently patted Sun Jie's back and comforted her softly. Hearing Qin Feng's calm voice, Sun Jie's body, which had been tense due to nervousness, couldn't help but relax a little. This was the first time she had encountered something like this, so it was normal for her to be nervous. However, Qin Feng's calm and composed attitude reassured her and made her feel even more that the man in front of her was someone she could rely on. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings of affection, dependence, and trust in Qin Feng had all increased by 3 points. Like her, the girls sitting next to her, including Sister Chi, felt much more relaxed when they saw Qin Feng so calm, as if they had found a pillar of support in their hearts. I thought someone was causing trouble in my bar, but it turns out to be you, Mr. Zhang. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind several waiters. Immediately afterwards, Song Yiqiao, the owner of Jinling Night Bar, walked through the crowd with an indifferent expression and stood in front of Zhang Xiao. Behind him was Zhu Xingjie, who had his hands in his pockets and looked very casual.
Zhu Xingjie had only come to join in the fun.
He first glanced at Zhang Xiao, who was covering his head with a towel, and realized that the kid had gotten the short end of the stick by being hit on the head with a beer bottle.
He couldn't help but feel amused. He recognized the kid. Although he wasn't as good as them and wasn't qualified to join their circle, his family was relatively well off and he often came to Jinling Night Bar. Sometimes when they meet, he will take the initiative to offer them a toast.
However, Zhu Xingjie had always disliked such sycophants, so every time Zhang Xiao came to their booth to offer a toast, he would not give him a pleasant look. Zhang Xiao herself didn't mind, and every time she still had that obsequious look on her face, trying to use this method to enter the higher circle where Zhu Xingjie was. Immediately, Zhu Xingjie turned his gaze to the booth, wanting to see who had been so ruthless as to blow Zhang Zhao's head off without a word. However, when he saw Qin Feng sitting calmly in the center of the booth, with a beautiful mature woman in his arms and 4 other beauties with different temperaments sitting on his left and right sides, his mouth couldn't help but open slightly in surprise.
Master? He strode forward, his face beaming with joy and excitement, and asked Qin Feng, Master, what are you doing here?
Qin Feng hadn't expected to run into his cheap apprentice here, but seeing how happy the other was to see him, he smiled and replied, I'm just here with my girlfriend and a few of her colleagues for a casual visit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingjie couldn't help but glance at Sun Jia, who was leaning against Qin Feng. Well, it's not the same beautiful girl who sat in the passenger seat last time, but she's just as pretty, and if we're talking about looks alone, she's even prettier.
As expected of my master.
As a second-generation rich kid, changing girlfriends frequently is all too common in their circle, so he didn't care at all about Qin Feng changing female companions.
Master, if you come here to play again next time, just let me know in advance and I'll make arrangements for you. I guarantee you'll have a great time. Zhu Xingjie said enthusiastically.
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and replied, All right, I'll ask you to make arrangements next time I come. He had already seen that Zhu Xingjie had come over with the bar owner, and it was clear that the two had a close relationship. At this moment, Song Yiqiao finished talking with Zhang Xiao and his group, and then turned around and came to Qin Feng and Zhu Xingjie.
Xingjie, what's going on? Do you know him? As he approached, he saw Zhu Xingjie smiling broadly, talking to Qin Feng like an old friend, and couldn't help but ask. My master's driving skills are amazing.
Zhu Xingjie gave Qin Feng a thumbs up and replied without hesitation.
Chapter 120 Face.
Upon hearing this, Song Yiqiao was somewhat surprised. He had known Zhu Xingjie for 2 or 3 years, and this was the first time he had seen him so enthusiastic towards someone, and when introducing the other person's identity, his words were filled with obvious admiration.
Hello, I'm the owner of this bar, my name is Song Yiqiao.
Song Yiqiao smiled kindly and extended his hand to Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng stood up and shook hands, replying, Hello, my name is Qin Feng, I'm Xiao Jie's friend. He didn't say that he was Zhu Xingjie's master, after all, he had never admitted it before, it was just that Zhu Xingjie himself called him master more often.
Since you're Xingjie's friend, then you're my friend too.
I'll make the decision for today and let us just let it go. Anyway, you didn't lose out, brother, Song Yiqiao said with a smile. Qin Feng naturally had no objection to this. He not only didn't suffer any loss, but compared to Zhang Xiao, whose head he had blown off, he was completely unharmed and practically made a huge profit. Immediately, Song Yiqiao waved to Zhang Xiao, who was still clutching his head to stop the bleeding, not far away, signaling him to come over. Seeing this, Zhang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, realizing that she would probably have to accept the loss. After all, he had just witnessed Zhu Xiao, who had always looked down on him, chatting with the kid who had blown his head off, all smiles and enthusiasm. And when Boss Song went over, he also took the initiative to shake hands with the kid. Anyone with eyes can see that these three have already joined forces. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiao walked up to the 3 men with a lot of doubts, he heard Song Yiqiao point at Qin Feng and say, Zhang Xiao, this Mr. Qin is a friend of Xingjie and me.
Just do us a favor and let's just let this matter go. This drink is on me today.
After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xiao calmly, waiting for his response. Brother Qiao, I will definitely give you in young Master Zhu face. Zhang Xiao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and gritted his teeth, saying, But this kid broke my head, doesn't he even have to apologize to me? Judging from his words, he was clearly prepared to give Song Yiqiu and Zhu Xingjie face, but he also wanted to save face for himself, so as long as Qin Feng apologized to him, he would let the matter drop. However, Zhu Xingjie was immediately displeased upon hearing his words.
Zhang Xiao, who do you think you are? You actually want my master to apologize to you? Do you deserve it? His 3 consecutive questions showed Zhang Xiao absolutely no respect.
In fact, in the eyes of these second-generation rich kids, the hierarchy is quite distinct. Let alone Zhang Xiao, even Song Yiqiu, if he didn't have some ability and had gathered a group of people to support him and open the Jinling Night Bar, forming a community of interests with him, would not have been qualified to enter this circle with his original family background. This explains why Zhang Xiao, despite her desperate attempts to enter Zhu Xingjie's circle and her humble attitude, still had no chance whatsoever. To enter this circle, you need to consider the family's financial strength. If your family's total assets are less than $1 billion, you're simply not qualified.
Hearing Zhu Xingjie's blunt, even humiliating, questioning, Zhang Xiao's face turned pale and then red. However, given the vast difference in power between his family and Zhu Xingjie's family, he simply didn't have the confidence to confront them and regain his dignity. In fact, part of his family's business was made possible by Zhu Xingjie's father's company. If he offended Zhu Xingjie, and the other party went back and told his father to stop giving his father orders, then he would probably be beaten half to death by his father with a belt when he got home. So in the end, he forced himself to adjust his expression and said to Zhu Xingjie in a slightly obsequious tone, "I'm sorry, young Master Zhu, I was a little bewitched just now. Since you and brother Qiao have both spoken up, how could I not give you face?" Having said that, he was too ashamed to stay there any longer. "Let's go." Zhang Xiao covered his head and turned to leave, not forgetting to call his brothers to come along. Neither Zhu Xingjie nor Song Yiqiu paid any attention to Zhang Xiao and the others as they left. Zhang Xiao is nothing to them, he's not even worth their attention. After Zhang Xiao left, the women in booth number 8 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and gradually return to their relaxed state. However, the way they looked at Qin Feng now was somewhat different from before. Previously, they only saw Qin Feng's external advantages, such as his good looks, good physique, and wealth. However, after the unexpected situation just now, they saw new strengths in Qin Feng, such as his calm and composed demeanor in the face of adversity, which was not at all what one would expect from someone his age. Suddenly, they felt even more envious of Sun Jie. It was such a blessing that Sun Jie had met such an exceptionally high-quality man. In fact, Sun Jie was thinking about the same thing. When she thought about how Qin Feng gently supported her back and comforted her softly when she was nervous, she suddenly felt that this man was someone she could entrust her life to. At the same time, seeing that the trouble caused by Zhang Xiao had been resolved, Qin Feng picked up the wine glass on the table in front of him and toasted Zhu Xingjie and Song Yiqiu, saying, "Xiao Jie, Boss Song, thank you for what happened earlier. I'd like to offer you a toast." After saying that, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Seeing this, both Zhu Xingjie and Song Yiqiu quickly picked up a clean and used wine glass from the table, poured some wine into it, raised their glasses to Qin Feng in response, and drank it all in one gulp. Zhu Xingjie genuinely admired Qin Feng's driving skills and therefore considered him his mentor to some extent. Song Yiqiu raised his glass in response only out of respect for Zhu Xingjie, since he knew nothing about Qin Feng yet, only hearing Zhu Xingjie's description of his exceptional driving skills. The 3 of them drank their wine to the last drop, and their relationship seemed to have grown closer in that instant. Zhu Xingjie was eager to learn driving skills from Qin Feng, and Song Yiqiu had nothing else to do at the moment, so the 2 of them simply stayed in booth number 8, drinking and chatting with Qin Feng.